Synopsis: a dissolute scoundrel as the attacker versus a vengeful beauty as the recipient. Wolves among dogs. Zhongbua's 6 provinces were surrendered to foreign foes, casting Xin Zichuan into captivity and turning him into a dog that everyone despised. Xiao Chiye, enticed by the scent, didn't let others do the dirty work. He personally kicked Xin Zichuan into illness, only to be fiercely bitten in return. From then on, a deep grudge was born between the two, and every encounter became a battle. Fate binds me here for life, but this was not the path I chose. Sand has buried my limbs, and I refuse to bow to an empty destiny. Imperial decrees cannot save my soldiers, nor can the court satiate my steed. I will no longer heed such calls. I aim to scale that mountain and fight for myself. Cautionary note: the main couple is Xiao Chiye, attacker, and Xin Zichuan, recipient. There's a significant subplot involving an otome, female-oriented, romance. Chapter 1. Bitter Cold Wind. The Prince of Jinxing, Shen Wei, was defeated in the battle at the Teastone River in the northeast, resulting in the fall of Danzhou and the burial of 30,000 soldiers alive in the Teastone Pit. You were among them. Yet why are you the only one who survived? Xin Zichuan's gaze wandered, and he did not respond. The interrogator slammed his fist on the table and leaned forward, his eyes sinister. It's because Shen Wei had secretly conspired with the 12 tribes of the border sands, planning to surrender the 6 provinces of Zhongbua to the enemy. You intended to cooperate from within to conquer Qidu. Thus the border sands cavalry spared your life, didn't they? Xin Zichuan's chapped lips moved slightly. Straining to listen to the interrogator's words, he swallowed with difficulty before answering. No, it wasn't like that. The interrogator barked. Shen Wei, fearing punishment, set himself on fire. The evidence of his collusion has been fully presented to the emperor by the imperial guards. Yet, you still dare to defy, truly obstinate to the end. Xin Zichuan's head swam, his eyes heavy with fatigue, having not rested for what seemed like an eternity. He felt as if he were hanging by a thread high above the ground. Any momentary lapse would result in his shattered remains. The interrogator unfolded the confession, glanced over it, then asked, "Last night, you said you survived the Teastone Pit because your elder brother saved you. Is that correct?" In Xin Zichuan's blurred vision, the scene of that day emerged. The pit was so deep, filled with soldiers struggling to climb out, stepping on corpses that grew thicker, yet never reaching the edge. The border sands cavalry circled the pit, and amidst the cold night wind, the whistling of arrows and cries of pain echoed in his ears, blood reaching midcalf, and groans and gasps pressed against his ears. Xin Zichuan's breaths came in quick, ragged gasps. He trembled in his chair, frantically grasping at his hair as he stifled sobs. "You're lying." The interrogator held up the confession and waved it in front of Xin Zichuan. "Your elder brother, Shen Zhouji, was the legitimate firstborn of Jinxing King. He abandoned 30,000 soldiers at Teastone Abyss and fled with his personal guards, only to be captured by the border sand cavalry and dragged to death along the official road by the Teastone River. When the border sand tribes massacred the soldiers, he was already dead. There was no saving you." Confusion swirled in Xin Zichuan's mind, and the interrogator's voice sounded distant. All he could hear were endless cries of despair. Where was the escape? Where were the reinforcements? Dead bodies pressed against dead bodies, their rotting flesh smothering his hands. Ji Mu loomed above him, and he lay atop a pile of bloodied corpses. He heard Ji Mu's labored breathing, while his own sobs were muffled by overwhelming hopelessness. "Brother has 3 heads and 6 arms." Ji Mu forced a smile, tears streaming down his face. His voice broke as he continued. "Brother is a solid wall. We'll get through this. Just hold on a little longer, and the reinforcements will arrive. Then brother will come home with you and fetch our parents. Brother still needs to find your sister-in-law." The interrogator slammed his hand on the table and barked. "Tell the truth." Xin Zichuan struggled to his feet, as if trying to break free from invisible chains. But the imperial guards swarmed him, forcing him back onto the table. "I spared you from harsh torture when you entered our prison, considering your young age. But if you refuse to see reason, don't blame us for being ruthless. Bring the torture instruments." Xin Zichuan's arms were bound with ropes, and he was dragged into the central courtyard. A long bench was slammed down, and his feet were tied to it. A robust man standing by pulled out a prison cane, weighed it in his hand, and then struck down. "I'll ask you again," the interrogator said, stirring the tea foam before sipping it slowly. "Did Shun Wei betray the country?" Shen Zichuan refused to confess, shouting through the pain of the caning. "No, he didn't." The interrogator put down his teacup and said, "If you had used this stubbornness on the battlefield, your Shen family wouldn't be here today. Keep beating him." Shen Zichuan began to weaken, lowering his head as he croaked. Shen Wei didn't betray the country. The defeat at Teastone River was due to Shun Wei's reckless engagement with the enemy. After the loss, there was still a chance to recover in Danzhou, but he retreated without reason despite the significant difference in military strength. As a result, Duanzhou's 3 cities fell, and tens of thousands of innocent citizens lost their lives to the border sand sabers. The interrogator sighed deeply and said with hatred, "In Zhongbua, rivers ran red with blood. Shen Wei led his troops southward, and the Battle of Dangzhou was most suspicious. The Qidong Crimson County garrison had already crossed the Empress Celestial Pavilion to provide support, yet he abandoned the pincer strategy, diverting thousands of cavalry to escort his family to Dan City, causing the entire Dangzhou defense line to collapse. Wasn't that deliberate? If it weren't for the Northern Iron Riders racing across the ice river for 3 nights, the Border Sands cavalry would have reached Kudu." Half delirious from pain, Shun Zichuan was drenched in cold sweat. The interrogator disdainfully threw the confession at the back of his head. "Better to be a dog than a Zhongbua man. This time, Shen Wei is a traitor to the Great Zhou. You deny it? You have no choice but to admit it." Paralyzed with pain, Shun Zichuan lay on the bench, staring at the confession covering his face. The ink on it was clear, each character a humiliating lash, branding his cheeks and declaring to the world, Shen Wei betrayed his country, not even worthy of being called a dog. He had left the corpses of Zhongbua's 6 states to clog the rivers, and the bodies buried in Teastone Abyss remained unclaimed even now. Duzhou's cities were utterly ravaged. Though Shen Wei had immolated himself, the debt of blood had to be paid by a living soul. With his numerous wives and many sons perishing when the Border Sand cavalry seized Duzhou, only Shun Zichuan, born into a lowly status, survived as he was raised outside the family. Dragged back, blood trailed from Shun Zichuan's heels, marking the ground. Facing the wall, he gazed at the narrow window. The howling wind and swirling snow painted an endless, dark night. His mind numb, amidst the wind's wail, he was transported back to the abyss. Jimu was on the brink, struggling for breath. Blood seeped from his armor, trickling down Shun Zichuan's nape, soon turning cold. The cries around them had faded, leaving only pained groans and the fierce roar of the icy wind. Shun Zichuan found himself face to face with an unrecognizable corpse, his legs pinned beneath the heavy weight of the body, its shield digging into his waist and abdomen. The air he drew in was thick with the stench of blood. Through gritted teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks, he dared not weep aloud. He helplessly gazed at the crushed face, unable to discern if it belonged to a soldier he once knew. "Brother," Shun Zichuan sobbed softly. I'm so scared." Jimu's throat moved, and he gently patted Shun Zichuan's head with his palm, assuring him, "It's all right. It's going to be all right." Amidst the howling wind, Shun Zichuan heard a dying soldier singing, the melody torn apart and fragmentarily carried through the frigid night. Battles in the south, death in the north, unburied corpses, for crows to feed upon. "Brother," Shun Zichuan whispered beneath him, "I'll carry you." "Brother." Jimu's body resembled a warped shield. He smiled, his voice hoarse. "Brother can still walk. Did you get hit by an arrow?" "No." Jimu's tears had dried up. He spoke softly. "The arrows of the Border Sand barbarians aren't accurate." Shun Zichuan's fingers were also soaked in blood and flesh. Struggling, he wiped his face and said, "Mistress made dumplings. She's waiting for you at our place. We'll eat many bowls." Jimu sighed. "Brother eats slowly, so don't snatch them from me." Shun Zichuan nodded vigorously beneath him. Snow gradually covered Jimu's body. He seemed very weary, his voice barely audible, too weak even to move a finger. The song dragged on slowly until the line "The vultures fought to the death," when Jimu closed his eyes. Shun Zichuan said, My money. I'll give it to you, to marry his sister-in-law. Brother, brother. Ji Mu remained silent, seemingly having grown tired of his words and drifted off to sleep. Shen Zichuan trembled all over. He had forgotten when the Bianxia cavalry had left and how he had managed to crawl out. When he propped himself up on his arms, the snow-covered landscape was eerily quiet. Piled beneath his knees were overlapping corpses, like discarded burlap sacks. Shen Zichuan turned his head, but he could only sob in silence. Arrows stuck out densely from Ji Mu's back, turning him into a huddled hedgehog. So much blood had soaked into Shen Zichuan's back that he hadn't even noticed. The sound of galloping horses approached swiftly, like muted thunder. Shen Zichuan suddenly shuddered, jolting awake. He tried to vomit but found his wrists tightly bound, and a sack filled with soil covering his body. The sack grew heavier, pressing down on his chest, leaving him unable to make a sound. This was a common torture method in prison known as burial by soil bag, reserved for criminals who weren't meant to survive, leaving no visible wounds. If he hadn't woken up just then, Shen Zichuan would have been long gone by dawn. Someone was trying to kill him. Chapter 2. Death by Beating. The torchlight in the imperial prison was dim, and Shen Zichuan felt a chill run through his limbs as he struggled to catch his breath. The ropes binding him were tight, and despite his constant rubbing, they refused to budge. With a bag of soil pressing against his chest, he felt as if he had been thrown into a deep pond. His ears rang, his breathing became disoriented, and he found himself gasping for air as if drowning. Shen Zichuan's eyes darted around, fixated on the flickering candlelight beyond the bars. In the main chamber, several guards in brocaded uniforms were drinking and shouting as they played a drinking game, completely indifferent to Shen Zichuan's plight. He was pinned to the rough straw mat by the weight of the soil bag, the nauseating sensation of suffocation engulfing him like a tidal wave. With blurred vision, Shen Zichuan lifted his head and gritted his teeth as he attempted to move his legs. His thighs, beaten numb by the cane, felt almost lifeless as they rose. He stepped on the left corner of the wooden bed, which was already infested with worms and had been damaged by his weight the day before. Breathing became increasingly laborious. Shen Zichuan kicked that corner with all his might, but his limbs were too weak, barely producing a sound as he struck the bed. The wooden planks remained steadfast. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking through the back of his clothes. He wanted to live. A wild groan escaped Shen Zichuan's throat as he bit into his tongue. With renewed determination, he continued to stomp on the bed frame with his foot. Ji Mu's disfigured corpse served as a whip to fuel Shen Zichuan's will to survive. It seemed like Ji Mu's voice still echoed in his ears. He must live. With fierce determination, Shen Zichuan repeatedly slammed into the wooden plank. Finally, a thud was heard as half of the bed frame collapsed, and his body slanted, causing the sandbag to roll down with him. He burst through like a dolphin surfacing from water, landing on the ground and gasping for air. The ground was cold, and Shen Zichuan's injured leg refused to obey his commands. Supporting himself with his elbow, sweat trickled down his nose. The prison was chilly, but he felt as if his entire body was ablaze, burning so intensely that his organs seemed to be churning. Unable to endure it any longer, he lowered his head and dry-heaved. Damned Shenwei! Zhongbua boasts an army of 120,000, with defenses established across 6 provinces. After the defeat at T-Stone River, the Border Sand Cavalry infiltrated Danzhou. As the interrogator mentioned, there was still a chance to recover. Shenwei not only had a strong and well-equipped army, ample provisions, but also the garrison forces of the 3 cities of Duanzhou at his disposal. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he abandoned Duanzhou and cowardly retreated back to his princely residence in Danzhou. That evasion marked the beginning of Zhongbua's downfall. The 3 cities of Duanzhou were utterly ravaged by the Border Sands cavalry, demoralizing the defending soldiers who retreated south in disarray. It was expected that Shenwei would make a desperate stand against the 12 tribes of Border Sands in Danzhou, but instead, he fled once more at the first sign of trouble. The Central Army was steadily retreating, while the Border Sand Riders were like razor-sharp steel blades that pierced through the entirety of 6 provinces. They rode their horses with agility, lightly armed, and relied on warfare to sustain themselves as they pursued all the way to the capital of Great Zhou, Chengdu. 800 miles away. If Shun Wei could have set ablaze the granaries within the city during their retreat and implemented a strategy of scorched earth, then the border sand cavalry would most certainly not have penetrated this deeply. Being devoid of supply wagons, they rely entirely on provisions seized from conquered cities. Once the city's stores of grain were thoroughly incinerated, even the most formidable of border sand horsemen would be left with empty stomachs. Fighting on an empty stomach is unsustainable, and by then, the Northern Iron Riders will have crossed the frozen river, cutting off the border sand's 12 tribes' escape route. The Eastern Qi's garrison forces from the 5 provinces will seal off any possible flight paths from the Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion, making these curved blades proverbial frogs in a well, unable to survive the winter. Yet Shun Wei didn't do that. Not only did he cease resistance, but he also left all the granaries in the city for the Bianxia cavalry. Feeding on the grains of the great Zhou people, they slaughtered their way through the city. Their horses, fattened by Shun Wei's care, were driven across the T-Stone River to drive the civilians and captured soldiers into pits, where they were killed overnight. Shun Zichuan had narrowly escaped death. Now that Qidu was settling accounts, all of Shun Wei's orders before his death seemed hasty, making it seem as if he was collaborating with the 12 tribes of Bianxia from within. However, Shun Wei had committed suicide out of guilt, burning himself along with all the documents, leaving even the efficient imperial guards, the Genie Wei, at a loss. The emperor wanted to uncover the truth, so they could only continually interrogate Shun Zichuan, who might know something. But Shun Zichuan's birth mother was a dancer from Duanzhou, and Shun Wei had too many sons. He was the 8th born among them, insignificant enough to be expelled to Duanzhou and left to fend for himself. It was likely that even Shun Wei himself had forgotten about this son. Someone wanted him dead. This wasn't a secret. He had entered Qidu to take the blame for his father. As the sole remnant of the Zhongguoshan family, he would pay for his father's debts. After the interrogation in the imperial prison, the emperor would surely use his life to mourn the 30,000 soldiers who perished in the Battle of T-Stone River in Zhongguoduzhou. But this kind of assassination shouldn't have happened. Shun Zichuan wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb and spat out the blood in his mouth. If Shun Wei had indeed conspired with the enemy to rebel, then Shun Zichuan would have died sooner or later anyway. Why bother assassinating an unknown, lowly concubine-born son? If someone in Qidu was still worried about the investigation, then there must be something fishy about Shun Wei's defeat. Shun Zichuan knew nothing. He had a master in Duanzhou, and his brother, Ji Mu, was the master's only son. To him, Shun Wei was merely Duke Jinxing, unrelated to his life. Whether Shun Wei had conspired with the enemy or not, he had no idea. Yet he had to insist that he knew nothing. The ground was bitterly cold, but Shun Zichuan lay there, the chill making him more alert than during the day. He was a high-profile prisoner of the Imperial Guards, with all arrest warrants, summonses, and imperial decrees directly conveyed, bypassing even the joint examination by the 3 supreme judicial organs, straight into the imperial prison from the hands of princely Bei, Xiao Chiye. This already demonstrated the emperor's resolve to spare no one and thoroughly investigate. But who dared to take such a risk under these circumstances, attempting to kill him before the emperor personally interrogated him? The cold wind howled through the window, and Shun Zichuan rolled his eyes, staring at the dark wall, not daring to close them again. The following morning, the air was crisp as Shun Zichuan was brought back to the main hall. Snow fell heavily outside, while the interrogator who had been stern with him now stood respectfully by the side of a grand chair with a smile on his face, offering tea with both hands. Seated on the chair was an elderly eunuch with a fair, beardless face, wearing a heavenly crane velvet cap and a robe adorned with a gourd pattern. His overcoat was still draped over him as he held a jadeite and gold pomegranate warmer, dozing off. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes and looked at Shun Zichuan. "Dad." Emperor Xinda wore a dark blue Taoist robe, revealing his thin frame. His health was frail, with illnesses big and small since ascending the throne 3 years ago. Seated in his chair, his elongated face, drained of color, appeared particularly refined and delicate. "Ji Lei, how many days have you interrogated him?" Emperor Xinda glanced at Ji Lei, who was kneeling behind. "Have you uncovered the truth?" Ji Lei bowed and replied, Reporting to your majesty, this boy's testimony is inconsistent and riddled with inconsistencies. The accounts he's given these past few days are contradictory and cannot be trusted. Emperor Xianxia said. Present his confession. Jilei took out the carefully compiled testimony from his chest pocket and handed it over to Pan Rugi with both hands. Pan Rugi then stepped forward quickly and respectfully offered it to Emperor Xianxia. Emperor Xianxia read through the report, and, upon reaching the part about the T-stone pit, he covered his mouth and coughed, a streak of blood appearing on his lips. He refused Pan Rugi's assistance, instead wiping the blood away with his handkerchief. In a solemn voice, he declared, 30,000 soldiers lost their lives in that pit, yet Shunwei survived. It outrages both heaven and humanity. Shen Zichuan closed his eyes, feeling his chest throb rapidly. As expected, Emperor Xianxia spoke next. Raise your head. Shen Zichuan's breath quickened as the palms of his hands, pressed against the ground, felt icy cold. He slowly lifted his head, casting a cautious glance at the emperor's boots. Emperor Xianxia gazed at him and asked, You're Shunwei's son and the only survivor from the T-stone pit. Do you have anything to confess? Tears welled up in Shen Zichuan's eyes as his body trembled slightly. He remained silent, sobbing softly. Emperor Xianxia maintained his expression, commanding, Answer me. Shen Zichuan abruptly lifted his gaze, tears already streaming down his face and dripping from his cheeks. He raised his head for just an instant before forcefully banging his forehead against the ground again. His shoulders and arms shook, accompanied by the muffled sobs in his throat. Your Majesty, my father had the country's best interests at heart. After the defeat, he was ashamed to face our nation and his fellow citizens, so he set himself ablaze to atone for his sins. Emperor Xianxia rebuked. You're spouting nonsense. If he truly cared for the country, why would he retreat again and again? Shen Zichuan's voice cracked with sobs. My father sent all his sons to the battlefield. My eldest brother, Shen Zhouji, was dragged behind a horse by the Bianxia people on the T-stone road and tortured to death. How could he have done this without an unwavering loyalty? Emperor Xianxia responded. How dare you mention the Battle of T-stone? Shen Zhouji deserted his post, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Looking up at Emperor Xianxia, tears streaming down his face, Shen Zichuan rasped. In the Battle of T-stone, blood flowed like a river. Though my elder brother was incompetent, he held the line for 3 days. In those 3 days, military intelligence reached Qidong and Linbei. If not for those 3 days, he was choked with emotion and couldn't continue. Emperor Xianxia studied the confession in his hand. The hall was silent except for Shen Zichuan's sobs. Amidst the endless silence, Shen Zichuan's fingertips dug into his flesh. Suddenly, Emperor Xianxia let out a long sigh. Did Shunwei conspire with the enemy? Shen Zichuan answered firmly. Never. To his surprise, Emperor Xianxia put down the confession, his voice turning cold. You cunning boy, attempting to deceive the emperor. You cannot be spared. Pan Rugi, take him away and execute him by cane at Duanqing Gate. Your servant obeys. Pan Rugi promptly accepted the order and bowed before stepping back. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over Shen Zichuan's head, leaving him numb with shock. He struggled violently, but was tightly gagged by the imperial guards and quickly dragged out of the Mingli Hall. Chapter 3. Fierce Raptors. Pan Rugi strode purposefully towards the Duanqing Gate, where the imperial guards stood at attention, silent as statues. Once he took his stance and read out Emperor Xianxia's decree, the guards sprang into action. Shen Zichuan had his mouth gagged as the guards efficiently swathed him in a thick cotton robe, forcing him to lie face down on the ground. In the biting cold, Pan Rugi crouched down to assess Shen Zichuan's condition. He lifted a finger to his lips, pretending to cough softly before speaking in a gentle tone. At your young age, you have audacity to put on airs before the emperor. If you were to confess to Shunwei's treacherous acts, there might still be a sliver of hope for your survival. Shen Zichuan's eyes remained tightly shut, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. Pan Rugi rose to his feet and declared, Lay down the rods. The imperial guards in brocaded uniforms immediately chorused, Lay down the rods, followed by a thunderous command. Beat. Before the order faded, the iron-capped staffs with hooked ends descended like a tempest, striking heavily upon Shun Zichuan's body. After 3 blows, another voice rang out. Beat him soundly. The agony of flesh and bone seared through Shun Zichuan's body like flames. He could no longer move, only clenching his teeth against the gag in his mouth. Blood rushed into his throat, filling his mouth with a brackish taste. Through labored breaths, Shun Zichuan's eyes, stinging from the sweat trickling down, struggled to remain open. The sky was overcast, and snow fell like cotton wool. Carrying out the imperial caning was no simple task. It was said that 20 blows lead to dizziness, 50 to incapacity. The techniques involved were often family secrets, not easily learned. Besides, those who performed this duty needed both skill and astuteness. They knew how to deal with each individual, whether to be lenient on the outside but severe within or vice versa, simply by observing the expressions of the eunuchs from the Office of Ceremonial Supervision. Emperor Xianda's order today was for execution by caning. Pan Rugi showed no intention of sparing Shun Zichuan, indicating there was no hope for reprieve. The imperial guards would use their best skills to end Shun Zichuan's life within 50 strokes. Pan Rugi kept an eye on the time, and as Shun Zichuan hung his head motionless, he lifted his hand to call for a hot water bottle. Just then, he noticed an umbrella floating towards them, sheltering a beautiful woman in imperial robes. The clouds of gloom on Pan Rugi's face dissipated, replaced by a smile. Although he didn't personally go to greet her, a nearby attendant quickly stepped forward to assist. Your humble servant greets, 3rd Miss Hua. On such a cold day, if Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has any orders, she could have sent word through an envoy. Pan Rugi said, advancing a few steps. Hua Xiangyi raised her hand gently, signaling the imperial guards to stand down. She was lovely, having been raised in the Empress Dowager's company, and there was a resemblance between her and the Empress Dowager in their youth. Though known as the 3rd daughter of the Hua family from Dizhou City, everyone in the capital recognized her as a prestigious royal figure. Even the emperor treated her like a beloved younger sister. In a soft, measured voice, Hua Xiangyi asked, Eunuch, is the one lying on the ground Shun Zichuan, the son of Shun Wei from Zhonghua? Following Hua Xiangyi's movements, Pan Rugi replied, Indeed, that's him. His Majesty just issued the order for caning to death. Hua Xiangyi continued, His Majesty was still in a rage earlier. If Shun Zichuan dies now, the case of Shun Wei's betrayal will remain unresolved. Half an hour ago, the Empress Dowager visited the Hall of Reasoning, and the Emperor, after listening to her advice, has somewhat cooled down. Pan Rugi let out an ouch and said, His Majesty heeds Empress Dowager's advice. Just now, with His Majesty's furious rage, even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare to speak up. Hua Xiangyi smiled at Pan Rugi and replied, The Emperor mentioned cane punishment. Didn't you carry it out, eunuch? Pan Rugi took a few more steps and chuckled. Indeed, in my haste, hearing only the word cane, I gave this boy quite a beating. But what should we do with him now? Hua Xiangyi glanced at Shun Zichuan and said, Before the Emperor re-examines the case, return him to the imperial prison first. This young man's life is crucial. I hope Eunuch Ji will take good care of him, as instructed. Of course, Pan Rugi assured. How could Eunuch Ji disregard Miss San's instructions? It's cold and slippery. Xiao Fuzi, make sure you support Miss San steadily. Once Hua Xiangyi left, Pan Rugi turned back to the rows of imperial guards and said, The Emperor ordered the cane punishment, and this man has had enough. Drag him back. You all heard Miss San's words. This is the Empress Dowager's intention. Tell Ji Lei that this case involves gods and goddesses. If anything goes wrong under his watch. Pan Rugi coughed softly. Not even the heavenly king himself could save his head. Xiao Fuzi returned to assist Pan Rugi. The empty corridor echoed with his whisper. Ancestor, are we really letting him go like this? Won't the Emperor blame us later? Pan Rugi stepped on the snow and said, His Majesty understands. This matter won't fall on our shoulders. He took a few steps forward, and snowflakes slipped into the collar of his garment. An oath of 1,000 ounces of gold. The Emperor fears nothing more than changing his orders at dawn after issuing them at dusk. Due to the recent invasion by the 12 tribes along the border, His Majesty has been seriously ill. Lately, he's been considering conferring the title of princess upon 3rd Mississippi. This is to win the Empress Dowager's favor. At this moment, let alone sparing someone's life. If the Empress Dowager requests anything, the emperor would comply. Pan Rugi turned his head to look at Xiao Fuzi while speaking. When have you ever seen the Empress Dowager change her edict? In any matter, a true master's word is final. Amidst his feverish delirium, Shun Zichuan saw Ji Mu on the brink of death before his eyes, then his figure from when they both lived in Duanzhou. The wind from Duanzhou billowed the banners, and his master's wife pushed aside the curtain, holding a white porcelain bowl filled with plump dumplings wrapped in thin skins. "Call your brother back," she shouted. "He's restless as always. Tell him to come home quickly for dinner." Shin Zichuan leaped over the railing of the corridor, ran a few steps to his master's wife, grabbed a dumpling with his chopsticks, and darted away. The dumpling was so hot that he puffed out air, and upon stepping outside, he saw Master Ji Gang sitting on the steps. He squatted down beside Ji Gang. Ji Gang was polishing a stone, turning his head to huff at Shun Zichuan and say, "Silly boy, how much do dumplings cost? You're making such a fuss over them. Call your brother back. The three of us can have a big feast at the Mandarin Duck Pavilion." Shun Zichuan didn't respond. His master's wife had already seized Ji Gang by the ear and said, "You think you're too good for dumplings? You're quite something. Why bother marrying a wife when you're so wealthy? Just take these two silly boys with you." Shun Zichuan chuckled. He jumped off the steps, waved at his master and mistress, then dashed out of the alley in search of his elder brother, Ji Mu. Heavy snow was falling along the way, making it difficult for Shun Zichuan to find anyone. The further he walked, the colder it became. "Brother!" Shun Zichuan shouted in all directions. "Ji Mu, come home for dinner." The sound of galloping horses gradually surrounded him. The heavy snow obscured his vision, and Shun Zichuan found himself immersed in the hoof beats, unable to see anyone on either side. The sounds of battle erupted around him, and hot blood splattered across his face. A searing pain shot through his legs as an irresistible force pinned him to the ground. Once again, he saw a lifeless body right before his eyes. Arrows whistled through the wind, and the weight on his back was immense. A thick, warm liquid trickled down his neck and cheeks. This time, he knew what it was. Shin Zichuan trembled as he woke up, drenched in sweat and shivering from the cold. He lay flat on the bed, his eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light. The prison cell was not empty. A jailer was busy cleaning up the filth, lighting an oil lamp in the process. Shin Zichuan's throat was parched. The jailer seemed to sense his discomfort and placed a bowl of cool water on the bed. Shin Zichuan, alternately shivering and sweating, slowly nudged the bowl closer, spilling half its contents. Silence reigned in the cell. After the jailer left, Shin Zichuan was all alone. He drifted in and out of consciousness, the night stretching endlessly before him, with dawn seemingly never arriving. When the jailer returned to change Shin Zichuan's bandages, he had regained some clarity. Ji Lei watched him from behind the bars, his voice cold as he said, "You're lucky this time. Evildoers have long lives. The Empress Dowager spared you, but I doubt you know why." Shin Zichuan remained still, his head bowed. Ji Lei continued, "I know your master is Ji Gang, the wandering swordsman Ji Gang. 20 years ago, we were fellow disciples. We both served in the Imperial Guards here in Chudu. You probably don't know that he once held the rank of a third-class commander in the same agency. I, too, can wield the Ji family's martial arts." Shin Zichuan lifted his head, looking at Ji Lei. Ji Lei opened the door, waiting for the jailer to leave before sitting down beside Shin Zichuan when no one else was around. After he committed his crime, a capital offense, the former emperor, merciful as he was, didn't execute him. Instead, he exiled him beyond the Kaima Pass. Ji Lei leaned on his knees, baring his teeth in a grin in the dim light. "Your master, he lacks skills, but his luck is incredible. Do you know how he survived? Just like you today, he relied on your master's wife. You probably don't know who she is. Let me tell you, her name is Hua Pingting. In Chudu, there are 8 southern cities, and among them, the Hua family from Dizhou City is the Empress Dowager's own clan. That's why the Empress Dowager has kept you alive for your master's wife." Ji Lei lowered his head, speaking softly. "But who could have known that your master's wife had already perished amidst the chaos of war? I said Ji Gang was a good-for-nothing, losing his father 20 years ago, and then his wife and son 2 decades later. Who is the root cause of all this? You know it well in your heart, The culprit is Shun Wei. Shen Zichuan's breath hitched. Shen Wei opened the T-Stone River defense line, allowing the border sand cavalry to ravage their way in. A curved blade severed your master's wife's throat. Before she passed away, events unfolded that would make Ji Gang wish he were dead. When Duanzhou fell, you claimed your elder brother saved you. Ji Lei leaned back in his chair, examining his own hand. As for Ji Mu, you've always been raised under Ji Gang's wing, so he was your elder brother. He was Ji Gang's only son, the sole continuation of Ji's lineage. But because of Shen Wei, because of you, he also died. Pierced by countless arrows, his remains were left to be trampled by the border sand cavalry's hooves in the sky pit. If Ji Gang were still alive, how would he feel when he goes to retrieve his son's body? Shen Zichuan abruptly rose, but Ji Lei effortlessly pushed him back down. Shen Wei betrayed his country and conspired with the enemy, and you must bear the consequences of his actions. If you seek to survive today, the cries of thousands of innocent souls in Zhongbo will resound loudly. When you sleep at night, you'll have to slowly distinguish between which is your master's wife and which is your master. Your life now is more torturous than death itself. Can you forgive Shen Wei? If you forgive him and absolve him of his crimes, you would be betraying your master's entire family. You've received Ji Gang's nurturing grace. How can you do such an unfilial and disloyal act? Moreover, even if you cling to life, no one in this world will empathize with you. By arriving in Kudu, you have become Shen Wei. Now, public outrage is overwhelming, and there are countless people who hate you to their cores. Death is inevitable, so rather than dying in obscurity, it's better to honestly speak to the emperor, revealing Shen Wei's crimes in full, as a way to console your master's spirit in heaven. Ji Lei suddenly paused, noticing the smile that appeared on Shen Zichuan, who was pinned to the bed. The young man's pale face took on a chilling demeanor. Shen Wei did not conspire with the enemy. Shen Zichuan enunciated each word with determination. Shen Wei is not a traitor. Ji Lei lifted Shen Zichuan by his collar, slamming him against the wall with a loud thud, sending bits of dust scattering as Shen Zichuan coughed uncontrollably. There are countless ways to end your life. Ji Lei said, "You ungrateful brat. Thinking you can survive just because you narrowly escaped this time? You're sorely mistaken." He spun around and dragged Shen Zichuan out, kicking open the prison door as they went. "I am merely carrying out the Empress Dowager's orders impartially. But in this great Zhou dynasty, there are those who act with impunity. Since you're so foolish, I'll grant your wish. You want someone to kill you? Well, your executioner has arrived." The gates of Qidu City burst open, and a dark column of heavily armored cavalry thundered in like a bolt of lightning. Shen Zichuan was dragged along the path, and the Imperial Guard scattered. The dense crowd parted to make way for the approaching riders. Hawks from the north circled overhead, while the clanking of armor echoed heavily in their chests. As the sound of galloping hooves grew closer, Shen Zichuan kept his eyes open, watching as the leader of the cavalry charged straight at them. Underneath the heavy armor, the steed was a fierce beast, snorting hot breaths as it ran just a few steps away. At the last moment, the rider suddenly pulled back on the reins. The horse's hooves rose high before landing, and by the time it stopped, the rider had already dismounted. Ji Lei stepped forward and shouted, "Xiao!" The newcomer didn't even glance at Ji Lei, but went straight to Shen Zichuan. Just as Shen Zichuan was about to unlock his shackles, this person delivered a swift and forceful kick to Shen Zichuan's chest with the speed of lightning. The impact was so tremendous that Shen Zichuan didn't have time to endure it. Blood spurted from his mouth as he tumbled to the ground, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be expelled in that moment. Chapter 4. Remnants. Clad in battle boots, the newcomer stepped through the snow to stand beside Shen Zichuan. He used the tip of his foot to turn Shen Zichuan's face upward, the sole of his boot brushing against the bloodstains. His muffled voice echoed beneath the helmet. "Is Shen Wei your father?" Blood trickled from Shen Zichuan's mouth, and he was unable to hold it back, even with his hand covering his lips. He did not respond. The man looked down at him for a moment, then said, "I'm asking you a question." With blood still in his mouth, Shen Zichuan nodded his head slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lei interjected, "He's the 8th son of Shen Wei, named Shun." The man lifted his arm, removing his helmet to reveal a young face. A sea eagle soaring in the sky landed on his shoulder, sending snowflakes scattering. He regarded Xin Zichuan with disdain or disgust, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Xin Zichuan didn't recognize this person, but he recognized the northern frontier cavalry. Back then, when Shun Wei retreated westward in disgrace, Zizhou had been the last line of defense in Zhongbua. The northern frontier cavalry had charged southward, Prince Xiao Jiming leading his troops through the snow without rest for 3 days. They crossed frozen rivers and marched straight for Zizhou. Yet, Shun Wei failed to defend Zizhou, resulting in the northern frontier cavalry being trapped. If not for Xiao Jiming's reinforcements, it could have been another brutal battle. After that battle, the northern frontier held the most profound hatred for the Shun family of Zhongbua. This was not Xiao Jiming, but given that he could ride through the capital with a falcon on his shoulder, he must be the youngest prince of the northern frontier, Xiao Chiye, Xiao Jiming's own brother. Ji Lei had intended to provoke, but seeing the vice-general, Zhao Hui, behind Xiao Chiye, he dared not fan the flames any further. Xiao Chiye casually tossed his helmet to Zhao Hui, and with a smile on his lips, the sharp gaze he had just displayed melted away like ice. His flirtatious and frivolous demeanor emerged, making even the armor he wore seem inappropriate. "Lord Ji," he said, slinging an arm around Ji Lei's shoulder. "You've been waiting long." Xiao Chiye and Ji Lei burst into laughter together. "Second Prince, we haven't seen each other in 2 years. Why are you so distant?" Pointing to the sword at his waist, Xiao Chiye replied, "I have my sword with me, so I'm half a soldier." As if only noticing it then, Ji Lei followed up with a laugh. "Fine blade. Second Prince, your journey to save the Emperor must have been arduous. After the audience with His Majesty, let's go drink tonight." Xiao Chiye expressed regret, gesturing for Ji Lei to look at Vice-General Zhao Hui trailing behind him. "Big brother has people keeping an eye on me. How can I enjoy drinking with such constraints? In a few days, when I'm more settled, I'll treat you." Zhao Hui gave Ji Lei a stoic bow. Ji Lei laughed in response and said to Xiao Chiye, "Then let's head into the palace first. The procession is still waiting." The two conversed effortlessly as they walked towards the palace. Zhao Hui followed behind and glanced at Shun Zichuan before leaving. The nearby imperial guards understood the unspoken cue and dragged Shun Zichuan back. Ji Lei watched Xiao Chiye enter the palace. Once he was sure that no strangers were around, he spat in frustration. His smile vanished, replaced by a disgruntled mood. He had initially thought that this reckless fellow would naturally dare to kill someone. But who could have guessed that this fool was cunning? He had gently kicked Shun Zichuan and let him go. As Xiao Chiye entered the palace, Zhao Hui handed him a handkerchief, which he used to wipe his hands while walking. Zhao Hui whispered, "Young master, that kick just now was too risky. If that dog Shun had died on the spot, Empress Dowager might not be pleased." Xiao Chiye's smile vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. Fresh from the battlefield, his murderous aura couldn't be concealed, causing the eunuch leading the way to dare not listen any further. Xiao Chiye said coldly, "I wanted to kick him to death. That old dog Shun made Zhongbua a bloodbath, and the soldiers buried in the Tianshantong pit took half a month to finish. Now, the Huas want to protect this remnant of Shun for personal reasons. How can the world be so accommodating? Besides, brother went through a long journey to launch this attack, and after this battle, there's nothing left to confer. I've already reached the pinnacle in northern Rome and have become Empress Dowager's thorn in her side." Zhao Hui replied, "The prince often says that the moon waxes only to wane. This time, the rewards in Qidu might be a trap. Young master, our troops are stationed 100 miles away from the city, and it is filled with the eyes and ears of the aristocratic families. You mustn't act rashly now." Xiao Chiye threw the handkerchief back at Zhao Hui and said, "I understand. I has arrived." Emperor Xianda was feeding his parrot. The bird was cleverly trained and mimicked the emperor's words, chirping, "I is here. I is here. I pays his respects to the emperor. 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 Long live the emperor. Long life. Long life." Holding the birdseed tray, Xiao Jiming replied, "He should be here by now. 2 years it has been." Emperor Xianda teased the parrot. "I haven't seen him for 2 years. This boy takes after your father. He's grown tall quickly. He might even surpass you in height." Xiao Jiming said, "He's certainly grown taller, but he still has a child's temperament. He causes trouble at home." Emperor Xianda wanted to say something, but was interrupted by another bout of coughing. Pan Rugi served tea on the side, allowing the emperor to moisten his throat. Before he could continue, an announcement was made that Xiao Chiye had arrived. "Let him in," Emperor Xinda said, sitting back down and resting one arm on the armrest. "Come in and let me have a look." The eunuch cautiously drew aside the curtains as Xiao Chiye stepped into the room. Bringing with him a chill, he knelt before the emperor and bowed in greeting. Emperor Xinda smiled and said, "Fine lad, looking quite dashing in armor. I've heard that during the previous year, when the 12 tribes of the frontier attacked the supply routes and border posts, you demonstrated your bravery by capturing several of them, correct?" Xiao Chiye chuckled, responding, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I did capture a few, but they were merely minor soldiers. 2 years ago, the 12 tribes of the borderland attacked the northern grain supply route. Xiao Chiye led his troops into battle for the first time, only to be thoroughly defeated by the borderland barbarians. It became a laughingstock that year, and Xiao Chiye was henceforth known as a good-for-nothing." Emperor Xinda saw his humility and grew even more amiable, saying, "At your young age, it's already impressive that you can ride and wield a spear. But your elder brother is one of the 4 great generals of our great Zhou, so I'm sure he hasn't held back in teaching you military strategies. Jiming, I see that I is ambitious, so don't be too harsh on him." Xiao Jiming agreed. Emperor Xinda continued, "The Northern Iron Cavalry played a crucial role in saving the imperial carriage. Apart from yesterday's grand rewards, I will give I some minor tokens of appreciation today." Xiao Jiming rose to pay his respects and said, "It's His Majesty's grace that he is favored. However, he has yet to make any significant contributions. How can he accept such a generous reward?" Emperor Xinda paused and said, "You rode 1,000 miles, crossing frozen rivers at night, performing an immense service. This time, not just I, but even your wife, Lu Yiji, deserves praise. The northern frontier is a vital region, but you're still young. Living there for long might become dull. Now, I want you to come to Kudu and serve as the joyful commander of the Imperial Lantern Guards. Are you willing or not?" Xiao Chiye had been keeping his head down, but upon hearing this, he lifted it up and replied, "Of course, I am willing if it's His Majesty's gift. My family consists of martial men. We don't even know where to find a place for entertainment. Staying in Kudu, I would surely forget my troubles." Emperor Xinda burst out laughing. "You, boy, I asked you to be a guard, but all you think about is having fun. If your father heard this, he'd probably beat you again." The atmosphere in the hall was relaxed, so Emperor Xinda invited the 2 brothers to dine with him. When it was time for them to leave, he asked, "I hear Qi Dong has also sent someone. Who is it?" Xiao Jiming answered, "It's Lu Guangbai from the border region." Emperor Xinda seemed to have grown weary and, leaning back in his chair, waved his hand, saying, "Let him come tomorrow." Xiao Chiye followed Xiao Jiming out. The 2 brothers had not gone far when they saw the person kneeling in the corridor. Pan Rugi stepped forward and bowed, his face beaming as he said, "General Lu, General Lu." Lu Guangbai opened his eyes and said wearily, "Eunuch Pan." Pan Rugi replied, "You don't need to kneel. His Majesty is tired today. He'll only see you tomorrow." Lu Guangbai was silent, but nodded before standing up and walking out with the Xiao brothers. Once they were past the palace gates and on their horses, Xiao Jiming asked, "Why were you kneeling all this time?" Lu Guangbai answered, "His Majesty didn't want to see me." The 2 of them fell silent for a moment, both aware of the reason behind it. Lu Guangbai was not resentful. Turning his head, he looked at Xiao Chiye and asked, "Did the emperor reward you?" Xiao Chiye held onto the reins and said, "He's keeping an eye on me." Lu Guangbai reached out and patted Xiao Chiye's shoulder, saying, "This isn't just about keeping an eye on you. It's also about your older brother and your father." Xiao Chiye listened to the sound of the horse's hooves for a while before saying, "When His Majesty mentioned my elder sister-in-law, I was drenched in cold sweat." Lu Guangbai laughed along with Xiao Jiming, then asked, "How are Prince and Yiji doing?" Xiao Jiming nodded. His voluminous cloak enveloped his court attire, replacing the vigor of his armor with an inexplicable allure. He replied, "They're both well. Father is still concerned about General's leg injury, so he specifically asked me to bring the ointment he's used before. Yiji is also doing fine, but since she's pregnant, she misses you all very much. She's written many letters, which I've brought along." You'll see her when we get to the residence. Lu Guangbai awkwardly tightened the reins and said, Our family is full of warriors, and there's no sister-in-law to accompany her. The northern region gets bitterly cold in winter. Ever since I received the news while leading troops from the border, I've been worried the whole way. Yes. Xiao Chiye turned his head and agreed. Ci Prefecture was treacherous, and Big Brother was imprisoned there. He told me not to ride home, fearing that sister-in-law would worry. This battle started abruptly, and Big Brother and sister-in-law only found out about the pregnancy after I left. Xiao Jiming, always composed, merely said, Father staying at home this time is to protect Yi. Don't worry, after the new year, I'll return home and won't go anywhere else. Lu Guangbai sighed. Lianbei has been in the eye of the storm these past few years. Every time we send troops, we must think thrice. This time, I can only blame Xin Wei for cowardice and leaving such a mess behind. The blood in T-Stone Pit was up to our horse's hooves. He deserves death, yet it's strange how he chose to burn himself first. Jiming, did you notice anything unusual from capturing his son and bringing him to the capital? Xiao Jiming buttoned his cloak against the wind and replied. Xin Wei has always placed great importance on the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. This eighth son was born to a concubine without any influential family support, so it's understandable why he was abandoned in Duanzhou. However, the emperor's persistence in this matter must have its reasons. Xiao Chiye put on his helmet and said, Public anger is hard to quell. The emperor personally entrusted the defense of Zhongguo's 6 prefectures to Xin Wei. Now that this has happened, he needs to execute someone to prove fairness. However, it was the Empress Dowager who held the true power behind the screen. With the situation at a standstill, everyone's attention was on Shun Zichuan's life. If he admitted guilt and died, everyone would be satisfied, but if he survived, he would become a thorn in their side. The Xiao family of Lianbei had reached the pinnacle of glory, even making the mighty Qi Dong's supreme commander, the Qi family, retreat. Xiao Jiming, once known as one of the 4 great generals, Iron Horses and Frozen River, was now also Lu Guangbai's brother-in-law. Upon closer inspection, he could mobilize the Lianbei Iron Cavalry and, through his wife's family, command the Border Defense Army, making him a potential threat to the capital. Empress Dowager insists on sparing his life. Lu Guangbai's thin lips pressed together tightly. She's planning for the future, hoping to raise a wolf dog who can reclaim Zhongguo legitimately and submit obediently. Then, she could consolidate her power domestically and restrain Lianbei externally, posing a significant threat. Jiming, this child cannot be allowed to live. The wind howled with snowflakes, slashing against their cheeks like blades. None of the 3 spoke as the prolonged silence was finally broken by Zhao Hui, who had been trailing behind the entire time. Your Highness kicked him earlier, using about 8/10 of your strength, right in the chest. Zhao Hui contemplated. I noticed his breath was already weak, and when he fell, his old wounds started bleeding. Xiao Chiye held his whip and said, After days of interrogation and being beaten with a rod in court, he was barely clinging to life. That kick was meant to send him on his way to the afterlife. If he survives tonight, I'll admit he has extraordinary resilience. Zhao Hui frowned and said, He's frail and must still be suffering from the cold. Logically, he should have passed away by now. The fact that he's still gasping for air suggests there's something strange going on. Prince, Xiao Jiming glanced at them, and they fell silent. He gazed ahead into the fierce wind, remaining quiet for a moment before he said, Whether he lives or dies is in the hands of fate. Fierce winds howled, causing the iron horses hanging beneath the eaves to clang against each other. The murderous aura in the snow instantly dissipated as Xiao Jiming sat calmly and confidently on his horse, urging it forward. Zhao Hui bowed his head from his mount and rode after them. Under his helmet, Xiao Chiye's expression was indistinct. Lu Guangbai gave him a light thump on the shoulder and said, In the end, he's still your elder brother. Xiao Chiye seemed to smile, muttering, Fate, perhaps. Chapter 5. A Glimmer of Hope. The medicinal soup soaked through Shun Zichuan's clothes, dripping from the corner of his lips. The doctor was in a panic, wiping sweat from his temples and forehead. The medicine won't go down. The doctor said, He definitely won't make it. Gu Qingqing stood with her sword in hand, observing Shun Zichuan for a moment before asking, There's no other way? The doctor's hands trembled as he held the bowl of medicine, causing the spoon to rattle. He bowed vigorously to Gu Qingqing, saying, "It's no use, no use. Master, you should prepare a straw mat as soon as possible." Gu Qingqing's face clouded, and she instructed, "Keep trying to feed him," before stepping out of the room. Ji Lei was waiting outside, and Gu Qingqing bowed, saying, "The doctor says he's not going to make it." Ji Lei crushed a peanut shell between his fingers, blowing away the dust, and asked, "Is he already gone?" Gu Qingqing replied, "He's still hanging on by a thread." Ji Lei turned around with his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Qingqing. "Keep an eye on him. Before he takes his last breath, have him sign the confession." Gu Qingqing nodded, watching Ji Lei leave. She paused in the courtyard for a moment and then instructed her subordinate, "Go get some servants." Before long, a stooped servant wrapped in rough hemp cloth arrived with a cart. The sky was now dark, and the imperial prison was under strict scrutiny. Gu Qingqing held up a lantern to inspect the area and allowed the servant to follow her inside. The doctor had left, leaving only an oil lamp burning in the room. Xin Zichuan lay on the bed, his face devoid of color, his limbs cold as if he were dead. Gu Qingqing stepped aside and said to the servant, "Uncle Ji, he's here." The servant slowly unwrapped his face, revealing a scarred visage from burns. He gazed at Xin Zichuan, took 2 hesitant steps forward, and tremblingly reached out to stroke Xin Zichuan's hair. Seeing how emaciated and covered in blood Xin Zichuan was, the servant couldn't help but shed tears. "Chuaner." Ji Gang's voice was raspy as he called out, "Master is here." Gu Qingqing extinguished the lantern and said, "Uncle Ji, don't be afraid. Ever since we found out he's your disciple, the prison has been taking extra care of him. Although the earlier interrogations seemed harsh, they didn't harm him severely. During the bastinado, the brothers showed mercy for your sake, ensuring he wouldn't be permanently disabled after 20 strokes. But the palace eunuchs are all sharp-eyed, so we couldn't relax too much. Fortunately, Miss Hua Sen arrived in time. Otherwise, Eunuch Pan would have grown suspicious." Ji Gang, with half his hair already white, wept, his weathered face reflecting the passage of time. "I, Ji Gang, will repay this favor someday." Gu Qingqing hurriedly responded, "Uncle Ji, how can you think like that? We owe you for your past mentorship and saving grace." He sighed and continued, "Who could have foreseen a surprise like Third Master Xiao? His blow truly came to claim a life. Uncle Ji, is there still hope?" Ji Gang felt Xin Zichuan's pulse and managed a weak smile. "Good child," he followed Mu's instructions well. "It's not yet time to despair. Master is here, my son, don't be afraid." Xin Zichuan had started training with Ji Gang at the age of 7, alongside Ji Mu in martial arts. The Ji family's boxing style was fierce, requiring the Ji family's inner techniques to master, a practice that required unyielding determination. Ji Gang was an alcoholic when at home, teaching the elder son but neglecting the younger. Thus, Ji Mu, as the older brother, taught each move he learned to his younger sibling. To everyone's surprise, over the years, Xin Zichuan had excelled in his studies. Gu Qingqing leaned in and said, "But he's still young. After such a ordeal, his health might be ruined." "Uncle Ji, I had the medicine decocted again. Let's see if we can get him to take it." Xin Zichuan's lips were parched, and his entire body throbbed with pain as if he had been flattened by the constant stream of carriages on the Chidu Avenue. The agony felt like an unquenchable fire burning through Xin Zichuan's body. In the darkness, he dreamed of snowfall, Ji Mu's blood, the chill of the sinkhole, and the kick he had endured in front of Xiao Chiye. Ji Lei was right. Living at this moment was a torment. Having received Xin Wei's flesh and blood, he had to endure this punishment. He had taken on Xin Wei's wickedness and become the sinner howling amidst the wronged spirits in this world. Yes, didn't young master say you were pushing him towards the road to the underworld? Xiao Chiye refused to acknowledge it. Did I say that? The other two looked at him silently, to which he asked, "What?" Lu Guangbai said, "He's not dead." Zhao Hui echoed, "He's not dead." Xiao Chiye exchanged glances with Xin Wei and Xin Zichuan for a moment before he said, "Why should I care if his life is tough? The king of hell isn't my father." Lu Guangbai looked up and commented, "Let's see how the emperor arranges this. He truly has a resilient fate." Zhao Hui knelt behind them, lowered his head to continue eating, and casually said, "There must be someone secretly helping him." Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Xiao Chiye shot a cold glance at Huajia's table not far away. The Empress Dowager is too old. She can only put in all her effort to raise a worthless dog now. Tragic. Zhao Hui stuffed a rib into his mouth without any emotion. After a few rounds of drinking, Emperor Xianda observed that the atmosphere was still amiable and finally spoke up. Jiming. Xiao Jiming bowed to receive his orders. Leaning back on his dragon throne as if he could no longer hold his liquor, Emperor Xianda said, Shun Wei's defeat in battle doesn't provide solid evidence of his collusion with the enemy. That's Shun. Pan Rugi leaned forward and whispered, Your Majesty, it's Shun Zichuan. Emperor Xianda paused for a moment, but didn't continue. Instead, he turned to the Empress Dowager and asked, What do you think, Mother? The hall fell silent, with all the ministers and officials bowing in obedience. The Empress Dowager wore a black silk headband adorned with gilded dragons and dripping with pearls. Her hair, meticulously styled and lustrous, was streaked with silver, and no one dared to lift their gaze to meet hers. She spoke. The morale of our troops was severely dampened in the Battle of Zhongbois, and it was largely due to Shun Wei's hasty misjudgment. However, he has since taken his own life in guilt, and all his direct descendants perished in combat, leaving behind only this illegitimate son. To uproot the problem entirely would be against the principles of humanity. Sparing his life and teaching him gratitude might not be out of the question. The hall remained quiet until Lu Guangbai suddenly said, This subject believes it unwise. Stepping forward 3 paces, he knelt in the hall and continued. The Empress Dowager's kindness is commendable, but the Battle of Zhongbois was unlike any other. Although there is no concrete evidence of Shun Wei's collusion with the enemy, suspicion still lingers. If this child is indeed a remnant of that line, keeping him alive could prove to be a future threat to our state. The Empress Dowager regarded Lu Guangbai for a moment before responding. Lord Xianxia has guarded the desert for decades and has not always emerged victorious. Lu Guangbai replied, While my father did not always triumph, no foreign foe has been able to penetrate our border provinces in those many years. The large pearls at her earlobe swayed gently as she said, It is precisely for this reason that we should instill in him the virtues of propriety and benevolence, so he understands the consequences of that battle. Taking one life is simple, but the Xianxia cavalry's charge through Zhongbois has already claimed tens of thousands of our people's lives. Our national disgrace remains unavenged, and what guilt do these innocent children bear? I too believe it unwise. Spoke Hai Liangyi, the vice minister of the cabinet, who had until now remained silent. Raising himself from his seat, he also knelt before the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's heart is kind, but this matter is of great significance. Even if Shun Wei had no connection with the enemy, he should have been executed after the battle. Moreover, this young man has undergone multiple interrogations, providing conflicting accounts and steadfastly claiming Shun Wei's innocence. As an illegitimate son raised separately, how could he know for certain that Shun Wei did not conspire with the enemy if he wasn't aware of such treachery? His cunning nature is evident, and thus, his words cannot be trusted. As General Lu mentioned, allowing the remnants of the Shun lineage to live could breed dangers within our own ranks. The Empress Dowager was not angered, but instead said, Venerable Minister Hai, please rise. After Pan Rugi helped Hai Liangyi to his feet, the Empress Dowager continued. All of you have valid points, and I admit my thinking has been biased. Let His Majesty decide on this matter. Amidst the watchful eyes of the courtiers, Emperor Xianda struggled with a severe cough. He took the handkerchief offered by Pan Rugi, covering his mouth in silence for a while before speaking. Mother's words hold some truth. An innocent child should not be punished. However, Shun Wei did abandon the city after a military defeat. Considering that he is the only surviving descendant of his clan, let us give this child a chance to atone and reflect on his actions. Jile, I am here, Your Majesty. Take this child into custody at the Temple of Repentance and ensure strict supervision. He shall not leave without an imperial order. Xiao Chiye threw the broken walnut back onto the plate. Zhao Hui asked, Young master, won't you eat it? Xiao Chiye replied, It's damaged and useless. Who would want it? Zhao Hui's gaze followed the plate as he said in a low voice, Isn't this a situation where everyone is equally unhappy? Our wishes are unfulfilled, and others are as well. It's better to keep him within reach. Lu Guangbai commented as he resumed his seat. Not necessarily. Xiao Chiye countered, pointing at himself. Aren't I also confined? Lu Guangbai and Zhao Hui chimed in unison. It suits you well. Chapter 6. Confinement. On the day Xin Zichuan entered the Temple of Revealed Wrongs, Kudu was blessed with an uncommonly clear sky. Snow blanketed the palace roofs, while red walls contrasted against green plum blossoms. Sunlight filtered through the eaves, casting a diagonal line of light and shadow before his feet. He had recently recovered from a severe illness and was now alarmingly thin. The memories of his 15-year-old self felt like ashes, swept away by the biting northern winds upon opening his eyes. Gu Qingqing descended the steps first, turning to look at him and saying, "It's not early anymore." Xin Zichuan leaned on the pillar and descended the steps slowly. Exposed to the sunlight, he was neither accustomed nor afraid. The innocence of his youth seemed crushed beneath his pallor, leaving only a sense of fragility. Jilei waited for them at the entrance of the Temple of Revealed Wrongs, accompanied by Xiao Fuzi. Xiao Fuzi gazed up at the ancient temple, marveling. What an imposing and peculiar temple. It doesn't seem like a place to imprison people at all. You don't know its history. Jilei replied. The Temple of Revealed Wrongs was originally where the royal family came to burn incense. It once housed the handwritten edict of Emperor Guanqing. At its peak, it was a gathering place for the most respected monks from across the land, where profound conversations were held and became a popular trend. Why haven't I heard His Majesty mention it in recent years? Xiao Fuzi observed the temple gates. It looks rather dilapidated. Hasn't it been renovated for a long time? Jilei paused for a moment before continuing. 20 years have passed. The prince who committed the crime was once confined here after inciting rebellion with the 8 major divisions of Kudu. After his defeat, he retreated here like a trapped beast, fighting until he ultimately bled out in front of a Buddha statue and took his own life. From then on, the previous emperor never set foot in this place again, removing the temple's name and renaming it the Temple of Revealed Wrongs. 20 years. Xiao Fuzi exclaimed in surprise, adjusting his voice. I wasn't even born yet. And Lord Ji must have just joined the Imperial Guard, right? Jilei made no response to this, instead turning to address his retinue. Why haven't we arrived yet? Xiao Fuzi was still circling the villainous act's stone monument, eventually asking Jilei. I've never heard of anyone being imprisoned in there before. Who could they have been? Seemingly annoyed, Jilei replied. They were all officials implicated in the crime print scandal. Both scholars and military officers had their 9 clans exterminated. Very few remained. It's been 20 years. Who would still remember? As the prison carriage approached, Gu Qingqing saluted Jilei. Your Excellency, the prisoner has been brought. Send him in. Jilei told Xin Zichuan. After today, it's likely we won't meet again. Be grateful for the Emperor's boundless grace for the rest of your life. Unperturbed, Xin Zichuan entered the accusation temple, causing the dilapidated vermilion gate to thunderously swing open. He stood within, gazing at Jilei. The latter, discomfort by the stare, was about to lash out when he saw a smile emerge on Xin Zichuan's freshly cleansed face. Mad, Jilei thought instinctively. Yet, he heard Xin Zichuan speak calmly. Inspector Ji, he said, we'll meet again another day. The red gate slammed shut with a resounding bang, stirring up clouds of dust. Xiao Fuzi covered his nose and coughed, stepping back repeatedly. In contrast, Jilei stood rooted to the ground, motionless. Jilei was called a few times before he snapped back to reality. He mounted his horse quickly, the sun shining down on his back as he said, Pa, what bad luck. Xiao Chiye rode his horse across the street and collided with Jilei head-on. He reined in his horse, laughing loudly. Old Ji, aren't you on duty at the Imperial Court? Jilei looked at Xiao Chiye's warhorse with great envy. I'm escorting that remnant into the temple right now, heading for the palace. Second young master, what a fine steed. I heard you tamed it yourself? I have nothing better to do. Xiao Chiye cracked his whip, and the sea eagle above swooped down onto his shoulder. He said, hunting eagles and riding horses are the only things I'm good at. You'll be busy once you start your official duties after the new year. Jilei said, a new elite of Qidu. I won't be on duty tomorrow. Want to go drinking together? Xiao Chiye replied. The wine isn't good, so I won't go. Jilei chuckled. It'll definitely be good wine. Who would dare invite second young master if it wasn't? I'll pay you a visit later. Will the prince have time to join us for some fun? Xiao Chiye rubbed his bone ring. My older brother doesn't like these sorts of things. So, does my presence alone not make up the numbers? Ji Lei hurriedly said. I didn't say that. It's settled then, second young master. Xiao Chiye agreed and urged his horse forward. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, how did that remnant look? Could he walk? Indeed, he can walk, Ji Lei said, but it doesn't seem very convenient. Very few survive a beating with the rod without any lasting injuries. The fact that he can still walk is already his good fortune. Xiao Chiye didn't say much more and simply rode off. Later in the evening, a menial from the Zhaozi temple brought food. Xin Zichuan lit an oil lamp but did not touch the meal. Carrying the lamp, he walked around the small corridor beside the main hall. Dust had accumulated here for a long time, and some of the annex rooms were dilapidated, with broken doors and windows. Xin Zichuan saw several skeletons that would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. Since he found no signs of life, he returned to the main hall. The Buddha statue was already in ruins, and the incense table was old but sturdy. It was just the right size, so Xin Zichuan hung a tattered cloth over it and lay down underneath, fully clothed. His legs ached from the cold, but he endured the pain and closed his eyes, counting the hours. In the depth of the night, a fresh layer of fine snow fell as Xin Zichuan heard two owls hoot. He sat up, lifting the cloth covering him, and saw Ji Gang stepping inside the door. Once you've had your meal, Ji Gang unfolded his bundle. We'll practice martial arts. It's too cold at night with the wind blowing, and master is afraid you might fall ill if you sleep. Xin Zichuan looked at the roasted chicken wrapped in oil paper and said, illnesses worsen with rich foods, master. You should eat it. Ji Gang tore off a piece of the roasted chicken for him and replied, nonsense. This is when you need to fill your stomach. Master likes chicken buttocks. I enjoy them very much at home. Save them for me. Xin Zichuan said, wherever you go, I will follow, and whatever you eat, I will eat. Ji Gang gave him a sidelong glance and chuckled. Rascal. The master and disciple divided the roasted chicken. Ji Gang seemed to have iron teeth, chewing even the bones to bits. He passed the gourd flask to Xin Zichuan and said, if you really can't bear the cold, drink some wine. But don't overdo it. Sip it like your brother does, with moderation. They hadn't mentioned Zhongbois, Duanzhou, or the tea-stone sinkhole these days. The master's wife and Ji Mu were like unspoken wounds between the two of them. They both thought they were hiding them secretly, unaware that the blood was already flowing and the pain was shared. Xin Zichuan took a sip and offered the flask to Ji Gang. Ji Gang didn't take it. I've given up alcohol. Master won't be drinking anymore. Silence fell upon the chamber. With no door to shield them, fine snowflakes landed before their eyes, becoming the sole scenery in the endless night. Ji Gang asked, what are you staring at? Xin Zichuan replied, Master, speak if you have something to say. I'm sorry. Ji Gang fell silent for a moment before he said, it's not your fault. Xin Zichuan's fingers intertwined tightly as he gazed at the snow, as if a tear would fall if he blinked. His voice was hoarse as he asked, did you go to T-Stone to look for us? Ji Gang leaned against the incense case, his body hidden in the shadows. He seemed to be searching for his own voice, and after a long while, he replied, yes, I went and found them. Found them. Ji Gang had discovered his son, Ji Mu, buried under layers of snow, pierced with arrows. He jumped into the pit, stepped over the thick layer of corpses, and pulled out Ji Mu's body. Ji Mu was only 23 years old, recently promoted to a minor flag officer of the defense army in Duanzhou. His armor was new, and on the day he wore it, Hua Pingting had hung an amulet for safety on him. When Ji Gang found him, he was frozen blue, entwined with his comrades. Xin Zichuan lifted his head slightly and said, Master, I'm sorry. Ji Gang was already old. Rubbing his white hair, he said, he was the elder brother, so it was his duty. It wasn't your fault. None of it was your fault. The snow continued to fall for a while. Ji Gang curled up his limbs and said, who could have known that the border sand nomad would come? He was a soldier, rushing to the front lines. It was inevitable. I taught him martial arts, and he had that temperament. If you let him run, it would be the same as killing him. He couldn't bear to see others suffer, so how? How could he have run away? It's not your fault. It's Master who's at fault. I indulged in alcohol excessively. Your master's wife scolded me for so long, but I didn't quit. When the cavalry came, I couldn't even throw a proper punch. At my age, I'm old and useless. Holding the drenched gourd, Shen Zichuan remained silent. Old and useless. A voice chuckled from behind the Buddha statue. Old and useless. Like a leopard, Ji Gang leaped up and bellowed. Who is it? The person, with disheveled hair and a dirty face, gradually revealed themselves, mimicking Ji Gang. Who? Who is it? Upon recognizing the voice, Ji Gang pressed down on Shun Zichuan, stunned. Vice-Chancellor Qi. The person suddenly retreated, kicking the Buddha statue and yelling loudly. No, not the Vice-Chancellor. Ji Gang rushed to the back of the Buddha statue in a few strides. Seeing that he was trying to escape through a hole, Ji Gang instinctively grabbed the man's ankle. The man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, shouting, Your Highness! Your Highness, run away. Shen Zichuan covered the man's mouth, and together with Ji Gang, they dragged him back. Who is this person? Shen Zichuan asked. You're young, so you wouldn't have heard. Ji Gang's voice trembled as he held the man down. Prime Minister Qi, how wonderful. You're still alive. Is Lord Zhou here too? Is Lord Zhou also with us? Prime Minister Qi, thin and small, couldn't push back, so he glared with wide eyes and whispered, Dead, dead. I'm dead. Your Highness is dead. Everyone's dead. Ji Gang spoke in a deep voice. Prime Minister, it's me, Ji Gang. Ji Gang, the deputy commander of the Genie Wei. Prime Minister Qi, still in shock, hesitantly tilted his neck to look at Ji Gang's face. You're not Ji Gang. You're an evil spirit. Ji Gang said sorrowfully. Prime Minister, in Yongyi's 23rd year, I escorted you to the capital, and Crown Prince was here to greet us. Have you forgotten that? Prime Minister Qi's gaze flickered as he rambled. They killed the Crown Prince. Your Highness. He wept softly. Ji Gang, Lord Ji, take His Highness away. The Eastern Palace has become the target of all. Why should His Highness suffer this? Ji Gang released his grip dejectedly. Prime Minister, in the 29th year, Ji Lei acknowledged a traitor as his father, and I was expelled from Qidu. For 2 decades, I became a fugitive in the pugilist world, marrying and having children in Zhongguo Duanzhou. Prime Minister Qi stared blankly at him, saying, His Highness has just left, but the royal grandson is still here. Take him away, you take him away. Unable to bear it, Ji Gang closed his eyes and said, In Yongyi's 30th year, the Crown Prince took his own life here. No one from the Eastern Palace survived. Prime Minister Qi leaned back and muttered, Yes, yes. He cried like a child, unable to control his sobs. How did it come to this? Ji Gang was exhausted that night. He said, After parting like fleeting clouds, a decade has passed like flowing water. Who could have foreseen that our reunion in this life would be under such circumstances? Qi Taifu turned over and covered his face, saying, Are you also imprisoned? Imprison him. Let them slaughter all the scholars in the world. Ji Gang replied, My disciple is taking the blame for his father. Qi Taifu responded, Taking the blame for his father. Very well. Who is his father that he could anger the emperor? Ji Gang sighed and said, Last year, Shun Wei suffered a military defeat. But upon hearing the name Shun Wei, Qi Taifu abruptly turned his head and crawled towards Shun Zichuan with limbs trembling. He asked, Is this Shun Wei's son? Realizing the situation was turning dire, Ji Gang was about to intervene, but Qi Taifu lunged forward first. His bony fingers reached out towards Shun Zichuan as he growled. Shun Wei killed His Highness. Shun Zichuan was quick to react, grabbing Qi Taifu's wrist. Ji Gang promptly restrained Qi Taifu, saying, Taifu, you know why the imperial grandson died. Do you want my disciple to die for the same reason today? No matter what wrong Shun Wei has committed, how does it concern my disciple? Qi Taifu panted roughly and stammered. He is Shun Wei's son. Shun Wei's son. He was Shun Wei's son when he was born, Ji Gang said, holding Qi Taifu down and forcefully bowing his head. But later on, he became my son, Ji Gang. If I am lying, may I not die a peaceful death. Taifu, do you intend to kill my son? Chapter 7. The Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor Qi was speechless, his gaze lingering before he reluctantly withdrew his hand and turned his head away from Shen Zichuan. Imprisoned here for 2 decades, his mind had wandered in madness, filled with hatred for all those outside. Yet, on this very night, he had to convince himself not to hate the son of his nemesis. Now, Prince Qi's tutor spoke with a melancholic tone. Who can I possibly kill now? Snow fell silently, and the crows in the courtyard took flight from their perches. The tattered curtains within the palace hall swayed with the wind as Qi Taifu, trembling, struggled to his feet, raising his arms unsteadily, overwhelmed with sorrow. The grand order of the realm is now set. The victor reigns, the vanquished fades. Your Highness's virtuous reputation henceforth overturned, both you and I destined to be remembered as treacherous villains for eternity. Who do I slay? I defy this blind and senile heaven itself. 20 years passed. Your Highness shed blood here, 3 Qi deep. What grave error did we commit that has driven His Majesty to such relentless annihilation? Tears streaming down his face, Qi Taifu knelt at the entrance of the palace hall, his body trembling as he repeatedly banged his head against the ground. Kill me now as well. Amidst the snowy night's chill, the empty, ancient temple echoed with no reply. Qi Taifu knelt there like a dilapidated Buddha statue, buried beneath flurries of snow that resembled shredded cotton, silent amidst the brightly lit capital's deep night. Half an hour later, Ji Gang supported Qi Taifu as the three of them sat around an incense table. Many events of this night have unfolded because of me. Taking this opportunity, I'll speak my mind, Ji Gang said, rolling up his sleeves. Taifu, Chuaner was born into the Shun family and is the 8th illegitimate son of Shun Wei. 8 years ago, in the Jianxing prince's residence, the factions of the legitimate and illegitimate children were at odds. When Jianxing's heir, Shun Zhouji, won favor, he expelled his illegitimate siblings from the estate. At 7 years old, Chuaner was sent to be a soldier in Duanzhou but failed to pass, so he lived in a separate courtyard under the care of his mother's maid. However, that woman was greedy and extravagant, often cutting corners on the child's food rations. Pingting had some acquaintance with his mother and, upon learning of this, requested that I bring Chuaner back to be properly raised by us. Master Qi sneered and said, Shen Wei was a concubine's son in his family and suffered many injustices in his youth. All those grievances were eventually transferred to his own son. It's ironic that he prefers his legitimate offspring yet is so fond of women, resulting in this multitude of children. Truly a karma-filled outcome. We have repeatedly sent letters to the princely estate, but Shun Wei has yet to respond. Grand Tutor, in this Qidu, the 8 great families, even a concubine's son, has never heard of such neglect. Ji Gang frowned. Chuaner just followed us like that. When Mu'er was 15, he was overjoyed to see his younger brother. Since then, our family of 4 settled down in Duanzhou. It took great effort to register as a military household in the Yellow Registry. Viceroy Qi fell silent for a moment before he replied. After your disgraceful departure from the capital, it would indeed be challenging to regain an official status. His Highness implemented the Yellow Register system to control bandits and strictly prevent civil unrest. Ji Gang replied, I understand. Tutor, what happened in Qidu after I left? How did His Highness the Crown Prince end up in such a predicament? Qi Taifu pulled aside the tattered curtain, draping it over his shoulder, and spoke with a somber tone. After you left, Ji Wufan lost the emperor's favor. Pan Rugi, serving the empress, gained great favor and was appointed as the chief eunuch of the imperial household department. As a result, the Jinji declined, and its 12 bureaus became mere nominal entities. Following Ji Wufan's death, Ji Lei took charge alone, turning the Dongchang into the Jinji's protector, severing ties with the Eastern Palace. Later, the emperor suddenly fell ill and started spending most of his time in bed, leaving the daily affairs of the court to the cabinet and the Eastern Palace. Little did we expect that the Huas, relying on the empress's favor, would fill the court with incompetent officials, reigniting the corruption within the 6 ministries. The influence of the imperial relatives has become a formidable force. The crown prince has submitted numerous memorials, but unfortunately, Pan Rugi, abusing his power in red inking, colluded with the empress to control state affairs, preventing the prince's memorials from reaching the emperor's desk. Furthermore, after the emperor's illness, the empress prohibited the cabinet and the Eastern Palace from paying their respects. Eunuchs are the ruin of the nation. Ji Gang sighed repeatedly. If only I had known of Pan Rugi's such aspirations back then, I wouldn't have pleaded for my father to spare his life. Slaying a Pan Rugi will only give rise to Pan Ruhui or Pan Rui, Chi Taifu said numbly. The interference of the harem in politics and the dominance of the royal family's kin. These are deep-seated ills within the 8 great families. As long as the 8 great families of Kudu remain unuprooted, this cycle will continue. The empress has been confined to the inner palace for too long. How could she possibly manipulate state affairs? It is all because of the accumulated power and influence of the Huas. Even if the empress didn't bear the surname Hua and was replaced by another from one of the 8 great families, this incident would still have transpired. Yet, Shen Zichuan couldn't help but inquire. Isn't His Highness the Crown Prince a legitimate child born from the empress? Not at all. The Grand Tutor, Qi, lowered his head. Your Highness's birth mother is a concubine within the palace. The empress has no children of her own and has never given birth. However, Your Highness was taken into the palace by the empress herself and nurtured with her own hands. As they say, even a tiger does not devour its own cubs. In the imperial family, there is no true bond of father and son. Silence descended upon the chamber once more. Ji Gang exhaled a breath of icy air and said in a hoarse voice, "Due to my excessive drinking and neglecting responsibilities, I caused my father to lose the emperor's favor. If not for that, Your Highness would never have ended up here. I thought with Ji Wufan and you preceding him, Ji Lei wouldn't turn against us." Chi Taifu tugged at the torn curtains, his heart filled with unspeakable pain as he reminisced. Who knew he would? Taifu, you don't know this. Ji Gang looked at Shen Zichuan. Even Chuaner doesn't. My father, Ji Wufan, was a close friend of the former emperor and also the commander of the imperial guards. But after his first wife passed away early, with no intention of remarriage, he adopted 3 sons. Apart from Ji Lei and myself, there was an older brother. He left the capital years ago due to the atrocities in the imperial prison and joined the army at Tianfei Gate. Ji Lei and I served under the imperial guards, together paying respect and filial piety to our father. These Ji family martial arts, both the fists and the sabers, were taught by our father. Later, because of many incidents, father believed Ji Lei had a crooked heart and was prone to flattery. Hence, he only passed on the Ji family's inner techniques to me. From then on, our brotherly bond was completely severed. After father's death, Ji Lei purged his subordinates, sending many old guards away. The imperial guards, they are no longer the same as before. Chi Taifu murmured. This is fate. Despite the unity of the East Palace officials, we still couldn't protect Your Highness. The emperor suspected Your Highness of plotting rebellion, but the key positions in the 8 garrisons of Chidu were already held by the 8 great families. The imperial guards found evidence of the conspiracy and insisted it was Your Highness's doing. Many of our people were thrown into the imperial prison, and many died under torture. Those who couldn't endure the punishment confessed. The emperor, already ill, flew into a rage, and believing the slanderous words of Pan Rugi, Your Highness had nowhere to turn. His face was streaked with tears, and he seemed to be descending into madness. Your Highness, there's no escape from this place. Why not slay me? Why let me cling to life in such agony? I've delayed my journey to the underworld for far too long, he exclaimed, fixing his gaze on Shen Zichuan with growing intensity. I refuse to accept it. Years of planning, all for naught. So many lives lost among the Eastern Palace officials, and Your Highness's injustice remains unavenged. I will not resign myself to this. He seized Shen Zichuan's arm again. You're so young, you still have a chance. Prime Minister. Ji Gang rose, intending to intervene. You can protect him for now, but can you shield him for a lifetime? Chi Taifu gripped Shen Zichuan tightly. I may forgive his fatherly love today and not hold a grudge against him, but can you expect the world to do the same? As long as he bears the Shen name, there will be countless who seek his life. Martial arts and skills may provide temporary safety, but can they truly guarantee a peaceful existence? Ji Gang, your own father was a master warrior, yet he still ended up dying alone and sickly. In this silent capital, amidst the shifting tides of power, unseen assassins are the most lethal. How can you bear to leave him vulnerable before the wolves and tigers? Ji Gang clenched his fists without a word. Qing Emperor Qi dragged Shen Zichuan along, but knelt down on both knees. He looked at Shun Zichuan, his voice trembling with sobs. I am Qi Hualien of Yu Prefecture. If you don't recognize me, let me tell you, I am the champion of the 3 examinations in Yomi 15. Since the establishment of the Great Zhou, only 5 people have achieved this feat. I've served as a counselor in the Eastern Palace and concurrently held the positions of Minister of Personnel and Deputy Prime Minister. I taught the Crown Prince before, and now I teach you. I will impart all that I've learned in my life to you. Will you let me? Staring into Qi's eyes, Shun Zichuan was abnormally calm. After a brief silence, he suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to Qi. You taught me literature and poetry, so I'll avenge your old enemies for you. At dawn, Qiang left for Zhaozui Temple. The air was chilly, and snow was still falling. He rubbed his hands to keep warm while searching for a steamed bun shop along the way. From afar, he heard some calls. A red silk umbrella appeared in the snow, and the person holding it swayed slightly towards him. Only those of the 5th rank or above could afford such a red silk umbrella. Qiang stood aside on the road, supporting his saber in a salute. As this person passed by, the strong smell of alcohol hit his nose. This is an Imperial Guard, the man said, stopping and reaching out to grab Qiang's waist badge. After studying it for a moment, he asked, where is Inspector Gu going in such freezing weather? Qiang stared at the man's black boots and replied, to His Excellency, I am on duty at my office today and should be heading to the palace. Xiao Chiye had been drinking all night and was dressed untidily. He dangled the waist badge and said, this path doesn't seem to lead to the palace. Qiang lifted his head, revealing a shy smile. Second young master is of high status and might not be familiar with the chaos in these alleys. A few turns through these alleys will lead straight to the Divine Martial Avenue and eventually the palace gates. Xiao Chiye chuckled upon hearing this and tossed his identity badge back to him. You recognize me? Qiang caught the badge and flattered. The Northern Iron Riders are renowned for their bravery and prowess. The prince and second young master have saved the emperor's life. Who in Shidu wouldn't know you? Are you returning to your residence, second young master? The roads are slippery. If I may be so bold, allow me to escort you back? Looking at him, Xiao Chiye said, do I look like a drunkard? Go on then. Qiang bowed once more and left. When Zhao Hui arrived, he saw Xiao Chiye leaning on his red silk umbrella, urging the steamed bun shop to hurry up. As he approached, he asked, breakfast has been prepared at the residence. Why are you standing here to eat? Xiao Chiye replied, I'm hungry, and I can't walk back anymore. Zhao Hui unfolded his cloak. Lust and alcohol are one's downfall, young master. Let's go back. Xiao Chiye draped the cloak over himself, but remained rooted to the spot. He took 2 bites of the steamed buns without caring about the gazes around him and asked Zhao Hui, can we get to the Divine Martial Avenue from here? It's possible, but it's not an easy route. Zhao Hui explained. These alleys also double as drainage channels. The narrower the alley, the more likely it is to be clogged with filthy water. Shidu hasn't maintained its drainage system in recent years, so this area is in terrible condition. Once the weather warms up, when the snow melts and the rain falls, the sewage will flood the streets. Do you think it's a pleasant walk? Xiao Chiye remarked. I only asked one question. Why did you give me such a lengthy answer? Zhao Hui replied. What I meant was that you should take the righteous path. My lord, there's no rush to drink. It would actually be quicker if we just go around. Wiping his hands, Xiao Chiye signaled for Zhao Hui to pay up. That's strange. Go inquire if there's someone named Qiang on duty at the 12 bureaus of the Imperial Guards today. Uncle, it's better to find something else to do. These buns are inedible. Chapter 8. Suspicion. The Imperial Guards were on rotation duty, all shivering from the cold. The Chudu Imperial Guards had once been the protectors of the 8 cities, the impregnable barrier of the Chudu Palace. By protocol, they should not have been involved in such trivial tasks as these. But with the rise of the 8 great camps, their roles were reversed, and the guards became a burden to Chudu, no longer conducting military drills, but instead serving as menial laborers. Today, most of them were hereditary soldiers who had never seen real combat and merely waited for their eventual demise while relying on their military status. Qiang was a captain of the Imperial Bodyguard, not a significant official in Chudu's hierarchy, but just right for the guards tasked with overseeing the prisoner. As they all moved around the city and relied on each other, They dared not casually show respect to higher-ranking officials. Besides, Qiang was known for his generosity, so the guards turned a blind eye when Ji Gang took over the menial tasks. Qiang greeted the guards and distributed the warm buns he had brought. Seeing Ji Gang lost in thought, a standard-bearer suggested, "If you're worried, Brother Qing, you can go inside and check on the others." Qiang demurred. "That wouldn't be proper." The standard-bearer, chewing on his bun, waved his hand, gesturing for the guards at the back door to step aside. "Brother Qing is one of us, and besides, we've sealed off this temple of revealed wrongs like a fortress. There's no way the prisoner could escape." Qiang relented and entered the temple of revealed wrongs. Ji Gang was sitting under the eaves. Upon seeing Qiang, he stood up and asked, "Is it time already?" "No worries, it's still before dawn. Uncle Ji, you can stay a bit longer." Qiang replied, surveying the temple grounds. "This place isn't fit for habitation, especially now during the harsh winter months. I'll bring in some quilts later." Ji Gang noticed Xianxua's preoccupied look and asked, "What's the matter?" With hesitation, Qiang replied, "It's nothing serious. I just bumped into young Master Xiao on my way here." Looking up, Xianxuan began, "That Xiao Chiye." Qiang continued, "The youngest son of the king of Northern Li, and also the person from the other day. I saw that his steps were unsteady, and he reeked of alcohol. He must have been drowning his sorrows last night." Ji Gang turned to Qi Taifu and said, "Taifu hasn't left the palace in 20 years, so you might not know the current 4 great generals of Great Zhou. The king of Northern Li has an excellent son, Xiao Jiming, who is quite remarkable." However, Xianxuan asked Qiang, "Brother Qing, did he ask you anything?" Recalling the encounter, Qiang answered, "He asked where I was headed, and I told him I was taking a shortcut to my post. Then, he commented that this path didn't seem to lead to Divine Martial Avenue, so I brushed him off. A prince of his status wouldn't likely investigate matters personally. Still, it's best to be cautious when it comes to the Xiao family. You'll need to make a note of this incident for your shift later." Ji Gang rubbed his hands together in the snow. "Chuaner, let's practice our punches." "Wait a moment." Xianxuan's eyes darkened. Since it was a residential alleyway, what was a prince of his rank doing there early in the morning? Qiang was taken aback too. "Now that you mention it, places for entertainment are all on East Dragon Avenue, quite a distance away from the residential areas. With his heavy hangover on such a cold day, why would he come here? A case of waiting by the stump for a hare." Qi Taifu rolled over, his backside facing outward, and said, "The matter involving Shun Wei concerns the Xiao family. From that kick, it's clear he intended to take the boy's life. Yet the boy is still alive, so how could he not be suspicious? If he had no intentions, he wouldn't have spoken a second time." Xianxuan recalled the kick with lingering fear. "Trouble." Qiang's expression paled as she said, "It's my fault for being hasty. Now what do we do? He's probably already on his way." Xianxuan turned to Qi Taifu. "It's all right, sir. Since you've guessed, there must be a solution." Zhao Hui arrived at the office of the Imperial Guards. Although the inspector who accompanied him was of equal rank, he didn't dare to act haughty. Leading Zhao Hui to the record room, he said, "What would General Zhao like to investigate?" "This is where today's 12 bureaus' records are kept." Zhao Hui, known for his stern demeanor, picked up the ledger and glanced through it. He commented, "I understand the patrol duties within the palace are no easy task for our fellow Jinyui. A few days ago, I received assistance from a captain named Qiang. Today, I've come especially to express my gratitude." "Is he on duty today?" "The 12 bureaus have numerous captains, all listed here," the assessor said, moving toward the wall where a well-organized schedule of the on-duty captains hung clearly. However, Zhao Hui couldn't touch that ledger. It was taboo within the palace walls. The assessor inquired, "Does General know which bureau Captain Gu belongs to?" Zhao Hui replied, "Rumor has it that he's capable of morning shifts. He could be from either the Imperial Chariot Bureau, the Umbrella Pavilion Bureau, or the Elephant Taming Bureau." The official meticulously searched through the records, then turned to Zhao Hui after a while and said, "General, there's no one by that name on today's roster. Should I check elsewhere for you?" Zhao Hui gently closed the register in his hand and replied, "No need. I'll find him myself." Exiting the registry office, the sky had just begun to brighten. He retraced his steps, striding briskly towards the palace gates. The newly swept Xinwu Avenue was still covered with snow, making the road slippery. The sedan chair bearers, transporting dignitaries, proceeded cautiously, ensuring stability rather than haste. As Zhao Hui passed by a sedan, he caught a glimpse of a saber hanging at the waist of one of the carriers. Little did he know, this brief glance would cause him to frown. Hold on. Zhao Hui halted the palanquin, inquiring, "Is this the conveyance for the commander?" Sure enough, the bearers were members of the Imperial Guards, and their leader nodded, saying, "You dare to obstruct our path even after knowing whom we're here to escort? Make way quickly." Zhao Hui raised his hand, revealing his Northern Expeditionary Force badge. The guard nodded, acknowledging, "We apologize for offending General." The palanquin's curtain swayed, and a delicate hand lifted it slightly. A charming, languid gaze met Zhao Hui's, as a coquettish voice spoke from within. "My lord, we've been searching for you." Jilei also returned in a state of drunkenness, sitting grandly in his palanquin and asking Zhao Hui, "General Zhao, is there something?" Zhao Hui only stared at the leader of the Jin Yi and said, "Nothing. I heard that young master spent the night drinking with you, and that's why you've just returned?" Jilei laughed and said, "I was worried about second young master. When I opened my eyes this morning, he had already returned home. Was it the crown prince looking for someone? It's me who couldn't rest easy." Zhao Hui replied with a bow. "I disturbed you, my apologies." "No worries. I've just come out from inside as well." Jilei waved his hand. "Who was it that offended the general just now? Quickly apologize properly to him." The leader of the Jin Yi knelt on one knee before Zhao Hui and said, "This lowly officer is Qiang. I failed to recognize the mountain that is general, and for offending you, I am willing to accept punishment." Zhao Hui hadn't been mistaken. Sure enough, the name Qiang was written on the waist badge hanging by the side of the saber. Xiao Chiye continued propping up his legs and reading his storybook after hearing Zhao Hui's report. Zhao Hui added, "From what he said, it seems he wasn't lying. He really didn't have time to enter the palace before being assigned to fetch Jilei." "Yes," Xiao Chiye replied absent-mindedly. "The Qijuan pavilion is nearby, so it's natural that he made it in time. But something still feels off to me," Zhao Hui said, rubbing his thumb against the hilt of his knife. Xiao Chiye flipped the pages and asked, "Can't figure it out?" "I can't. I'll tell you then." He sat up abruptly, crossed his legs, and propped one hand on his knee. "You arrived in the capital with your elder brother, and the emperor personally greeted you. The Imperial Guards followed closely behind with their regalia. Why wouldn't he recognize you now?" "That's hard to say," Zhao Hui said. "Maybe he just forgot. You didn't even change your robe, and you still have your sword. Even if he didn't recognize you, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant and yell at you on the streets after just a bit of thought," Xiao Chiye pointed out. "Besides, I don't think his memory is that bad. He recognized me clearly. I just find it too coincidental." Zhao Hui mused. "That we happened to run into each other. It's all about the coincidence." Xiao Chiye tossed aside the storybook. "This Shenzichuan," Zhao Hui supplied. "Allowing him into the Temple of Repentance seems like conceding a move." Xiao Chiye mused, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Qiang removed his wind collar and wiped his sweat. Wu Kaiquan rushed in with legs crossed, repeatedly thanking. "Many thanks. Brother Qiang, it's all thanks to you," Qiang replied. "No need to be so formal, we're all brothers." Wu Kaiquan grinned and turned to call out to the recorder. "Old Su, today, note down that Brother Qiang helped carry the sedan chair for me. I caught a cold last night and was dizzy this morning. Fortunately, Brother Qiang came to my aid." With his head lowered, Qiang wiped away his sweat and said, "You caught a cold? Let's go to Old Su's shop later for some mutton soup." Wu Kaiquan hastily agreed. "Sure, Brother Qiang is treating us. Old Su, did you hear that? We'll leave together in a bit. Don't worry about this matter." Qiang patted Wu Saichuan's back. "Take good care of yourself, and don't hold back if you feel unwell next time. Just tell me." Wu Kaiquan nodded like a puppy, already too distracted by thoughts of mutton soup to think of anything else. Qiyuan, the Grand Tutor, finally wrapped himself in a blanket at night. Sitting opposite Shenzichuan, he said, "In another fortnight, it will be New Year's Day, and the capital will host an imperial banquet for all the officials. At that time, the provincial administrators and inspectors from around the country will converge on the capital to offer their congratulations. I'm still unclear about the current situation. Tell me more about it now." In the snow, Sun Zichuan wore a thin robe, assuming the opening stance of Ji family's martial arts, yet beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He said, "The ailing king of Libei has relied on his heir, Prince Xiao Jiming, for military affairs for years. It's unlikely he'll attend this time." Among the 5 counties of Qidong, Lu Guangbai, one of the 4 generals, was first to receive his title. Commander Qi should arrive soon as well. In this way, the 2 major military powers of Great Zhou will temporarily reside. Wait. The Grand Tutor pulled out a ruler from under his covers and asked, "Which 4 generals?" "The Iron Horse and Icy River Xiao Jiming, the smoky sandstorms of Lu Guangbai, the fierce wind of wild fields Qi Juin, and the thunder over the Jade Terrace Xianxia. I've only heard of Xianxia, but I know that Lu Guangbai is likely the son of Lord Lu Pingyin, who guards the border sands. Although Lu Pingyin later settled in the border regions, he originated from Libei and was sworn brothers with King Xiaofangshu. If Lu Guangbai has sisters, they would naturally become brides of the Xiao family, wouldn't they?" "Yes," Sun Zichuan replied, beads of sweat rolling down his face. "Lu Guangbai's sister is, in fact, the princess consort of Libei's heir. So where do these 2 major military powers come from?" The Grand Tutor said. "With such connections, the Lu family becomes a nail that Libei has hammered into the 5 counties of Qidong, making things complicated. Moreover, there are the 8 encampments in Qidu, and below them, the Imperial Guards. Although the 8 encampments have fewer troops than Libei or Qidong and aren't as renowned for their bravery, remember that Qidu is the heart of Great Zhou, and they hold the Emperor's fate in their hands." The Grand Tutor weighed the ruler in his hand, uncorked a gourd, and sipped some wine to warm himself. "You must also remember that although the Imperial Guards, or Jin Wei, cannot be called troops, their influence surpasses that of troops. The Emperor uses troops with the aid of distinguished ministers and fierce generals. When a general is away, he need not obey every imperial command. If you grasp too tightly, you may spoil them. If you let go too loosely, they may become tigers. It's difficult to strike the right balance, and one must adapt to circumstances. However, the Jin Wei are entirely different. They are the Emperor's vicious hounds, and the leash is held solely by the Emperor. Their treatment depends entirely on the Emperor's mood. Would you like such a knife, such a dog?" Sun Zichuan struggled for a moment before answering. "If I liked it, I'd indulge it. Excessive favoritism would surely lead to disaster. The lessons your brother taught you have not been in vain." The Grand Tutor said, "Indeed, remember this well. Excessive favoritism leads to disaster. Though it's wise to favor the virtuous and avoid the wicked, how can one always distinguish the virtuous from the wicked when entangled in court politics? Even virtuous gentlemen can't do everything, but villains and petty men can. The Emperor, living within the palace, must understand the art of balance and listen to the voices of his subjects. See, with the Jin Wei comes the East Factory, with Libei comes Qidong." The Grand Tutor paused for a moment before continuing. "Water, when full, overflows. The moon, at its peak, wanes. Do you understand why the Xiao family holds such enmity toward Shenwei? It's not merely because the northern province can no longer be awarded after this battle. The root cause is that, for the Xiao family, victory or defeat both lead to ruin. They've reached their limit." Sun Zichuan asked, "Victory is also defeat?" "Indeed, victory is also defeat. Didn't Xiao Jiming lose his brother right after achieving victory? Each subsequent triumph he attains will only bring him closer to peril. This time, it was his brother. Next, it could be his wife, his father, or even himself." Chapter 9. Promotion. Since the end of the year, the streets of Kudu were filled with pedestrians wearing black gold paper silkworm moths. With the New Year's Day approaching, ordinary households were busy making pastries and cooked meats. The palace had started preparations for the grand banquet for all officials 2 weeks in advance, leaving the imperial kitchen staff with no time to rest, but the eunuchs had their fill of profits. Xiao Chiye rustled the pages, saying, "When provincial officials come to the capital, they usually have to offer ice respect to the local officials. But Pan Rugi is quite impressive, listing everything so neatly. One has to pay according to the list to avoid trouble. That's just the beginning, the loose silver at the start of the year." Lu Guangbai said, swirling the tea foam. "Let me tell you something. The little eunuchs under Pan Rugi collect more silver than the annual salaries of soldiers in a frontier garrison for 2 years. During the Great Zhou's annual military campaigns, the Ministry of Finance would beg us like we were their grandparents whenever they asked us to send troops. After the battles, we become debt collectors, treated like trash. Money makes the world go round. Xiao Chiye chuckled. Before the rescue mission, we marched through snow from the north. Zhao Hui calculated. Our troops were exhausted, and we needed to repair our armaments before spring. We've owed the workshops money for a while, and there are expenses everywhere. Before coming to Kudu, the Northern Army had to budget carefully even with their annual grain allowance converted into silver. Our princess consort wouldn't dare splurge on fine clothes for the household during festivals. A mere eunuch like Pan Rugi collects more silver than the entire tax revenue of Duanzhou. The imperial censors who are dispatched to the provinces act as if they're backed by a tiger, but what can they do? They still don't dare make a sound in Kudu. Sigh, poverty. Lu Guangbai lamented. We're always worried about money. This time, since Ji Ming is entering the capital, even the Ministry of Finance wouldn't dare delay the request. It'll be presented to the cabinet early, and Pan Rugi will approve it honestly. Hopefully, the silver will be allocated before we leave. We have eldest brother. Xiao Chiye put down the ledger and looked at Lu Guangbai. What's your plan? The emperor won't see me. Lu Guangbai replied. The Lus have never been influential in Kudu. The 8 great families treat us as desert barbarians, and the Hua family doesn't even bother looking at us. But I don't have the money to flatter Pan Rugi. We're so poor that we can't even afford food. Other places can cultivate military colonies, which can serve as emergency funds, but our frontier province is vast deserts. There isn't any arable land. In this recent campaign, General Qi's private silver fed our 2,000 troops. To put it bluntly, we owed General Qi for her empathy, or else my soldiers wouldn't have made it past Tianfei Arch. But how much silver does General Qi have? She spends the dowry her grandmother left for her. Her own private army has to sell their pants to make ends meet. The Ministry of Finance plays games with me every day, refusing to take action. They leave my accounts hanging without allocating any silver, knowing full well that I, Lu Guangbai, am helpless as a country bumpkin. Lu Guangbai was unusually upset. He was at his wits' end because, as the garrison commander on the border of the desert, he interacted with the border sand cavalry more than anyone except for the Northern Army. He spent the whole year running around, risking his life under curved swords, getting little sleep and never feeling full. Kudu held him down, and everyone knew that the Marquis of Bianxia was the poorest among the royal ranks. His family's rewards were always converted into silver to supplement the military. Xiao, grandfather has recently received the true teachings of His Majesty, and your demeanor is even more ethereal. Just now, I could see a vague, purple aura rising around you. Pan Rugi wiped his hands and said, Do you know why you can't enter the office of ceremonial? Xiao Fuzi replied, Grandfather dotes on me. That's one thing. Pan Rugi tossed the paper flower into Xiao Fuzi's arms. Being oblivious to cues is another. His Majesty has been enlightened for 2 years, yet he still hasn't shown any purple aura. I'm just a servant. How could I ascend first? Wouldn't that be overstepping my bounds? Xiao Fuzi offered Pan Rugi a warm cup of tea with a playful grin. Grandfather is my master. Grandfather is my heaven. When I see you in meditation, it's like seeing Lao Tzu descend to earth. How could I think too much about it? Pan Rugi rinsed his mouth. Your filial piety is the only thing you're good at. Xiao Fuzi chuckled and leaned against Pan Rugi's feet. With the New Year's Day approaching, I must show my respect to grandfather properly. While doing some shopping before the year end, I saw an absolutely stunning beauty at the Chu Prince's estate. I did some inquiries, and since His Majesty wouldn't have any use for her, it would be the highest form of respect to present her to you. Pan Rugi responded. How stunning could she be compared to Third Miss? Besides, isn't she part of the Chu Prince's household? With his hot-tempered, domineering nature, I doubt he'd let her go easily. Xiao Fuzi argued. No matter how precious the Chu Prince is, can he be more precious than His Majesty? If His Majesty doesn't mind, shouldn't it be right to offer her to grandfather? And don't worry about this. I'll make sure everything is arranged before spring arrives. Then, whether you accept her or not will be up to fate. Pan Rugi set down his teacup and said, There's no rush. I'm neither a greedy nor a lustful man. Since you mentioned Prince Chu, how has that wayward young Xiao heir been lately? The one with a similar temperament? Xiao Fuzi massaged Pan Rugi's legs and replied, "Oh, great ancestor. This young master Xiao heir is something else. Since he arrived in Kudu, he's been drinking with people from the first night until now. He hasn't done a single serious thing, just drinking and reveling. Prince Chu's crowd enjoys his company, truly like attracts like. That's acceptable, but he is still a member of the Xiao family. The emperor placing him so close in the imperial escort agency does make one uneasy." After a moment of thoughtful consideration, Pan Rugi suddenly smiled and said, "I've thought of an ideal place to occupy him. Put on your shoes. I'll attend to the emperor in the Mingli Hall." The next day, during the New Year's Day banquet for all officials, as everyone was about to disperse, they suddenly heard Emperor Xianxia ask, "Have you been comfortable in Kudu these past few days?" Xiao Chiye paused in his task of peeling the honey tangerine and replied, "Your Majesty, it is most pleasant." The Xianxia emperor turned to Xiao Jiming and said, "After much contemplation, I find that assigning I to the Ilwan Bureau is indeed a waste of his talents. He is a fine young man who has seen battle. Keeping him at my side would be too constraining for him. Thus, I propose this. Let I join the Imperial Guards." The position of Commander-in-Chief was formerly held by Shiguan, but with his current responsibilities overseeing the 8 great camps, he is quite overextended. In light of this, let I take up the post in his stead. At once, Lu Guangbai furrowed his brow. The Imperial Guards, after all, were part of the court, and any incident involving them would not escape the emperor's notice. But what were the Imperial Guards? At present, they were nothing more than menial laborers in the capital. Was this supposed to be a reward? Could this even be considered a reward? Lu Guangbai attempted to rise, only to see Xiao Chiye already paying his respects. "The title of Viceroy sounds impressive, like a commander," Xiao Chiye said with a casual smile. "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Grand Secretary Hua chuckled and replied, "How wise of Your Majesty. Prince, this is truly a case of heroes emerging in their youth." Amidst the sea of congratulatory voices, Xiao Jiming smiled but remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chiye. Lu Guangbai lowered his head as he sipped his wine, whispering to Zhao Hui beside him, "This arrangement is clearly aimed at breaking Jiming's heart." After the banquet ended, Xiao Chiye vanished without a trace. His friends, a bunch of rowdy companions, congratulated him by joining him for a feast. By the third watch, they stumbled out, dazed from the alcohol. Prince Chu Li Jinheng was a few years older than Xiao Chiye and was truly a scoundrel. Before getting into his sedan chair, he tugged at Xiao Chiye's sleeve and slurred, "Well done. As part of the Imperial Guards, you don't have to worry about patrolling. It's a rather leisurely post, but you still get your salary. You can enjoy life without risking it all. You've stumbled upon the best deal in the world. Revel in your luck." Xiao Chiye smiled wickedly. "That's right. Didn't I hurry up and invite you for a drink? From now on, we'll run rampant in the capital together." Exactly. Li Jinheng patted Xiao Chiye's shoulder forcefully. "That's the spirit. In a few days, come to my residence, and I'll have someone celebrate with you again." Xiao Chiye watched as the sedan chair disappeared into the distance before mounting his horse. His steed was a stallion he had bred from taming wild horses in the Hongyan Mountains. The horse was robust and magnificent, pitch black all over except for a patch of white on its chest. Xiao Chiye galloped forward, and the shops on both sides of the street lit lanterns to send him off. He raised his hand and said, "Put them out. Don't shine the light on us." The shop assistants exchanged glances but dared not defy him. The lanterns were extinguished one by one, leaving only the dim glow of the cold moon and snow on the road. Xiao Chiye whistled, and the sea eagle dived down from the night sky with a screech. He urged his horse forward, and the steed snorted hot breath as it dashed forward. The fierce wind swept away the warmth of Xiao Chiye's alcohol. In the darkness, he was like a trapped beast ramming around, and the sound of hooves hitting the ground was deafening. He rode through the deserted streets, tearing off his fake smile and leaving only cold and solitary silence. The horse ran for an unknown amount of time before Xiao Chiye suddenly tumbled off. He crashed heavily into the snow, burying his head for a moment. The horse lifted its hooves, lowering its head to nuzzle him. The sea eagle perched on the horse's back, cocking its head to look at him. Xiao Chiye held back for a moment before propping himself up and vomiting. After a long while, he got up and leaned against the wall. The bow and ring on his finger felt loose and had probably fallen off somewhere. He searched for it in the snow when he heard someone whisper nearby. "Who is it?" Xiao Chiye ignored them. A member of the Imperial Guards fumbled with his lantern, shining it on Xiao Chiye and asking, "How dare you? Your Excellency, at this late hour?" Xiao Chiye turned his head and asked, "Do you recognize me?" The junior officer of the Imperial Guards shook his head honestly. "I don't recognize which noble you are, sir. I'm your elder brother." Xiao Chiye tossed aside his soiled cloak and continued searching for the ring. He grumbled impatiently, "Hand me the lantern, and you can scurry off." The junior officer approached cautiously. "Second young master, is that you? We've just received the order. It's still too early in the day for an inspection. You can come again tomorrow." Xiao Chiye reached out, and the junior officer handed him the lantern. "Where's this?" The junior officer answered respectfully. "We're at the edge of Kudu, near the Temple of Repentance." Xiao Chiye said, "That's all I need from you." The junior officer retreated, but Xiao Chiye spoke up again. "Is Xianxia here? Inside the wall?" "Yes." The junior officer replied, increasingly anxious. "He's being held in. Let him out." The junior officer was taken aback. He hurriedly said, "How could that be possible? Not even the governor can do that. The emperor has given strict orders." Xiao Chiye lifted the lantern and declared, "The Imperial Guards answer to me." The junior officer ventured cautiously, "Why, you don't have to kill. Aldam will make him come out and sing a song." Xiao Chiye abruptly hurled the lantern away, extinguishing the light with a crash. He stood in the darkness, his gaze sinister. Chapter 10. Drunkenness. Xiao Jiming stood under the lantern, wrapped in his cloak, while Zhao Hui hovered behind him. "It's about time he returns." The escort who went to fetch him said the young master rode off on his own. "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Exhaling a breath of frosty air, Xiao Jiming gazed at the sky in silence. In the past, whenever he was troubled, he'd gallop through the Hongyan Mountains. He can't seem to break that habit. Zhao Hui commented, "The Imperial Guards are, at least, a place to be." Xiao Jiming turned his gaze. "Do you know what father regrets the most in his life?" Zhao Hui shook his head honestly. Xiao Jiming said, "It's just that I was born too late. 3 years ago, we were ambushed in the Hongyan Mountains. Before father's reinforcements arrived, I, with his 20 cavalry originally assigned to protect him, rode through the night across the Hong River, waded through mud for half the night, and set fire to Bianch's supplies. When I saw him, he was filthy and stank, with his leg wounds rotten from the water. He was only 14 at the time. I asked if he was afraid, and he said he had enjoyed it immensely. Father often says that the Liu family are eagles of the desert, while the Xiao family are dogs of the northern border. I don't like that comparison, but later, our deployments were like chained dogs, never again experiencing the exhilaration of a decade earlier. Fighting until now, I've long lost my warrior spirit. The Xiao family may not be dogs, but now, only I still possesses the wolfish nature. He dreams of the mountains of the northern border, yet now we're asking him to forget the freedom of riding in Qidu." Zhao Hui fell silent for a moment, then gazed at Xiao Jiming and said, "Why does the prince devalue himself so? Young master is by nature impetuous, not suited to be a guardian of the established order. Whether he was born earlier or later, Bailey could never have been left in his hands. A commander must possess tempered resilience and unwavering resolve, qualities that young master lacks." Xiao Jiming fell silent. On this night, the wind was strong, causing the lanterns to sway unceasingly. The master and servant pair waited for another half an hour before catching sight of someone riding on horseback from afar. "Princeling." The rider tumbled off his horse, exclaiming, "Something's happened to young master." Zhao Hui immediately grasped his sword and asked, "Where is young master?" "Half an hour earlier." Shackled, Shen Zichuan was pushed down the steps by a junior officer. "Sing." The junior officer goaded from behind. "Hurry up, sing a few lines." Shen Zichuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the figure crouching in the shadows of the wall. The sight of the sea eagle stirred a pain in his chest, causing him to press his lips together tightly as he stood rooted to the spot. Xiao Chiye said, "I told you to come over." Shen Zichuan exhaled a warm breath and slowly shifted his feet, stopping not far from Xiao Chiye. Xiao Chiye rose to his feet and asked, "Who is your mother?" Shen Zichuan replied, "A dancer from Duanzhou." "A song, then." Xiao Chiye's gaze was unsettling. Since Shen Zichuan didn't teach you, someone else will have to teach you something. Shen Zichuan lowered his head to avoid his gaze, seemingly fearful. I don't know how. Look up. Xiao Chiye kicked the lantern aside. Are you afraid of me? Shen Zichuan had no choice but to lift his head, catching the scent of alcohol. Xiao Chiye said, if you don't want to sing, find something for me instead. Shen Zichuan spread his palms open, indicating that he still had shackles on his wrists. Xiao Chiye frowned and said, just find it like that. So Shen Zichuan crouched down and scooped up a handful of snow. Xiao Chiye watched him coldly from above. Stand up again. Shen Zichuan propped himself up on his knees and stood up once more. Xiao Chiye remarked, you can squat and rise without difficulty. Are the genie Wei who administered the cane punishment so considerate, or is your worthless life easy to sustain? Of course it's because my life is worthless. Shen Zichuan muttered. I'm fortunate. Xiao Chiye pressed the tip of his horsewhip against Shen Zichuan's chest. That kick nearly took your life. Your kung fu isn't bad. The horsewhip sent a chill down Shen Zichuan's spine, making him shrink back in fear even more. He said, I'm just barely hanging on. Just barely. Second young master is loyal and righteous. Why hold a grudge against a lowly person like me? It has come to this, and I deserve my punishment. Let me off. Xiao Chiye asked. Are you being sincere? Shen Zichuan was already weeping from being pressured. He nodded vigorously. Xiao Chiye retracted his horsewhip and said, you can speak well enough. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Then bark for me like a dog. If you do it convincingly, I'll let you off tonight. Shen Zichuan remained silent. The little banner officer was frightened by Xiao Chiye's gaze and pushed Shen Zichuan a few more times. Shen Zichuan's face turned pale, and he said timidly, at least there's only one of you. Scram. Xiao Chiye said tersely. The junior officer immediately felt relieved and joyfully told Shen Zichuan, scram. Let's scram together. Xiao Chiye's gaze fell on the junior officer, causing the latter's legs to go weak. He pointed at himself and asked, and me? All right then. He clenched his teeth, curled up into a ball, and rolled a few times in the snow before standing not too far away. Shen Zichuan put on an awkward act as he moved closer and whispered into Xiao Chiye's ear. Will you let me off if I let you go? Snowflakes suddenly flew up as Xiao Chiye pressed down on Shen Zichuan's arm. With a grim expression, he said, your foxtail is out. What else can you pretend to be? The two of them tumbled onto the ground. Shackled, Shen Zichuan kicked Xiao Chiye in the abdomen and struggled to prop himself up. The imperial edict confines me, but the Xiao family dares to defy the imperial command and take my life. After tonight, Xiao Chiye grabbed Shen Zichuan's shackles and dragged him towards himself. Shen Zichuan hit the ground and gritted his teeth as he shouted, you are all accomplices to the Xiao family's defiance of the imperial command. My death is insignificant. The entire imperial guards will be buried with me tonight. Xiao Chiye choked Shen Zichuan from behind, forcing him to lift his head. He chuckled briefly before saying fiercely, do you consider yourself a golden pagoda that deserves to be buried with others? You're not worthy. I can kill you as easily as trampling on grass. Shen Zichuan struggled for breath, and with sudden force, the shackles flipped around to grip Xiao Chiye's neck. He exerted all his strength to pull Xiao Chiye down to the ground. Xiao Chiye, caught off guard, raised his arm, only to be met with a kick from Shen Zichuan straight to his chest. The two of them tumbled over each other. Kill me like a blade of grass. Shen Zichuan looked down into Xiao Chiye's eyes, their gazes finally meeting amidst the chaos. He croaked, now that the opportunity has passed, who will become the hunting dog and who the young hare? It's anyone's guess. Who dared to help you? Xiao Chiye's killing intent flared. I'll investigate one and kill one. The little flag officer was so frightened by this unforeseen turn of events that he wet himself. He rushed forward to stop them, shouting, Your Excellency, you mustn't kill. That's right. Shen Zichuan bellowed. Tonight, it was second young master who wanted to kill me. Stop talking. Xiao Chiye reached out to cover his mouth. But Shen Zichuan bit down hard, refusing to let go. With half of Xiao Chiye's body beneath him, he had already torn through the flesh at the base of Xiao Chiye's thumb. Xiao Chiye said in a cold voice, Do you think you can get away with this by behaving like a brute? Your martial arts skills are anything but ordinary. The little flag officer couldn't stop them, so he hurriedly called for assistance. Quick, pull them apart. Blood seeped between Shun Zechuan's teeth, but he refused to release his grip. Xiao Chiye, now sober, lifted Shun Zechuan's collar and dragged him away. The pain in his thumb was excruciating, but Shun Zechuan's gaze burned into Xiao Chiye's memory. "Sir!" Zhao Hui cried out as he rode towards them. Xiao Chiye turned his head and saw his elder brother already dismounting, rushing over with long strides. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, as if he had been stripped naked and exposed for all to see, reduced to a worthless state. Xiao Jiming knelt on one knee, and Shun Zechuan immediately released his grip. Xiao Chiye's palm was bloody and mangled, the teeth marks deep. "Why did it come to blows?" Zhao Hui asked, hurrying over to inspect the wound. "Lock him up," Xiao Jiming instructed in a low voice. Zhao Hui picked up Shun Zechuan and dragged him back inside. "Sir was drunk," Xiao Jiming said to the standard-bearer. "Don't spread word of tonight's events. I will take responsibility before the emperor." The standard-bearer kowtowed several times, repeatedly saying, "Everything is up to young master's discretion." Xiao Jiming stood up. Zhao Hui had already thrown Shun Zechuan back into the room. Seeing this, he told the standard-bearer, "Thank you, brothers of the Imperial Guards, for safely escorting Sir home tonight. It's not easy to guard through the cold winter nights. I'll treat you all to some hot wine. Please don't refuse." The standard-bearer dared not decline and obediently agreed. Xiao Jiming finally turned to look at Xiao Chiye, but said nothing. Xiao Chiye still had blood on his hands. He wanted to say something, but his elder brother had already turned and mounted his horse. "Big brother," Xiao Chiye called out softly. Xiao Jiming heard him, but rode away regardless. Chapter 11. New Year. Ji Gang unlocked Shun Zechuan's shackles, allowing him to stretch his wrists. As he listened to the grumbling of the little banner, Ji Gang efficiently unloaded the wine for the Imperial Guards from his handcart, his movements swift despite the bandage on his head. The little banner instructed Ji Gang to clean up the yard before spring, and then left to remind the night guards not to divulge any information about the evening's events. "Are you injured?" Ji Gang asked, holding Shun Zechuan's arm. "No," Shun Zechuan replied, wiping the back of his neck where Xiao Chiye had left a mark. "Master," Ji Gang asked, "where does it hurt?" Shun Zechuan shook his head, pondering for a moment. His external martial art style is powerful and forceful. It feels familiar. Surprise flickered across Ji Gang's burned features. "Our Ji family's boxing technique has never been taught outside our family." "I didn't dare respond when he started," Shun Zechuan said, still tasting blood in his mouth. He licked the tips of his teeth and continued after a moment's thought. "I didn't want him to detect anything unusual, so I didn't use my full strength. But even my antics and stubbornness couldn't convince him otherwise." "Master, why does he hate me so much?" When Mr. spoke of politics, shouldn't he hate the Empress Dowager and her relatives more at this moment? "Foolish boy, drunk on power," Ji Gang cursed. "He picks on the weak, and that's why he chose you." Shun Zechuan held out his left hand. He was searching for this. Does Master recognize it? In the palm of his hand lay an old, worn bone ring. Soldiers with great strength often use large bows, and they wear such rings to pull the strings. Ji Gang examined the ring. With this level of wear, it's likely he used it with the heaven bow of the Iron Riders of Li Bei. But why would second young Master Xiao, who doesn't participate in military affairs, wear such a thing? Xiao Chiye slept soundly until Lu Guangbai roused him. "You were quite the troublemaker last night," Lu Guangbai said bluntly, sitting on a chair. "You landed a minor position and immediately went looking for a fight. I saw Jiming leave the residence and head for the palace." Xiao Chiye buried himself under the covers, his throat feeling raw. "I had too much to drink. In a few days, we'll all be leaving the capital." Lu Guangbai spoke earnestly. "You can't keep drinking like this. What if you ruin your martial arts and break down physically?" Xiao Chiye didn't reply. Lu Guangbai continued. "At the banquet last night, they were all stabbing at your brother's heart. Try to understand his position. He's swamped with military affairs in Li Bei, yet he still worries about your big sister-in-law. Now he's left you here, and he must be suffering. Everyone pays him lip service in public, but secretly, they all wish he wouldn't return from battle. He might not say it, but he's made of flesh and blood. How could it not hurt?" Xiao Chiye threw back the covers and sighed deeply. "Don't you think I understand what you're saying?" "What do you understand?" Lu Guangbai hurled the sweet orange in his hand at Xiao Chiye. "If you understand, Then get up and apologize to your elder brother. Xiao Chiye caught the sweet orange and sat up. Seeing the bandage on his hand, Lu Guangbai couldn't help but laugh. He sat down on a chair and ate the orange, saying, "Why did you provoke him? You had to be bitten before you were satisfied. I just asked him to sing a tune." Xiao Chiye said. "He said I was asking for his life. This guy isn't an easy one to deal with. You aren't any easier either, fighting with a prisoner under house arrest on the streets." Fortunately, Jiming arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been another scandal. Lu Guangbai asked, "Are you badly hurt?" Xiao Chiye raised his hand and grumbled. He must be born in the year of the dog. Xiao Jiming didn't return until the afternoon. Zhao Hui followed behind him and saw Xiao Chiye standing under the eaves waiting. "Big brother," Xiao Chiye said. Xiao Jiming removed his cloak, and Zhao Hui took it from him. A maid approached with a copper basin, and Xiao Jiming washed his hands without acknowledging Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui turned to look at him and said, "Young master, aren't you supposed to inspect the imperial guards today? Once you get the governor's badge, come back for dinner tonight." Xiao Chiye replied, "I'll go if elder brother says so." Wiping his hands, Xiao Jiming finally looked at him and said, "You went last night even though I didn't ask you to, didn't you?" Xiao Chiye responded, "I got lost and wanted to return home." Xiao Jiming placed the handkerchief back on the copper tray and instructed, "Go fetch the badge and come back for dinner." Only then did Xiao Chiye leave. Ever since the imperial guards had been relieved of their defensive duties, their former offices had become deserted. As Xiao Chiye rode up, he saw several men in short clothes, with their belongings tied in bundles, sitting together under the sun, chatting idly. They exuded no hint of the fierce spirit one would expect from soldiers. Xiao Chiye dismounted and entered the courtyard with his horsewhip in hand. In the yard stood a bald-capped pine tree, its branches piled with snow. The icicles hanging from the eaves remained untouched, and the roof tiles seemed to require repair. Poverty indeed. Xiao Chiye continued to survey his surroundings. The plaque was chipped and worn. Descending a few steps, he entered the main hall, lifting the curtains with his riding whip before bowing slightly and entering. All those huddled around the stove roasting peanuts immediately turned their heads to look at Xiao Chiye. He placed his whip on the table, pulled up a chair, and sat down without waiting for an invitation. "Everyone's here." The people around him stood up with a rustling of clothing. The peanut shells crackled underfoot. Most were old soldiers over 40 who had spent too long in the imperial guards. They had no other skills but were adept at cheating and extorting money. Upon seeing Xiao Chiye, they sized him up from head to toe before exchanging suspicious glances. "Second young master." One of them wiped his hands on his robe and said with a smile, "We've been waiting for you to pick up your card today." Xiao Chiye replied, "I'm here now. Where's the card?" He chuckled. "Since we didn't see you this morning and the Ministry of Works was urging us to get started, Censor Zeng took the card to requisition the workers. He'll be back later, and I'll send someone to deliver it to your residence then." Xiao Chiye smiled back. "Who might you be, sir?" "I'm just old Chun. Back when I was the 100-man commander of the D City 100-man office, I received Lord Hua Shursan's recommendation, and now I'm an officer in the Imperial Guards. It's rather peculiar," Xiao Chiye said, leaning against the armrest of his chair as he looked at old Chun. "The Governor General is supposed to oversee the Imperial Guards, followed by the Deputy Commander. How come an inspector has been given the authority? I'm afraid you're not aware," old Chun said, noticing Xiao Chiye's focused expression. He straightened his already respectful posture even more, foregoing all formalities. Last year, when Zhongbo was defeated, the grain transport to Jincheng was disrupted, causing a food crisis in Suzhou. The officials in charge of personnel couldn't distribute annual salaries, so they downsized our Imperial Guard's office by half. Now, there's no deputy commander, and the only one left in line is Inspector Chow. We're just a handful of people left. In that case, Xiao Chiye said, anyone can touch the Governor General's seal. Traditionally, whoever carries the seal takes charge. The engineering ministry can't afford to wait. They need the wood for the palace. Our voices carry little weight, and we can't afford to offend anyone. There's nothing we can do about it. Old Chin explained, leaning on his excuses. If you think this goes against protocol, you'll have to clarify with the engineering ministry first. I'm a mere nominal Governor General. Xiao Chiye said, why should I explain myself to the engineering ministry? The emperor is above the imperial guards. In the past, when the 6 ministries needed our assistance, It was out of favor, and we didn't keep tabs. From now on, if anyone wants manpower, for what purpose, and for how long, they must make it clear. Otherwise, don't expect my men to budge. Words can be twisted any way you like. Old Qian chuckled to those around him. But these days, we're nothing but menial laborers. If we can lend a hand to the 6 ministries, then we'll have some value. Besides, the emperor hasn't said anything against it all these years. Second master, it's better to have friends in court than silver in your purse. Back in Li Bei, the situation with the imperial guards was different from that of the Iron Riders. Some things just won't work here. Moreover, our imperial guards aren't the same as the 8 great camps. Who? Xiao Chiye stood up and asked. You mentioned earlier who recommended you here? Old Qian straightened his back, his face aglow as he wished he could shout thrice. Lord Hua Shisan. You know him, right? The Empress Dowager's grandnephew, Miss Hua San's. Xiao Chiye kicked him right in the gut. Old Qian was still talking with a ruddy complexion when he was caught off guard and sent sprawling, crashing into the table and knocking over a teapot. The tea splashed across the floor with a loud crash, dousing Old Qian and jolting him back to reality. As he scrambled to his knees, he trembled with fear. Hua family's bastard. Xiao Chiye swept away the peanut shells on the table. Back then, you were the one who polished my boots. Who do you think I am, covering for you like a protective tree? At best, you're a mere blade of grass. I want the governor's badge, and you give me rules? Are your brains smeared with lard, unable to recognize who I am? From now on, the imperial guards will follow my orders. Old Qian prostrated himself on the ground, suddenly realizing the situation, and urgently cried. Second young master, second young master. Who the hell do you think I am? Your second young master. Xiao Chiye's eyes were cold as he said. As the commander of the imperial guards, I hold your life in my hands. Don't try to act tough in front of me like some street punk. When the Ministry of Works needs labor, they requisition troops from the imperial guards. If there isn't any silver changing hands, why would you be so eager to please? Your subordinates work their fingers to the bone, but you fatten yourself up. So what if Hua Shisan promised to protect you? You think you have an imperial pardon? I dare not, I dare not. Old Qian crawled forward and said, Your Excellency the Commander. This lowly one spoke nonsense. You have half an incense sticks time. Xiao Chiye said, I want to check the waist badges, roster, and 20,000 soldiers. It's fine if anything is missing. Just bring your heads to make up for it. Old Qian hastily scrambled to his feet and ran outside. A few days later, as the generals prepared to leave the capital, Xian the Emperor led the officials to see off Xiao Jiming. Amidst the falling snow, Xian the Emperor held on to Xiao Jiming's arm, his coughs breaking up his words. Jiming, Xian the Emperor, wrapped in his cloak, was shockingly thin as he said, After today, we won't meet again until next year. The northern border has never been peaceful. Although the border sans cavalry retreated this time, they still refused to submit. The 12 tribes' ambitions are plain to see. You are a pillar of support for me, as well as a valiant general of great Zhou. You must always prioritize caution. Your Majesty's favor despite our tardy rescue fills my father and I with trepidation. In the future, whenever your Majesty commands, Northern Li will spare no effort to fulfill our duty. Xiao Jiming replied, It has been many years since I last saw your father after his illness. Xian the Emperor slowly turned around, looking at the sea of people inside the city gates, then at the magnificent palace that had stood for 100 years. He said softly, Regarding the remnants of the Xin family, I owe an apology to the loyal bones of the battlefield. But I've been bedridden for so long that many things were out of my control. Xiao Jiming followed his gaze and, after a moment, said, Qidu is engulfed in a fierce snowstorm. Your Majesty, take care of your health. Emperor Xianda slowly released Xiao Jiming's hand and replied, Fine lad, go on your way. Lu Guangbai rode out of the city and indeed found Xiao Chiye alone at the pavilion at the foot of the mountain. He did not dismount, but whistled at Xiao Chiye from afar, saying, Rascal, your brothers are leaving. Xiao Chiye held onto the reins and said, The world of the Jianghu is full of turmoil. Boats may capsize at any time. Be cautious. Speak directly if you have something to say. Why recite poetry? Lu Guangbai laughed heartily. Wait for us. There will come a day when we can all return home. That depends on fate. Xiao Chiye smiled. Hearing the sound of galloping hooves behind him, Lu Guangbai turned back to see a person riding towards them with raised black hair, wearing a simple and worn robe. He quickly turned his horse around and called out, "Commander, let's ride together." Qi Juin slowed down her pace. She was dressed in a cloak, with a long sword slung across her back. Her outer robe was old and worn, giving her a light and unencumbered appearance. Judging solely by her attire, she appeared to be an ordinary woman of the Jianghu. However, the wind revealed the captivating charm in her face. "You have a mediocre steed." She raised her eyebrows with a smile, revealing her commanding presence. "It can't keep up, can it?" Lu Guangbai, however, seemed to appreciate it and replied, "It might not be as fierce as Commander's, but it's still a fine stallion that has seen battlefields. We'll run along the road and see if it can keep up, won't we? I fancy that stallion." Qi Juin nodded towards Xiao Chiye. "Care to trade?" Xiao Chiye stroked the horse's mane and replied, "I don't think so. I'd be the one at a disadvantage." Qi Juin raised her hand and tossed an object to Xiao Chiye. He caught it with both arms. It was a heavy ghost-head saber sheathed in its scabbard. "Your contribution was invaluable when we bred those fine warhorses for Qidong before the new year. This was forged by my best craftsmen with some of my most precious materials." Qi Juin said, "Don't tell me you think this is unfair now." Xiao Chiye weighed the saber in his hands and laughed. "Commander, from now on, you're like my own elder sister. The saber I brought from home is good, but it's too light. It doesn't feel as right as this one." Qi Juin said, "Sister, by the time you draw that blade, you'll be calling me Grandpa." Xiao Chiye asked, "Have you named this saber?" "I have an idea." Qi Juin said, "The term wolf evil refers to someone who is greedy and vicious. Doesn't that suit you perfectly?" But Lu Guangbai interjected, "Wolf evil sounds a bit too fierce." "He's only just fierce." Qi Juin cracked her whip, and her steed took off without hesitation. She didn't even turn back as she said, "The sons of Li Bei are meant to be fierce." The grand army was already in motion, with the Qidong garrison's spearheads, adorned with red tassels, trailing behind Qi Juin as they surged towards the eastern wilderness. Lu Guangbai, unable to linger, waved goodbye to Xiao Chiye and galloped after them. In the next moment, the sound of iron horses trampling the earth reverberated, making the ground seem to tremble slightly beneath their feet. Xiao Chiye watched as his elder brother took the lead, the familiar Li Bei cavalry sweeping across the snowy fields like a black tide, charging northward. Heidongking, the sea eagle, pursued through the wind, circling and crying above the Li Bei cavalry. Xiao Chiye stood with his sword in hand, watching until the Li Bei cavalry vanished into the vast, snowy landscape. Xin Zichuan found himself lost in thought, but was brought back by Minister Qi's stern reminder. Since the generals have returned to their posts, the capital is once again a stagnant pool. Minister Qi said, his hair disheveled as he stretched his neck to look at Xin Zichuan. "Your days are numbered, and you can't continue to be content as a trapped fish. As the knife slices, so the fish submits." Xin Zichuan lifted his gaze and replied, "Sir, do I truly still have a chance to escape? Fortune and misfortune often come together. Imprisonment might not be such a bad thing." Minister Qi uncorked his gourd and took a few gulps of wine. "By staying hidden, you can better bide your time and gather strength. Your opportunities will come, believe me." In the distance, palace bells tolled, marking the beginning of a new year. Chapter 12. Dragon Boat Festival. In the 8th year of Xianda, it was the height of summer. Wang Xian, the chief clerk of the Ministry of Revenue, was drenched in sweat, his round collar shirt soaked. He shifted uneasily on his chair, repeatedly adjusting his black scholar's hat to wipe away the perspiration. "Lord Xiao," Wang Xian stammered, "it's not that the Ministry of Revenue refuses to allocate funds. It's just that the current expenses of the Treasury haven't been settled yet. Eunuch Pan hasn't given his approval, so we truly can't make the transfer. It takes time to sort out accounts." Xiao Chiye said, sipping his teacup. "I'm waiting, aren't I?" "There's no rush." Wang Xian's throat constricted as he observed the composed Xiao Chiye and the motionless imperial guards standing outside the veranda. "Lord," Wang Xian nearly pleaded, "it's hot, and it's truly inhumane to have your soldiers stand out there. Let me offer them some cold drinks. We have reserved ice. No reward without merit." Xiao Chiye replied with a smile. "Our imperial guards are tough and resilient. They're here to do physical labor. What's the big deal about standing for a few hours? Don't worry about it, sir. Focus on settling the accounts. Wang Xian clutched the ledger, his pen hovering above the page for a long moment. Since the beginning of spring, the emperor had fallen gravely ill. Concerned over this, the Empress Dowager ordered extensive construction within the palace to build a temple to pray for the emperor's well-being and recite scriptures. The Ministry of Works took charge of the project and arranged for logs from Duanzhou to be transported, with the imperial guards tasked with the job to save costs. Once the logs reached the capital, however, the Empress Dowager changed her mind after receiving an edict from Minister Hai, and the plan to build the temple was abandoned. As a result, the Ministry of Revenue lacked the funds, leaving the imperial guards unpaid for 2 months. With limited silver, such an issue would have been easily resolved in times of a prosperous treasury. Who would dare offend young Master Xiao Heir for such a small amount? But the Ministry of Finance was currently facing its own hardships. Last year, for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations alone, they spent nearly 1 million taels on organizing banquets and distributing rewards. Wang Xian put down his pen and candidly said, "Sir, I cannot settle this payment right now. Let me speak from the bottom of my heart. Based on our current accounts, we might not even be able to pay our salaries by the end of the year. We really have no money. Even if you were to stab me, Wang Shouqing, with a knife today, there is nothing I can do. You will still pay the 8 banners soldiers their wages, but when it comes to us imperial guards, you act as if we're begging for our lives. We all serve the emperor with dedication, yet I, Xiao Sezwen, am unfortunate enough to hold these accounts and wait for your assistance." Xiao Chiye slammed his teacup onto the table. "The Ministry of Finance cries poverty every year, but how does that concern me? We provide services in exchange for payment, black on white. Once we've fulfilled our duties, we expect our silver. Don't talk to me about anything else. That's not within my jurisdiction. If all the Ministry of Finance's problems require others' understanding, what's the point of your existence? Make way for someone else." Wang Xian's face turned livid under Xiao Chiye's criticism. He stood up and said, "Since we all serve the emperor, why must you push so hard, sir? Who wouldn't be willing to pay if they had the money? If the imperial guards were truly capable, why would they bother with such strenuous labor? They'd join the 8 banners instead. Then, who would dare not pay them?" As the atmosphere between the two men grew tense, a man strode into the room. "Sir Wang, there's no need to be angry. Young master is just a straightforward person," he said, removing his sun hat and wiping his hands with a handkerchief. "I am Xue Xiuzhua, the supervisory censor of the Department of Revenue. I'm here for these accounts." The position of supervisory censor of the Department of Revenue was only a 7th-rank official, and technically didn't even qualify as an official in Chudu. However, it held a unique role. Not only could it oversee the progress of various departments and offices, it also participated in the assessment and review of all officials' conduct and performance every 6 years during the Chudu inspection, and could even bypass the 6 ministries to directly appeal to the emperor. Wang Xian couldn't afford to offend him, so he swallowed his anger and rolled with it. "How could I be angry? The imperial guards have worked hard, and I don't want Lord Xiao to have done all this for nothing. But Yanqing, take a look at these accounts. The Ministry of Finance cannot make the payment." Xue Xiuzhua, whose courtesy name was Yanqing, appeared particularly refined. He didn't even glance at the accounts as he addressed both men. "I understand the Ministry of Finance's predicament. Young master, how about this? Recently, Quanqing provided a batch of silk. Would it be acceptable if we exchanged the silver for the silk and settled your payment that way?" The moment Xiao Chiye left, Wang Xian's expression turned cold. He spoke to Xue Xiuzhua. He wasn't asking for the silver on behalf of the imperial guards. Most likely, he wants it for his own extravagant spending. Ever since this young master took on the position of commander-in-chief of the imperial guards, he has spent every day indulging in debauchery, forcing everyone into a corner with no regard for others. Xue Xiuzhua smiled without saying a word, not engaging in the conversation. Xiao Chiye left the Ministry of Revenue and headed for East Dragon Street on horseback. He appeared taller than he was 5 years ago, and the impetuousness from before seemed to have faded. Prince Chu Li Jianheng had been waiting for him all morning. Upon seeing Xiao Chiye, he quickly said, "Where were you? You almost gave me a heart attack." "I was out having fun." Xiao Chiye replied as he finished his cold drink. Noticing the ice basin in the room, he stretched his limbs and lay down on the reclining bed, saying, "It's comfortable here, while it's scorching outside. I'm going to take a nap." "No way." Li Jianheng vigorously fanned himself with a bamboo fan and sighed with his robe unbuttoned. "You have to wait until I finish talking." Xiao Chiye had been up all night and was now exhausted, so he nonchalantly acknowledged with an hum. Li Jianheng first sipped some iced wine with his delicate fingers before continuing. "Do you still remember that girl I mentioned to you last time? The one I kept at my manor 5 years ago, planning to take her for myself. But that damn Xiao Fuzi ended up presenting her to that eunuch Pan Rugi." Xiao Chiye responded with an "oh." Li Jianheng became even more animated. "I ran into her again at the manor when I went there to escape the summer heat recently. She's been well taken care of and looks even more charming than 5 years ago. It stirred up all sorts of feelings in me, making me hate those eunuchs even more. That bastard stole her from me, ruining a perfect match. Can this matter be settled?" "No way." Xiao Chiye yawned. Li Jianheng grumbled. "Are you still my brother? You need to come up with a plan to teach him a lesson. We can't touch Pan Rugi, but Xiao Fuzi must be punished." Truly exhausted, Xiao Chiye replied, "How do you suggest we do that? Drag him out of the palace?" Pushing aside his coquettish attendants, Li Jianheng closed his fan and said, "It's almost the Dragon Boat Festival, and the Emperor will be going to the Western Garden to watch the dragon boat races. Pan Rugi will definitely tag along. Since he does, Xiao Fuzi will have to as well. When it's time for the royal stables horse racing, we'll lure him out and beat him to death." Seemingly asleep, Xiao Chiye didn't respond, so Li Jianheng asked, "Kaichin, did you hear me?" "No killing." Xiao Chiye mumbled with his eyes closed. "If Pan Rugi holds a grudge against you because of this, you'll have endless trouble ahead." Feeling frustrated, Li Jianheng said, "Then how about just giving him a good beating? I can't even eat if I don't vent this anger. Speaking of which, what's wrong with you lately? You always seem so listless. What have you been doing at night? Why did you dismiss the boy I picked for you last time?" Xiao Chiye fell completely silent, waving his hand to indicate that he had heard. His thumb no longer bore the bone ring, but the bite mark on his palm remained. Li Jianheng continued talking about other matters, but Xiao Chiye chose to ignore them all. A few days later, on the Dragon Boat Festival, Emperor Xianda, who had seldom attended court sessions, managed to move his ailing body to the Western Garden. The imperial concubines accompanying the emperor were dressed in gauzy attire. Jilei, together with the 8 camp commanders, including Shiguan, escorted them. With the imperial guards having some free time, they also summoned Xiao Chiye. By the time Xiao Chiye arrived, the venue was already packed. Emperor Xianda had finished planting willows and was awaiting the start of the equestrian competition organized by the imperial stables. The officials from the Board of Rites were serving zongzi and pastries along the rows of seats. Li Jianheng, seated among the royal princes, waved at Xiao Chiye from his spot. Xiao Chiye tossed his riding whip to Chun Yang, who was behind him, as he untied his arm restraints and joined the gathering. Li Jianheng still held that bamboo fan in his hand, saying, "Why are you so late? You almost gave me a heart attack." Xiao Chiye replied, "Always in a hurry, aren't you? Is everything all right?" Li Jianheng fanned himself and said, "That's just my usual manner of speaking. Look over there, do you see Xiao Fuzi?" Xiao Chiye glanced over and noticed Xiao Fuzi whispering into Pan Rugi's ear with a broad grin on his face. He instructed, "Don't try to be too ambitious later. Just get beaten up a bit, and that should do it." Half an hour later, Xiao Fuzi was squatting by the privy, about to relieve himself, when suddenly, his vision went black as a sack was forcefully pulled over his head. "Hey!" Xiao Fuzi let out a sharp cry, but was swiftly knocked unconscious with a punch. Spotting the sack, Li Jianheng didn't hesitate. He lifted his robe and kicked it. Xiao Fuzi, muffled by the sack, writhed on the ground in pain, whimpering softly. The horse race was reaching its climax, and no one paid any attention to the commotion. For half an hour, Xiao Fuzi was subjected to punishment, yet Li Jianheng still felt unsatisfied with the release of his anger. It was Chun Yang who intervened at this point. With a subtle signal from his eyes directed towards the Imperial Guard stationed behind him in the palace, they promptly hoisted the hemp sack and retreated. "Your Highness," Chun Yang said, "if they continue, he'll be killed. Perhaps another time." Li Jianheng straightened his formal robe and gave him a piercing glance before asking, Where did you dispose of the person? The governor has ordered that he be left by the lakeside grove. When the banquet commences, the serving eunuchs will pass by there, and he'll have the chance to free himself. Li Jianheng spat in the spot where Xiao Fuzi had just tumbled, then returned to his seat with disdain. By the time the banquet began, Li Jianheng had already forgotten about the incident. Xiao Chiye, on the other hand, took a moment to glance over at Pan Rugi's table, but failed to spot Xiao Fuzi. Li Jianheng picked his food with his chopsticks and said, "He's probably too embarrassed to show his face and has gone back to change his clothes." Eunuchs serving in the imperial court are most fearful of being seen as unclean by their masters. Want to come play at my manor in a few days? I'll introduce you to that young lady. Xiao Chiye sipped his cold tea and replied, "I'm busy." Li Jianheng chuckled and said, "Putting on an act for me now, are you? You're busy? The imperial guards are almost disbanded. What's there to be busy about in your leisurely position? Busy drinking wine." Xiao Chiye chuckled, his gaze fixed on the tea in his hand as a mischievous glint appeared on his profile. "Once autumn arrives, it's time for inspections. You have to treat people to alcohol to keep your idle position. Being human," Li Jianheng said, tapping his chopsticks, "means being coddled with fine clothes and food, living life just to eat and wait for death. They talk about the Pan faction and the imperial relatives fighting to the death. Isn't that exhausting? What pleasure is there in that?" "Indeed." Xiao Chiye's smile grew more wicked. "Isn't that just causing trouble for oneself? Playing is the most enjoyable." Seeing the look in Xiao Chiye's eyes, Li Jianheng smiled and said, "What's going on with the inspections? Who dares to strip my brother of his rank? That was an imperial appointment. We're following the emperor's orders to laze around. How about this? Before autumn, I'll host a flower-viewing banquet at my residence. Invite everyone. There's no rush." Xiao Chiye said, scanning the West Park. From the overlapping eaves, he caught sight of the Jiayu Temple's main hall. His brows furrowed as he said, "This place is right next to Jiayu Temple. I see you still remember." Li Jianheng said, "That ring has been lost for so long." Xiao Chiye rubbed his thumb out of habit. "As for that Shin remnant, he's been locked up for 5 years, and we haven't heard a peep. Is he dead or mad? The emperor hasn't asked either." Li Jianheng continued, "If I were locked up in there, I'd go mad in not just 5 years, but even half a month." Xiao Chiye's palm ached, and he didn't want to think about that person. Just then, the sound of drums echoed from the lakeside. Li Jianheng dropped his chopsticks and urged, Come on. It's the dragon boat race. They'll definitely be betting money." Xiao Chiye was about to rise when he saw Ji Lei push his way through the crowd and lean in to whisper something to Pan Rugi. Pan Rugi suddenly turned his head. In that instant, he slammed the table. Xiao Chiye immediately looked at Qinyang behind him. Qinyang was taken aback and said, "Yes, sir. Your Majesty." Ji Lei had already knelt before the emperor and declared loudly, "The dragon boat race might not be happening anymore." Just now, this minister led the imperial guards on patrol and fished out Xiao Fuzi, who was on duty in the palace, from the water. Emperor Xinda coughed violently, and Pan Rugi hurried forward to pat his back. When Emperor Xinda calmed down a little, he asked, "What was he doing in the water?" Ji Lei raised his head. It was unclear if he was looking at Emperor Xinda or Empress Dowager, as he said solemnly. "He drowned." There was an uproar among the imperial concubines. All of them covered their mouths with silk handkerchiefs. Li Jianheng knocked over the teacup on the table. He scrambled to pick it up, looking flustered as he looked at Xiao Chiye. "I was just joking around." Chapter 13. Little CIC. Xiao Chiye did not look at Li Jianheng as he slowly adjusted the lid of his teacup with his fingers. "Have patience," he said. Li Jianheng sat back in his chair, dazed, and then heard the Empress Dowager ask, "With the emperor present, security should be tight. How could someone drown so suddenly?" Ji Lei replied, "Your Majesty, this minister has already sent men to retrieve the body for an autopsy. We will know more later." "Is that so?" The Xianda emperor had been ill for a long time, and a gloomy aura gathered between his brows. Could there be something suspicious about his death? Ji Lei said, "Your Majesty, when the body was retrieved, it was covered in bruises. Clearly, he had been beaten up. Although Xiao Fuzi is an eunuch in the palace, he does not hold any important positions in the 24 offices. He is merely one of your Majesty's personal attendants. If he was beaten before his death, the perpetrator might have had a significant motive." The Xianda emperor leaned on the table and stood up, saying in a cold voice. Someone was eager to act as soon as I left the palace. Holy Father. Hai Liangyi stepped forward and knelt, saying, Today, the imperial guards exchanged shifts with the 8 great camps. If the murderer truly had ulterior motives, would they dare to be so careless? Xiao Fuzi often went out of the palace to make purchases, so it's possible that he incurred a personal vendetta. Hua Xiqian, the Grand Counselor, remained seated but spoke. Venerable Minister Hua is mistaken. Whoever dared to strike in front of the emperor clearly does not regard his majesty or the officials present with any respect. Who among ordinary citizens outside the palace would have such audacity? Xiao Chiye remained seated, his mind racing with thoughts. At the 3rd hour of the afternoon, Qinyang dragged Xiao Fuzi into the woods. Within an instance's worth of time, eunuchs serving the banquet and soldiers from the 8 great camps would pass by on their patrol. All those present today were influential figures. It would be impossible to keep track of who had left the hall to change clothes, drink tea, or visit the privy. Moreover, the soldiers and eunuchs accompanying them had the right to roam the gardens. Any one of them could give Xiao Fuzi a gentle kick during that brief interval, causing him to drown in the pond. The current situation was not about how to explain Xiao Fuzi's bruises, but rather that Ji Lei had already shifted the narrative. The murder case had turned into a suspected act of treason. Xiao Chiye's fingers tapped against the lid of his teacup. This fire must not spread to the king of Chu. With the emperor gravely ill and the Imperial Medical Bureau at a loss, no one could predict when he might pass away. However, Emperor Xinda had no children, so if something happened suddenly, Li Jianheng would be the rightful successor. Today's incident was all due to his lack of foresight. Li Jianheng's blatant departure could not be brushed aside. The Xiao family was walking on thin ice. If they were implicated in a plot against the imperial succession, Xiao Jiming's 12,000 troops in the north would become the executioner's blade hanging over their necks. The situation was pressing, and there was no time to waste. Suddenly, Xiao Chiye smashed his teacup, the sharp sound drawing the attention of everyone at the table. Li Jianheng looked at him anxiously and said, Calm down. Xiao Chiye rose to his feet and strode swiftly towards the emperor's presence, kneeling as he declared, Your Majesty, this minister dares not deceive you. It was I who ordered the punishment. Emperor Xinda stared at him and said, He is merely a palace eunuch. What grudge could you have against him to warrant such brutality? Ji Lei also cast a sidelong glance and said, Lord Xiao, this matter is of great significance. You must not allow personal feelings to influence your judgment and shield anyone. This hardly constitutes a significant issue, Xiao Chiye said with a hint of arrogance. Moreover, this minister does not view it as a crime. A lowly castrated servant. What does it matter if he were beaten to death? Would your majesty expect me, a distinguished second-rank commander of the imperial guards, to tolerate an arrogant dog servant's disrespect? Hearing second young master so agitated, Hua Xiqin commented, It seems this isn't just any ordinary feud. However, Xiaozi doesn't usually interact with you. Why would you be so enraged? Prime Minister is unaware. Xiao Chiye explained. A few months ago, I was riding to the training grounds when this dog's carriage blocked my path. With the grandeur he displayed, I might have mistaken him for eunuch Pan had I not lifted the curtain. When I scolded him, he dared to speak rashly. For a man to be publicly humiliated by a despicable eunuch, I doubt many others could endure such an insult. Pan Rugi, still standing on the side, listened to Xiao Chiye repeatedly call the eunuchs castrates, causing everyone present to wipe their brows in anxiety. While Emperor Xinda pondered, the Empress Dowager spoke first. Even so, casually taking someone's life is not the behavior of a gentleman. Pan Rugi seemed to have struck a nerve, for the white-haired eunuch knelt down, tears welling up in his eyes. We eunuchs are of low birth. How can we compare with second young master? The Empress Dowager's mercy is already divine favor. Xiaozi has been spoiled and lost his moral compass. He failed to show proper respect to a military official from the court, and even after receiving second young master's teachings, he remained unrepentant. It's all my fault for failing to properly educate him. He spoke in a manner that sought to appease, but by law, eunuchs were required to dismount, step back, and kneel to greet high-ranking officials. The Empress Dowager was devoted to Buddhism and abhorred the taking of life, so she said to Emperor Xinda, It has been said since ancient times that the law applies equally to all, even the emperor. Xiao Chiye's behavior is reckless and cannot be overlooked, whether in terms of emotion or reason. Besides, the Xiao family has always been loyal and righteous. The king of Libei entrusted his son to the emperor's care. If we indulge him to the point where he loses all sense of propriety, we will one day be ashamed of having betrayed the king of Libei's trust. Jilei felt indignant and refused to let the matter rest. He said, "Second young master has always been close to Prince Chu. After doing such a thing, His Highness, I have more to say. I was the one who struck him, but I did not kill him. Your Majesty, I originally intended to take his life to vent my anger, but when Prince Chu learned of this, he urged me not to kill. Today, I secretly instructed the guards to beat him. But who could have foreseen that Prince Chu would notice something amiss and personally save Xiao Fuzi from certain death? With His Highness there to guide me, I dared not defy him, so I let Xiao Fuzi off. As for how he drowned, I find it perplexing. Who would take revenge on my behalf and commit such an act without considering the consequences?" Director Ji. Xiao Chiye turned to Jilei, a hint of pleasure in his eyes. The imperial guards are usually meticulous and vigilant, yet they failed to detect a person lying on the road, allowing him to fall into the pond. Perhaps he himself, with his head covered, lost his way and tumbled in. Hai Liang, he added. That does seem plausible. For someone as large as him to fall into the pond unnoticed by the imperial guards during their patrols is astonishing. If an assassin had infiltrated the West Garden today, the imperial guards might not have detected them either. Jilei dared not muddy the waters further. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty, the imperial guards were powerless. Today, we alternated patrols with the 8 banners, and during the change of shifts, we meticulously arranged our forces, not daring to neglect any detail." On the other side, Shiguan, the commander-in-chief of the 8 banners, also knelt down and said, "That is the established procedure, and the 8 banners dare not neglect it. The intervals between patrols are fixed, and if someone with malicious intentions had taken note of these intervals, they could have taken advantage to kill Xiao Fuzi. If this is a personal vendetta by a court eunuch, it should be thoroughly investigated to determine how many people Xiao Fuzi had conflicts with." "Investigate." Emperor Xianda sneered, suddenly throwing his teacup at Shiguan in a fit of rage. "A man died under your watch, yet you think only of shifting blame and avoiding responsibility. I entrusted safety to you. You." Emperor Xianda's voice cracked, and he covered his mouth, coughing again. It seemed that his anger had overwhelmed him, and he leaned back on the table, collapsing. "Your Majesty." The surrounding concubines shrieked in alarm, and chaos erupted among the guests. "Quickly summon the imperial physician." The Empress Dowager scolded while supporting herself. When Li Jinheng saw Xiao Chiye again, he exclaimed as if he had seen his own mother. "Brother, you really frightened me just now." Xiao Chiye replied, "I've been kneeling for too long and am famished. Fetch me some snacks." Li Jinheng waved for someone to hurry up and stood with Xiao Chiye under the long corridor of the Western Garden, watching the brightly lit palace hall. "If His Majesty wakes up, he'll still want to see you." Li Jinheng said, "How did this person end up dead? I'm truly out of luck." Xiao Chiye ate his snacks with a cold tea. This matter was not easy to discuss. Xiao Fuzi had always been favored by Pan Rugi. If someone had intended to harm Xiao Fuzi, how could it be such a coincidence that he would be beaten by Li Jinheng? If they didn't have the intent to kill Xiao Fuzi, but impulsively decided to do so, it would have been more beneficial to simply untie him instead. However, Pan Rugi and Jilei's reactions were too swift. Since the man was already dead, they might as well use his death to their advantage. If they could pin it on Prince Chu, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Has His Majesty summoned anyone for his bedchamber recently?" Xiao Chiye asked nonchalantly. Li Jinheng replied, "Yes, he has. The Wei family's daughter has been the most favored lately. Even the Empress Dowager likes her." Xiao Chiye fell into deep thought. It was already dark, but no one dared to leave. They all stood in groups of 3 or 5 under the eaves, waiting for Emperor Xianda to awaken. Shiguan had left the courtyard at some point and returned with the Empress Dowager's order, entering the room to wait. Another half an hour passed before Xiao Chiye suddenly saw 8 guards from the Imperial Guards Division lead a clean, common-looking servant through a side door. "Who is that person?" Xiao Chiye asked, Li Jianheng peered out and said, "Just a servant. There are plenty of servants in the Western Garden. But why are they bringing one here?" Under the dim light of the lanterns, Xiao Chiye keenly noticed that the servant had a disfigured face with burned scars. For some reason, his heart began to thump wildly, and an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. "That servant is from the Western Garden," Xiao Chiye said. "The Western Garden is a place where the emperor receives honored guests. The attendants there are all required to have pleasant appearances. How could someone like that be there?" After another brief moment, Pan Rugi stepped out and announced loudly, "Summon Shin's eighth son to come immediately for an audience." The courtiers immediately erupted into an uproar, their whispers multiplying. Although Shun Wei's treason had yet to be conclusively proven, his name had already spread across the land. The wounds of Zhongbua had yet to heal, and the blame for the military defeat still rested on his shoulders. The surviving members of the Shun family had already provoked discontent at the borders by mere survival. How could they now allow him to re-emerge? "Tell me what's happening," Li Jianheng said, flustered. "Did they uncover something new?" "Suan holds a grudge against you. Whenever you two meet, sparks fly. For the sake of the Xiao family's reputation, he shouldn't be allowed out." Xiao Chiye remained silent, his gaze shifting to the entrance and fixing intently upon it. In less than half an incense stick's time, the guard stepped forward, followed by a figure at a distance that was neither too near nor too far. 5 years had passed, and this person's hair had grown long, tied back with a rough wooden pin without a crown. A worn, loose robe concealed his wrists, revealing skin as pale as porcelain. Shielded from Xiao Chiye's gaze by the lanterns, when this individual emerged, Li Jianheng's teacup tumbled from his hand before he could react. Li Jianheng's spirit seemed to have left his body as he muttered, "You never mentioned that he looked like this." Xiao Chiye's thumb twitched slightly. As Shun Zichuan walked past the veranda, their paths crossed in a fleeting moment. Xiao Chiye gazed coldly at this person, and in that instant, their eyes met. A pair of eyes he remembered all too well. They were narrow and almond-shaped, with a subtle upward tilt at the corners, forming a faint arc filled with a divine light. They sparkled even in the dim glow of the lanterns, like hidden stars. In that fleeting moment, Shin Zichuan seemed to offer Xiao Chiye a faint smile. But it was so subtle that once they passed each other, it was like an elusive breeze in the night, both insubstantial and cold. Chapter 14. The Cicada. Shin Zichuan followed the others inside and knelt outside the screen. Emperor Xianda leaned against the head of his bed, while the Empress Dowager sat solemnly by its side. Pan Rugi held a bowl of medicine, stepping back slightly to reveal Shun Zichuan's figure. With an effort, Emperor Xianda mustered his strength and said, "The patrol from the 8 Banners reported seeing your servant by the pond. Tell me, what was he doing there?" Shun Zichuan replied, "Your Majesty, Uncle Gu was waiting for eunuch Fu from the palace." "Who gave him that order?" Shin Zichuan paused before kneeling again and saying, "It was this guilty subject's command." Emperor Xianda coughed a few times and asked, "You're confined in the Temple of Acknowledged Sins, where you receive monthly provisions for food, clothing, and other necessities from the palace. How did you come to have dealings with little Fuzi?" "The Emperor's grace allowed this guilty subject to meditate on my crimes within the Temple of Acknowledged Sins. Not only did your Majesty show your divine favor, but you also provided meals. However, recently, I've been plagued by a cold, which exacerbates my old ailments, making it increasingly difficult for me to get out of bed each day." Speaking up to this point, Shin Zichuan seemed to be in distress. Although the palace provides meals, they don't supply any medicine. Uncle Gu has served in the temple for a long time and, upon seeing my plight, requested eunuch Fu, who runs errands outside the palace, to ask for some medicine from the imperial household on my behalf. With that, I asked Uncle Gu to request eunuch Fu to procure some blessing oil lamps for me. "You have no family?" the Empress Dowager inquired. "Why would you need those blessing oil lamps for prayer?" "Your humble servant is well aware of the magnitude of my crimes. I have been praying to the Buddha day and night in the temple for the Emperor and Empress Dowager, as well as reciting scriptures for the loyal souls who fell in the Zhongbua T-Stone battle." Shin Zichuan spoke with sincerity, then added, "I have also cultivated some vegetables in the temple, which I entrusted Uncle Gu to sell at the morning market, earning a few coins. Given my illness, It would be better to use the money for the merit oil lamps rather than purchasing medicine. The Empress Dowager sighed deeply. Though you are guilty, your crimes are not unforgivable. Emperor Xianda narrowed his tired eyes and asked, Xiao Fuzi is now deceased. Do you know if he had any conflicts with anyone? Shen Zichuan shook his head and replied softly, Although I dared to ask eunuch Fu to buy lamps, I have never met or communicated with him personally. Then what about you? Emperor Xianda gestured to Ji Gang. Tell me, did he ever mention anything during his daily routines? Ji Gang, filled with fear and awe, replied as if he were an ordinary servant. Your Majesty, eunuch Fu usually left the palace for procurement tasks, and his schedule was always busy. He mostly sent the servants around him to meet with this lowly one. Hearing this, Emperor Xianda seemed to be mocking himself as he glanced at the motionless Pan Rugi. Ji Gang continued, There was only one occasion when I greeted eunuch Fu as he approached in his carriage. I overheard him discussing with someone how a certain prince was enraged and seeking trouble. As I was eager to hand over the money for the merit oil lamps, I approached more closely. However, eunuch Fu was occupied that day, so he instructed me to wait for him in the West Garden today, which led to the soldiers seeing me wandering by the pond. Pan Rugi interjected. Did you hear clearly? It was the prince, not someone else. Ji Gang bowed repeatedly, saying, I dare not deceive the emperor. Many people saw me at the market that day. If they are questioned, it will be evident that I am not lying. Emperor Xianda remained silent for a long while, the air in the room thick with the scent of medicine. Empress Dowager covered her nose and mouth with a handkerchief before leaning closer to the emperor. Your Majesty, we cannot rely solely on Xiao Chiye's account to determine if there was foul play in Xiao Fuzi's death. The incident took place just steps away from your carriage. If it truly was Prince Chu who wanted Xiao Fuzi's life, why would Xiao Chiye go to such lengths to deflect blame? Your Majesty, Pan Rugi interjected softly. Xiao Fuzi's life is not worth much. If Prince Chu killed him out of personal animosity, then that's one thing. But I fear it's not that simple. Your Majesty rarely leaves the palace, but Xiao Fuzi often does. Why did Prince Chu choose today of all days? Emperor Xianda suddenly began to cough violently. He pushed away Pan Rugi's hand and wiped the blood from his lips himself, not looking at anyone as he said, Jianheng is my own brother, and I know his temperament best. Since the case has reached this point, let Ji Lei close it. It was all due to Xiao Fuzi's arrogance and overstepping his bounds, causing resentment and jealousy. Punish I by confining him to the estate for half a month and deduct 3 months' salary from Ji Lei and Shi Guanan. Pan Rugi, pass on the message, then dismiss them. This. Pan Rugi glanced at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager remained silent. Emperor Xianda turned to her, speaking earnestly. Mother, these are troubled times. Autumn is approaching, and our borders are unstable with increasing friction in trade. We need stability in Linyi, Qidong, and the border regions. Pursuing this matter now might involve too many parties and inadvertently harm our borders, causing suffering to the common people. Although the pain of Zhongbois is in the past, the shame has yet to be washed away. Mother, this case should not drag on. It could hurt public sentiment. Empress Dowager's face showed concern as she tucked the blanket around Emperor Xianda. Your Majesty, still concerned with state affairs despite your illness. It is a blessing for our kingdom. Pan Rugi, go ahead. Pan Rugi acknowledged the order and exited the room slowly. The Empress Dowager continued. In my opinion, Shun's 8th son is genuinely remorseful, vastly different from Shun Wei. He could be a useful individual. Emperor Xianda replied. His health is poor, so he may not be fit for any official duties. It's best he remains in the temple for quiet recuperation. The Empress Dowager slowly lowered her hand and said, The Emperor speaks wisely. But now that the person has already been summoned, sending him back without reason would only arouse suspicion about this case. Wouldn't that go against what the Emperor desires? Emperor Xianda smiled and turned to Shun Zichuan, saying, Remember the Empress Dowager's favor, and don't follow in your disloyal and unfilial father's footsteps. Go to the Imperial Guards. The 12 divisions have different responsibilities, so there will naturally be tasks for you. Shun Zichuan prostrated himself and expressed his gratitude for the imperial grace. After everyone had left, Emperor Xianda leaned on the bed edge and vomited all the medicine he had just taken. The blanket covering his hands was twisted into a wrinkled mess. The room was dimly lit, and the emperor's face was pale, revealing his severely ill condition. Supported by Pan Rugi, the Empress Dowager walked along the water corridor. Hua Xiangyi carried freshly picked lotus flowers, followed at a distance by the serving maids. The emperor has become even more arbitrary and domineering since his last illness, the Empress Dowager said as they walked slowly. How can someone in such poor health still manage state affairs? An illness can come on like a landslide. Pan Rugi replied. The emperor must be worried. When I chose Jianyun, it was because of his gentle and respectful demeanor, the Empress Dowager said, looking at Pan Rugi. Although he has been ill these years, he has still tried his best. But who could have imagined that he fears the Xiao family so much? At every critical decision, he always tries to avoid offending anyone, but such a perfect outcome rarely exists in this world. In the end, the matters within the capital still require your guidance. Pan Rugi said, once concubine Wei gives birth to an heir, the Empress Dowager will have no more worries. The Empress Dowager turned her hand over and gently patted Pan Rugi's arm, speaking with profound meaning. Before concubine Wei bears a child, you must continue to keep a watchful eye on the emperor's health. By the Empress Dowager's order, Pan Rugi replied, I've been keeping a close eye on things. When Shun Zichuan emerged, most of the people outside had already dispersed. He and Ji Gang descended the steps one after the other, only to see Xiao Chiye riding away. But wasn't the Imperial Guard disbanded? Shun Zichuan observed Xiao Chiye's waist and legs as he spoke. Yet from his appearance, it's evident that he hasn't neglected his training. Skilled in horseback riding and archery, Ji Gang narrowed his eyes as he appraised him. But we've never crossed paths before, so I'm not sure how strong this young man is. Chuaner, don't engage with him unless it's absolutely necessary. Shun Zichuan didn't respond, but just as they were about to leave, the person who was almost out of sight suddenly pulled his horse around and charged straight at them. Shun Zichuan kept his gaze fixed on Xiao Chiye, neither dodging nor retreating. As Xiao Chiye's horse approached, it brushed past him. Shun Zichuan's sleeves billowed in the wind for a moment before settling back down. What does this case have to do with you? Xiao Chiye circled around Shun Zichuan on his horse. It has nothing to do with me. Shun Zichuan smiled at him. But it has everything to do with second young master. I lost my head over Pan Rugi's dog, and today, no one else benefited except you. Xiao Chiye leaned down from his horse to look at him. How is it that those with tough lives also have such good luck? This is because of second young master's prestigious influence. Shun Zichuan replied humbly while looking back at him. If not for second young master's intervention, how could I have been released? Xiao Chiye's gaze was tinged with a chill as he said, You're quite well informed. I just played a little trick. Shun Zichuan replied. Xiao Chiye looked up at the sky. The sea eagle had caught a bird and was circling overhead, waiting for its reward. It doesn't matter if you've been seen. Xiao Chiye whistled, and the sea eagle immediately landed on the roof tiles, pinning down the bird and tearing it to shreds. He then turned back to Shun Zichuan. Ku City is so vast. One has to find something entertaining to do. A nobleman is indeed a nobleman. Shun Zichuan said. Your idea of fun is different from others. Eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring mean nothing to you. You insist on playing with people. But solitary pleasure is not as enjoyable as shared joy. It would be rather dull if only I were to accompany young Master Second. I find pleasure in watching you. Xiao Chiye said, clutching his horsewhip and curling the corner of his mouth. Why would I need anyone else? Shun Zichuan chuckled. How can I accept this? I've found many friends for young Master Second. Instead of worrying about me, worry about yourself. Xiao Chiye said as he withdrew his gaze. The Imperial Guards have a bright future. Since Ji Lei holds you in such high regard, I'm sure he'll be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Shun Zichuan laughed softly. Looking at Xiao Chiye, his eyes brimmed with amusement as he said warmly, We are both caged birds and pond fish. If I have a promising future, aren't you also basking in comfort? I have no attachments and am carefree. Can the same be said for young Master Second? The lanterns hanging on both sides illuminated Shun Zichuan's face, making him appear even more handsome. After finishing its meal, the sea eagle landed back on Xiao Chiye's shoulder, as if you're a fish in a pond or a bird in a cage. Xiao Chiye brushed the dust from the sea eagle's feathers. Why pretend to be at ease? That night, Shun Zichuan returned to the temple. After taking his medicine, he sat across from Qi Tai Fu in the courtyard on a small table. Ji Gang had built a small courtyard within the Temple of Confession, as per Chi Taifu's request, and planted some bamboo and a vegetable garden. Sitting outside on a summer night was very refreshing. His Majesty doesn't want to delve too deeply into this matter, Shen Zichuan said. He allowed me to leave only to protect Prince Chu. Sir, your foresight is truly remarkable. Whether it's divine or not, we can't be sure just yet. Chi Taifu tapped his chess piece, smacking his lips. Last time, you mentioned that the Emperor has been bedridden since the beginning of the year. He's still in his prime, with the Imperial Hospital attending to him, but he seems weaker than when he was still a prince. Pan Rugi has certainly played a crucial role in this. Ji Gang squatted by the door, sharpening a stone. The Emperor was mostly angry at them, and even punished Ji Lei. Clearly, he's been holding a grudge for a while. When someone feels that their days are numbered, they tend to become more daring. Chi Taifu said, being the kind of emperor he has spent his whole life compromising. The Empress Dowager doesn't favor Prince Chu, but now he's the only one eligible for the throne. Today, Ji Lei bit Prince Chu several times. If he has gained Pan Rugi's favor, the bitterness of the medicine lingered in Shun Zichuan's mouth as he frowned. I would believe that Pan Rugi, having the intent to harm Prince Chu, must have already eliminated any potential obstacles. There are other imperial descendants in the palace who are much easier to control than Prince Chu. The late emperor was self-disciplined. Ji Gang blew away the dust. It wouldn't be possible. Besides, if there were really another imperial descendant, how could they have kept it hidden all these years? Chapter 15. The Yellow Bunting. The following day, Shen Zichuan was due to report for his assignment at the Imperial Guards. Coincidentally, Xianxia, the younger brother of Guan, was hosting a gathering, inviting the recent talents and promising young scholars in the capital city, Chengdu. They were engaged in refined conversation on the East Pavilion. Xianxia was a plump man who needed someone to fan him as he sat down. Holding a bamboo fan, he said, "This year seems to be my lucky year. Although I couldn't invite Yanqing, I managed to secure Yuan Zhua. Xue Xiuzhua, who held an official position, was absent that day." The Yuan Zhua mentioned by Xianxia was none other than Yao Wenyu, the beloved disciple of Hai Liangyi, the current Grand Secretary of the Sea. The three of them were so close because they not only came from the same 8 prominent families of Chengdu, but also had a childhood friendship. As they were talking, the curtains swayed, revealing an elegant scholar with a gentle demeanor. He wore a dark blue robe with a slanted collar and wide sleeves, adorned with a calligraphy pouch at his waist. Upon hearing the commotion, he smiled and bowed to the assembled scholars, who promptly stood up to greet him. The room buzzed with polite conversation. Yao Wenyu greeted each person before taking his seat and saying, "I see you all every year, so I hardly deserve the adjective rarely seen." Despite his humility, no one dared to underestimate him. Yao Wenyu had been a prodigy in Chengdu since his early years, composing lyrics at 8 and writing odes at 12. He was the cherished jade of the elder Yao, who sought to nurture his talent by sending him under the tutelage of Hai Liangyi. Known for his strictness, Hai Liangyi had taken on only one student, Yao Wenyu, whom he cherished greatly. After some casual chatter, the discussion turned to recent political developments. Xianxia waved his hand to signal the fanners to stop and said, "In Chengdu, there has indeed been a peculiar matter lately. Gentlemen, do you recall the Zhongbo Jianxing king, Shen Wei, who 5 years ago burned himself to death in fear of punishment? One who cowers from battle and betrays his country. A man straightened his posture and declared, by law, he should have been executed, and his entire clan could have been justifiably eradicated. It's lamentable that the emperor is so benevolent, sparing the remnants of the Shen family. I heard this morning that Shen Wei has actually emerged. With his guilt already confirmed, how can he, being the son of a defeated and disgraced general, hold an official position? How can the talented people of the world have faith in such a system?" "Yes," Xianxia replied. "How can that be? There's no such precedent. It must be the Empress Dowager trying to protect someone." Another person suggested, "It's rumored that this remnant has some connection with the Hu family. But how can personal affection surpass the law? Isn't that disrupting the legal order?" Xianxia sighed deeply, his face clouded with concern. "I fear that if we allow this, it will set a precedent, giving future criminals and their offspring an opportunity to escape punishment." The scholars immediately grew indignant. They couldn't tolerate Shun Zichuan being released after Shen Wei's crimes. What's your opinion, Yuan Zhua? Yao Wenyu sipped his tea calmly. I've been away from Kudu for a long time and am not well informed about the details. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment. Xianxia empathetically said. Of course, you're often traveling for your studies and might not be aware of the happenings in Kudu. Someone in the group chimed in. We are all well-educated scholars who understand morality and the law. We can't just sit idly by and watch this unfold. Xianxia asked. Then what should we do? The speaker replied. We are all students at the National Academy. If we unite and express our concerns, the emperor should reconsider. Let's return and kneel together in the Hall of Enlightenment to request that the emperor revoke his decision and severely punish Shen Wei's remaining kin. Amidst the applause, Shi Hongxian clapped his hands in praise. Brilliant. Gentlemen, you truly deserve to be the pillars of our nation. Your kneeling today will be remembered for eternity. I am ashamed to admit that although I am not a student at the National Academy, I am willing to join you all. The scholar who had spoken earlier replied. How can that be? Brother Hongxian, your elder brother is the commander-in-chief of the 8 great bases. If he were implicated in this matter, it would not be worth it. Let us go, gentlemen. As the banquet dispersed, Yao Wenyu called for the host to prepare some tender and easy-to-chew meat dishes. As he waited, he overheard the whispering of the scholars downstairs. One talks of an unpolished jade, but isn't he just a cowardly turtle? He didn't even dare to speak up just now. How can he compare to Brother Hongshuan's benevolence? Yao Wenyu popped a pine nut into his mouth, smiling silently without engaging in an argument. By the time the meat was ready, most people had already left. Shi Hongxian offered. Shall I escort you, Yuanzhua? No need. Yao Wenyu lifted the meat in his hand. I'm going to my teacher's residence. After bidding farewell, Shi Hongxian watched Yao Wenyu's departing figure, sneered, and said, Let's go. Meanwhile, Shen Zichuan had arrived at the courtyard of the Imperial Guards. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with stares from all directions. The hurried Imperial Guards passing by couldn't help but glance at him. Leading the way was Qiang, who took Shen Zichuan to the duty office and explained. In the Imperial Guards, we have 4 types of people. First, those selected from common households, whose sisters serve as palace cleaners, known as female households. They wear temporary badges but receive no salary, like Xiao Wu. Second, those recommended by the eunuchs within the palace, called imperial eunuch recommendations, just like our commander-in-chief. Third, those from military households, inheriting their family's privileges. That's my case. Fourth, those with specialized skills or exceptional talents, regardless of their background. They are appointed by the emperor himself, and they are formidable. You'll encounter them eventually. Qiang pushed aside the curtains and invited. If you're here to take up your post and register, that's done right here. Shen Zichuan stepped in, and the chatter in the records office abruptly ceased. The men, dressed in different garbs with distinct badges of the Imperial Guards, turned their heads, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. Shen Zichuan? The man lounging with his legs crossed behind the desk pushed aside the ledger before him and looked at Shen Zichuan. So it's you. Shen Zichuan noticed the man was wearing a Feiyu robe. In the ranks of the Imperial Guards, only those above the rank of a captain were allowed to wear such attire. He bowed slightly and said, That's me. This man had a few straggling hairs hanging over his forehead and stubble on his chin, giving him a rakish air. He stroked his chin and chuckled. As expected, the son of a courtesan. Shen Wei didn't waste his fortune for nothing back then. Qiang, give him the badge. He threw the prepared badge on the table to Qiang. Qiang caught it and handed it to Shen Zichuan, saying, Wanzhou, this is our commander of the Imperial Guards, who has come especially to present you with your badge today. I am Xiao Chiye said, gesturing for Shen Zichuan to inspect the badge. Shen Zichuan flipped the badge over and looked back at Xiao Chiye. Xiao Chiye continued. The Elephant Training Institute, right? That's where you'll be assigned. Qiang will show you around later. Now, there are some rules I need to explain. Our Imperial Guard badges are as precious as the ones from the 8 banners. When not on duty, they must be kept safely and not lent out. Although we're assigned to one of the 12 departments, those aren't our primary duties. Our true calling is to serve the emperor. Whatever he commands, we execute. Apart from our departmental tasks, We also have rotating intelligence duties. If a significant event occurs, like when we arrested you 5 years ago, it requires the Emperor's personal approval, along with official documents and a special apprehension badge. Assignments are not decided by me or the commander, but through a lottery draw, drawing lots to determine who will undertake the task. Sun Zichuan, having heard Ji Gang's instructions, nodded in silence. Lastly, Xiao Tianya rose to his feet and looked around at the people in the hall. The members of the Imperial Guards are all united. Whoever wears our badges is considered one of us. Any past grievances should dissipate like smoke. There shall be no secret plots or tricks against our fellow brothers. If such actions are discovered, their badges will be revoked, their names stricken from the records, and they'll be thrown into the prison for severe punishment. The surrounding gazes immediately dispersed, each person focusing on their own affairs. Satisfied, Xiao Tianya turned back to Sun Zichuan and said, "Go ahead." Sun Zichuan bowed and followed Gu Qingqing out the door. I thought it would be an assignment in the Fanhan department, a prestigious post. Gu Qingqing observed Sun Zichuan. The Elephant Training Institute. Well, it's not bad either. I had countless speculations. Sun Zichuan replied with a smile. But I never imagined it would involve raising elephants. The Horse Training Bureau is a much better place now. They raise fine horses for the nobles, and through interaction, one can gain familiarity and have a better chance at promotion. As for the Elephant Training Institute, Gu Qingqing's expression turned odd. It's not exactly a leisurely post, especially with the early morning court sessions. Those elephant gentlemen are quite demanding to serve. However, since the commander rarely visits, it's less likely to cause trouble. The Elephant Training Institute was located near the Chidu Royal City's Mingli Road, which led directly to the Kailing River. During hot weather, the elephants needed to be driven to the river for drinking and bathing. Not only that, during daily court sessions, 6 elephants had to be led to stand on both sides of the imperial steps. On grand occasions, such as festive assemblies or hunting expeditions, the number of elephants would increase. These elephants, like the officials, attended and left court together. While an ailing official might find it difficult to recover, an elephant could. Like the Imperial Guards, they were on a rotation schedule for their duties. Sun Zichuan had never even owned a dog. Now he was thrust into the role of caring for elephants. It was safe to say that life was unpredictable. As the two were on their way, they heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Gu Qingqing turned back and asked, "What's the matter?" The approaching eunuch from the Imperial Guard glanced at Sun Zichuan with a solemn expression and said, "Your waist badge has been suspended. You cannot carry out your duties today. Return to the registry office immediately." Sun Zichuan inquired, "Has there been a new imperial decree from the palace?" The palace has not issued any new decrees yet. However, 3,000 students from the National Academy have gone on a hunger strike and are kneeling to beg the emperor to revoke his order and severely punish the Shun family. Gu Qingqing's face changed instantly as he looked at Sun Zichuan. Xiao Chiye, who was confined to his quarters and flipping through a storybook while lying on his couch, barely stirred when Xinyang informed him that Prince Chu had arrived. He couldn't be bothered to get up. "Confined to my chambers." Xiao Chiye munched on some fruit without lifting his head. "How did you manage to stroll in so casually?" Li Jianheng threw Xiao Chiye's governor's badge on the ground, agitated. "Qian, something terrible has happened." Xiao Chiye's eyelids twitched. Li Jianheng declared, 3,000 students are kneeling before the emperor, begging for severe punishment against Sun Zichuan. They've been there since morning and plan to fast until the emperor retracts his order. When the emperor heard the news during dinner, he became so enraged that he's back on his bed now. Xiao Chiye looked at the waist badge and said, "Throw it out. The 8 banners won't clear the students away. That's why they sent me to return the badge to you. If the Imperial Guards can disperse the students tonight, your debt will be settled." Li Jianheng stomped his foot in anxiety. Other guards might not be able to do it, but dealing with a few powerless students should be easy, right? This is a good opportunity. Xiao Chiye covered his face with the book, fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "This sure as hell is a good thing." The National Academy students were potential candidates for future positions in the court, and they could sway the opinions of local scholars. Shi Guanan knew that they were a hot potato that couldn't be touched. If Xiao Chiye really moved against these 3,000 students tonight, The pins and criticism of the literati would bury him tomorrow. Suspected to be at the Jinhui office since early this morning. Li Jianheng answered as he watched Xiao Chiye put on his clothes. He asked hurriedly, "Where are we going?" "To find Xin Zichuan." Xiao Chiye descended the steps. Qin Yang had already prepared the horse, and Xiao Chiye vaulted onto its back, galloping off. Chapter 16. A storm descends. As the evening progressed, a wind arose, and the rain followed. Xiao Chiye galloped through the downpour, arriving at the Imperial Academy just in time to hear Gao Zhongxiong cry out. If the traitor is not executed, the people's anger will not be assuaged. The students behind him bowed their heads and echoed in unison. If the traitor is not executed, the people's anger will not be assuaged. Dust and rain splashed, soaking the students' clothing and hair. Xiao Chiye reined in his horse, its hooves stomping on the spot. He watched for a moment before calling out, "Why didn't you do this earlier? If you had knelt like this back when the remnants first entered the capital, he would never have survived." Gao Zhongxiong's chest heaved as he said, "It's never too late to mend a fence. The remnant's power has yet to reach its peak. As long as His Majesty withdraws his pardon and punishes him severely, it will serve as solace to the souls of Central Bohai's loyalists. There's no reason for the Son of Heaven's edict to change overnight." Xiao Chiye replied, "Your kneeling isn't to beg the emperor to rescind his order, but to force him to do so. All of you are filial, fraternal, loyal, and trustworthy men. There are 100 ways to appeal. Why must you resort to the most desperate measure?" "Governor." Gao Zhongxiong raised his head. "Scholars die for the sake of their counsel, while warriors die in battle. If we are to stand by and watch as His Majesty is deceived and acts blindly, it would be better for us to spill our blood on the imperial stage tonight, demonstrating our resolve with our deaths." Xiao Chiye said, "Is threatening suicide the only skill that scholars have ever possessed?" The rain grew heavier, yet the students remained steadfast. Xiao Chiye dismounted and squatted in front of Gao Zhongxiong. Amidst the downpour, he leaned closer and asked, "Who incited all this?" Gao Zhongxiong's face was resolute as he declared, "It was my loyalty to the sovereign." Xiao Chiye's expression turned mischievous. "I think not. If you want to protect outsiders, you can do so. But your actions tonight have implicated the 3,000 fellow students behind you. If the emperor were to fly into a rage and order a bloodbath tonight, you would be no different from the remnant traitors of the Xin family, both being eternal sinners. But that is not the worst-case scenario. The worst would be if your head rolls, and the emperor still refuses to retract his command. You studied diligently for 12 years only to become a pawn or tool for others." Gao Zhongxiong wiped the rain from his face and said, "What I'm doing is a matter of loyalty and righteousness, entirely different from the Shun family's betrayal of the country. Even if the 3,000 of us lose our lives tonight, our blood will soak the imperial platform for the sake of the emperor." Xiao Chiye replied, "In the current situation, the palace neither withdraws Shun Zichuan's appointment nor sends an imperial edict to pacify the students. Don't you understand the emperor's intentions? We won't eat, sleep, or retreat." Gao Zhongxiong vowed, "Until the emperor retracts his order." Thunder rumbled, and Xiao Chiye stood up. Qin Yang tried to hold an umbrella for him, but Xiao Chiye waved him off. Rain seeped through his robe, and water dripped from the badge at his waist. "Governor," Qin Yang whispered suddenly, "the imperial guards are here." Xiao Chiye turned around in the rain to see Qiao Tianya arriving on horseback. He dismounted and bowed in salute from a distance. The students stirred upon seeing the imperial guards, causing a commotion. Qiao Tianya sheathed his sword with a smile. "This matter is tricky, and it wouldn't be right to bother the governor. Since they're close to our Jinhui, it's naturally up to us to handle it." "Handle it." Xiao Chiye nonchalantly raised his arm and placed it on Qiao Tianya's shoulder. "How does the commander intend to resolve this? A group of unarmed students hardly warrant the Jinhui's involvement. In this capital, the emperor is supreme." Qiao Tianya replied, glancing sideways. "Anyone who defies the imperial mandate becomes an enemy of the Jinhui." Xiao Chiye met his gaze, and after a moment, they both burst into laughter. "Good brothers," Xin Zichuan said nonchalantly. "If they're afraid of death, why become a tool in others' hands? Even if someone tries to pin this on me, should I just accept it?" They fell into another bout of silence. Xiao Tianya sat beneath the shelter, cracking sunflower seeds. When he judged that the time was ripe, he straightened his robe and stood up. True enough, a sedan chair emerged from the darkness. Upon lifting the curtain, it turned out to be Pan Rugi inside. A young eunuch supported Pan Rugi while Ji Lei held an umbrella beside him. Dressed in a robe adorned with a 5-poisoned toad applique and wearing a smoked hat, Pan Rugi allowed Xiao Chiye to lead him towards the students. "It's pouring so heavily," Xiao Chiye said, suppressing his smile. "You've bothered the Lord Director of the East Factory to come." Pan Rugi glanced at Gao Zhongxiong and asked Xiao Chiye. "He's still not backing down." Xiao Chiye replied, "Scholars are stubborn. They won't budge, no matter how you cajole or threaten them. Even that isn't enough." Pan Rugi, who had lost an arm the day before, was seething with repressed anger and needed an outlet. Assisted by others, he approached Gao Zhongxiong. "We are all learned men, so how can you not understand the meaning of usurpation? Matters of the court should be discussed within the court, not by unseasoned youths like yourselves." Gao Zhongxiong, upon seeing this notorious flower faction enforcer, couldn't help but stand up for himself. Every citizen has a responsibility for the prosperity or decline of the nation. As students of the Imperial Academy, we have a duty to serve the Emperor. Now that His Majesty's court is filled with villains, if we don't. "Villains?" Pan Rugi sneered. "What a fine word. Who instructed you to slander the court and the Emperor?" "I am acting out of loyalty." "Enough nonsense." Pan Rugi abruptly gave the order. "You have been misled by sinister influences, defied imperial commands, incited unrest, and slandered the court. If such a person is not punished, what remains of our laws? Bring him to me." Gao Zhongxiong never expected Pan Rugi to act so recklessly and immediately, so he stood firm in the rain, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Who dares? I am an appointed student of the Imperial Academy, chosen by the Emperor himself. The cowards are in front, while eunuchs are ruining the country. It is you traitors who should be seized. Drag him away," Ji Lei ordered, noticing Pan Rugi's fury. The Imperial Guard stepped forward to apprehend Gao Zhongxiong, who tried to rise, but was held back. He raised his arms towards the palace and cried out, "My death today is a protest. If the eunuchs wish to kill me, let them." "Emperor." Xiao Chiye tightened his grip around Gao Zhongxiong's neck, preventing him from breathing properly. Struggling, he managed to gasp out his words in fragments. "Emperor, villains dominate. Where is justice?" Xiao Chiye inwardly cursed. Sure enough, he saw the 3,000 students seething with righteous anger. In that instant, life and death were pushed aside by their passionate cries. Amidst the downpour, they leaped to their feet and charged towards the Imperial Guards. "Eunuchs are destroying the nation." A scholar yanked off his writing case and hurled it at Pan Rugi, spitting out, "Traitors are in power." Ji Lei hastily shielded Pan Rugi, pushing him back while yelling, "What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? This is the real traitor to the country." The students collided with the Imperial Guards, their fingers almost poking Ji Lei's face as they spat. "Traitor! Traitor!" Xiao Chiye suddenly tossed his umbrella to Shun Zichuan and strode down the steps. Shun Zichuan stood alone on high ground, watching the chaos unfold with cold eyes as Pan Rugi was shoved back into his sedan chair and Ji Lei's shoes were even trampled off. "Rivers and lakes are full of storms." Shun Zichuan murmured to Ji Lei from afar. "Governor Ji, how glorious." A soft chuckle emerged from under the umbrella as he casually twirled the handle. He then gazed at Xiao Chiye's retreating figure. Chi Taifu and Ji Gang were drinking wine and tea under the eaves. Ji Gang sipped his tea and said, "Is killing Xiao Fuzi solely to ensure Chuaner's escape?" Chi Taifu took small sips of his wine, as if cherishing every drop, holding onto his gourd and replying, "Who knows? You'll have to guess for yourself." Ji Gang turned to face him and declared, "In any case, his safety must come first." Chi Taifu shook his gourd and advised, "To catch your enemy off guard, you must take risky moves. You taught him martial arts so he could remain calm in perilous situations. Sometimes, one must put their safety aside and risk it all to find new life." With a worried frown, Ji Gang watched the rain intensify and stated, "The task you entrusted me with is already settled. This is called playing the long game." Chi Taifu commented, picking at his toenails, "If we don't wait a few years before reeling in our catch, we'll only end up with rotten fish and shrimp. Should misfortune befall us one day, This arrangement will serve as his life-saving trump card. Chapter 17. Turmoil. The Empress Dowager got out of bed late at night, asking through the curtains, "What's all the commotion?" Hua Xiangyi opened the curtains and helped the Empress Dowager out of the fragrant, warm bed. In a hushed tone, she explained, "It's the students from the Imperial Academy demanding the Emperor revoke his appointment." The Empress Dowager rose, and her maidservants lit lanterns and drew back the curtains with great care. Hua Xiangyi supported the Empress Dowager to a low, ornate bed with a narrow waist and horseshoe-shaped legs, presenting soft cushions and a warm stove. She also served the Empress Dowager some hot milk. With a spoon in hand, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow slightly. How sudden this is. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "The appointment was made only yesterday, and tonight there's already an uproar. It's rather hasty. It's still the Imperial Academy causing trouble." Hua Xiangyi leaned against the Empress Dowager, saying, "Aunt, the Academy is where all scholarly talent aspires to be. Even the Grand Secretaries would find it difficult to intervene now." Sipping her milk, the Empress Dowager, without her makeup, showed signs of aging but still exuded extraordinary grace. She slowly put down her bowl, leaning against the cushion, gazing at the glass lampshade. After a while, she said, "Yes, Shenwei's crimes are notorious now. Both morally and logically, the Grand Secretaries cannot openly rebuke the students. If they force the Emperor to rescind his decision, I, Empress Dowager, will have a bitter pill to swallow." "Aunt," Hua Xiangyi said, "releasing Sun Zichuan was never the Emperor's original intention. Now, because of this order, he's unjustly gained the reputation of being feeble-minded. He might develop resentment towards you. That's not a problem." The Empress Dowager replied, "Once concubine Wei becomes pregnant, the great Zhou will have an imperial heir. The heir is the foundation of the kingdom, and as long as I have an heir, I remain the Grand Empress Dowager of the great Zhou. The Emperor has already drifted away from me since his illness, so if he gets angry now, it's just his sickly tantrum. Let him be." After Emperor Xianda's illness, he gradually ceased to obey the Empress Dowager's wishes, even for insignificant daily matters, revealing a growing rift between them. With the Empress Dowager holding court, Pan Rugi by her side, and the respected Prime Minister Hua, the Hua family's power must be preserved, requiring a compliant and obedient emperor. Emperor Xianda's reign has failed. Why not replace him? Empress Dowager didn't dislike Prince Chu for any other reason, but because Prince Chu, Li Jianheng, was no longer a weak child nor someone she had personally raised. How could such a person, upon ascension, be as obedient as her own grandchild who had been nurtured under her care? Moreover, today's request strikes at the emperor's prestige. The Empress Dowager said calmly, "The emperor has reigned for 9 years, and every aspect of his life, from food to clothing, has been managed by this Empress Dowager. Now, he wishes to become an independent and arbitrary ruler, showing favor to the Xiao family, refusing to release Sun Zichuan, while also attempting to protect Prince Chu. But I know him well. He is merely pretending to be strong on the outside, while being fearful inside. Each time he tries to please both sides, it only exposes his indecisiveness, offending both parties in the process. But hasn't the emperor confined Sun Zichuan all these years for the Xiao family? What do you mean by confinement?" The Empress Dowager held Hua Xiangyi's hand and spoke with earnestness. "Confinement is a thread of hope. The emperor believed he was doing a favor for the Xiao family, but in reality, he sowed the seeds of disaster. With Xiao Jiming losing his brother, Li Bei demands Sun Zichuan's death. As long as Sun Zichuan lives, it wounds the loyalty of the 120,000 iron cavalry who saved the emperor's life. Consider this. Xiao Jiming's dedication is to prove his unwavering loyalty, even leaving his younger brother behind in Kudu. Despite this openness, the emperor, fearing to offend this Empress Dowager, removed the death sentence and imprisoned Sun Zichuan. If a person doesn't die, they become a source of trouble. In times like these, where it's a matter of life and death, the emperor remains naively hopeful. This time, too, he refuses to thoroughly investigate the Xiao Fuzi case to save Prince Chu, cutting off Pan Rugi's backup plan. He also fears causing resentment in me, so reluctantly releases Sun Zichuan. He thinks the Xiao family will empathize with his difficulties, but Xiao Jiming, far away in Li Bei, will surely not be pleased when he learns of this. So it seems, Hua Xiangyi remarked. Could it be that the one who incited trouble at the Imperial University was also from the Xiao family? This person forced the emperor to retract his decision, causing a rift between the emperor and our Hua family, preventing the Grand Counselor and aunt from intervening, and also found a way to get rid of Shun Zichuan using others. If that's truly the case, the Empress Dowager brushed aside Hua Xiangyi's stray hair, speaking with affectionate concern. Why would Xiao Jiming still hold the title of one of the 4 generals of the nation? This child has always been cautious in his actions. If he were behind this, he wouldn't have made it so easy for others to catch him. Besides, the Xiao family has no connections with the National Academy of Letters in the north. I can't figure it out. Hua Xiangyi leaned against the Empress Dowager, acting coquettishly. Aunt, tell me. All right then. The Empress Dowager had no sons in her life, and her maternal relatives were distant. She doted on Hua Xiangyi alone. Aunt will teach you. You see, we have 8 outer cities encircling our capital, Qidu. These 8 cities are the origins of the current 8 great families. Our Hua family hails from the southern city of Di, which has always been the preferred choice for imperial consorts. But it wasn't until my time that the Hua family truly flourished, becoming the leading family among the 8 greats. Many years ago, when the previous emperor first ascended the throne, the Yao family was the most favored. They had 3 generations of imperial teachers. If not for the decline of talent in the eldest master Yao, Qi Hulian from Chuzhou might never have become the eternal favorable grand tutor. As for the current Xi family, only Shi Guanan has risen to become the commander of the 8 banners. He oversees the children of the 8 great families, but he's merely treated as a military instructor. The Shi family has never had the character for greatness. The Xue family, after the passing of grandfather Xue, has fallen into obscurity. Now, only Xue Xiuzhua serves in the central government. As for the Wei, Pan, Fei, and Han families, I'll tell you about them another time. I've heard father mention these before. Hua Xiangyi said, Aunt, you're telling me this to suggest that the person secretly stirring up trouble at the Imperial University could be from one of the other 8 great families. The Empress Dowager is merely suspicious. She said, prosperity comes and goes. It's been many years since the Huas have risen alongside me to the throne. Now that His Majesty is gravely ill, it's possible that others are entertaining different thoughts. Call Pan Rugi here tomorrow morning and have the Imperial Guards secretly investigate. Qidu isn't that big of a place, and I refuse to believe there are walls that cannot be pierced. Xiao Chiye wrung the water out of his clothes as he followed Ji Lei into the Mingli Hall. It was already late at night, yet Emperor Xinda had yet to sleep. You're confined to your quarters for reflection, Emperor Xinda said, holding a scroll and casting a glance at Xiao Chiye. His voice was hoarse as he added, Why did you run around with the Imperial Guards? Xiao Chiye was truly wronged. Director Ji summoned this minister. I thought it was to convey the Emperor's edict. Upon arriving, Emperor Xinda inquired, How did it go? Ji Lei promptly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, the students of the National Academy were seemingly prompted by someone to engage in unauthorized discussions about state affairs, slander the emperor, and even laid hands on eunuch Pan. The situation was chaotic, but Governor Xiao refused to allow your minister to apprehend them. Not only did he refuse, but the Imperial Guards were as obstinate as Xiao Chiye. They obstructed the arrest, behaving like spoiled brats, just short of rolling on the ground in protest. A bunch of idle soldiers with faces as thick as city walls. Emperor Xinda asked Xiao Chiye, Did you hinder the arrest by the Imperial Guards? Xiao Chiye responded, They are merely a group of students. If they were to be thrown into the prison for imperial investigations, their fate would be uncertain. Their lives aside, what if this tarnishes your Majesty's reputation? They're forming factions and colluding with dark forces, clearly intent on disrupting the governance of the court. If we don't investigate such individuals thoroughly, what use is there for the Imperial Guards? Ji Lei said indignantly. Emperor Xinda coughed for a long while before responding. Kain has done well. Your Majesty. Ji Lei was incredulous. These students dared to gather in a riot and even shouted rebellion. If they aren't dealt with strictly, the stability of our kingdom will be at risk. Frank and outspoken, Emperor Xinda replied coolly. If not pushed to their limits, why would they abandon their studies to confront the Imperial Guards or make such cries? That remnant of the Shin family should never have been released. If it weren't. The emperor threw aside the scroll and began to cough again. Once he had somewhat recovered, he returned to his usual demeanor. No matter what, I feel that the drill ground for the Imperial Guards is too small, and there's no room to maneuver. Tell the commander on my behalf to see if he can allocate more land to the Imperial Guards. Jilei had heard rumors that Xiao Chiye had been playing polo with the Imperial Guards on the drill ground, but he never expected him to actually ask for more space. However, it would be inappropriate to refuse outright, so he replied, "It might be difficult. Last month, Prince Chu expanded his residence and forcefully occupied civilian homes. That matter was reported to the Yamen. Now, Qidu is crowded everywhere. Where can I find a place for second young master to use as a drill ground? Besides, even if there is a spot in the city, it should be allocated to the 8 great camps." Xiao Chiye said under the umbrella. "The Imperial Guards won't get a spot in the city, but it's fine if it's outside. As long as the area is large enough, we can have fun." Only then did Jilei realize the meaning behind Xiao Chiye's words. He looked at Xiao Chiye and laughed. "All right, second young master, you've already set your sights on a piece of land, haven't you? You're trying to hide it from me. Then I'll have to trouble you, old Ji." Xiao Chiye said, "In Qidu, no one has more influence than you. If you mention it to the commander, how could he refuse? We can discuss the reward when the matter is settled. Speaking of silver with me is pointless." Jilei finally softened his tone. "I've taken in an adopted son and am considering where to find him a fine steed. Speaking of horses, who knows more about them than second young master? I'll gift him a few." Xiao Chiye said, "The horses bred in the Hongyan Mountains are no worse than mine. In a few days, I'll have someone deliver them straight to your residence. I'll inform Guanan first." Jilei said, "How big of a deal is the training ground? Wait for my news." By the time they parted ways, the rain had stopped. Xiao Chiye got into his carriage. Xinyang watched Jilei's palanquin and said, "Is the governor really giving up his horses? What a pity. One cannot refuse a gift without feeling indebted." Xiao Chiye kicked off his boots. His feet were already soaked. "The training ground stands out too much in Qidu. This old fox wouldn't be able to handle it if he accepted the horses." He said coldly, "I'll let his son pay his respects to our ancestors." The carriage jolted, and Xiao Chiye wiped his face with a handkerchief. "Where's that person?" Xinyang asked. "That person? Shin Zichuan. He's long gone back." Xinyang poured Xiao Chiye some tea. He looked unsteady on his feet. How can he serve in the Imperial Guards in such poor health? To raise elephants. Xiao Chiye drank his tea in one go. Ailing fellows would rather not do laborious work. He's definitely the kind who would shirk his duties. A sneeze echoed from the idler, who sat in the dimness for a while, wondering if he had caught a chill. The door suddenly creaked open, admitting a plump figure. Xianxia entered with a TSK. "This place is something else. Even the Imperial Guards can't find it." Shinzichuan, without turning his head, replied, "An old, dilapidated courtyard that no one would rent. This is its only advantage. But it's not easy to get your hands on this place." Xianxia said as he rubbed his hands and sat down, looking at Shinzichuan. It was originally bestowed by the previous emperor to the crown prince, who then rewarded it to Qi Hualien. After Qi's death, it was sold. "How did you acquire it?" With a mouthful of tea, Shinzichuan held Shi Hongshuan's gaze for a moment, both savoring the moment. Shi Hongxian raised his hand unhurriedly, saying, "Look at my nosy tongue. Why do I always pry into others' affairs? I heard on the way here that Pan Rugi also got a beating. You certainly didn't hesitate. You're the commander of the 8 banners." Shinzichuan pointed out, "Getting involved in this will arouse the Empress Dowager's suspicion, and life won't be so easy from now on. If Shiguan isn't having it easy, then I will." Shi Hongxian said, placing his thick palm on the table. "It's better to have a student speak up first than wait for the high officials to voice their opinions. After this incident, you'll truly have made your mark." Shinzichuan picked up chopsticks and selected some vegetarian food. "Just a petty trick. Please don't laugh, second master." Only after watching Shinzichuan start eating did Shi Hongxian touch his own chopsticks, asking, "So what are your plans now?" "I earn my living among the Imperial Guards." Shinzichuan said, "Jilei is Pan Rugi's foster son and has an 8-folding brotherly relationship with Shiguanan. If you want to get rid of Shiguanan, how can you avoid Jilei? It's better for us to share our lives. letting them remain lifelong best friends. Xianxia chuckled softly, leaning on the table as he spoke sardonically to Xianxia. What grudge do you have against Jilei? Xianxia picked out the Sichuan peppercorns without lifting his eyelids and replied, I simply don't like the shoes he wears. Chapter 18. Roast Donkey. Xiao Chiye had been quiet for half a month before he finally received Jilei's reply, indicating that the matter at the training field had been settled. He immediately left the city to bring Chunyang to see the place. It was an abandoned plot of land that used to be a mass burial ground. After the execution platform was moved elsewhere, this area became empty, although it's separated from the city by Feng Mountain. Chunyang observed after dismounting. It's still too far away. 1.5 hours before dawn, we'll arrive here. Xiao Chiye said, pointing his horsewhip in a direction. We have to treat the cunning old foxes in the Ministry of Works well, give them some incentives, and fill up this area. With a bit of cleaning up, we can make do with it. This place is remote, so the 8 banners won't patrol here. Governor, let them spend the money. Chunyang said, I'm not quite comfortable with it. Even if you're uncomfortable, you'll have to bear with it. Xiao Chiye said, if someone were to urinate on our heads, we'd still have to get this place ready. Yes. Chunyang dared not say more. Xiao Chiye did not leave until dusk and rode back. The moment he entered the city, he saw Li Jianheng's guards waiting for him at the entrance. What is it? Xiao Chiye asked as he reined in his horse. The guard bowed and said, His Highness has set up a feast at the Huixiang Hall on East Dragon Street, awaiting Governor General's presence for dinner. Xiao Chiye pondered before riding over. East Dragon Street bordered the Kai Ling River, and as night fell, the area was illuminated with bright lights. On both sides were wine shops and pleasure houses, while various boats and gondolas docked along the waterway. Xiao Chiye dismounted at the foot of Huixiang Hall, and the manager followed closely behind, personally escorting him upstairs. It was only when he lifted the curtains for a peek that he realized this banquet was no ordinary affair. All those seated were well-known figures, or at least the young scions of officials who served under their fathers or elder brothers. Next to the Prince of Chu sat a fair-skinned eunuch. He looked rather delicate and was likely the replacement grandson Pan Rugi had found after Xiao Fuzi's demise. Suan is here. Li Jianheng called out. Come, take your seat. We've been waiting for you. Xiao Chiye casually chose an empty spot and smiled. What a grand affair. Li Jianheng explained. Let me introduce you. This is Grand Eunuch Pan's grandson, Feng Quan, or Grand Eunuch Feng. He then turned to Feng Quan. This is my good friend, the second son of the Xiao family from Northern Li, General of the Imperial Guards, Xiao Suan. Feng Quan was more pleasing to the eye than Xiao Fuzi. He bowed respectfully to Xiao Chiye and said, I have long admired your esteemed name, General. Xianxia, sitting across from them, had his legs crossed and occupied 2 seats by himself. Beads of sweat trickled down his plump face as he said, Let's dispense with the formalities, Your Highness. Are there still guests who haven't arrived? We might as well start the banquet now. Li Jianheng raised an eyebrow at Xiao Chiye and said, We have a distinguished guest whom everyone is eager to meet. Xiao Chiye was taken aback by the unexpected gesture. Just then, a waiter lifted the curtain at the back and softly announced, Distinguished guest has arrived. The room fell silent. Xiao Chiye turned around to see Xianxia, dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Guards, stepping in. Upon seeing him, Xianxia was clearly startled. However, his obvious surprise made Xiao Chiye skeptical. Everyone present knew of their animosity, resulting in an awkward atmosphere as they exchanged meaningful glances, anticipating a spectacle. Li Jianheng warmly introduced. This is Shun Lanzhao, whom everyone should be familiar with. Lanzhao, please take your seat. Innkeeper, serve the feast. Xiao Chiye felt that Li Jianheng had lost his mind, inviting someone solely based on his appearance. Xianxia deliberately chose the seat beside Xiao Chiye. As he sat down, the two locked eyes. This must be Shun Lanzhao, whose fame has recently swept through the capital. Xianxia observed Xianxia with a sidelong glance. Truly, hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. I've heard much about Lanzhao, Li Jianheng remarked. His mother was once the belle of Duanzhou. Shenwei had to give half his princedom to win her heart. How could he not be handsome? Amidst the laughter and chatter, all covertly cast their gazes at Xianxia. Even Feng Quan couldn't help but sigh. If this gentleman were born a woman, there wouldn't be a place for the Huas in the picture. The group of privileged young masters chuckled conspiratorially. Xiao Chiye noticed from the corner of his eye that Shun Zichuan had lowered his head slightly, his emotions unreadable. The back of this man's neck was bathed in the dim glow of the nearby glass lanterns, like fine jade extending down to the collar of his clothes. It seemed as if one could savor an intoxicating delight by merely caressing it. He was defenselessly waiting for someone to make a move. His profile was smooth and exquisite, with a beautifully curved nose. The corners of his eyes were the most alluring, holding all that could stir an itch in one's heart, hinting at a smile with their upward tilt. Xiao Chiye took another glance. Sure enough, Shen Zichuan was smiling. Did you mistake me for someone else? Shen Zichuan's gaze tilted towards Xiao Chiye. I shall revise my opinion. Xiao Chiye withdrew his gaze. Shen Zichuan lifted his eyes, offering a polite smile to everyone at the table. I am but an average-looking person. Your compliments are too much. Seeing how obedient he was, those who had been holding back relaxed, and their words became even more indecent. Xianxia remarked, recently, there's a new pastime gaining popularity on the East Street called cup play. People pour fine wine into golden cups and place them in the fragrant shoes of beauties for amusement. Have you tried it, Your Highness? Li Jianheng chuckled and replied, there's no shortage of fine wine, but finding a beauty is another matter. Xianxia made a flirtatious gesture and said, isn't there one right here sitting before us? Shen Zichuan, who had always seemed to be strangers with Xianxia, managed a forced smile and said, how could I, an ordinary person, be worthy of being called a beauty? If anyone is interested, I'll treat all of you to a night of enjoyment at a brothel tonight. With the Huajia clan protecting Shen Zichuan, the others present didn't dare to provoke him too much. Only Xianxia seemed to have an inauspicious relationship with him, making the situation even more awkward. Lately, it was rumored that Shiguan was out of favor with the Empress Dowager, so now people believed that Xianxia was taking out his frustration on Shen Zichuan, regarding him as his brother's proxy. Just as Shen Zichuan was about to speak, Xiao Chiye suddenly said, how can we give Prince Chu something that others have already done? It's an old trick of drinking from cups and tossing shoes that's been around for centuries. Even the southern courtesans don't do it anymore. Why not try something different? Second Master Shi, take off your shoe. Let's use it as a boat instead. Amidst the mirthful laughter, no one dared to mention Shi Hongshuan's obesity and abnormally large feet, but Xiao Chiye unexpectedly used it as a subject for jesting. Well, that works too. Xianxia seized the opportunity and, with a flair for grandeur, lifted his foot and called out, someone, help Second Master Shi take off my shoes. Seeing Li Jianheng's amusement, he chided playfully. Shen Zichuan had not expected Xiao Chiye to come to his rescue. He and Xianxia were merely playing out a staged act, yet he found himself looking at Xiao Chiye now. Xiao Chiye ignored him and helped himself to some food with his chopsticks. After a brief moment, the young eunuch Feng Quan said, entertainment is the business of all the lords. Tonight, I shall offer you another dish. Clapping his hands, he signaled to the attendants who had been prepared beforehand to promptly serve the dish. However, this dish turned out to be a live, small donkey. Feng Quan remarked, among the delicacies of the world, donkey meat is the finest. Have any of you lords tried donkey roasted on a spit? Amidst the din, all eyes fell on the donkey standing in the center. Li Jianheng asked, what's donkey roasting? The servants swiftly heaped soil onto the ground, skillfully forming a small earthen enclosure. They guided the donkey into this makeshift plot, burying its 4 hooves in the soil, so that its belly rested against the earth. Then, they covered the donkey with a thick layer of cotton bedding. Gentlemen, Feng Quan said humbly, please witness this. The servant squatted halfway, took the dipper, and scooped up the freshly boiled broth, pouring it all over the donkey's back. An assistant held the cloth tightly, swiping it down from the top of the howling donkey's head, causing the fur to come off alive. But that was not the end. The servant who had poured the boiling water put down the dipper and began carving flesh from the fiery donkey's body. The meat was placed on platters, and those by the fire roasted it on the spot. When done, they passed it around to all the guests in attendance. The donkey's braying grew ever more pitiful, attracting attention even from the people downstairs. Li Jianheng's face turned pale as he looked at the donkey meat, covering his nose and mouth, while saying, "Eunuch Feng, this dish is rather damaging to once. Your Highness might do well to sample it first. This mule meat, freshly sliced from the simmering broth, is at its most succulent. One eats it precisely for this fleeting taste of freshness." Feng Quan remarked with an implied meaning. This dish called roasted mule holds even deeper significance. It is much like a person who falls into another's grasp, entirely at their mercy. Should his master command him to kneel, he must kneel. Should his master bid him to weep, he must weep. And should his master set their sights on his flesh, he too must endure being carved as they please. In Shun Sichuan's predicament, he was akin to that donkey. As he gazed at the blood-soaked bedding, seeping into the soil with a pungent stench, it was as if he saw Ji Mu from 5 years ago, and himself, also from 5 years ago. Delicious. Xianxia savored several slices, seemingly oblivious to any hidden meanings, and simply exclaimed in delight. Shin Sichuan's chopsticks remained still, and Xiao Chiye did not touch the meat either. Hearing the unsettling tone, Li Jianheng said anxiously, "This truly undermines virtue. Remove it at once." "Wait a moment." Feng Quan finally met Shin Sichuan's gaze. "Mr. Shan, this dish was specially instructed by my foster father. Why aren't you trying it? Pan Rugi is his god-grandfather. By this connection, Ji Lei indeed becomes his godfather. What background does this young man have to gain Pan Rugi's favor so swiftly, replace Xiao Fuzi's position, and also win Ji Lei's esteem? Unable to kill Shin Sichuan in the past, Ji Lei now finds himself powerless against the man who is under his control. Tonight's degrading tactic to humiliate Shin Sichuan is a clear declaration that their rivalry will never end. Shin Sichuan picks up his chopsticks. Before Shin Sichuan can finish his sentence, the chair beside him is abruptly pushed away. Xiao Chiye rises to his feet, grabs the plate of donkey meat, and hurls it with a clatter towards Feng Quan. Li Jianheng jumps up, stammering, Calm down." Xiao Chiye fixes his gaze on Feng Quan. He doesn't care if Feng Quan wants to humiliate someone on Ji Lei's behalf. But Xiao Chiye is also a captive beast in this prison today, no different from that donkey. This slap is a blow to his face, stinging him deeply. Feng Quan looks at him in confusion, asking, "Does this displease the governor?" The wolfish hilt of the knife at Xiao Chiye's waist presses against his thumb. As he draws his blade, screams fill the room, only to see him strike swiftly, beheading the donkey with one stroke. The wails cease as blood seeps into the earth, turning it bright red. No one dares to breathe, uncertain of what Xiao Chiye intends to do next. Xiao Chiye stood with his back to the fading light, wiping the blade clean on the tablecloth before he nonchalantly turned around and said with a smile, "Carry on, everyone." Li Jianheng stared at his knife and said gently, Sezwen, put it away, put it away." Xiao Chiye sheathed his blade and glanced at Feng Quan. He pulled up a chair and sat down in the middle, legs spread wide, and declared, "Roast them all. I'll watch Eunuch Feng eat tonight." Feng Quan hurriedly left after having someone carry the sedan chair. Li Jianheng, having had a bit of wine, wept bitterly as he looked at Xiao Chiye. Sezwen, I really didn't think this through. Who knew that this eunuch would be such a scoundrel? We're brothers, so don't let this incident affect our friendship. Xiao Chiye tugged at the corners of his mouth and said, "There's a distinction between kinship and friendship. I understand. You should leave first." Li Jianheng clung onto his sleeve, wanting to say more, but Xiao Chiye simply instructed Qin Yang to stuff Li Jianheng into the sedan chair. "Send King Chu back." Xiao Chiye said, "I'll walk back myself." Seeing Xiao Chiye's displeased expression, Qin Yang didn't waste any words. He mounted his horse and followed behind King Chu's sedan chair. Alone under the lantern, Xiao Chiye stood for a moment before kicking over someone's potted plant. The expensive potted plant tumbled to the ground, bumping against the staircase, only to be gently lifted by a hand. Shin Sichuan stood on the stairs, composed and unruffled, saying, "Are you well off? This will require compensation." Xiao Chiye replied coldly, "I have more money than I know what to do with." As he spoke, he reached for his waist, only to find it empty. Shin Sichuan waited a moment before turning to the shopkeeper and saying, "Add this to this gentleman's account. He has more money than he can spend." Chapter 19. Reality or Deception. Amid the summer breeze and moonlit night, The moon hung gracefully on the branches of emerald trees. Xiao Chiye was robust, and alcohol fueled his heat. Frustrated, he watched Shen Zichuan descend and remarked, "The temple of acknowledging faults can't possibly teach one to be at peace with adversity and alter one's nature." Shen Zichuan dismissed the waiter and replied, "I am most skilled in enduring adversity with grace." Xiao Chiye rinsed his mouth with tea served by the waiter, wiped his lips, and said, "Try coming up with something more convincing. You probably can't even write those for characters. All just part of the performance." Shen Zichuan said as he wiped his hands, smiling at him. "You're taking this too seriously." Xiao Chiye did not look at him, but casually threw the handkerchief back into the tray. "When the act is over, who will believe it? Someone has to play that role, and I, Xiao Suan, fit the part perfectly. Aren't you enjoying the show? This dagger is a treasure," Shen Zichuan said, lowering his gaze. Xiao Chiye raised his hand to block Shen Zichuan's view and asked, "And what about me? Am I not one?" A lantern upstairs went out, and Shen Zichuan sighed. "How do I respond to that? It doesn't seem quite appropriate. You have high standards." Xiao Chiye withdrew his hand, his gaze fierce and menacing as he stared at Shen Zichuan. "Not many people can recognize a fine blade. People are treasures themselves." Shen Zichuan agreed with him. "Naturally, they would wear good things. Even a blind cat can stumble upon a dead rat. I was just guessing. Why do I feel like I'm seeing a ghost whenever you praise me?" Xiao Chiye said, "Maybe you don't hear it often enough." Shen Zichuan consoled him. "I haven't even mentioned my sincerity yet." The crowd around them had dispersed, calm and composed. Xiao Chiye said coolly, "You're quite the patient one. One must have patience to achieve great things." Shen Zichuan chuckled. "Don't worry, there's more to come. Great things." Xiao Chiye scoffed. "What could there possibly be in this tiny kudu that requires such scheming on your part? I'll tell you." Shen Zichuan paused and looked at Xiao Chiye with a hint of fondness. "You actually believe me. Second young master, you're not as shrewd as you seem. I'm just a debauched, idle noble, living for food and drink, waiting for the day I die." Xiao Chiye said, "I never knew the world could be so treacherous, or that someone like you would try to deceive me. Forgive me." Shen Zichuan shifted his steps. "I see that your fangs have been sealed, quite pitiful. Tonight, you've relieved yourself with a swing of your blade, haven't you? Just a little." Xiao Chiye stepped forward to block his path. "Where are you going? We're not done talking. I'm escorting you back to your residence." Shen Zichuan said, "For saving me tonight, I am deeply grateful and don't know how to repay you." Xiao Chiye scoffed. "Your mouth is full of lies, deceiving many people, I presume? Not many fell for it." Shen Zichuan replied, turning around. "Everyone tells a fib now and then, like saying I have plenty of money." Xiao Chiye retracted his leg. "Compared to you, I'm a mere amateur." "You see," Shen Zichuan said softly, "you're being polite again." There was simply no point in conversing with this man. It was impossible to tell which of his words were true or false. Every sentence seemed like a ruse to obfuscate the truth. Even after circling around the subject, one couldn't extract any substance from him. Xiao Chiye turned around, whistling to summon his horse. "You're being friendly with me because of tonight's incident. Now that everyone has dispersed, there's no need to keep up the act. Well, what can I do about it?" Shen Zichuan lifted the lantern, his gaze soft and obedient as he looked at Xiao Chiye. "Should I bite you again?" Xiao Chiye suddenly stepped closer, speaking with a casual ease. "With such an enchanting appearance, you've used it all to captivate people's hearts. What are you trying to imply by looking at me like that?" Shen Zichuan remained unperturbed, instead whispering to him, "I was born with these affectionate eyes." Xiao Chiye mockingly tapped Shen Zichuan's forehead with the tip of his riding whip. "What a waste of these eyes, filled with schemes and manipulations. I was born with a wretched fate," Shen Zichuan said, gently pushing aside the whip. "How else could I play the game? Second young master came here tonight for yourself." Xiao Chiye said coldly, "Don't mistake my actions for something more. Thank goodness the moon is so bright tonight." Shen Zichuan replied, "Why ruin the mood of my self-inflicted affection?" Xiao Chiye mounted his horse and held the reins, gazing at Shen Zichuan for a moment before he said provocatively, "I'm afraid you'd cling on to me for this small favor, crying and causing a fuss. You're not just drunk." Shen Zichuan hinted, "You're terminally ill." "Who knows about that?" Xiao Chiye said, "After all, you have thrown tantrums before." The night fell into silence. Xiao Chiye reined in his gaze, considering it a small victory. He galloped a few steps before suddenly hearing someone speak behind him with a mirthful tone. "Did you find what you lost 5 years ago?" Xiao Chiye turned abruptly and pulled the reins, halting for a moment as he said in a chilly voice, "Give me back my ring." Shen Zichuan looked at him, but his gaze made Xiao Chiye feel that something was amiss. Shen Zichuan said, "Want the ring? Easy, just bark like a dog twice, and I'll give it to you." The sea eagle landed on Xiao Chiye's shoulder, staring at Shen Zichuan alongside its master with an icy demeanor. It was late into the night, and the unknown night watchman's clanging of the wooden block extinguished the lantern in Shen Zichuan's hand. The path was shrouded in darkness. Several days later, Li Jianheng dared to show his face in front of Xiao Chiye. To his surprise, Xiao Chiye seemed to still be simmering with anger. When they listened to music together, the atmosphere was so frigid that not a single delicate maiden dared to come forward to serve them. Li Jianheng held up his teacup to shield himself as he whispered, "Still angry?" Xiao Chiye ground the ice in his mouth and said, "It's melting." Li Jianheng's hair stood on end at the sound of the crunching. "It's almost autumn. You shouldn't be eating ice like that. It's eerie. I have a whole cellar full of it prepared every year. It'd be a waste to let it go to waste." Xiao Chiye propped his feet up and leaned back. Li Jianheng couldn't help but shift his butt and said, "Let me tell you something that'll cheer you up. Do you know who Feng Quan is?" "Who?" "That girl I mentioned before." Li Jianheng's face was brimming with a smile as he spoke slyly. "Feng Quan is her younger brother. She's now in favor with Pan Rugi. Wouldn't Pan Rugi want to promote Feng Quan? Feng Quan is quite the talker and has even won Jilei's heart. Jilei plans on raising him like a son. It seems so." Xiao Chiye said with one arm supporting his head as he glanced at Li Jianheng. "You're really taken with that girl, aren't you?" "Indeed," Li Jianheng replied. "That's why what happened that day was all Jilei's doing. As Feng Quan is his son, how could he defy his father's orders?" "So you're suggesting I let him off?" Xiao Chiye asked. Li Jianheng was flexible and had none of the arrogance of a royal. He promptly slid off his chair and squatted in front of Xiao Chiye, pleading, "Brother, do this for my sake and let him off. Besides, haven't we made him suffer enough already? He is, after all, Pan Rugi's person. We can't be too harsh on him, especially since it's only been a few days since the incident with Xiao Fuzi, and the emperor is still watching." Xiao Chiye suddenly stared at him and sat up. "Did you touch her?" Li Jianheng grunted. Xiao Chiye said, "You touched his woman under Pan Rugi's nose. I wouldn't have done it if he were a real man." Li Jianheng protested, standing up. "He's just an old eunuch with those cheap tricks to entertain himself. He beats that lovely maiden until she cries like a pear blossom in the rain every day. That beauty was mine to begin with. If you were in my shoes, would you do it?" Xiao Chiye said exasperatedly. "No, I wouldn't." Li Jianheng pleaded again. "Qian, we're brothers. How big of a deal is this?" "Huh, just turn a blind eye. Let Feng Quan go, and I'll give you someone else to play with." Xiao Chiye lay back down without a word. If Pan Rugi found out about this, Xiao Fuzi's incident would be nothing but a fart. The old dog would surely think of ways to kill both of them. Just from the favor he had shown Feng Quan recently, one could tell how much he doted on that woman. Pan Rugi was 65 years old with no biological sons. None of the beauties by his side had lasted so long. If he really regarded that woman as his beloved wife or concubine, he might not hesitate to kill Li Jianheng. Listening to Li Jianheng's incessant chatter, Xiao Chiye asked, "You must have been confident to dare do such a thing, right?" Li Jianheng sat on the carpet, fiddling with his bamboo fan and murmured, "Well, it's not exactly that. I heard that Pan Rugi used to keep a bunny god too. Why not just give him one for amusement?" Xiao Chiye replied, "Not many can compare to your beauty." Li Jianheng felt uneasy but didn't dare hide the truth from him. He said, "Then, Shen Lanzhao has been quite the topic of interest lately. What are they interested in? His price, whether anyone can afford to keep him." Seeing Xiao Chiye's expressionless face, Li Jianheng quickly clung to the chair. "Money isn't an issue, but I'm too afraid to approach him myself. If he gets desperate, Qian, help me this once. Just get him in front of Pan Rugi, and I'll pay you in silver. Even gold if you want." Xiao Chiye remained silent, leaning on his knees. Li Jianheng thought there was a chance and continued, "Aren't you still angry at Shen Wei? After this is done, Shen Zichuan wouldn't dare act tough in front of you again. Think about it. He failed to die, but fate took a turn. By making him do this in Chudu, He'll wish he were dead in the future. Besides, the Empress Dowager also has her sights on him. I thought you had a brain. Xiao Chiye drawled as he pulled his leg back. Turns out it's all just mush inside. Qiang. Li Jianheng chased after him, holding up his robe as he ran out the door. Xiao Chiye mounted his horse and left without looking back. Let Xin Zichuan become Pan Rugi's forbidden delicacy. Would Pan Rugi dare to take him? This person is under the constant watch of the Empress Dowager, who wishes to protect him. If Pan Rugi dares to, it would be cutting off his own future. Li Jianheng must have lost his mind. But if Li Jianheng were to dare act on those intentions, if Li Jianheng truly dared to, why would Li Jianheng suddenly dare to do such a thing? Upon completing his duty, Xin Zichuan removed his official badge and was immediately greeted by Xiao Chiye's magnificent steed as he exited. Descending the steps, he said, "Are you here for the ring?" Xiao Chiye plucked off a branch and held it between his teeth. He stared at Xin Zichuan for a moment before saying, "It's broad daylight, and you're still not awake? Give me back what's mine and stop beating around the bush. That wasn't how you were acting last night." Xin Zichuan observed the sky. "If you stand here barking like a dog, the governor won't be able to save face. So you didn't come for the ring, then. What is it? Be straightforward. What do you think you know?" Xiao Chiye sat on a rock, propping his elbows with his long legs. "Chu Wang wants to beat up Xiao Fuzi, and even in the temple, you could find out about it. I momentarily forgot about this matter, but now that I think about it, there must be someone from your side by his side. Either a spy or someone who's inciting him to do this. If my abilities were that extraordinary," Xin Zichuan replied, "I wouldn't have ended up taking care of elephants. One can never truly know for certain." Xiao Chiye said, his eyes cold and distant. "You'll have to give me a clear account before I can discern the truth from your letters." Chapter 20. Choice. "I am so wronged," Xin Zichuan said. "Now, whenever something happens, they always blame it on Shun Lanzhao. Ever since you appeared, there has been non-stop trouble." Xiao Chiye said, "Xiao Fuzi, the Imperial Academy, Pan Rugi. How are you involved in every single incident?" Xin Zichuan mocked himself. "Yes, how am I not involved? Don't you know the reason behind this? Prince Xiao picked me up from the T-Stone pit back then. If he had just killed me then and there, none of these matters would exist today." Xiao Chiye plucked off the leaves. "Back then, you chose to survive against all odds. Are you only now realizing the taste of life?" In Xin Zichuan's eyes was an eerie calmness that made Xiao Chiye question its authenticity. This man was very peculiar. At the banquet that day, his every move seemed to imply the past is already behind us. But 5 years ago, on that snowy night, Xiao Chiye remembered the look in his eyes when he bit him. This sense of unreality was like a bottomless abyss. The intense hatred that once surged seemed to have been smoothed over, leaving no clue as to where this man's limits lay. Despite being humiliated by everyone, he lowered his head with a smile. Xiao Chiye's words of looking at him differently were spoken from the heart. If someone could endure adversity to such an extent, the darkness beneath that tranquility only made Xiao Chiye more alarmed. "What's it like to be alive?" Xin Zichuan laughed again. "I've been experiencing it day and night in the Temple of Repentance. Now that I'm out, I realize how difficult life truly is. I cherish my life and am terrified, but I'm burdened with this guilt, and lives are demanded of me as retribution. I, Shun Lanzhao, only have one life. How can it suffice? I've tried every means to please you, Second Prince, hoping that you and the other dignitaries would show mercy. Today, if you want an explanation, at least give me a reason." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chiye changed his mind. His senses were sharp, and he always felt a faint unease beneath Xin Zichuan's compliant cooperation. However, Xin Zichuan was unyielding, and no matter how Xiao Chiye tried to extract information, he could not discern truth from lies. Xiao Chiye did not believe a single word Xin Zichuan said, just as Xin Zichuan had feigned that night. They were all playing their roles. Why take it so seriously? But while people could lie, their actions left traces. After mingling among the lower ranks of Qidu, Xiao Chiye could likely uncover something. If Xin Zichuan wanted to plant someone in Li Jianheng's inner circle, it wouldn't be some master spy. With his current status, he could only buy the loyalty of servants or attendants. Something was amiss in Li Jianheng's affairs from both inside and out. If not thoroughly investigated, the consequences could be dire. Ever since Xiao Chiye had pledged allegiance to Crown Prince Chu, he had barely slept. I came to have fun with you. Xiao Chiye changed the subject, blowing on a leaf and remarking, I recently heard that someone has been looking into your affairs. Considering the connection with Crown Prince Chu, I naturally had to come ask. You came to play with me once. Sun Zichuan replied, and I lost a night's sleep. That's not how you should put it. Xiao Chiye said, life isn't easy for either of us. Let's turn the page on our past grievances and start anew. Sun Zichuan chuckled and said, the lives of tens of thousands in Zhongbua's 6 provinces, and yet second prince wants to bury the hatchet. The times have changed. Xiao Chiye finally dropped the branch and stood up. You're now favored by the Empress Dowager and under the Hua's patronage. How dare I offend you? If second prince keeps his distance, we can consider ourselves acquaintances, Lance Hao. Sun Zichuan merely chuckled and said, have a good journey, second young master. Xiao Chiye mounted his horse and looked down at him. When do you plan on returning my ring, Wanzhou? It's just an ordinary ring. It's not valuable, and it'll only be an annoyance if you keep it. Why does it seem like a precious treasure to you? I'm wearing it. Sun Zichuan told Xiao Chiye. I rely on the fierce aura of second young master to ward off evil spirits. How could I possibly return it so easily? Xiao Chiye cracked his whip and said, don't you know? Your second young master is the embodiment of malevolence. Sun Zichuan watched as Xiao Chiye rode away, his smile fading into an unreadable coldness. The setting sun slanted across the ground, casting an orange glow upon Sun Zichuan's feet and stretching out into the shadow where Xiao Chiye's figure was gradually disappearing. Under the nocturnal sky, studded with countless stars, Chi Taifu unfolded a newly drawn map for Sun Zichuan to peruse. Though the Eastern Palace of old had no authority to command the border troops, it was well informed about the deployments of the garrison forces across the land through the military ministry. This is the North Great Province, backed by the Hongyan Mountains, with access to the Luoxiao Pass in the west and bordering the 12 banners of Xianxia in the east. Sun Zichuan pointed to the eastern flank of the Hongyan mountain range. As autumn approaches, the cavalry of Xianxia will inevitably face shortages in their grazing lands and will surely plunder from the neighboring markets. Given Xiao Jiming's intent to mobilize troops, how is it that no petitions seeking approval have been dispatched to Chu capital these days? Due to His Majesty's grave illness. Chi Taifu mused. In this spring, Xiao Jiming only sent a single memorial. He has spies stationed in Chidu. The fact that none have been delivered up until now can only signify one thing. Sun Zichuan whispered. His Majesty's days are numbered. So, it's the uncertainty of who can ultimately secure the throne that keeps Xiao Jiming from making any moves now. Chi Taifu picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and circled Li Bei on the map. Crown Prince Chu ascending to the throne would only benefit the Xiao family. They've been at odds with the Huas for too long, and due to the Zhongbua incident, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Now, they have a chance to turn the tables. Xiao Jiming would never let this opportunity slip. But sir, you also mentioned the other day. Sun Zichuan pointed at Chidu. With Chidu's gates closed, Xiao Chiye is a hostage in Li Bei. With the Empress Dowager holding him, how can Xiao Jiming act? Since you brought it up, Chi Taifu put down his brush. I'll tell you something else. Please, sir. In your opinion, what kind of person is Xiao Chiye? Sun Zichuan gazed down at the map and remarked. Perceptive, cunning, and disinclined to follow established procedures. The feeling I get is that he's... Chi Taifu rubbed his temples, seemingly struggling to find the right words. After scratching his head in thought, he leaned over the small desk and confidentially whispered to Sun Zichuan. I believe he's a divine opportunity sent to Li Bei, a prodigy unparalleled in the heavens. Sun Zichuan twirled his writing brush and asked, Why do you say that, sir? Chi Taifu immediately ducked under the desk and pulled out a handwritten scroll. Over the years, he had felt the effects of old age and his fading memory, so he documented many matters on paper. Flipping through several pages with a rustling sound, he then leaned back against the desk and pushed the scroll towards Sun Zichuan. This is the detailed account Gu Qingqing managed to obtain from the Ministry of War. In the first year of Yongyi, 8 years ago, Xiao Chiye was 14 years old and accompanied Xiao Jiming on a campaign to the borders of Beishan. At that time, in the height of summer, Xiao Jiming encountered a pincer attack by 3 Beishan tribes at the eastern flank of the Hongyan Mountains, leaving their retreat cut off and trapping them before the waters of the Hong River. Reinforcements from the northern ruler were still 3 days away, making it imperative for Xiao Jiming to fight with his back against the river. However, as you know, while the northern troops excel in their formidable cavalry charges, likened to an unyielding iron plate, they lack the agility to effectively engage in prolonged pursuit warfare. Prolonging the engagement would only serve to exhaust the troops under Xiao Jiming's command. Grand Tutor Qi took a few sips of wine. The third night, however, the border sand troops retreated like a receding tide. Their heavily guarded supplies were set ablaze, and the fire spread from the center, disrupting their rear formation. Xiao Jiming seized the opportunity for a decisive battle and broke through the encirclement in one night. But that's where the northern report ends. The rest of the details were only obtained by your master after much effort. Can you guess how the supplies, under such tight security, could have been burned? It's said that the border sand's 3 divisions dug a secret passage along the water's edge, and Xiao Chiye silently entered it from the Hong River, crawling in that filthy ditch for half the night. Grand Tutor Qi stroked his chin as he spoke. Such a feat was not reported by the north. Not only that, but when Xiao Chiye arrived in Qidu, he became an idle troublemaker. Yet can a troublemaker possess such patience? Imagine, if he failed, his elder brother would have died. Yet he managed to bide his time for 2 full days, waiting until the border sands troops let their guard down before setting the fire. Did he know during those 2 days that his brother's life was constantly at risk? Moreover, if the fire wasn't set correctly or if the timing wasn't precise, even a moment too early or too late, the border sand would be strong, and the northern forces would weaken. He chose that exact moment. Without extraordinary insight, how could he have done it? Xianxia seemed moved. Grand Tutor Qi concluded, and this boy is quite wild. For this mission, he brought only a small group with him. He held up 2 fingers and paused for a moment. Lanzhou, I believe Pan Rugi transferred him to the Imperial Guards to avoid trouble, but that was a misguided move. They think the Imperial Guards are useless, but what are they? They're soldiers who once followed the Emperor into the 8 cities. The 8 great families looked down on them, so they relied solely on the Emperor. Now that the Emperor has discarded them, these 2,000 men are weapons without a master. If they fell into the hands of any mere playboy, it would be tolerable, but in Xiao Chiye's hands. What reason does Xiao Jiming have left not to send troops to protect Prince Chu? So that was it. The puzzle that Xianxia had been unable to solve suddenly clicked into place. He believed that since Xiao Jiming had left Xiao Chiye in Kudu, he should understand that the prince was a pawn under his control. He could either discard him or handle him with caution. If he chose caution, he shouldn't and couldn't allow Xiao Chiye to grow too close to Prince Chu, or else he would be courting trouble and constantly cleaning up after the messes. The autumn chill in Kudu is severe, and we are in a vulnerable position, said Qi Taifu, his throat dry. The Empress Dowager has already clashed with Shi Guan over the matter at the National Academy, and there's a rift between her and His Majesty as well. To ensure she maintains her power, the issue of the imperial successor is now more pressing than ever. If anything were to happen to Prince Chu recently, the Xiao family would have nothing to show for their efforts. Judging from Xiao Chiye's urgency to meet you today, it seems he's already on high alert. But the Empress Dowager is even more perceptive. Back then, she didn't hesitate to eliminate all threats in the Eastern Palace to secure Ningguang's ascension. Now, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, she might do the same to Prince Chu. Ensuring Prince Chu's safety won't be an easy task for Xiao Chiye. Since the Empress Dowager won't use Shi Guan, that leaves Ji Lei. Xianxia observed calmly. The Imperial Guards are filled with skilled experts who can carry out their missions swiftly and decisively. A dragon versus a tiger is one thing. Qi Taifu said, it's time for you to decide whether to pursue Prince Chu or follow the Empress Dowager's lead. Xianxia reached out and covered the map. Chapter 21. The Autumn Hunt. In October, the capital city saw several showers, turning the maple leaves in Fengshan red. On his way to the morning court, Xianxia noticed a light frost. Emperor Xianda's health improved with the arrival of autumn. He had resumed his meals and coughed less during court sessions. According to tradition, the emperor would not embark on the annual hunting trip to the South Forest until November. However, concerned about the cold weather, Emperor Xianda ordered preparations for the autumn hunt to begin early in October. Responsibility for patrol and security will still be in the hands of the 8 banners and the imperial guards, Qiang said as he held Xiao Chiye's sword. Governor, didn't His Majesty get angry last time? That was then, replied Xiao Chiye, wiping away a sheen of sweat after coming down from the training field. Last time, the emperor was worried about threats both inside and outside the palace. But this time is different. Xiguan has been discarded by the Empress Dowager for 2 months now. He must be eager to make a comeback. Will a small favor sway Xiguan? Qiang asked, speaking quietly since no one else was around. The Empress Dowager has accumulated great authority over the years, and the emperor is still unwell. Even if His Majesty offers Xiguan an olive branch, Xiguan wouldn't dare accept it. You mentioned it was a small favor, Xiao Chiye said as he pulled on his outer robe. What if the emperor grants Xiguan immense power? Just the other day, the emperor inquired about the age of Xiguan's daughter. Prince Chu doesn't have a principal wife. If a marriage were arranged, even if Xiguan had no such intentions, it would be hard to explain to the Empress Dowager. Qiang commented. Too bad our family doesn't have a young lady. Better that we don't, Xiao Chiye said. If we did have a sister, she'd have to be like General Qi. Otherwise, she'd have no choice but to marry someone she's never met. Upon saying this, he slowed his pace. The Huas have always been the preferred choice for consorts in the palace. Even the emperor himself refers to Hua Xiangyi, who is being raised under the Empress Dowager's wing, as his sister, not daring to offend her. Whoever she will be betrothed to in the future will still be decided by the Empress Dowager. Qiang continued. Fortunately, our heir is already married. But who on earth can Miss Hua Xin be matched with? Governor, I truly cannot tell. Xiao Chiye chuckled and replied. The Qis would have been the perfect match if Qi Juin were a man. The Empress Dowager would have betrothed Hua Xin to him long ago. Unfortunately, Qi Juin is a woman, and there is no male heir in the direct line of the Hua family. All they can do now is watch this piece of fat meat and not be able to take a bite, causing them great anxiety. The horse was led over, and Xiao Chiye patted it. Let's go. We'll visit the East Market on East Dragon Street again. Shinzichuan had just entered East Dragon Street. With his banishment lifted, he naturally could not remain at the Temple of Retribution. Initially, nobody had mentioned it, so the matter was left unresolved. However, in August, Xiao Tianya suddenly took an interest and accompanied Shinzichuan to the Temple of Retribution. Upon seeing Qi Taifu covered in mud and behaving erratically, Xiao Tianya instructed Shinzichuan to open an account with the Imperial Guards and find a proper place to live. As such, Shinzichuan moved into an old alley at the end of September. The rent was affordable and suited his current status. What kind of person is this person that master wants me to find? Shinzichuan held a contract of indenture, staring at the character Songyue on it. The hometown section was blank. Gu Qingqing looked around the crowd and said, Uncle didn't mention it. He only said that master agreed, and this person will be taking care of your daily needs in the future. After Shinzichuan moved out of the Temple of Retribution, it became inconvenient for him to correspond with Qi Taifu. Firstly, raising pigeons would expose his whereabouts too easily. Secondly, Xiao Chiye's sea eagle was too fierce, leaving a deep impression on him. Now, their only means of meeting was through Ji Gang, who could leave the palace under the pretense of running errands. It was rather troublesome, and for the time being, there was no better solution. Let's head to the Eastern Market, Shinzichuan suggested to Gu Qingqing. We should have a look. Donglong Street borders the Kailing River, known for its vibrant nightlife. To the east lies a bustling marketplace, primarily dealing in human goods. Those who sell themselves to pay for their father's funeral would choose this spot to kneel and beg for help. This is because ordinary households and noble mansions often come here to select servants and maids. Xiao Chiye held in his hand a registry from within the Chu Palace, intent on ascertaining the backgrounds of several individuals listed therein. Hardly had he stepped out of the brokerage when he caught sight of a familiar name. Qiang remarked, Isn't that? Xiao Chiye raised his hand, silencing Qiang. Shinzichuan tucked away the indenture, feeling a chill on the back of his neck. He turned to look and saw that Xiao Chiye had already leaned against the wall behind him. Your Highness, Shinzichuan said, why are you standing back there? To watch you, Xiao Chiye replied, casually stuffing the roster into his sleeve before strolling leisurely to Shinzichuan's side. Are you here to purchase a servant? With a hint of jest, Xianxia said, I can't afford to buy anyone with my body, can I? At this point, Xiao Chiye observed Xianxia. I heard there were many willing to pay a high price for you. Xianxia continued walking. That's about matters of the heart. It depends on whether we click before I consider taking them on. Xiao Chiye knew what kind of people he was talking about. It can't be easy to pick from among the ugly and deformed. Xianxia shot him a sidelong glance. Unlike second young master, you haven't held back with Prince Chu. Xiao Chiye said. Envious? Come find me then. Xianxia smiled. Not quite there yet. The two of them had nearly reached the end. Xianxia stepped aside. Then I won't trouble you, second young master. I'll take my leave. Wait. Xiao Chiye said, staying put. We'll still have to look out for each other during this autumn hunt. The Imperial Guards and the Palace Guards aren't on the same wavelength. Xianxia said, looking at him. What could I possibly help you with? Xiao Chiye said, if you're so distant, I'll just have to visit you more often. Then we'll be in the same boat. Xianxia didn't reply and left Xiao Chiye standing there. Xiao Chiye rubbed his thumb gently over the hilt of his dagger. Who did he come here to look for? He murmured. Gu Qingqing. It was indeed Gu Qingqing. Qinyang. Present. Go investigate. Xiao Chiye instructed. Investigate Gu Qingqing's family tree all the way back to the 18th generation. With his search interrupted by Xiao Chiye and subsequent busy shifts, Xianxia never found the time to continue. Just before the autumn hunt, he finally received an assignment to accompany the emperor to the southern forest hunting grounds. One day, as Xianxia returned home from work, he could tell someone was inside even before pushing the door open. Feng Quan, wearing a cloak, sat with his fingers elegantly curled around a teacup, asking through the door, Aren't you coming in? Xianxia opened the door. The room was unlit, and Feng Quan's fair face was shrouded in the gloom, like a wandering spirit. Setting down his tea, Feng Quan said, I'm here to deliver a message on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Xianxia tossed his dirty robe onto a small clothes stand and said, Thank you for your trouble. Yes, Feng Quan said, his gaze sinister as he threw an object at Xianxia. If it weren't important, why would I have to come in person? You've received the Empress Dowager's grace multiple times. Now, it's time to repay her. If you fail during this autumn hunt, your fate will be sealed. Xianxia caught the item. It was an Eastern pearl wrapped in cloth. As he brushed his fingertips across it, half a character was revealed through the fabric. Lin Chu. Xianxia's gaze returned to Feng Quan's face. Feng Quan rose and approached Xianxia, saying, If you succeed, the Empress Dowager will continue to use you like a dog and spare your life. But if you fail, there'll be no point in keeping you around. Rivals abound. Xianxia replied, I'll do my best. Feng Quan stared coldly for a moment before mocking laughter escaped his lips. He stepped out the door, shrugged on his cloak, and vanished into the night. Xianxia lit a lamp, then stood by the table, burning the cloth strip. The flames licked at the fabric, turning the character Lin into ashes. The Nanlin hunting grounds lay southeast of Chengdu, covering a vast area. Half of the food provisions for the palace came from this place. Half of the 8 great banners were mobilized, following the emperor's entourage in a grand procession. Xiao Wu rode alongside Xianxia, listening to the thunderous gallop of hooves. Without turning back, he knew whose horse it was. Indeed, in the next moment, he witnessed an oriental eagle hawk diving overhead, snatching a field mouse from the grass before soaring back into the sky. Xiao Chiye and Li Jianheng, along with a group of Chengdu's spoiled aristocrats, raced past them in a noisy commotion, their horses charging forward. Xiao Chiye's own steed, pitch black all over except for a snowy white chest, was particularly eye-catching. Looking up with envy, Xiao Wu remarked, Governor Zhao's eagle and horse are both precious treasures. Xianxia replied, They're just wild creatures. Being young and unable to bear solitude, Xiao Wu kept engaging Xianxia in conversation. Perched on his horse, munching on sweet potato jerky, he spoke with a Huaizhou accent. Brother Zichuan, do you know what those horse and eagle are called? Smiling, Xianxia answered, Wild, that's about it. Xiao Wu stretched his body and animatedly said, That eagle is called Meng. Doesn't it sound fierce? The horse, on the other hand, is named Lengta Oxygen. Listen to how majestic. Each word was emphasized by him, lending a childlike charm to his pronunciation, amusing the adults around them. Li Jianheng, catching his breath, turned to see this and said to Xiao Chiye, every time I see him, I wonder why he wasn't born as a daughter. Xiao Chiye looked at Li Jianheng as he circled his horse. Li Jianheng hurriedly replied, I know, I'm not that foolish. Once we arrive, Xiao Chiye said, you must inform me if you plan to leave. Don't be without your guards at night, and none of the women you brought can enter your tent. I didn't bring any women. Li Jianheng protested, trying to put up a front. Xiao Chiye smiled at him in a rather devilish manner. Qinyang rode up from behind and said, Governor, all those women have been sent back. Li Jianheng tasted bitterness on his tongue and, after a moment, said, Sijan, let me speak frankly. If we can't even sleep with anyone, what's the point of this autumn hunt? There are plenty of meanings. Xiao Chiye said, even basking in the sun is more interesting than you cooped up in your tent. Li Jianheng sighed deeply, no longer as lively as before. He continued walking, head hanging low. By the time they arrived, it was almost dark. Shen Zichuan had other duties that day, so he stayed behind to help with miscellaneous tasks. Xiao Tianya had also come and was greeting the imperial guards, inviting them to eat meat. He noticed the bowl in Shen Zichuan's hand and suddenly said, You have quite a tolerance for alcohol. Shen Zichuan replied, Just enough for one bowl. Xiao Tianya didn't expose him. This man didn't seem like he belonged in the imperial guards. He appeared more like a man of the world. Using his dagger to slice the roasted meat, he said, Now that we're at the hunting grounds, eat to your heart's content. It only happens once a year, and all this food is what's usually served in the palace. Once it's gone, it's gone. Chewing on the meat, he continued, You should always carry a blade when on duty. When it's your turn tomorrow night, use green willow. Why didn't you bring it? Didn't the elephant stable teach you a thing or two? Knives are too heavy, Shen Zichuan said, feigning weakness. I can't bear to carry them around with me. You're in such poor shape. Xiao Tianya remarked. Did Xiao Air damage you? What a shame. He's a first-rate scoundrel, but not someone you can blackmail. Otherwise, just with that one kick, I could have made him lose everything. The other imperial guards laughed. The corners of Shen Zichuan's mouth twitched slightly. Taking a sip of wine, he quickly surveyed the area through the rim of the bowl. Everyone had their blades at hand. Aside from him, who else could have come with the intent to kill Prince Chu? Beyond those present, how many more lurking shadows held cold-eyed assassins in wait? Even if Xiao Chiye were a genius unparalleled under heaven, what were the odds that he could protect Prince Chu amidst such a siege? A few tents away, Xiao Chiye and Li Jianheng were still drinking and playing dice with others. Chapter 22. Thunderclap. The following morning, Emperor Xinda presided over the autumn hunt. Unable to ride a horse himself, he prepared some rewards for the eunuchs and courtiers to compete in the hunt. Li Jianheng struggled to climb onto his horse, kicking at it several times before managing to mount. Emperor Xinda watched him and said, Jianheng, set an example for us all. I'm looking forward to tasting your prey. Li Jianheng held the reins tightly, having already instructed his attendants that even if he failed to catch anything, they should ensure he returned with a catch. With a confident departure, the entourage followed closely behind, while Xiao Chiye rode alongside him. At the end of the vast grasslands of the southern forest hunting grounds, there was a stretch of forest that seemed to go on forever. Yellow leaves hung with dewdrops, and the hunted animals, startled by the sound of galloping hooves and shouted commands, scattered across the fields. Li Jianheng drew his bow with effort while on horseback and shot an arrow at a rabbit. The arrow weakly pierced the ground, falling short of its target. The onlookers initially cheered blindly, but then a servant, who had been instructed beforehand, retrieved a prepared rabbit for inspection. Li Jianheng turned to Xiao Chiye, contentedly saying, How's my archery? My imperial grandfather taught me back then. Xiao Chiye sincerely replied, I've never seen such archery skills in Lianbei. Li Jianheng immediately laughed, saying, You've been in Shidu for so long. Haven't you forgotten how to draw a bow? Xiao Chiye carried only a standard bow, which paled in comparison to those used by the imperial guards. He responded, Let me show you my skills as well. Xiao Chiye drew his bow and shot an arrow into the open space ahead. The arrow was weaker than the one from Prince Chu. It couldn't even hit the ground accurately. The onlookers closed their eyes again and praised him blindly, much to Xiao Chiye's delight. Xiao Tianya, who had been waiting impatiently behind, found the scene amusing. He said, "See that? If you don't practice diligently, people will just treat you like a fool." Shen Zichuan gazed at Xiao Chiye's shoulder and arm, remembering the bone ring. He couldn't help but smile. Prince Chu soon grew weary of horseback riding, his back aching and his waist sore. It was the aftermath of his excessive drinking the night before. After wandering around for a while longer, he urged everyone to return when he thought enough time had passed. The guards behind him hadn't even finished shooting their arrows when they rushed back with him in a gust of wind, not even venturing into the forest to the east. Li Jianheng dismounted and knelt before the emperor. Pan Rugi counted the hunt's spoils for Emperor Xianda. The more Li Jianheng heard, the happier he became. "Your Highness, there's even a red fox with beautiful fur. Perfect for making a wind collar for you." Emperor Xianda was delighted too. "You seem livelier here than in Kudu. Pan Rugi, give this to Prince Chu." Li Jianheng lifted the silk cloth eagerly, only to find a bow beneath that no ordinary person could possibly draw. His interest waned, but he still said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift." Emperor Xianda chuckled and coughed slightly. "You don't like it? It wasn't meant for you to use anyway. This bow was left behind by our great ancestor. It's made of black iron and dragon tendons, weighing 120 jing. Even the 4 generals of the current era wouldn't be able to pull it back. Bestowing it upon you is to remind you to work hard constantly, to remember the hardships of our great ancestors' great endeavor whenever you look at this bow." Li Jianheng acknowledged the emperor's words and called for someone to carry the bow away. During the evening banquet, Emperor Xianda summoned Li Jianheng to sit beside him, leaning closely against him. This was a clear indication that could not be more obvious, but all the officials present understood yet pretended to be oblivious, for the elderly Grand Censor Hua Xiqian still held equal status with Prince Chu. When they had finished their feast and were sated with wine, bonfires were lit. Emperor Xianda did not leave his seat all night, and neither could those seated with him. Li Jianheng was already feeling weary from sitting, yet he saw no sign of the emperor taking a break. What was going on? Li Jianheng shot a look at Xiao Chiye, seeking help. Xiao Chiye, however, pretended not to notice. With the music and dance having ended, the flames burned fiercely. Emperor Xianda suddenly straightened his robe and called out, "Minister Hai." Hai Liangyi adjusted his robe and knelt respectfully before the emperor, replying, "This old minister is here." Emperor Xianda asked, "What do you intend to do today?" Hai Liangyi bowed his head and said, "This old minister wishes to endorse the 6th Ministry's Department of Household Affairs Chief Censor, Shui Xiuzhua, to have an audience with your Majesty and present his petition." Hua Xiqian had already sensed something amiss. He stroked his beard and said, "Why would Rinshi say such a thing? The position of a censor is precisely to directly advise the emperor." "Huashi," Hai Liangyi responded. "Although that's true, Shui Xiuzhua's memorials have repeatedly failed to reach His Majesty's desk. Perhaps it would be better for him to meet with the emperor in person." "What kind of memorial could fail to reach the emperor?" Hua Xiqian asked. Emperor Xianda said, "I am also curious. Minister Hai, summon him to come forward." Upon receiving the order, Pan Rugi exchanged a glance with Hua Xiqian before stepping forward 2 paces and announcing, "The Censor-in-Chief of the Board of Revenue, Shui Xiuzhua, requests an audience with the emperor." Shui Xiuzhua was not wearing his official robes, appearing as if he had just dismounted from a horse, slightly travel-worn. He approached without looking at anyone, kneeling before Emperor Xianda first and bowing in greeting. "What do you have to say?" Emperor Xianda asked amidst the wind. Shui Xiuzhua replied, "As the Censor-in-Chief of the Board of Revenue, my duty is to meticulously inspect the financial records of the Ministry of Revenue. In the 3rd month of the 5th year of Xianda, I audited the annual expenditure accounts of the previous year and found a subsidy of 2 million taels. Out of caution, I followed the board's claim of subsidizing the 13 cities of Jueshi and personally traveled there. After days of cross-checking with Jueshi's provincial governor, Jiang Qingshan, we discovered that out of the 2 million taels allocated in the 4th year of Xianda, only 1,530,000 actually reached the 13 cities of Jueshi. The remaining 470,000 taels have vanished without a trace. In August of the same year, the Ministry of War provided military salaries for border troops, and the Ministry of Revenue allocated 2,800,000 taels. 1,800,000 was for the garrison in the eastern region, while 1 million was for the northern Great Province. However, when I traced the silver, only 830,000 taels remained by the time I reached Sunset Pass. These incidents, one after another, have resulted in a massive deficit in the national treasury. Where have these funds gone? Who has taken them? If Elder Counselor Hua is unsure, I have the records to present to the emperor. You're spouting nonsense. Hua Xiqian rebuked coldly. The Ministry of Revenue conducts an audit in the presence of the emperor every year. If there were any losses, how could the Minister of Revenue, the cabinet, or even the Grand Eunuch in charge of the palace records not know? Yet you alone would be privy to such information. Hai Liangyi raised his head and spoke calmly. This old minister knows. Since the second year of Xinda, the Ministry of Revenue has been providing two versions of their account books, a genuine and a fake one. What they submit annually is not determined by the Minister of Revenue, nor by you. Hua Savo. Amidst the crackling of the bonfire, a sudden explosion echoed like thunder, stunning the silent assembly. None had anticipated Emperor Xinda's abrupt assault. Hua Xiqian chuckled, slamming his hand on the table as he rose. So you're resorting to baseless accusations? What flower party? The entire world belongs to the emperor. I, Hua Xiqian, have always acted with transparency, prioritizing the emperor. If there are any unclear accounts, bring them forward now, Zheng Guoshi. Let's settle this. The Minister of Revenue, Zheng Guoshi, hurriedly knelt and said, Your Majesty, I must ask Censor Shui. If there were issues with the accounts from the fourth year of Xinda, why bring it up only now? If there truly was a problem, wouldn't he have delayed important matters? Shui Xiuzhua responded swiftly. Nowadays, provincial officials come to the capital without meeting their superiors or paying respect to the emperor. Instead, they present their name cards and rush to the flower residence or eunuch Pan's manor for an audience. The influence of the flower party is immense. Who would dare not follow Elder Flower's lead? I remind the inspecting censors every year to speak up if there are issues. What are they afraid of? Our Hua family's account books have been presented before the emperor, clean and clear. Hua Xiqian glared at Shui Xiuzhua. Yanqing, when you were appointed to serve in Yongning, do you remember who recommended you? I consider myself half your mentor, yet you choose to frame me. Shui Xiuzhua lifted his head, locking eyes with Hua Xiqian for a moment. He replied, On this court, there are only sovereign and subjects, not teacher and student. Hua Xiqian turned to Emperor Xinda and asked, Does your Majesty believe me? Lowering his eyelids, Emperor Xinda replied, I believe in the account books. Hua Xiqian laughed loudly, clasping his hands together. Excellent. Your Majesty, during the turmoil in Kudu, it was your predecessor who ended your reign. Do you remember who supported you, who safeguarded your journey? Yet tonight, you believe these disloyal, unfilial minions? Emperor Xinda raised his hand to sip his tea, finally looking directly at Hua Xiqian. His eyes brimmed with disdain. Don't you know whether it was protection or coercion? Hua Xiqian abruptly pushed aside the table, exclaiming, Jile. Amidst the banquet, the imperial guards in brocade robes drew their swords with a sharp sound. Hai Liangyi declared, How dare you attempt rebellion? I dare not. Hua Xiqian replied, But now that you're forcing me into a corner, do you expect me to simply wait for my demise? What do you want? Emperor Xinda said coldly. Shiguan. The 8 banners took a bold step forward, blocking the emperor's path. Seize Hua Xiqian for me. Emperor Xinda ordered. You dare. Hua Xiqian yelled. Shiguan, your wife and children are currently enjoying tea in the Empress Dowager's presence. If you take another step, your lineage will be doomed. The Empress Dowager has treated you well over the years. It's not too late for you to turn back, to resist those who have misled you. Shiguan had been coerced into this situation, and now, he hesitated, fearing the consequences. Emperor Xinda spoke in a sinister tone. Not too late. Was it too late for the former crown prince? Was it too late for Xinwei? Were they not more loyal than you? They may have retreated, but did the Empress Dowager spare them? I've already instructed the drafting of an imperial edict. Should Prince Chu ascend the throne one day, a she-woman shall become the mother of the nation. Imperial decrees change like the tides, and yet you dare to indulge in such grandiose delusions. Hua Xiqian flung his sleeves aside. The emperor is delirious with illness. Concubine Wei is already 2 months pregnant. How can Prince Chu ascend the throne? Shi Guanan held on to his sword, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Without notice, dark clouds had gathered in the sky, and the winds preceding the storm had ceased. The flags on the hunting grounds hung limp, and no one stirred. With a grim determination, Shi Guanan drew his sword and turned to Emperor Xianda. Your Majesty, your illness has reached its terminal stage. I gave you an opportunity, Emperor Xianda said, looking at Shi Guanan. His smile grew wider, turning into laughter that soon evolved into a coughing fit. Supporting himself on the table, he said in a cold voice, I came for the autumn hunt with full certainty. How could I fail to deal with all you traitors? Qi Juin has already marched with the troops to aid the capital. Within 2 hours, they will be here. Who do you plan to kill? Who dares? Ji Lei suddenly spoke up. General Qi is far away in Qidong County, and all communication is handled by the Imperial Guards. Your Majesty, it's time to wake up from your dreams. Emperor Xianda's gaze turned fierce. Qi. Pan Rugi suddenly covered Emperor Xianda's mouth, forcing him back into his seat. Surveying the crowd, he smiled slightly. The Emperor's illness has worsened. The legs of the assembled officials trembled. Hua Xiqian looked at Li Jianheng and sneered. Prince Chu intended to rebel right here in the hunting grounds, even bringing his bow and arrows as evidence. What are we waiting for? Kill him. Aside from the guards standing by, a flurry of cold steel was suddenly revealed across the entire venue. Li Jianheng was so startled that his chopsticks dropped, and he stumbled backward, taking the stool with him as he fell to the ground. Eminence, I have no ambition to become emperor, Hua Xiqian said. Your Highness, do you know how to write the 4 characters bodily actions beyond one's control? A thunderclap echoed in the sky. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Li Jianheng hid behind his guards and couldn't even stand up. He cried out, I am an idle prince. How did it come to this? A flash of knife light appeared before him, and Li Jianheng threw his arms over his head in fear. With a loud crash, the table in front of him toppled over. Suddenly, his collar tightened, and he was lifted off the ground. Xiao Chiye smiled coldly and said, Since His Majesty has bestowed upon you the tyrant bow, you are now the crown prince of Great Zhou. Qinyang, help the crown prince mount his horse. Xiao Heir. Ji Lei drew his sword slowly. Why must you step forward tonight, given our friendship? After all these years. Xiao Chiye released Li Jianheng. You're itching for a fight. Capture him. Ji Lei instructed. As long as young master is safe, we can break his limbs if necessary. Xiao Chiye shed his elaborate outer robe to reveal a tight-fitting outfit underneath. Looking around, he declared, Whoever manages to disable me, I will not only reward them with 100 ounces of gold, but also address them as my lord. In the silent capital, the wolf rage blade, seldom seen unsheathed, smoothly slid out, its snowy blade shimmering inches at a time, exuding a chilling menace that was palpable. If it doesn't sever, I'll claim his life, he said with unwavering determination. Chapter 23. Torrential Rain. A fierce gale swept through the hunting grounds, rustling the grasses, and in the flickering flames, the clashing of blades suddenly echoed loudly. Amidst the chaos at the banquet, Hai Liangyi miraculously rose to his feet and, fueled by an unseen strength, rammed into Pan Rugi, shouting, Eunuch traitor, do not harm our sovereign. Li Jianheng trembled on his horse, witnessing the flashing blades and swords. Clutching the horse's neck tightly, he closed his eyes and cried out, Suan, save me. Xiao Chiye fiercely kicked Ji Lei backward, not even bothering to glance back as he swiftly reversed his grip and drove his blade through the heart of an incoming Imperial Guardsman in brocade robes, their ambush attempt foiled. Blood spattered half his body as he withdrew his ferocious wolf's ire blade, taking 2 resolute steps forward before felling a group of 8 great camp soldiers who dared to confront him. Qinyang had already mounted his horse and pulled Li Jianheng up with him, whistling loudly as he barked at the Chu prince's guards. Follow me to protect His Highness the Crown Prince. We break through to the east. Before the horses could move, Ji Lei coldly commanded, Stop him. As Ji Lei's voice faded, a blade came swinging down at them. He parried with his own sword, but in the next instant, his arms felt heavy and numb from the force of Xiao Chiye's blow. A groan escaped Ji Lei's throat as his feet stumbled under the pressure. He stared in disbelief ahead. Xiao, you pretended to be weak, but you're a tiger in disguise. Ji Lei crouched abruptly, lifting himself forcefully as he roared in anger. I underestimated you. Xiao Chiye swooped in from the side, and he ducked to avoid the attack. The edge of the blade slashed diagonally, sending a trail of blood flying to the right before he collided with Ji Lei once more. Liangtao Xuejin charged in, knocking over tables and dragging the tablecloth through the bonfire. In an instant, the flames grew taller, engulfing the tent and dry grass. Xiao Chiye leaped onto his horse as he brushed past Liangtao Xuejin, striking the hindquarters of the horse under the Jiu Qing's seat with the back of his blade and bellowing. Go! Protect His Majesty. Xue Xiuzhua strode forward, pushing Hai Liangyi aside. Old Hai, let's protect His Majesty and get out of here. Emperor Xianda was panting heavily, his face ashen. Xue Xiuzhua squatted down and lifted Emperor Xianda, fleeing with the civil officials to avoid the fire. Shiguan wanted to pursue them, but Hua Xiqian pointed at the Jiu Qing and said, His Majesty's fate is sealed. It makes no difference whether we kill him or not. But the Jiu Qing must die tonight. If he escapes, both you and I will be considered rebels. Ji Lei, gather the Jin Yiwei and join forces with the 2,000 guards in Tan City to surround the hunting ground. Make sure to kill the Jiu Qing. Shiguan, hurry back to the capital. Have the 8 banners strictly guard Qidu. At this point, he seemed to have calmed down. We have the imperial heir and the Empress Dowager on our side. As long as Qidu remains stable, even if the Jiu Qing dies, Qi Juin won't dare make a move. As for the Xiao family, there will be ample opportunities to deal with them in the future. The stench of blood was heavy on Xiao Chiye's body. His lips were pressed together tightly. Along the way, anyone who dared to stand in his way would be met with his ruthless blade, regardless of their allegiance. Li Jianheng felt his stomach churning, but he covered his mouth, afraid to vomit. Of the 40-odd people around him, only Xiao Chiye's personal guards remained. Their horses galloped relentlessly, while the Jin Yiwei pursued them like a haunting shadow. As the group approached the forest, Xiao Chiye suddenly commanded, Scatter! The 40-odd men simultaneously shed their guard uniforms to reveal identical riding attire as Li Jianheng's. The group then dispersed with a loud clamor, charging into the woods from different directions. The moon was concealed by dark clouds, and at this distance in the dim light, it was impossible to discern which way the king had fled. Ji Lei reined in his horse outside the woods, turning his head to spit fiercely. Surround the hunting ground. Search every inch of it for me. If you encounter Xiao, don't engage him one-on-one. Form groups of 4 or more to ambush him. Branches lashed against Li Jianheng's face, causing him to shield his eyes with his arms from the pain. His bodyguards had already scattered, leaving only Xiao Chiye and Qinyang by his side. Get down. Xiao Chiye lifted Li Jianheng off his horse and tossed him to the ground, where Qinyang caught him. Covered in dirt, Li Jianheng cried out, Sijin, what are you doing? Your Highness, follow me. Qinyang pulled Li Jianheng up. Riding through the woods is too conspicuous. The Imperial Guards specialize in prolonged sieges and assassinations. Riding on horseback would make us sitting ducks. We can't take that risk. I won't go? Li Jianheng clung onto his arm, pleading. Sijin, only you can protect me. Xiao Chiye declared. Knock him out and carry him. Saying no more, Xiao Chiye turned his horse and galloped straight into the depths of the forest. A bolt of lightning illuminated the dark woods, casting eerie shadows. The sounds of galloping horses, unsheathing swords, and pounding hooves filled the air, but not a single word was spoken. The impending storm hung heavy in the night. Xiao Chiye ran for an unknown duration until Langtao Xuejin gradually slowed down. Suddenly, silence enveloped them. Raindrops began to pelt down from the sky, one splashing before Xiao Chiye's eyes. Amidst the soundless pitter-patter, it seemed as though a massive creature was creeping out of the darkness. An endless swarm of Jin Yiwei, like a dense web, bore down upon him with their oppressive blackness. No order had been given. As raindrops fell with a loud pattering, the edge of the Xiao Chun Dao sliced through the water droplets, instantly reaching Xiao Chiye's neck. Xiao Chiye bowed his head simultaneously as he drew his wolf-fierce saber. The back of the saber clashed against the retraction of the Xiao Chun Dao, and then he swiftly pushed the wolf-fierce saber back into its sheath. A harsh scraping sound indicated that the Xiao Chun Dao's blade had been damaged, and its wielder was sent flying backward, landing in the rain. From all sides, countless figures leaped up from the horses. Xiao Chiye slapped his horse's back, launching himself off the saddle. Once again, the wolf-fierce saber was unsheathed. This time, the blade slashed horizontally, slicing through flesh and blood. Blood splattered onto his face, trickling down to his chin along with the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Xiao Chiye slid back onto his horse, but not in a seated position. Rather, he crouched with the tip of his saber half retracted. Breathing sounds, raindrops hitting surfaces. In this pitch-black night that blinded as if someone had covered their eyes, Xiao Chiye had already pushed his hearing to its limits. None of the injured Jinyue who had been stabbed made a sound. The intricate footsteps circled around Xiao Chiye, forming an unbreakable encirclement centered on him. At this moment, whoever lost their patience would reveal their weakness. Xiao Chiye waited silently, and at this time, Xiao Tianya truly understood the meaning behind the term lone wolf in the darkness. He remained calm and composed, as if the more dangerous the situation became, the more unpredictable and collected he was. That saber was the fang he bared this night. Rarely did Xiao Tianya experience anxiety, but this time, it stemmed from the order not to kill Xiao Chiye. Dealing with such a fierce predator like him, trapping or obstructing him, was far more challenging than simply killing him. For there was often only one chance to get close, and failing to seize it would mean being killed by him instead. Xiao Tianya closed his eyes, and, upon reopening them, they shone with ferocity. He drew his embroidered spring saber and took a step forward. In the next instant, his figure blurred, and he sprang up, slashing at Xiao Chiye's back. Xiao Chiye parried with his saber, turning to kick Xiao Tianya's waist and abdomen. The other three sabers descended simultaneously. He blocked one with his arm, but a gap on his left side was exposed, and the blade sliced towards his face. Xiao Chiye struck the saber's side with his elbow, causing it to veer off course. Following the impact, his elbow connected with the attacker's face, sending the man crashing to the ground. Xiao Tianya was close on his heels once more. A deluge poured down in relentless torrents, with nary a cry piercing the air, only the chilling rasp of blades. Xiao Chiye's brows and eyes, scoured by the rain, appeared all the more fierce, as he maintained his singular sharpness amidst this unceasing encirclement. Time and again, he repelled the advances led by Xiao Tianya, moving through the darkness like one treading on the tail of a tiger amidst the fragility of spring ice. Xiao Tianya's assault grew increasingly relentless, and they were indeed adept at prolonged sieges. Was a lone wolf terrifying? As long as they surrounded him, gradually wearing down his patience and composure with persistent attacks, he would surely show a weakness. The relentless barrage of blades left Xiao Chiye gasping for air. The downpour concealed certain details, like the crossbow that emerged from the shadows. Xiao Chiye grew more ruthless with each passing moment, and the blood continued to flow endlessly from his blade. However, Xiao Tianya suddenly waved his hand, dismissing the shadowy figures, and once again trapped Xiao Chiye in an eerie silence devoid of human voices, disrupting the battle lust that had just risen within him. Rain trickled down the back of Xiao Chiye's hand, and he could no longer hear footsteps. The downpour drenched him, causing the horse beneath him, Langtao Xuejin, to pace nervously. Click! The sound of a crossbow bolt being cocked was faint, but to Xiao Chiye, it echoed deafeningly. He abruptly urged his horse forward, and Langtao Xuejin dashed out. Xiao Chiye, however, rolled off his mount. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of short arrows thwack 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 embedded themselves in the muddy water behind him. Xiao Chiye wiped the rain from his face and heard clicks coming from all directions. He immediately sprang up and began to run. That maddening sound of footsteps followed him relentlessly. Xiao Chiye's shoulder was grazed by an arrow, sending a numbing itch through his flesh. It was a tranquilizer. They really treated him like a fierce beast to be hunted down. The terrain ahead sloped downward. Xiao Chiye exerted all his strength to jump and leap over the ditch. No sooner had he landed than a cold gust of wind swept past him from the side. Xiao Chiye rolled forward, and the blade narrowly missed his position. Before the assassin could withdraw his weapon, he felt a constriction in his throat as Xiao Chiye slammed him into the muddy water, crushing his windpipe. Arrows were scattered haphazardly on the trunks of trees around them. Before Xiao Chiye could stand up, a kick landed on his back. He hadn't expected anyone behind him and tumbled into the grass. However, with just that brief moment of carelessness, he regained his footing. As Xiao Chiye saw who was in front of him, he licked the blood from between his teeth and called out in a lover's tone. Lanzhou. Xin Zichuan was also on one knee, a slender blade wedged between his fingers as he stared at Xiao Chiye in the rain and pounced forward. Xiao Chiye's palm touched the hilt of the sword, but Xin Zichuan was already upon him. With one hand, he slapped away the wolfish blade, grabbed Xiao Chiye's lapel with the other, and flipped him onto the ground. Mud splattered as Xiao Chiye hooked his arm around Xin Zichuan's nape. Taking advantage of the empty space, the wolfish blade swung back to slash at Xin Zichuan. Xin Zichuan's figure paused, and he ended up facing Xiao Chiye upside down. The moment their eyes met, Xin Zichuan forcefully knocked the wolf rampage blade off its trajectory with a swift move. The blood droplets from the blade splashed onto his face, mixing with the rain as they dripped down to Xiao Chiye's forehead. The brocaded guards behind them were closing in step by step. As Xin Zichuan tried to rise, Xiao Chiye's palms slipped down and pressed against him, their noses almost touching. Xiao Chiye panted slightly and said, "So eager to die together." Xin Zichuan, however, lowered his head and replied, "A wolf wouldn't be able to run after being shot with an arrow. If you're so slow, then it's your loss." Xiao Chiye's fingers brushed against the nape of Xin Zichuan's neck as if teasing him. His thumb forcefully pressed against Xin Zichuan's Adam's apple. "I can still snap such a neck." Someone emerged from the grass. Without even glancing at them, Xin Zichuan threw his knife, immediately knocking the person down. Though the killing intent in his eyes remained, he pushed away Xiao Chiye's wandering hand and dragged him down the slope. Xiao Tianya arrived a little late and found only 2 corpses. He briefly inspected them, plucked the knife from the dead man's throat, and narrowed his eyes as he said, "This doesn't seem like Xiao Er's style. How did these assassins get in? Xiao Er is the dog on a leash for the north. It's common sense that he can't die, isn't it?" Chapter 24. A rainy night. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as rain poured down like a waterfall. Xiao Tianya stood up, handing the blade to someone behind him. Xiao Er was hit by an arrow. He can't escape. Below the slope, Xiao Chiye and Xin Zichuan lay in the muddy water, holding their breaths. Amidst the sea of imperial guards and unknown assassins lurking, it was nearly impossible for the 2 of them to flee. Yet, breaking through the encirclement was even more challenging. The most critical issue was Xiao Chiye, whose left arm, grazed by an arrow, had started to numb. In another half-hour, the poison would spread throughout his body, rendering him immobile. Xiao Tianya delicately kicked aside the disarray of grass, revealing a trail of scattered footprints. He lifted his hand soundlessly, pointing downward the slope. The brocaded guards emerged from behind, moving in a fluid line as they stooped and cautiously approached the sunken ditch. Xiao Chiye tensed, listening to the approaching sound of footsteps in the mud. The hilt of the knife rested in the palm of his hand. Should anyone rashly jump down, he would pounce like a wolf and end them with a single strike. The embroidered spring knife had already swung toward the slope when Xiao Chiye was abruptly pulled back by Xin Zichuan's damp clothes. He turned his gaze and met Xin Zichuan's calm eyes. At that moment, several figures leaped down from the forest, engaging the imperial guards in a fierce battle. Xiao Tianya drew his sword to confront them. Blades flashed, followed by the fall of several guards. The opponents instantly surged forward with renewed vigor, their morale soaring. Amidst the chaos, Xin Zichuan retracted his nearly spent blade. Xiao Chiye needed no further encouragement. He scrambled to his feet and rolled down the muddy slope into the grass on the other side. "Capture them!" Xiao Tianya shouted. The imperial guards sprang back. Xiao Chiye swung his arm around a tree trunk and flipped up onto it. By the time Xin Zichuan arrived below, the imperial guards were closing in from behind. Xiao Chiye descended like a fierce tiger, his ruthless saber strokes slicing through like bamboo, forcing the imperial guards to retreat in unison. Xiao Tianya leaped from behind and swung his saber at Xiao Chiye, who suddenly ducked. The tip of Xiao Tianya's saber clashed against the scabbard with a loud thud. Shen Zichuan pressed against the scabbard with his shoulder, stepped on Xiao Chiye's back, and was lifted up by Xiao Chiye's powerful surge, forcing him towards Xiao Tianya. With his other hand, he thrust a thin blade towards Xiao Tianya's eyes. Xiao Tianya did not dodge, but the Imperial guards on either side slashed their blades to block the attack. Xiao Chiye was already on his feet, stomping hard on Xiao Tianya's chest. Both parties retreated. Xiao Tianya wiped the blood from his saber, his forehead now bare where Shun Zichuan's blade had severed his hair. Xiao Chiye and Shun Zichuan took 2 steps back, without a word, and turned to run. Fixing his gaze on their retreating figures, Xiao Tianya said, "Chase." Xiao Chiye reached out and grabbed Shun Zichuan. Eastward. Shun Zichuan pushed aside the tangled branches and declared, "A man every 5 steps, a squad every 10. There's also the turbid city garrison to the east." Xiao Chiye slowly retracted his arm and stated firmly, "East is our only chance at survival. Death lies right before us." Shun Zichuan countered, throwing his blade behind him. The ambushers in the trees immediately tumbled down. As Shun Zichuan passed by, he casually drew the embroidered spring saber from the fallen man. Xiao Chiye gripped the hilt of the saber tightly, slashing through the dark night, blocking 2 steel blades in the rain. His left arm had already lost all sensation, and even his right fingers were beginning to stiffen. This was a difficult battle to fight tonight. Shun Zichuan swung his saber, taking ahead and kicking the corpse over. Xiao Chiye stumbled as he stepped forward, but suddenly pressed his chest against Shun Zichuan's back, rolling with him down the bumpy grass into a stream. The rain continued to pour down, and the icy water washed over their bodies. Xiao Chiye's heavy breathing was hot against Shun Zichuan's neck, creating an odd contrast of warmth and cold. "There's no benefit in killing me," Xiao Chiye said, propping himself up on his ferocious saber. "So for the rest of this journey, it'll be up to you." Shun Zichuan wiped his face with the stream water and replied, "Saving you would be pointless. You're here for Prince Chu," Xiao Chiye said, pressing Shun Zichuan back down as he heard the question. "What now?" "The Imperial guards won't be able to find him. Only I know where he is." "Your timing is off. The Empress Dowager will certainly lose tonight. Be good to me, and I'll be your way out." Shun Zichuan turned his head, their noses almost touching. He said coldly, "If I kill you, we can all die together. You went through so much trouble to come out." Xiao Chiye observed, "Just to die with me?" "Your words might as well convince Xiao Tianya," Shun Zichuan said. His icy fingers closed around Xiao Chiye's hand, and in the next instant, the wolf-rending blades slashed back, forcing the pursuers to retreat momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Zichuan pushed Xiao Chiye away with his leg. He held the embroidered spring blade in one hand and the wolf-rending blade in the other, catching his breath from the sprint. "I'll remember this favor," Shun Zichuan said as Xiao Tianya drew near. He tightened his grip on the blade. "After tonight, I'll be your master." In the ink-black night, a flash of snow illuminated the scene. Shun Zichuan didn't give Xiao Tianya a chance to speak, striking down at him without hesitation. Splashes of water rose with each step. Shun Zichuan's fatal blows left no room for mercy. As the blades clashed, the embroidered spring blade's edge was dulled, and it was sent flying by Xiao Tianya. The two separated instantly. Shun Zichuan's left hand, now empty, dipped into the stream, washing away the flowing blood. "A beauty should stay hidden behind a screen," Xiao Tianya said, as if he had caught a whiff of something. "Wielding a blade could hurt your hand. What if you cut yourself?" Shun Zichuan weighed the wolf-raging blade in his right hand. "Isn't it better to twist off their limbs and make them obedient? Here's a type of person you can't afford to provoke," Xiao Tianya said. "Those who are ruthless even to themselves, like you." Shun Zichuan stepped forward. The wolf-raging blade was heavy, and he found it difficult to wield. But there were advantages to its weight, as it allowed him to rely on the fierce techniques of the Ji family's saber art, leaving Xiao Tianya no chance to retaliate. As Xiao Tianya retreated, he stumbled, nearly collapsing. However, as he approached the stream, he sensed danger. Sure enough, Shun Zichuan's injured left hand suddenly rose from the water, sending mud flying into Xiao Tianya's eyes, creating an opening. Then, Shun Zichuan delivered a devastating blow to his chest, kicking him back to the ground and into the stream. Just as reinforcements arrived, Shen Zichuan took several steps back, refusing to engage further. He lifted Xiao Chiye to leave, but Xiao Chiye's height and long legs made it almost impossible for him to carry him. The search grew more intense, and time seemed to crawl by. All that was found in the entire forest were skilled assassins in disguise. Once captured by the imperial guards, they would bite their tongues to commit suicide, denying Ji Lei the chance to interrogate them. Where was Prince Chu? Only Xiao Chiye knew. Vile brat. Ji Lei was exasperated as he stood up and looked around. Order the Tuanqing garrison to search the hunting grounds. Shen Zichuan crawled out of the water, pulling Xiao Chiye with him. The slope was too steep, so he bit onto the back of Xiao Chiye's collar, dragging him up as well. Blood continued to flow from Shen Zichuan's left arm wound. He tore off a piece of his clothing, rinsed it in the water, and bound it around the injury. Xiao Chiye leaned against the moss-covered rock and said, "I have a handkerchief on me." Shen Zichuan reached into Xiao Chiye's chest and pulled out a muddy handkerchief, squeezing all the mud water right into his chest. Xiao Chiye asked, "How long until the drug wears off?" "It'll be over in 2 hours. It's almost there." Perching on a tree would be more concealed than staying in the water, Xiao Chiye observed, seeing that Shen Zichuan was drenched from head to toe, with his collar slightly open and mud still on his neck, which made him appear particularly. The Imperial Guards have an animal training facility. The animals can smell blood, Shen Zichuan said as he lowered his head and gently sniffed his bloodied fingertips. It was an incredibly alluring gesture. Xiao Chiye looked at him. How odd. This man had just been wielding a knife to kill someone. He didn't seem like a woman, so why would he think of such words? He was really bewitched by Li Jianheng, reciting it every day, until he actually thought and saw things this way, like an old pervert in Jiahe. Your knife skills are impressive, Xiao Chiye said, as if his gaze could peel away Shen Zichuan's collar. You must have practiced a lot in the temple, but it doesn't show on your body. Have you been using medicine on yourself? Shen Zichuan glanced at him and followed his gaze to touch the back of his neck. How many times do you need to look at it? Is it that rare? With his tongue still tasting the remnants of blood, Xiao Chiye replied. That's an ambiguous statement. It makes me sound like some lustful demon. Shen Zichuan reached out and covered Xiao Chiye's face with the dirty handkerchief. I thought you were just living your days drenched in makeup, but I never expected you to be interested in both men and women. Xiao Chiye said, Stop flirting. Second young master only wants you to wipe the dirt off your neck. Does he want me to wipe it off? Shen Zichuan's fingertips lingered on Xiao Chiye's brow through the handkerchief. Or does he want you to help me? Cold raindrops trickled down his fingers onto Xiao Chiye's brow, seemingly absorbing the allure there. They dripped down like water, seeping into the collar and causing a damp, itchy sensation. Xiao Chiye was parched with thirst, but also desired some distance from Shen Zichuan. After a moment of silence, he chuckled and said, Your skills are impressive. You're quite imaginative. Shen Zichuan remarked as he tightened his collar, hugged his saber, and fell quiet. The rain gradually subsided. Distant barks echoed from the woods, yet neither of them stirred. The rock by the stream was covered with shrubs, forming an unusually narrow hiding spot that could only accommodate one person. Xiao Chiye waited for a while until he heard the approaching footsteps of the man with the dog. Shen Zichuan wedged his wolfish blade in midair and slithered underneath. Suddenly, Xiao Chiye felt a weight on him as the man climbed up along his legs to his chest. Squeezed tightly together in this cramped space, Xiao Chiye could feel the warmth of their thighs brushing against each other, as well as the man's breath against his temple. With his eyes covered, Xiao Chiye could easily picture Shen Zichuan's posture in the darkness. That tender white neck lingered in his mind. I beg you. Xiao Chiye sighed. Sit on my stomach, not down there. Shen Zichuan didn't move since the rustling footsteps were drawing closer from above. Xiao Chiye regulated his breathing, but in this position, a mere tilt of his head upward would brush against Shen Zichuan's chin, while a slight downward movement would graze the curve of his neck with the tip of his nose. Shen Zichuan had been listening intently, but suddenly lifted Xiao Chiye's handkerchief to gaze at him without a word. Xiao Chiye returned the gaze, unsure if it was the adrenaline from tonight's events or something else entirely, but their growing hardness was now causing discomfort between them. The wet fabric, clinging tightly to their bodies, created a sensation akin to being bare, as if any further movement would ignite deliberate friction. The dog above them continued to sniff around. Chapter 25. Dawn. Amidst the underbrush, feet trampled noisily, and the hound seemed to have caught a scent, digging into the foliage. Xianxia was drenched in mud, unable to move up or down, only able to maintain an awkward position. Xiao Chiye was in even greater distress. This position prevented any relief. He was constantly pressed against something firm and delicate. The person atop him was not human but a cloud, a moist veil enveloping him, pervasive and all-encompassing. In this atmosphere, he was stirred, his long-repressed desires stirring, his hardness urging him to seek immediate relief with a cold shower. Raindrops splattered onto his hair. During this protracted stalemate, Xiao Chiye gradually regained some strength. His fingers twitched, and the numbness was slowly receding. The person above him had finally moved away, but Xianxia's tense body remained on high alert. Their predicament in this perilous corner had transformed into a situation fraught with danger. Xiao Chiye's gaze did not waver. He could not look away. Any hint of avoidance would seem like he truly harbored feelings for Xianxia. "You're pressing too hard," Xiao Chiye said as if nothing was amiss. Xianxia did not respond. For the first time, Xiao Chiye learned the meaning of the phrase "it's hard to dismount a tiger." He wanted to lift his head for a breath, but he refrained from doing so, for such an action would resemble that of an impetuous ruffian. He swore he had no intention of doing anything. It was just that they were too close, and the delicate sensation and unique aroma entranced him instinctively. His body yielded to the primal impulse. Xiao Chiye sensed Xianxia sliding down his chest, and only when the latter pulled away did he exhale in relief. Little did he expect that before he could finish his breath, his collar tightened, and he was lifted off the ground, crashing into the stream amid the moss with a jolt. As Xiao Chiye hit the water, he grabbed Xianxia's wrist and hooked his foot around Xianxia's ankle, flipping them over so that Xianxia landed beneath him with his wrists raised high and pressed firmly down. Amorous affairs end in amorous ways, Xiao Chiye declared forcefully, forbidding Xianxia from moving. Isn't it much less interesting to resort to force? With his hands restrained, Xianxia's fingers slightly spread apart. His hair fanned out in the water, leaving him with no choice but to tilt his chin back to catch his breath. The corners of his lips quirked as he replied, "Forcibly taking what you want is not a wise choice." "I didn't mean that." Xiao Chiye ground out each word with hatred. Xianxia pressed his knee against him, his gaze loaded with meaning. Xiao Chiye suppressed the irritation between his brows. He lowered his head and shook his dripping hair, splashing Xianxia's face with water. Before Xianxia could react, he reached out to roughly scrub Xianxia's nape, removing the stubborn mud. Then, he tightly fastened Xianxia's collar. "It's cold and damp on a rainy night." Xiao Chiye released his grip on Xianxia and stepped back. "Take care of yourself." Without waiting for a response, he dived back into the water. When he resurfaced, the water droplets slid down his body, and he had mostly regained his composure. Xiao Chiye splashed some water around, his eyes sharp as he picked up his knife. "Daybreak is coming. Let's go." Jilei saw the dawn approaching, yet the person they were looking for was still nowhere to be found. His anxiety grew. Xiao Tianya unbuttoned the assassin's collar, but found no trace. "These men belong to Xiao Heir," Xiao Tianya said as he crouched down in thought. His every move in Qidu is under scrutiny. When did he start training such formidable assassins? The most important thing now is to find him. Jilei looked towards the northwest, where Qidu lay. The 8 banners should have already taken control of the main gates in Qidu. "We can't lose our heads." Xiao Tianya observed Jilei's constant grip on his blade, sensing that his agitation was not solely due to the absence of Xiao Heir and the Crown Prince, but rather some other underlying reason. "Xiao Heir is a lifeline," Xiao Tianya noted discreetly, studying Jilei. "Yet, there were other assassins present tonight. Do you have any leads, sir? Many have crossed paths with the Xiao family." Jilei suddenly fixated on Xiao Tianya. "How am I to know who it could be?" Xiao Tianya casually shrugged. "Given that Xiao Heir remains elusive, he must have come prepared to evade us all night. Now that dawn is approaching, it seems we've been played, falling into a trap." "A trap?" Jilei's brows knitted together. He risked himself to buy time. Xiao Tianya stood up, gazing at the distant pasture. "I suspect he has reinforcements." But with no troops mobilized from all sides, where would he find reinforcements? Xiao Chiye didn't respond, as he too was unsure. Shiguan rode back to the capital, noticing an unusual stillness upon entering the city gates. Suspicion welled up within him, and he drew his sword while on horseback, questioning his deputy general. Was there any abnormality in Chudu tonight? The deputy general came to lead the horse, seeing the tension in Shiguan's expression. He replied, "No, everything seemed normal." Shiguan declared, "Assemble the troops. All except those guarding the city gates will follow me to surround the royal palace." With that, he spurred his horse towards the palace, for his wife and children were still inside. The Empress Dowager would never allow him to see them tonight. Thus, risking his life, he was determined to ensure her safety. The deputy general went to mobilize the men, but encountered a group of drunken imperial guards on his way with the patrol team. The 8 banners had always looked down upon the imperial guards. Without dismounting, he lashed out at them with his whip. Scram! The deputy commander of the imperial guards was a rugged man with a scar on his face. Taking a hit from the whip, he rolled on the ground laughing and shouted, "We're both under the same military jurisdiction, but my rank is higher than yours. Why are you hitting me? How dare you hit me?" The deputy general sneered. "You lowly leeches feeding off the emperor's grain, get lost. Don't hinder the important tasks of the 8 banners." The man sprang up, grinned fiercely at the deputy general, and said, "Important task? Tonight, sir, the imperial guards are the task you'll lick." No sooner had he finished speaking than the inebriated guards drew their swords in unison. Startled, the deputy general pulled back on his reins, only to have a row of men behind him befallen by the blades. The deputy general yelled in outrage, "Are you rebelling?" The 8 banners. In an instant, a flash of blades before him. He tumbled off his horse, blood pooling on the ground. The warrior kicked the captain's head aside, wiped his blade clean on the captain's chest, and declared firmly, "Dream on. The world is changing. It's high time for this old soldier to relieve himself in the Imperial Guard's domain." A faint white line appeared on the horizon, signaling the imminent sunrise. Xiao Chiye hurriedly drank some water, tossed the waterskin back to someone behind him, wiped his mouth, and ordered, "Keep searching." As he walked a few steps, something tugged at the back of his mind, causing him to suddenly turn around and scrutinize his subordinates closely. Where could Prince Chu be hiding? If he couldn't escape, then why couldn't they find him? It was because they had been chasing after King Chu all night, but King Chu might have already transformed into one of the imperial guards. Xiao Chiye immediately ordered, "Check the identity badges. Check everyone on duty tonight, and do it now." The imperial guards removed their badges and presented them to the supervisor for facial verification. The supervisor scanned each person with a single glance, relying on his remarkable memory, all the way to the end of the line. "Badge." The supervisor lifted his gaze, staring at the man like an eagle. "Hand over your badge." The man pushed his badge into the tray, and the imperial guard standing next to him suddenly began to tremble, lowering his head, too afraid to look up. The inspector seemed oblivious and casually ticked something off on his register, asking, "Which division?" Xianyang replied, "The Banner Sword Bureau. The task hasn't seen you before." The inspector commented, "First time?" Knowing he couldn't escape Li Jianheng's shaking, Xianyang had resigned himself to his fate and calmly responded, "Familiarity breeds contempt. We'll get to know each other after a few more encounters." The inspector pointed his pen at Li Jianheng and said, "Show your badge." Despite several attempts, Li Jianheng failed to remove it. The inspector chuckled and reached out as if to help him take it off. At the inspector's move, Xianyang tensed up. To their surprise, Li Jianheng had already given up, cowering with his arms around his head and pleading, "Don't hurt me." Oh no. Just as the situation was at its most critical, a shrill whistle pierced the air. A horse with a black back and white chest suddenly charged out from the woods. Dawn broke, and the sea eagle finally returned, circling above. Hua Xiqian, alerted by the commotion, saw a group of soldiers charging onto the field. He barked, "The 8 banners." Yet these men wore armor without insignia, and they carried no banners. Xianyang knew the moment had arrived. He promptly supported Prince Chu and declared loudly, "The Imperial Guards are here to protect His Highness the Crown Prince. Any who draw their swords before him will be put to death. Fall back." Hua Xiqian took 2 steps forward, disbelief etched on his face. He turned back and shouted, "Prince Chu has been taken hostage by a villain. Why aren't you taking action?" With nowhere left to retreat, Li Jianheng saw the inspector charging at him and couldn't help but cry out. A long knife was suddenly thrown into the air, embedding itself in front of Li Jianheng. Xiao Chiye leaped down from his horse, removed his identity token, and tossed it onto the tray. In a deep voice, he said, "With the army pressing down, who dares to make a move?" Jile rode up just in time to see the situation and also shouted, "Nonsense. Just a mere group of imperial guards." Heidongking landed on Xiao Chiye's shoulder, and Xiao Chiye stroked the bird as if rewarding it. "Old Jia's guts. Why don't you give it a try?" Jile looked back at the field. The Imperial Guard's vanguard had already arrived, but the endless stream of troops behind them seemed to stretch on forever. The flag of Qidong Prefecture unfurled, and Qi Zhuin could be seen leading the charge on horseback. Hua Xiqian took several steps back, supporting Pan Rugi. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Qidong's letter has been intercepted. How can there be no news at all? If all letters from Qidu passed through the hands of the Jinyue." Xiao Chiye sheathed his sword. "Wouldn't that be troublesome?" Hua Xiqian, realizing the situation was irretrievably lost, sat on the ground and muttered, "The Empress Dowager is still alive. The Empress Dowager, in her advanced age, has entrusted the defense of Qidu to the Imperial Guards for her own well-being." Xiao Chiye said, having run through the night. He now helped Li Jianheng up and continued, "Your Highness, you must have been exhausted from your journey. Please take care." Qi Zhuin's horse had arrived, and she dismounted, kneeling before Li Jianheng and declaring loudly, "Your Highness, do not worry. Qi Zhuin and my 20,000 soldiers under the Eastern Commandery are ready and prepared to ensure your safety." Li Jianheng was in a daze. He stared blankly at Qi Zhuin before glancing around. Xiao Tianya, being the most perceptive, immediately knelt down when he saw that the outcome was sealed. As soon as he did, the Imperial Guards followed suit, one by one, casting aside their swords and kneeling. Li Jianheng's empty hand clenched tightly, as if grasping at a lifeline. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face before he could even speak. "Today, as I ascend to the Eastern Palace, I will repay all of your great kindnesses in the future." Chapter 26. Frosty Chill. Empress Wei walked nervously, her heart pounding as she found herself in unfamiliar surroundings. She asked the eunuch leading her, "Your Excellency, why haven't we arrived? Where is Her Majesty the Empress Dowager?" The eunuch in front of her ignored her. In the eerie silence, Empress Wei felt a chill run down her spine. She stopped, pretending to have stomach pain, and demanded to go back. She had never seen this guide eunuch before. He was young and unfamiliar. Turning around, he spoke gently. "We're almost there. Carry Her Majesty Empress Wei carefully. Make sure not to let her fall." Promptly, the eunuchs on either side lifted Empress Wei. She struggled and tried to scream, but her voice was muffled. They carried her swiftly forward. In the abandoned courtyard, there was a well with some water remaining. Peering into it, the eunuch said, "Here will do. Lower Her Majesty in." Empress Wei fought desperately, her pampered nails scratching the arm of the lead eunuch. Her hair was disheveled as she clung to the edge of the well, sobbing and shaking her head. Whether he was a dissolute youth or a genius, as long as he was around, the Xiao family would remain a dog. Even if the maternal relatives were defeated, would the borderlands not amass troops and assert their independence? Without the Hua family, who else could restrain the Xiao family? Since Xiao Chiye had such ambition and could endure for 5 years without making a move, silently transforming the palace guards into an elite force, wouldn't giving him another 5 years and letting him return to Li Bei make him a formidable internal threat? Li Jianheng muttered, "Eldest imperial brother. How can this be allowed? Eldest imperial brother. Reduce the vassals and disarm the soldiers." Emperor Xianda said weakly, "In times of necessity, kill him." When Li Jianheng saw that his eyes had closed, he began to wail. Emperor Xianda did not loosen his grip even in death, and the anger and gloom between his brows never faded. Having ascended the throne for 9 years, he had never made a single decision in front of the Empress Dowager. From his meals, attire, to the selection of his consorts, everything was under her jurisdiction. The most reckless move he had ever made was secretly allying with Qi Dong and winning over Shi Guanan, paving what appeared to be a smooth path to the throne for Li Jianheng in the hunting grounds. The long procession of the royal entourage came to a halt, accompanied by a chorus of wailing that rent the air. Ministers knelt in a dense, somber mass, with Hai Liangyi at their forefront, his tears flowing freely and his voice choking with sorrow as he uttered the respectful cry of Your Majesty, marking the final tribute to Emperor Xianda. In the silent capital, funeral bells tolled endlessly as the entire nation mourned in grief. Empress Hua sat on her couch, feeding the parrot of Emperor Xianda. Listening to the chimes, the parrot cried out, "Jianyan! Jianyan! Jianyan has returned." The pearls in Empress Dowager Hua's hair trembled slightly as she nodded, saying, "Jianyan has returned." The parrot followed with cries, "Mother! Mother!" Empress Dowager Hua tapped her wooden spoon against the rim of her bowl, motionless. Her white hair, revealed in the slanting shadows, could no longer be concealed, and the fine lines around her eyes resembled cracks on delicate porcelain. The parrot called out a few more times before suddenly collapsing in its cage, still as death. She set down the wooden spoon, sitting quietly until the chimes fell silent. Then she asked, "Where is concubine Wei? Why hasn't she come yet?" Back in Chengdu, due to Emperor Xianda's affairs, Xiao Chiye was busy nonstop. He knelt with the officials for several days, and by the time he could finally lie down, he was utterly exhausted. But even exhaustion did not excuse him from bathing. As Xiao Chiye wiped himself, he noticed that the abrasions on his shoulder and arm had already scabbed over. Dressed in a new robe, he asked Qinyang, "Where is he?" This time, Qinyang knew whom he was referring to and replied, "The Imperial Guards are being reorganized. He's been busy enrolling these past few days and hasn't really gone home." "I was asking about," Xiao Chiye corrected. "Jile, who were you answering for?" Qinyang scratched his head bashfully and said, "Oh, Jile, he's been imprisoned. Once the new emperor ascends the throne, he'll be executed." "Governor, wasn't it you who put him away?" Xiao Chiye draped his outer robe over his shoulders and said earnestly, "I forgot." In the noodles stall, Shun Zichuan, Gu Qingqing, and Xiao Wu were halfway through their meal when Xiao Wu suddenly widened his eyes. Shun Zichuan turned around to see Xiao Chiye toss some silver to the owner before lifting his robes and sitting beside them. 2 bowls of noodles. Xiao Wu hastily finished his noodles, clutched his bowl, and shifted his butt away to another table like a quail. Gu Qingqing also took her bowl and followed under Xiao Chiye's gaze. Shun Zichuan picked at his noodles and said, "I'm full. Finish your meal." Xiao Chiye picked up a pair of chopsticks and dangled them in front of Shun Zichuan. "Are you scared of me? Why did you rush off like that?" "I am scared," Shun Zichuan replied slowly, finishing his last bite. "Anyone would be after being pressed down once. You ran pretty fast when you were supposed to protect the emperor that day too," Xiao Chiye said as his noodles arrived. He poured vinegar over them. "Why did you run away from such a good opportunity for promotion?" "I wasn't protecting the emperor." Shun Zichuan sipped his soup and blew on it. "Why bother getting involved in all that commotion?" Xiao Chiye began eating his noodles. Near the end, he suddenly said, "Looking back, you followed me for quite a while that night, didn't you? You couldn't decide who to side with, so you decided to wait and see. If Shi Guanan conquered Chengdu, you'd stab me. If he failed, you'd pull me up. You were waiting for the perfect moment, when I'd fall, before making your move. In that case, you're lucky," Shun Zichuan said with a sideways smile. "You're still alive." Xiao Chiye responded, "Was the arrow that shot at me also shot by you? If I hadn't put myself in danger, how could your favor have seemed significant? I'm not asking for anything in return for my great kindness." Shun Zichuan said, "Why do you keep thinking I'm scheming against you? It's suspicious if you're not asking for anything." Xiao Chiye said, as though he hadn't had enough to eat. He put down his chopsticks. "Were you afraid of Jilei or Hua Xiqian exposing something when you refused to show your face before Prince Chu that day?" Shun Zichuan arranged his copper coins neatly and leaned closer to Xiao Chiye, whispering, "No, I was afraid of you." Xiao Chiye asked, "Afraid of me?" "Hard," Shun Zichuan answered. All the surrounding voices seemed to be distant echoes. The only thing Xiao Chiye could hear was Shun Zichuan's breathy hard. It was because of this word that he noticed for the first time that Shun Zichuan was wearing a high collar today, half concealing his neck and denying him the chance to gaze at it freely. His expression shifted as he looked at Shun Zichuan and forced out 2 words. Don't worry. Second young master is also at an age. Shun Zichuan replied, turning to face him fully. It's time to take a wife. Young master too has more tricks up his sleeve than you do. Xiao Chiye observed when he saw that Shun Zichuan wanted to leave. He seized Shun Zichuan's wrist, preventing him from standing up, and said, leaving halfway through a conversation is not proper. You're always reaching for me. Shun Zichuan said, what rule is that? Xiao Chiye released his hand and said, I'll return your affection then. Just call me Lord, and that will settle it. Shun Zichuan replied, but you still have to return my things. Xiao Chiye said, you wouldn't want me chasing after you for my ring, would you? Without hesitation, Shun Zichuan threw the bone ring to him. Xiao Chiye caught it and asked suspiciously, what trick is this? You gave it back just like that? I'm an honest man doing what I should. Shun Zichuan replied, I keep my word. With that said, there was nothing more to discuss. Xiao Chiye watched as Shun Zichuan got up, his fingers toying with the ring. It all seemed too easy. Going home? Chapter 27. Autumn Chill. Shun Zichuan smiled and replied, it's not some earth-shattering secret. Until we meet again. Why not listen till the end? Xiao Chiye was in a good mood after retrieving his ring. Since Ji Gang is your master, we're fellow disciples. I'm older than you, so it wouldn't be a loss for you to call me senior brother. Ji's family has nothing to do with Li Bei. Shun Zichuan recalled swiftly the fight he had with Xiao Chiye in the snow 5 years ago, the lingering familiarity back then. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Chiye said, who can predict fate? Shun Zichuan waved at Qiang and Xiao Wu before sitting back down beside Xiao Chiye. You investigated Qiang. How could I forget? Xiao Chiye looked at him. He ran away from you so quickly 5 years ago, and now he's so close to you. So conspicuous. How could I not be suspicious? A simple inquiry revealed his background. What do you intend to do? Shun Zichuan asked with a smile. I don't intend to do anything. Xiao Chiye said as he pointed at Shun Zichuan's eyes. There's no need to force a smile. We've been through life and death together. There's no point in pretending. You're already flustered, aren't you scared? Shun Zichuan replied. Not quite. Xiao Chiye turned his chopsticks upside down, tapping the table aimlessly. He said, since Ji Gang is your master, it's only reasonable that Qiang and the rest of the Genie Wei spared your life back then. Your suspicions run deep. Shun Zichuan observed the brown stains accumulating on the table. You grew suspicious when that kick didn't kill anyone, and you probed repeatedly. You're truly persistent. I don't have many virtues. Xiao Chiye said, but I've used them all on you. Since we're fellow disciples, Shun Zichuan said, it wouldn't do to not mention your master's name, right? Xiao Chiye threw the chopsticks back into the holder with boredom. Call me senior brother first, and let me hear it. Shun Zichuan remained silent. Xiao Chiye continued. Ji Gang was quite a man. When I sent someone to Duanzhou to inquire, everyone thought he'd burned to death. Was little Fuzi killed by him? No. Shun Zichuan straightened the chopstick holder. My master is already old. How could he take a life? A gentle breeze stirred, but neither of them moved. Xiao Chiye said, you seem to have done nothing, yet I feel like you've done everything. No matter what I do, you won't let me off. Shun Zichuan propped himself up on the stool, turned to Xiao Chiye, and smiled gently. Then why not let me commit all manner of wicked deeds, so that your hatred has a limit? The next day, Xiao Chiye entered the palace to learn of concubine Wei's death. Li Jianheng had already changed his attire. He had been weeping bitterly these past few days and now sat on his high seat, saying, they say she slipped and fell into the well. Her body was only found last night. What a convenient slip that was. Seeing no one around, Li Jianheng whispered hesitantly, Sezwen, could it be that you? Xiao Chiye shook his head. Li Jianheng appeared to have let his guard down. Fidgeting in his seat, he said, now that I live in the palace, I open my eyes at night to see eunuchs, which is rather unsettling. They used to call Pan Rugi ancestor, but now he's still locked up in prison. Qian, do you think they might hate me? He vented his grievances, each word laced with fear. In the end, Xiao Chiye was asked to redeploy the imperial guards, temporarily assuming responsibility for the palace's patrol and security duties. Xiao Chiye naturally would not decline. He lingered for a moment more and listened to Li Jianheng say, the northern frontier has sent word that the prince of the northern frontier and your elder brother are on their way. Suin, you will be able to see them in a few days. Li Jianheng seemed to be ingratiating himself, for he was more timid now than ever before on the brink of becoming the ruler of the world. That aura of arrogance seemed to have been worn down during the autumn hunt, and he had finally realized who truly held the power. Xiao Chiye had no intention of seeking rewards. Li Jianheng knew his wishes all too well. Yet, up until this day, Li Jianheng had not mentioned letting him return to Liu Bei. Xiao Chiye maintained his composed expression, but his heart sank slightly. 5 days later, the prince of Liu Bei arrived in Qidu. That day, it drizzled continuously. Xiao Chiye rode out of the city early in the morning and stood at the pavilion where he had bid farewell to others years ago. He waited for 2 hours before finally spotting a few eagles soaring across the horizon. Mao on his shoulder immediately grew excited and charged into the rain to reunite with its siblings. The ironclad cavalry galloped through the rain like a bold stroke of ink on water, drawing closer to Xiao Chiye. Without waiting for them to arrive, Xiao Chiye leaped out of the pavilion and went to meet them in the rain. "Daddy," Xiao Jiming chuckled on his horse as he addressed his father ahead. He looks tall and mighty now, but as soon as he sees Daddy, his true self is revealed. Xiao Fengshu removed his own bamboo hat and placed it over Xiao Chiye's head. After studying him for a moment, he said, "You've grown taller." Xiao Chiye flashed a grin and said, "Of course, big brother is half a head shorter than me." "Smug as ever," Xiao Jiming remarked. "Ever since you surpassed me in height, you've brought it up every year we meet." Xiao Fengshu allowed Zhao Hui to hold the reins of his horse as he dismounted and swept his youngest son into a tight embrace, patting his back forcefully. "Silly boy," Xiao Chiye chuckled under the pats and asked, "I've been waiting for a while. Did something happen on the way?" Zhao Hui replied, "Young Master Xiao caught a cold at home, so His Highness specially detoured to Lanzhou to invite Master Igui to come over for a visit." Xiao Chiye exclaimed, "Axon is sick? When did this happen? Why didn't Big Brother mention it in his letter?" Xiao Jiming said, "It's just a minor ailment. With Iji taking care of him, there's no need for you to worry about it." Xiao Chiye felt a twinge of disappointment. When he had left Li Bei 5 years ago, his sister-in-law was pregnant. Now, little Axon was already 4 years old, yet he had yet to meet him. He could only learn about his young nephew's antics through the letters from his father and elder brother. He wanted to go home. Xiao Chiye's disappointment was fleeting. He chuckled and said, "I've prepared a birthday gift long ago. When Big Brother returns this time, you can bring it back for me." Xiao Fengshu brushed the brim of his hat and replied, "Before he left, Sinner drew a picture especially for you. Zhao Hui will give it to you later. This isn't the place to chat. Let's enter the palace first. We can talk as father and son when we get home tonight." The group mounted their horses and rode into the capital. It had been many years since the Northern Duke had made an appearance. Now that the 4 generals had become renowned for their valor, few still remembered the Northern Duke, Xiao Fengshu. Qin Taifu had gained weight in autumn. He was soaking his feet in the rain, wriggling his toes as he spoke. There were 4 generals 20 years ago as well. At that time, there was Xiao Fengshu from the north, Qi Shiyu from the east, Lu Pingyan from the border regions, and Feng Yixing at the Heavenly Lock Pass. They were the commanders of the armies in the 4 directions. After Feng Yixing was killed in battle, his family line was extinguished. Perhaps no one remembers the name now, but back then, they were fierce generals who trampled on the borders and swept across the desert sands. "Ah, Feng Yixing," Ji Gang called out from inside as he cooked. "Why would no one remember? Chuaner, both of General Feng's sons died on the battlefield. His adopted son is Master's elder brother." Shin Zichuan served the rice and asked, "Master's elder brother?" Ji Gang smacked his head. "I forgot to tell you." Qin Taifu yelled, "Is the food ready yet?" "Oh, his elder brother must be Zhui Qianxiu. What's there to explain? It's so obvious." Shin Zichuan placed the dishes on the table and set a pair of chopsticks in front of Qin Taifu. He bowed respectfully and said, "Sir, please enjoy your meal." Grand Tutor Qi sipped his wine and said, "It's still the most comfortable with someone attending to you." Ji Gang wiped his sweat and sat at the other end of the small table, saying, "You mentioned earlier that Xiao Heir claimed he shares the same master as us. I'm afraid his master might be Zhui Qianxiu." Shin Zichuan took 2 bites of his food. Ji Gang reminisced, "I haven't seen him in many years. Did you cross paths with Xiao Heir this time? How was it? Was his swordsmanship fierce and powerful?" Grand Tutor Qi replied, "Let Lan Zhou eat first." After he's full, we can talk. This time was perilous, so there's no rush. You can rest for a few days. I should have realized it earlier. Jigang said. Xiao had a bone ring on his finger. In this world, no one is better at drawing a strong bow than Xianxia. Considering Xiao Fengshu has also entered Qidu, perhaps you'll get to meet your elder brother. Grand Tutor Qi picked his vegetables. Xianxia fought fiercely at Heavenly Consort Pavilion, blocking the Baishan cavalry, but he lost his wife in the process. He gained the title Thunder Sunken Jade Terrace from that battle, but he never recovered from it. Rumor has it that he became a monk or that he's living under an alias, secretly teaching Xiao Fengshu's son under his protection. Ji Gang spoke wistfully. A general's success comes at the cost of countless lives. What's the point of fame and glory? In the end, all that remains is a pile of dirt. The loyal die in battle, while those who survive don't live happily. Zhuo Qianxiu concealed his identity. Xiao Fengshu retreated due to illness, and Lu Pingyan is old. In 20 years, where will the current 4 generals be? It's just the ebb and flow of generations, washing away the sands. Grand Tutor Qi was slightly tipsy as he watched Shen Zichuan eat. After a long while, he said, living a life only to suffer unnecessarily is a great loss. We're all going to die anyway, so why not fulfill our aspirations before we go? Lanzhou, come have another bowl. By the time they were done eating and drinking, night had already fallen. Grand Tutor Qi sprawled on the mat, while Shen Zichuan sat beneath the eaves and wiped his teacher's feet. Ji Gang brought out 2 outer robes, draped them over both of them, and crouched in a corner to enjoy his pipe. Grand Tutor Qi rested his head on a wooden melon, saying, Lanzhou, recount the hunting ground incident again. Shen Zichuan then gave a detailed account. With his eyes closed, Grand Tutor Qi listened. After Shen Zichuan finished, he remained silent. The vines in the courtyard were drenched by the rain, their leaves tapping rhythmically. After an unknown number of taps, Grand Tutor Qi said, in this battle, Xiao seemed to have stolen the limelight, but found himself in a similar predicament as his father and elder brother. The new emperor has been addressing him as a brother for 5 years. He concealed himself so deeply. How could one not be afraid? For now, the new emperor still remembers the debt of gratitude he owes him. But how long can such camaraderie endure? I thought with his patience, he could endure a little longer. There were countless ways to make Qi Juin take the fall, yet he chose to do it himself. In the dim light, Ji Gang tapped his pipe, saying, even a young wolf yearns for home. His dreams are filled with the grasslands of Libei. How old is he? A bit of youthful spirit is to be expected. Little tolerance spoils great plans. Grand Tutor Qi said, if he could endure this once, wouldn't he be able to return home as a wayward noble? Xiao Chiye was standing at the palace gate, looking up at the shadowy royal palace stretching into the distance. These vermilion walls and upturned roofs seemed like the trials God had bestowed upon him. Underneath his rakish facade lurked a silent beast. Seated upright, Shen Zichuan suddenly understood the meaning behind Xiao Chiye's actions at that moment. He wanted to go home. He wished to return home as an individual, with dignity and honor. Chapter 28. Alley Intoxication. Upon the ascension of the new emperor, incessant autumn rains descended upon Kudu. The old tiles were darkened with age, while white lanterns hung high, casting a melancholic chill over the landscape when viewed from the palace walls. In response to the autumn hunt incident, all the Jinui had their badges revoked. Jilei, Xiao Tianya, and other Jinui officers ranked 5th or above were imprisoned, to be jointly interrogated by the 3 judicial censors along with Hua Xiqian and Pan Rugi. Xue Xiuzhua was transferred from the Ministry of Household to become an assistant minister of the Supreme Court. Although this position appeared to hold less power than that of a chief censor in the Ministry of Household, it placed him squarely within the core of the Zhou dynasty's judicial system. In other words, he not only gained the authority to investigate any case, but also the power to participate in the deliberation and refutation of proposals from the Ministry of Justice and the Board of Censors. Empress Dowager Hua leaned casually against her Jambia couch, tapping gently on a lustrous black jade chess piece. In all my years, I've never heard of this young man before the incident at the Southern Forest hunting grounds. What relation is he to the Xue family? Aunt Lu Xiang fanned the incense burner softly and replied, Your Majesty, He is the third illegitimate son of the Xue family. I must admit, I was unaware of his existence until I made inquiries specifically for this matter. The Xue family seems to have a successor after all, Empress Dowager Hua commented. In recent times, it's been Yao Wenyu who has stolen the limelight. Hai Liangyi, that cunning old fox, I believed he had imparted all his knowledge to Yao Wenyu and would sooner or later recommend him for a high-ranking position. Yet, to my surprise, he remains silent and instead employs the seemingly insignificant Xue Xiuzhua. Aunt Lu Xiang continued. Xue Xiuzhua first joined forces with Jiang Qingshan, the governor of Jueshi, to gather secret evidence. He then established connections with Elder Hai, the former cabinet minister. Serving as the censor-in-chief of the Board of Revenue, he had access to the 6 ministries. Now, having been promoted to the position of vice prosecutor of the Supreme Court, he is directly overseeing our minister's case. It seems he is determined to conduct a thorough investigation, and he won't stop until he uncovers everything. The Empress Dowager is unable to leave now, said Queen Huayang with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Let Xue Xiuzhua investigate if he wishes. The Hua family has reached a critical point. Tell elder brother that only with the resolve of a hero cutting off their own wrist can we rise again from the ashes. Aunt Lu Xiang acknowledged and retreated quietly. Shen Zichuan shook the rain off his umbrella before sitting in the dilapidated corridor of the deserted courtyard. After a while, Shi Hongshuan's towering figure appeared, stepping through the entrance and walking over under his umbrella. It's a time when eyes and ears are everywhere, Shi Hongxian said, buttoning his robe and frowning. Why did you call me here at this hour? Is it something urgent? Shi Guan is in prison. Shen Zichuan replied. Your long-held wish is finally within reach. If you don't seize the opportunity now, are you waiting for him to desperately fight back? He's already sentenced to death, Shi Hongxian said. My intervention now would be unnecessary. In this world, nothing is ever truly settled, Shen Zichuan said, his fair face devoid of a smile. The more crucial the moment, the less we can afford to be careless. One who survives danger will find a way to thrive. Shi Hongxian gazed at Shen Zichuan's profile and asked, the Hua faction case has been handed over to the 3 law censors. With so many pairs of eyes watching, how do you plan to act? I won't make a move, Shen Zichuan replied, turning his gaze. He was a dog for the Hua family, and his crimes during his tenure are countless. Just presenting 1 or 2 of them to the Supreme Court will ensure his real and certain death. Carrying a sword before the emperor, hunting the crown prince. Aren't these 2 deeds enough to warrant his death? As the commander-in-chief of the 8 great garrisons, Shen Zichuan inherently possessed the privilege to bear arms in the imperial presence. The hunt for the crown prince was none of his concern. He could easily claim that upon sensing danger, he had returned to the capital to summon reinforcements. The new emperor now feared the Forbidden Army, having taken down the Hua clan, but still desperately requiring the full support of the 8 great clans. A re-examination by the 3 courts would be time-consuming. The longer it dragged on, the more difficult it would become for Shi Guanin to meet his end. Shen Zichuan's lips curled into a faint sneer. As long as Shi Guanin lives, you remain Xi'er, forever denied any chance at prominence. Shi Hongxian fell silent for a moment before asking, what do you have in mind? Since Shi Guanin took charge of the 8 great camps in the 4th year of Xinda, they have received 9 million taels of military pay over the past 4 years. Only 7 million has been accounted for. Where did the remaining 2 million go? They vanished through Shi Guanin's hands. Shen Zichuan explained. Originally, it was Xue Xiuzhua who oversaw the auditing of accounts. I'm sure he could uncover even more unaccounted expenses. With such a large sum, Pan Rugi and Hua Xiqian might have taken it out of sheer greed. But not Shi Guanin. He can't afford to be corrupt. He holds the reins of the 8 great camps, responsible for the security of the capital. If he can't provide a clear explanation for this money, then one can only suspect that he's using the camp's resources to bribe soldiers and maintain his own private army. Shi Hongxian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He said, maintaining a personal army. By his side, the emperor's bed, why would he secretly raise a personal army? Shen Zichuan inquired. No way. Shi Hongxian rejected outright, wiping his sweat as he spoke. Have I lost my mind? Aligning with the Flower faction might only cost him his life, but plotting rebellion would mean the death of my entire family. It's a crime punishable by extermination. Shen Zichuan chuckled, then whispered, "One emperor, one set of officials. With the new ruler on the throne, this is your chance to rise to prominence. Shi Guanan is essentially sacrificing his life as a gift for your advancement. You want me to?" Shi Hongxian stared at Shen Zichuan for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You're ruthless. The Empress Dowager saved you twice, yet you show no gratitude." "Gratitude?" Shen Zichuan picked up his umbrella. "It's not too late to repay it after the deed is done. Besides, today's conflict is all about the Xiao and Flower faction struggle. What does it have to do with me?" After speaking, he held up his umbrella, nodded slightly at Shi Hongxian, and stepped into the night rain. Shi Hongxian sat alone on the veranda, waiting until he disappeared before wiping the cold sweat from his back. Several days later, the Supreme Court revisited the case of the autumn hunt. Judge Xianxia presided over the trial, with Hai Liangyi overseeing as an inspector and Xue Xiozhua serving as a member of the jury. It was a major case, investigated by the Board of Censors, and presented to the Supreme Court under charges of conspiring as villains, embezzlement and corruption, and endangering the state. The charge of conspiring as villains sent chills down the spines of the officials in the 6 ministries. Those who had visited the Huajia residence or received recommendations from Hua Xiqian and Pan Rugi were all on edge. In recent days, countless people had come forward to denounce Hua Xiqian and Pan Rugi, fervently pleading their loyalty, fearful of being implicated. Li Jianheng felt a headache coming on at the sight of the memorials, for he was never one to sit still for long. During the national mourning period, however, he dared not engage in any frivolous activities. He had witnessed the confrontation between Hai Liangyi and Hua Xiqian that fateful night, and it filled him with fear for Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi was as rigid as they came. His beard was meticulously trimmed, always hanging just below the second button of his robe. His headpiece was placed precisely, and his hair neatly combed. In the sweltering summer, he kept his robe buttoned, and in the biting winter, his sleeves were never rolled up during court sessions. Standing like a towering pine on a mountain ridge, he walked with the swift grace of a gentle breeze through a tranquil valley. When dealing with affairs, he was decisive, able to listen to cases for 3 days straight without showing any signs of fatigue. Li Jianheng, accustomed to a more carefree lifestyle, found himself weakening at the knees in the presence of such a scholarly and seasoned official as Hai Liangyi. Due to the Hua faction case, Hai Liangyi frequently reported to him with detailed updates. Li Jianheng found the dragon throne in the Hall of Justice too hard, causing discomfort in his posterior, so he had extra cushions added. However, Hai Liangyi noticed this and offered counsel, urging him to maintain his composure. The thrill of wielding power seemed fleeting, replaced by the weighty burden of responsibility. Endless early morning court sessions took a toll on Li Jianheng's resolve. Sitting on the dragon throne, there were times when he couldn't even understand what the officials below were arguing about. Is there no money left? Collect taxes. Slay a batch of corrupt officials, and the funds will be recovered. What's there to argue about? Li Jianheng dared not reveal his thoughts. He was afraid of Hai Liangyi, and even more so of these scholars and military officials. He had no idea what they were fighting over, why the flower party couldn't be immediately executed, or what the Empress Dowager's intentions were in sending him desserts every day. He curled up on the dragon throne, as if he were merely dreaming. His Majesty is unwell? Summoned to the palace, Xiao Chiye encountered an imperial physician from the Imperial Medical Academy outside Mingli Hall. The physician said, "Excessive worry and exposure to the autumn chill. His Excellency the Governor-General, please persuade His Majesty when you see him later." Xiao Chiye put away his wolfish blade and stepped into Mingli Hall. Li Jianheng had just taken his medicine and was currently lying on a couch, listening for Xiao Chiye's arrival. Hurriedly, he slipped on his shoes and called for someone to come in. "Suan," Li Jianheng said, "you've arrived just in time. The confectionery will be delivering silk-soft tiger-eyed candies soon. Try them too. They're the ones we ate at an official banquet a few years ago." Xiao Chiye bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity." Li Jianheng put on his robe and remained silent for a moment before saying, "Sijin, sit down." Xiao Chiye sat down as the attendants around them withdrew. Li Jianheng suddenly stood up and paced anxiously, saying, "Sijin, why haven't you executed Hua Xiqian yet?" What is the Supreme Court doing with this retrial? There's nothing more to investigate, right? Ah, Xiao Chiye replied. The Supreme Court needs to conduct 3 investigations to prevent wrongful convictions. With solid evidence against Hua Xiqian, he will certainly be executed before the new year. Too much can happen if we wait. Li Jianheng said nervously. The Empress Dowager doesn't seem flustered at all. Do you know that she sends me snacks every day? What does she want? Does she also want to poison me? Hua's family is now despised by everyone. The Empress Dowager has to maintain an appearance of kindness. Xiao Chiye observed, noticing Li Jianheng's haggard look and dark circles under his eyes. Has His Majesty been having trouble sleeping at night? How can I sleep? Li Jianheng said. As long as they're alive, how can I rest? Sejin, go tell Hai Liangyi on my behalf to cancel the retrial and execute him immediately. That was out of the question. Xiao Chiye was the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards, unrelated to the 3 law courts. How could he interfere in their joint trial? Besides, after the Autumn Hunt incident, the next target would be Xiao Chiye himself. The civil officials led by Hai Liangyi were unwilling to let Xiao Chiye off, and Xiao Fengshu had also heard rumors about this. No one was willing to take a gamble on this matter. Xiao Chiye had to be diligent in Qidu, away from the north. The crisis in Zhongbu's 6 provinces was a thorn in his side. Xiao Jiming could save Qidu once, twice, but could he save it countless times without reservation? Even if he could, who would believe him? Xiao Chiye would never engage in disputes with the literati at such a time. Li Jianheng also knew that it was futile, so he felt even more dispirited. When the silk-soft honey date candy was served, he tasted it hastily, without savoring its flavor. The moment Xiao Chiye left, Li Jianheng sprawled on the couch, feeling that being an emperor was uninteresting. Shuang Lu, who had been serving him, knelt by the couch and whispered, Your Majesty, would you like this servant to accompany you for a stroll? Li Jianheng replied, No, I'm too tired. Shuang Lu's eyes flickered as he continued, How about Miss Mu Ru playing the pipa for you? Li Jianheng turned over and glanced outside. Seeing no one around, he said, I don't think so. It's a national mourning period. Besides, she's still at Pan Rugi's residence. If we bring her into the palace now, wouldn't she get scolded? Shuang Lu chuckled and said, Your Majesty, you're the emperor, and you have the final say in the palace. How would the officials know what the eunuchs do? We can do it secretly. Li Jianheng immediately perked up and put down his candy, saying, So Elder Hai won't know? No one will. Shuang Lu crawled forward. You're our master, not him. If the emperor doesn't want anyone to know, then no one will. Excellent. Li Jianheng clasped his hands together. Great, we've finally found an opportunity. Hurry up and go, the sooner the better. Let Mu Ru in. Pan Rugi is about to die. It's bad luck for him to remain in that courtyard. When Xiao Chiye left the palace, it started raining again, filling him with inexplicable irritation. The excitement he had felt before the autumn hunt seemed to have dissipated overnight. He didn't even want to draw his sword at this moment. Chen Yang and Zhao Hui came to fetch him. Xiao Chiye got into the carriage. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly lifted the curtain and said, Tell father and big brother that I won't be returning tonight. Without waiting for their response, he jumped out of the carriage, not taking anything with him, and headed towards Donglong Street. This is him going off to drink again, Zhao Hui said as he also alighted from the carriage. He then told Chen Yang, Go back and tell the Duke and the Crown Prince that I'm following young master. It wouldn't look good if he gets drunk during the national mourning period and causes a scene. Chen Yang replied, By the time you finish speaking, you won't be able to find him anymore. Since the governor doesn't want anyone to follow him, let him be. Zhao Hui was Xiao Jiming's subordinate general, while Chen Yang was Xiao Chiye's. Although they were both members of the Xiao family, their considerations were different, and Zhao Hui was more like an older brother. He turned around in the rain, but could no longer see Xiao Chiye's figure. The Jinyui, having hung their badges, temporarily joined the Imperial Guards as part of the patrol force. Shin Zichuan had just finished his shift tonight. On his way home, he passed by Xiang Yun's lane behind Donglong Street. Due to the light rain, there was no need for an umbrella. As he walked, he suddenly heard retching ahead. Following that sound, a girl wearing wooden clogs and no socks hurried out, but was gently pushed aside. Xiao Chiye leaned against the wall, pointing at the back door, asking the girl to keep her distance. The girls of Xiang Yunfang were familiar with him and knew not to approach when he was drunk. One of them neatly folded her handkerchief and said softly, "Second young master, please wait until you're more comfortable before entering. We've prepared some warm soup for you." Xiao Chiye remained silent. Once the sound of the wooden clogs faded away, he squatted down, his stomach churning in agony. This was how one should live in a drunken stupor, his only escape from reality. Suddenly, his back felt a slight weight. Xiao Chiye's gaze snapped up, his cold stare making others uneasy. Recognizing the person, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Why did you kick me?" Shin Zichuan didn't even blink as he replied, "I didn't kick you." Xiao Chiye turned around and felt his back for a while before tugging at his clothes persistently. "This is evidence." Shin Zichuan studied him for a moment before remarking, "Have you drunk yourself silly, Xiao? Xiao Chiye shot back, "Do I look like an idiot?" Before Shin Zichuan could respond, he answered himself, "I'm no fool." Shin Zichuan caught a whiff of his alcohol breath and said, "Don't block my way. I want to go home." Xiao Chiye turned his head and stood there in a daze for a moment. Then, he spoke to the wall. "Don't block my way. I also want to go home." Just as Shin Zichuan was about to laugh, Xiao Chiye continued, "If I can't go home, then neither can you." Chapter 29. Destiny's Weave. Shin Zichuan replied, "Oh." Xiao Chiye did not receive the anticipated response and turned back to look at him. "Why aren't you rebutting?" Shin Zichuan lifted his hand to open the umbrella and said, "I have neither father nor elder brother at home, nor any acquaintances. What's the point of going back?" Xiao Chiye picked up the handkerchief and wiped away the moisture from the back of his neck, rising to his feet as he said, "Indeed, the Jianxing mansion of Dun Prefecture has already withdrawn. Given your status, returning would only invite the condemnation of 10,000 people. So it's fate, then." Shin Zichuan gazed calmly at Xiao Chiye, pausing for a moment before he continued, "A poorly chosen birth brings nothing but suffering." Xiao Chiye didn't look at him. He lifted his arm to brush away the raindrops on his forehead and asked, "Then why are you still alive?" Shin Zichuan smiled and said, "Millions of people wish me dead, but if I let them have their way, wouldn't that make me uncomfortable?" Xiao Chiye replied, "Staying in the Temple of Expiation is the way for you to survive." Shin Zichuan took 2 steps, sidestepping a puddle on the ground. He said, "If I were to stay in the Temple of Expiation, you'd think beheading would be a better end for me." Xiao Chiye, even if you try your best to hide it, you're already accustomed to looking down on others. You're no different from those who oversee you today. This layer upon layer of scrutiny is now causing you immense pain. He chuckled and gently patted Xiao Chiye's back. "I live for survival, but you seek death. The Xiao family once entrapped me, and Li's family now traps you. Isn't that strange? Caged birds yearn for their old nests, pond fish long for their former pools. Your weakness has always been on display. If you can't go back, you're just a good-for-nothing with lofty aspirations. The world's greatest pity is taming a wolf into a dog. How sharp will your fangs remain in Qidu? You followed me during the autumn hunt." Xiao Chiye turned his head to look at him. "Did you save my life just for this moment of satisfaction? I'm such an insignificant ant." Shin Zichuan said softly, "You would have survived even if I hadn't shown up." "What exactly?" Xiao Chiye's intoxication had worn off, and he asked, "Do you want repaying a debt?" Shin Zichuan held his umbrella over Xiao Chiye. He was so close. "To repay your mercy for sparing my life." Xiao Chiye abruptly grabbed Shin Zichuan's collar and said, "I thought you had turned over a new leaf and were determined to be a better person. What wrong have I done?" The light in Shin Zichuan's eyes was colder than the autumn rain. He even took a step closer, almost pressing against Xiao Chiye, and asked, "What wrong have I done? When you climbed out of the T-stone pit, did you look at the cities of Duanzhou?" Xiao Chiye's fingers tightened. 8 cities were slaughtered. When the horses' hooves entered the city gates, they splashed with human blood. Shin Wei was defeated. Shin Zichuan finally tore off his disguise, revealing his burning hatred. 4,000 men from Zhongguo were buried in the T-stone pit. On that day, I lost my older brother and master. What wrong have I done? Shin Wei deserves death. Xiao Chiye lost his composure, pressing Shin Zichuan harshly against the wall. The Shin family must be eradicated. You also bear that surname. How can you be faultless? The oil umbrella rolled on the ground as Shin Zichuan collided with the wall. With Xiao Chiye lifting him off the ground by his collar, he struggled to touch the floor with his toes. In retaliation, Shin Zichuan kicked Xiao Chiye in the chest, causing the latter to stumble back in pain, but not releasing his grip. The rain, which had been drizzling gently, suddenly intensified, pelting down loudly. In the dark alley, sounds of collision echoed as scattered objects were trampled underfoot. The courtesans waiting at Xiangyun Hall were startled and hurriedly peered out from their doors, holding their wooden clogs in hand. "What's going on?" Xiangyun quickly threw on a robe and slipped into her clogs, rushing over. "Gentlemen, please. Let's talk this out calmly. Why resort to violence?" Riding atop the other, Shen Zichuan landed a punch that forced Xiao Chiye's head to turn sideways. Xiao Chiye firmly grasped Shen Zichuan's wrist, pulling it fiercely towards himself. With his tongue, he tasted the blood that had been knocked loose from between his teeth as he declared, "Neither of us will have an easy time." Xiangyun had already summoned the servants, who joined forces to pull the two of them apart. With a swing of his arm, the burly servants felt their palms tingling. Yet, Xiao Chiye did not lunge forward again. He lifted his finger to wipe the injury on his face and said, "Scram." Seeing the situation turn dire, Xiangyun signaled to the servants to hurry to the prince's residence and summon help. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chiye declared, "Anyone who dares to disturb father will have their legs broken." Xiangyun's voice softened as she smoothly continued, "Why so serious, second young master? You're usually the one who knows how to cherish and care for delicate flowers. Why have you frightened the ladies tonight? Gentlemen often engage in friendly sparring after a few drinks. Let's just let bygones be bygones and laugh away any ill feelings, shall we?" Xiao Chiye rose to his feet, removed his soiled outer robe, and tossed it to Xiangyun, saying, "Go in." Holding the robe, Xiangyun tried to dissuade him. "Second young master, it's so cold outside." She gradually fell silent, secretly gesturing to the other girls before leading them back inside the door. This time, however, they didn't close the door tightly. The group of girls peeped through the windows and doors. Shen Zichuan picked up the umbrella, his body filthy. Drenched in rain, his hair clung to his cheeks, accentuating his pale complexion. "Next time," Shen Zichuan said, "just come straight to the entrance if you want to find me. I might not walk down this alley for 800 years. If I knew you'd pass by here." Xiao Chiye replied, "I wouldn't have come even if I had to vomit indoors." Shen Zichuan sneered and said, "It seems fate has brought us together again." Xiao Chiye stepped toward him. "From now on, I'll keep a close eye on you. You're barely managing yourself, yet you still worry about me." Shen Zichuan lifted the umbrella, creating a distance between them. A centipede may be dead, but not stiff. Thinking that a single autumn hunt could topple the Huas is utterly delusional. Focus on saving your own life first. Xiao Chiye pressed the umbrella against his chest, gazing at him. "Without the Empress Dowager's protection, how long do you think you can survive? The throne has a new occupant." Shen Zichuan said, "Perhaps it's time you changed your presumptuous mindset. You can't kill anyone." Xiao Chiye said, "Those who owe you are the Border Sand Cavalry and Shinwei. Whatever you say goes." Shen Zichuan donned his compliant demeanor once more. He put away his umbrella and spoke gently to Xiao Chiye. "How about I listen to you?" Xiao Chiye's anger flared up abruptly. "Fine then, stay with me tonight." In a bed of warm fragrance and soft jade, Shen Zichuan said, "Do you have a habit of sharing your bed with others?" "My apologies, but I do not." Xiao Chiye now found him looking like he was up to no good. He said, "What are you avoiding? Didn't you just say that whatever I say goes? Are you?" Shen Zichuan pointed at his head. "Out of your mind. The idle members of the Imperial Guards have been incorporated into the palace troops." Xiao Chiye said, "Who exactly is the one who's lost their head?" Shen Zichuan paused for a moment before asking, "What does the Governor-General want from me?" The red mark was still visible on Xiao Chiye's cheek. The hostility between his brows dissipated as he took on a slackened, rogue-like appearance. He turned around and sat down on the veranda beneath the eaves, gesturing at his own boots. Shen Zichuan curved his lips slightly and replied, "All right." The next morning, Chen Yang arrived to fetch someone. At the entrance of Xiangyun's establishment, he saw Shen Zichuan holding the wolf rage saber, which startled him. Straightening from his leaning posture against the door, Shen Zichuan bowed to Chen Yang. Suddenly, Chen Yang had an uneasy feeling and asked, "Why is Captain Shen here? Ji Lei hasn't been judged in the prison yet." Shen Zichuan said, "The Imperial Guards are temporarily filling in as palace guards under the supervision of the governor." Looking at Shen Zichuan's calm expression, Xianyang felt a chill run down his spine. He nodded slightly and quickly headed upstairs. As Xin Zichuan watched him leave, Xiang Yun was descending the stairs, holding her skirt. She said compassionately, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? You haven't even changed out of those dirty clothes." Ling Ting, the girl upstairs, with a weary look on her face, leaned against the railing and said, "Mother, why do you still call for Ling Ting? You always forget that she's already been redeemed." Xiang Yun seemed to awaken from a dream and said, "I'm just used to it. Fetch some food for Captain Shun, would you?" When Xianyang entered, he saw Xiao Chiye still sleeping on the couch, with no one attending to him. Thus, he approached gently and called, "Governor, Governor?" Xiao Chiye buried his face in exhaustion and dozed off for a while before abruptly sitting up and asking, "Why is it you? Where's Shen Lanzhao?" "Downstairs, guarding." "Governor, what happened to your face?" Xianyang asked in surprise. "It's from hunting," Xiao Chiye said as he got out of bed and moved his shoulders and arms. "Did Big Brother send you to fetch me?" "It was the prince," Xianyang replied. "He received a letter early this morning. The Xianxia marketplace was plundered by the Border Sand Cavalry last night. We'll have to enter the palace to discuss this further. Elder Hai has summoned the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. We're going to war with the North again." Xiao Chiye wiped his face with water and immediately stepped out. When he descended the stairs, he saw Xin Zichuan leaning close to a courtesan. He strode over, snatched the plate away from behind, and stuffed the pastries into his mouth. Xin Zichuan looked at him and said, "Eat slowly. If you choke, no one will be able to save you in time." Xiao Chiye swallowed and smiled at him. He then raised his arm and draped it over Xin Zichuan's shoulder, leading him outside. "Lanzhao." Xin Zichuan stared at him. With a frivolous tone, Xiao Chiye said, "Why are you still holding a grudge? I've already forgotten about it in my sleep. Come on, second young master will take you out to have some fun." Xin Zichuan used the scabbard of his sword to swat away his hand. "Second young master, don't take advantage to touch the back of my neck." The Mingli Hall was filled with numerous individuals. Li Jianheng remained steadfast on the dragon throne, too wary to move. His gaze first carefully appraised Hai Liangyi's countenance before shifting to others, all the while striving to maintain an air of solemnity. The position of the chief eunuch in the office of ceremonial is currently vacant. Before the accounts from various ministries reach the cabinet for approval, this old official must first present them to His Majesty. Hai Liangyi informed Li Jianheng. "How did His Majesty find the accounts from last night?" Last night, Li Jianheng had been cuddling with his beauty while listening to a pipa performance. Upon being bowed to by Hai Liangyi, he guiltily shifted his position and said, Yes, of course." Shui Xiuzhua, kneeling behind, had been expressionless until he heard this, his brows gradually furrowing. Hai Liangyi waited for a moment, sensing that Li Jianheng had no intention of speaking further, before he ventured. "With the autumn frost growing heavy, if Li Bei is to mobilize its troops, it must request advance military provisions from Kudu. Your Highness, how much will be needed this time?" Xiao Fangshu smiled and replied, "I've been ill for a long time and have entrusted military affairs to Jiming. Jiming, tell the vizier how much silver we lack." Xiao Jiming bowed and said, "The 12 tribes of Border Sands are currently raiding the markets because winter snow is imminent and their food supplies are running low. They can only resort to plundering the border trade. In previous years, the Li Bei army could sustain itself with its own farmlands, without needing logistical support. But this year, with the late emperor's passing, the 12 tribes might attempt to exploit our vulnerability. If we were to send troops, not only would we need to drive them out, but also station soldiers to guard against further incursions. I've already submitted the required amount to the Board of Revenue." The newly appointed Minister of Revenue produced a document, which Shuang Lu passed on to Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng observed for a moment and said, 1,200,000 taels, huh? That's not a problem as long as our soldiers aren't freezing or starving. Qian Jin, the Minister of Revenue, appeared slightly embarrassed and replied, "Your Majesty, you may not be aware. The deficit from last year hasn't been replenished, so the Treasury doesn't have that much money at once." Li Jianheng said, "Then 1 million should be doable, right?" Qian Jin kowtowed and said, "The autumn hunt deployment of the 8 great banners cost 23,000 taels, and the late emperor spent 54,000. The remaining funds in the treasury must also cover the overdue salaries of officials in Qidu. It's almost the end of the year, and the civil servants need to prepare for the new year too. 1,000,000 taels is definitely out of the question. Your Majesty, we can only allocate 600,000 taels to the Iron Riders of the North. Li Jianheng never expected that he would face poverty even as an emperor. He had wanted to show favor to the northern frontier and appease Xiao Chiye, but now that he realized they lacked funds, he felt awkward enough to wish he could hide under the table. He mumbled vaguely in response. The hall fell silent for a moment. Xiaoxiye suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, I have a solution. Li Jianheng was like a drowning man grabbing at a straw. Speak, speak. Xiaoxiye said. When the Hua party held power, they openly put a price tag on idle positions and accepted all comers. The ice offerings they received annually were also substantial sums. Then there's Pan Rugi, who exploited his position to amass wealth. Now that these two are in prison, it might be best to seize the assets of the Hua and Pan families to supplement the military payroll. Yesterday, second young master Xianxia of the Shi family presented himself with a burden of guilt before the Board of Punishments, confessing that Shi Guanan had privately maintained a personal army. Furthermore, the Shi family has leased their residence in Qidu to pay off the debts incurred by Shi Guanan during his tenure in the 8 Great Banners. Upon hearing that they could seize the assets of the implicated families, Li Jianheng's interest piqued. Eagerly, he said, Excellent. I've thought about this a long time ago. Hai Liangyi pondered for a moment before responding. That's not appropriate. The Ministry of Justice's review isn't over yet. How can we bypass the law and make a direct judgment? Xiaoxiye argued. In these extraordinary times, we have no choice. Chu can wait for the review, but the border sand cavalry won't. We can't let the Northern Iron Cavalry fight on an empty stomach. While Hai Liangyi was still hesitating, Li Jianheng promptly approved the decision. As they left, Xiao Jiming turned to Qi Juin, who had been silent throughout, and asked, Is everything well in the border regions? Looking up at the rain outside the eaves, Qi Juin replied, Since Lu Guangbai is still in the border region, the 12 tribes of border sand won't make any moves. The Northern Iron Cavalry will face difficulties without their main commander. Standing for a moment, Xiao Jiming sighed. Talented generals are hard to come by. Qi Juin responded. Regardless of the turmoil in Chu, a general's primary duty is to defend the homeland. Jiming, talented generals are rare and difficult to nurture. The northern frontier is a crucial defense for the Great Zhou. If you don't choose a successor soon, it will only bring harm to the Northern Iron Cavalry. Being a formidable general and a bulwark for the Great Zhou was their shared aspiration. But everyone eventually grows old, and relying on one person with the lives of an entire army is acceptable for a few years, but not for decades. In time, the Northern Iron Cavalry would become irreplaceable without Xiao Jiming. What would happen to this renowned army, which had dominated the battlefield for decades, if one day it lost Xiao Jiming? I know you have high hopes for I. Qi Juin descended the steps and slowly turned back. But he's destined to never leave Chu. With your focus on him all these years, even if you didn't say it, hasn't he sensed it? Your expectations bring him pain. The northern frontier isn't his wings, it's his cage. Jiming, we've been friends for many years, and I advise you to choose someone else. The distant palace eaves were veiled in mist, and a lone crow cawed solemnly before silence returned once more. Chapter 30. The Wolf King. Xiao Chiye appeared to have entirely dismissed the impropriety of the previous night, as he spurred his steed through the bustling thoroughfare, eliciting a chorus of grievances from the vendors lining both sides. Upon reaching the palace gates, he was met with the sight of his own princely carriage awaiting him. Zhao Hui elegantly lifted the curtains for Xiao Fengshu, announcing, Second young master has arrived. Xiao Fengshu propped himself up on his knees, peering beyond his youngest son to spot Shen Zichuan, who was not skilled in horsemanship, lagging behind. He paused, but didn't comment immediately. Only when Xiao Chiye drew near did he notice the injury on his face, prompting him to ask, What were you up to last night? I've been partaking in some wine. Xiao Chiye reined in his horse and chuckled. I lost track of time and woke up late. Father, have your affairs been settled? Xiao Fengshu nodded and asked, Is that Shun Wei's son? A sudden autumn breeze brushed past the corner of Shun Zichuan's temples. Meeting Xiao Fengshu's gaze, an inexplicable shiver ran down his spine, causing his fingers holding the reins to clench involuntarily. Yet, Xiao did nothing. The old wolf king of Li Bei, with streaks of white in his hair, sat in the carriage, yet his extraordinary presence was undeniable. His imposing aura wasn't something cultivated overnight. It was forged through countless battles, a solemnity tempered into his very bones and blood, so potent that even illness couldn't conceal its strength. Xiao Chiye's robust physique was a gift from his father, inheriting his intimidating arm strength, towering height, broad shoulders, and swift, powerful legs. All were bequests from his sire. Compared to the more composed and refined Xiao Jiming, Xiao Chiye was the true wolf cub. Whenever the two brothers stood together, it was Xiao Chiye who exuded a more aggressive aura. At this moment, the true wolf king was staring at Sun Zichuan. Despite having learned self-restraint, Sun Zichuan felt an overwhelming urge to escape. This was different from being pinned down by Xiao Chiye. This gaze made one shiver involuntarily. Sun Zichuan recalled Qi Taifu's words at this instant. Xiao Fangxiu is now ill and hidden away, while Xiao Jiming's sharpness is on full display. Everyone fears Xiao Jiming. But Lanzhou, 20 years ago, it was Xiao Fangxiu who truly tamed the frontier. Looking back now, Qi Shiyu held the position of commander-in-chief of the 5 provinces, a higher authority. Yet, he wasn't granted a royal title. That's because Qidong was royal land granted for service. The 5 provinces were all part of the founding territories of the Great Zhou. But Li Bei is different. The vast territory it possesses today, stretching from Lixiao Pass to the northeastern end of the Hongyan Mountains, was conquered inch by Xiao Fangxiu and his Li Bei Iron Cavalry in the Yongyi era. The Li Bei Iron Cavalry is now led by Xiao Jiming, and the phrase iron horses and frozen rivers sounds so majestic. But that powerful cavalry was established by Xiao Fangxiu. The Li Bei Iron Cavalry doesn't have as long a history as the border defense armies. It was specifically created by Xiao Fangxiu to counter external threats after the Yanxia cavalry repeatedly invaded Lixiao Pass. The war horses, soldiers, and chainmail sabers of Li Bei, all the identifying marks of the Li Bei Iron Cavalry that can be seen today, originated with Xiao Fangxiu. The 8 great families have long entrenched themselves and become a festering sore on the Great Zhou. The Xiao family could stand toe-to-toe with the Hua family because of Xiao Fangxiu's stronghold in Li Bei. As long as Xiao Fangxiu lives, the Xiao family will be a towering tree deeply rooted in Li Bei. The title of Wolf King is not just empty praise. Xiao Chiye turned around and said, "It's Shun Wei's son." Sun Zichuan dismounted and bowed to Xiao Fangxiu. Xiao Fangxiu looked at him for a long time before saying, "Shun Wei is dead, and the child is innocent. Since the late emperor released you, your crimes have been pardoned. Why are you following this boy?" Sun Zichuan knelt on one knee, bowing his head as he said, "This humble officer has been assigned to the Imperial Guards, and is now temporarily under the command of His Excellency the Governor." "Ah, I see." Xiao Fangxiu glanced at Xiao Chiye. "Why are you giving him a hard time?" Xiao Chiye licked his wounded lip and replied, "Why would I make things difficult for him? We've just gone through a life-and-death situation together. Isn't that right, Orchid Boat?" Xiao Fangxiu no longer looked at Sun Zichuan and began chatting with Xiao Chiye instead. Supporting himself on one knee, Sun Zichuan caught sight of Xiao Chiye's reckless smile in the puddle on the ground, along with Xiao Fangxiu's gaze upon his son. Raindrops splashed, disrupting the reflection in the water. Sun Zichuan retracted his gaze. By the time Xiao Jiming emerged, Xiao Fangxiu had already left. Qi Juin followed him for a few steps before suddenly asking, "Who was that person?" Xiao Jiming looked towards Zhao Hui's side, his expression unchanged as he replied, "That was Sun Zichuan." Qi Juin paused in her step, rather surprised. "Shun Wei's son? Why is he with I?" Xiao Jiming said. "I is playful and might be giving him a hard time." Qi Juin observed for a long while before remarking, "He's too strikingly handsome. I heard his mother was a dancer from Duanzhou. It's fortunate she was from Duanzhou and not Song County." General Qi Shiyu, Qi Juin's father, was known for his love of beauty. He couldn't resist the allure of a beautiful person. Despite Qi Juin having few siblings, their household was filled with concubines. Speaking of which, Qi Juin turned sideways. "I is already 23, isn't he? Why hasn't he taken a wife yet?" Yiji is also worried about it. Xiao Jiming replied, "Li Bei doesn't require him to marry into an aristocratic family. A woman from a modest background with a clean reputation would do. Iji sends portraits to Qidu every year, trying to find a suitable daughter of Li Bei for him, but he has yet to find someone he likes. Qi Juin chuckled. Noble women are haughty and wouldn't mesh well with him. Ordinary women would likely be intimidated just by being near him. Besides, with his personality, how many young ladies could handle him? Finding a compatible match seems more difficult than scaling the heavens. And he enjoys visiting pleasure quarters. You must keep an eye out so that he doesn't one day bring a courtesan into your home. Xiao Jiming knew that her stepmother was a renowned courtesan from Qidong, causing constant commotion in the backyard that gave her headaches whenever she returned home. Hence, she had always detested courtesans since she was young. He'll truly have to meet someone he likes. Xiao Jiming sighed, also feeling a headache coming on. Who could stop him then? Not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Foreseeing the future, Qi Juin mused. Forget about the rest, but his temperament mustn't be too fiery. Your Iji is naturally gentle. If he brings home someone with a temper, won't Iji suffer every day? It's not even on the horizon yet. Xiao Jiming suddenly laughed. It's too early to worry. Love affairs are the most unpredictable. Qi Juin chuckled. Perhaps one day he'll come to his senses? Xiao Chiye felt an eerie chill down his spine. He turned warily and saw Sun Zichuan standing beside Zhao Hui, lost in thought. You'll have to fetch your pass at the Imperial Guard's office later. Xiao Chiye blocked the light before Sun Zichuan. Until the final transfer order from the Jinui comes through, you'll be with me around the clock. Around the clock. Sun Zichuan repeated the phrase, looking up at him. Am I to carry young master's chamber pot at night, as well? If you wish. Xiao Chiye stepped forward. I'll be busy these few days, so I'll be staying at the residence behind the Imperial Guard's office. Sun Zichuan didn't respond. Xiao Chiye had already turned to receive Xiao Jiming. The investigation by the Supreme Court was still ongoing when the Hu and Pan households were first seized. Li Jianheng took the opportunity to cite the Empress Dowager's excessive worry as a reason to close off the Empress Dowager's residence, the Palace of Gracious Benevolence. The Northern Army's salary was rounded up, barely making up for the deficit. Xiao Fengshu and Xiao Jiming could not stay for long and left shortly after. Xiao Chiye did not seem to be affected by the parting. After that night of drunkenness, he seemed to have abandoned his ambitions from the autumn hunt. Li Jianheng would occasionally gift him something, and Xiao Chiye would always receive them joyfully. Not only that, he began to slack off. As a member of the Imperial Guards, he was responsible for patrolling the palace, but he was now either fishing for 3 days or basking in the sun for 2. He could often not be found, causing whispers of suspicion within the military department, with talk of replacing him. However, Li Jianheng firmly refused, even resorting to tantrums. He was on the verge of falling out with the vice minister of the military department, who had submitted the report. He threw away the vice minister's report and declared, Xiao Suan saved the emperor. How can he not deserve the position of commander of the Imperial Guards? He has done nothing wrong, so I will not replace him. The two returned to their previous state before the autumn hunt, and Li Jianheng felt relieved. The Xiao Chiye from that night seemed like an illusion, while this carefree one was truly his brother. Xiao Chiye did not mention returning to the north, which made Li Jianheng very happy. He believed that this was his brother's consideration, and he had no choice anyway. Could he not have fun staying in Kudu? Now that he was the emperor, Xiao Chiye could do as he pleased with their relationship. Moreover, what was there to do in the north? That cold and desolate land was no match for the comfortable and leisurely life in Kudu. When Xiao Chiye asked to leave the city to ride, Li Jianheng agreed. When Xiao Chiye wanted to expand the Imperial Guard's office, Li Jianheng agreed. When Xiao Chiye requested to work half a day and rest half a day, Li Jianheng not only approved it, but did so enthusiastically. The two spent their time horseback riding and playing ball games. Li Jianheng could not go to East Dragon Street to carouse, but he could invite Xiao Chiye to listen to the people with him. Muru resided at Mingli Hall, and Li Jianheng expected Xiao Chiye to offer some advice, but Xiao Chiye said nothing and simply enjoyed himself. Being an emperor sure was damn comfortable. By the time the last rain fell in the quiet capital, Shiguan had already been sentenced to death by the Supreme Court. In contrast, Shi Hongxian, through his act of donating wealth as atonement, won Li Jianheng's favor and was transferred to the Ministry of Finance, where he acquired a moderate position. Already skilled in pleasure-seeking, He now catered to Li Jianheng's desires, visiting him daily to suggest new ways to entertain. Upon Shiguan's conviction, Hua Xiqian took his own life in prison, confessing to all the crimes and sparing the Empress Dowager any involvement. Only Ji Lei and Pan Rugi remained unjudged. Hai Liangyi attempted to extract information from them, but to no avail. The room was damp when Shun Zichuan returned. Upon opening the door, he noticed an oriental pearl lying beneath a piece of cloth on the table. Closing the door, Shun Zichuan picked up the pearl, feeling the dampness seeping through the cloth. Just then, Qinyang knocked on the door. Opening it, Qinyang informed him, "The governor is summoning you." With the pearl in his hand, Shun Zichuan said casually, "I'll change clothes first." Qinyang replied, "No need, go as you are. The governor doesn't have patience for delays." Stepping aside, he prepared to walk with Shun Zichuan. Shun Zichuan could only lower his hand and step out, following Qinyang. Xiao Chiye was draped in a cloak, awaiting him. "Grab your sword, we're leaving," he instructed upon seeing Shun Zichuan. Exiting, Shun Zichuan realized that Qinyang was not accompanying them as Xiao Chiye led his horse. Climbing onto the steed, Xiao Chiye's East Prussian eagle shook off droplets of water onto his shoulder. With no choice, Shun Zichuan followed, riding through the rain towards the Maple Mountain training ground. Arriving at the training ground, it was deserted with few people around. Xiao Chiye untied Lang Taishue's reins and patted its back, allowing it to run and play on its own. Meng Fei flew under the pavilion, unwilling to get drenched in the rain any longer. "Remove your clothes," Xiao Chiye instructed Shun Zichuan as he turned around, unbuttoning his cloak. Shun Zichuan held on to his sword, lifting his chin. Water dripped down the front of his robe, exposing his delicate neck. Xiao Chiye felt that whenever he saw Shun Zichuan's neck, it was like someone seeing a cat and couldn't resist stroking it. What kind of strange compulsion was this? As he pondered, he undid his outer shirt. Seeing that Shun Zichuan remained still, he urged, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and take it off." Shun Zichuan placed a finger on his belt, casting him a glance before saying slowly, "If I take it off, it'll be gone." Chapter 31. Nape of the neck. Then even more reason to strip. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chiye seized Shun Zichuan's calf with his reversed hand. His shoulder lowered, attempting to flip Shun Zichuan onto the ground. Already lifted off the ground, Shun Zichuan took advantage of the situation and stepped on Xiao Chiye's shoulder. The incredible strength in his waist came into play once more as he wrapped his legs around Xiao Chiye's neck, pulling Xiao Chiye down with him. Xiao Chiye's palm glided upward along that straight line, hooking around the spot where it had previously curved. The suppleness beneath his palm was astonishing. He wanted to touch Shun Zichuan, because he was baffled. Regardless of whether it was Ji family's boxing or saber techniques, years of practice would undoubtedly manifest in one's muscle structure. Yet, Shun Zichuan not only concealed any trace of martial arts training, but even Chun Yang and Xiao Tianya had been deceived into thinking he was weak and sickly, with poor qi and blood circulation. Shun Zichuan pushed himself up from the ground, using his elbow to strike at Xiao Chiye's head. Xiao Chiye dodged by tilting his head and held on to Shun Zichuan's waist, pressing him tightly against his chest as he moved upward along his waist toward his chest. The pearl was still hidden in his chest. Shun Zichuan's back collided with Xiao Chiye's arm, flipping the latter over his shoulder into the ring. Splashes of water instantly drenched their hair. Shun Zichuan tried to retreat, but Xiao Chiye's long legs hooked around him, tripping him towards himself. Shun Zichuan's body leaned towards Xiao Chiye. Then, like a string reverberating, he regained his balance by stepping on the water just in time. Xiao Chiye sprang up again. His punch missed, but in the rain, he brushed against a strand of Shun Zichuan's hair as the latter spun away. The wet hair lingered on Xiao Chiye's fingertips, leaving behind a damp itch. "Spare me." Xiao Chiye suddenly clenched his hand and looked at Shun Zichuan. "The rain is getting heavier." Shun Zichuan turned his head and said, "Enough touching?" Xiao Chiye remained unperturbed and replied, "Not soft, not hard either." Shun Zichuan shot back with a hint of sarcasm. "I thought you were about to strip me. I'd have done so if I truly intended to." Xiao Chiye said, "We'd be bearing all to each other right now." He raised his other hand and dangled the thin blade Shun Zichuan always carried in front of the latter's eyes. The Ji family's martial arts require the use of blades. You can wield these all day long, but you'll never defeat me in this lifetime. If you can't defeat me, how do you plan on avenging yourself? Shen Zichuan's thin blade was usually hidden at the side of his thigh. He lowered his gaze to look at it before raising his eyes to meet Xiao Chiye's. Fighting and killing only ruins the harmony. Isn't it more enjoyable to pretend to be mad together? Xiao Chiye replied, I'm afraid that your smile conceals a dagger, ready to strike at any moment. Only lust has a blade above its head, Shen Zichuan said as he spread his hands. Second young master is a proper gentleman. What is there to fear? Xiao Chiye placed the thin blade in Shen Zichuan's palm and drawled. You just called me a beast in human clothing, yet you keep treating me like a proper gentleman. Shen Zichuan tried to withdraw his hand. Xiao Chiye caught his wrist and said, Seeing how well-behaved you are today, second young master will take you somewhere comfortable. Governor, Shen Zichuan suddenly said in a serious tone, Please, I don't have a preference for men. Let's part ways amicably. Why must you persist like this? Xiao Chiye was taken aback before he turned his head and saw the Jinwei packed around the windows of the inner chamber in the training ground, all eager to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. The deputy commander of the Jinwei was the scarred man who had led the attack on the 8 banners that night. He leaned against the window and led the jeering. Acting like ruffians while fighting, Governor. What's with that? You never crack a smile when you scold us. Flirtatious. They exchanged meaningful glances and goaded. Flirting isn't the same thing. The governor is 23 and has no wife at home doting on him. All that energy has to go somewhere, right? It's different. Noticing that Shen Zichuan was trying to escape, Xiao Chiye pulled him fiercely back towards himself and said with a forced smile, I just can't help but be flirtatious, Wanzhou. Why are you running? I haven't even finished flirting yet. If you don't fancy men, it's only because you haven't tasted the sweetness. Second young master will teach you. In terms of audacity, Xiao Chiye only acknowledged Li Jianheng's prowess. Anyone could force their way into a situation, but to think that such a trick would intimidate him was truly underestimating his capabilities. He did not give Shen Zichuan the chance to reply and pulled him away. Behind them, Tan Taihu stroked his scar and asked the soldier next to him, Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him in our imperial guards? That man's surname is Shun. The soldier replied with a wink. From Zhongbua. Tan Taihu's smiling face turned cold. He propped himself up on one arm and leaned forward for a better look before turning back to say, So he's that Shun from Zhongbua who's been causing trouble? What is the governor doing with him? Shen Wei has killed so many people. They wouldn't be able to execute him 8 times over. The Jianxing Palace was destroyed, and yet he's living it up in Kudu while orphans along the T-Stone River whose parents were killed still have to scrape by eating mud. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Chiye led Shen Zichuan up Maple Mountain. A narrow stone stairway had been carved into the mountain, its path tracing through trickling water that seeped chillingly over the soles of their shoes. Yet Xiao Chiye forged ahead without a backward glance, deftly parting the streaming maple leaves as he delved into the winding trail. Both men trudged along, their feet weighed down by sodden mud, each step alternately sinking deep or skimming shallow as they ventured inward. After a good half an hour, Xiao Chiye finally came to a halt. The humble cottage in the misty rain appeared dainty, yet it didn't seem like a residence for inhabitants. He turned sideways and addressed Shen Zichuan. You saved me at the Southern Forest hunting ground, so as a reward, I'll share this place with you. I want tangible compensation in the form of gold and silver. Shen Zichuan replied, Not a bath together. Money and fame are mere trifles. Xiao Chiye stretched out his arms and lifted the curtain, entering the room and undressing by the door. He called out, Not even the emperor has enjoyed this place. Shen Zichuan entered and saw that Xiao Chiye was already bare-chested. The muscles on his shoulders and back were well-defined, as if chiseled by a blade. Aside from an ornate clothes rack, there was only a hot spring leading outside. Xiao Chiye's clothing hung on one side of the rack, while the other side was clearly reserved for Shen Zichuan. Xiao Chiye removed his boots as well and shot a glance over his shoulder at Shen Zichuan. Do you want to turn away while I undress, or watch me do it? Shen Zichuan adjusted his belt and turned his back. The oriental pearl landed in the palm of his hand, which he casually slipped into his sleeve. Aware that the gaze on his back remained unwavering, Shen Zichuan paused for a moment before removing his outer robe. Xiao Chiye watched as the garment slipped to the ground, revealing Shun Zichuan's fair neck that now extended downward, like white pear blossoms delicately suffused in moonlight upon fine rice paper, his back appearing both slender and sleek. Xiao Chiye mused to himself. Indeed, he had been fixated on the nape of Shun Zichuan's neck all along, seemingly waiting for this very moment. How could the nape of a man's neck possess such captivating beauty? This exceeded Xiao Chiye's past experiences. It not only amazed him, but also left him perplexed. The young wolf from Libei had sharp teeth, but had never bitten such a neck or someone like Shun Zichuan. His gaze descended, as if caressing the contours of Shun Zichuan's neck with his eyes, tracing the gentle undulations down and down. Down. Xiao Chiye's mouth went dry, and he abruptly snapped back to reality, hastily averting his gaze. He must be out of his mind. He thought to himself. There were so many beauties on East Dragon Street. Wasn't each one genuinely lovely? Why did he feel such a burning desire for this man's back? Xiao Chiye had always despised those who fell for beauty in the past. This was because the elders he admired were all men of unwavering resolve, each and every one of them gentlemen with an air of self-restraint. Like his father, like his elder brother, like his master. While famous generals came and went, Xiao Chiye had never admired Qi Shiyu, precisely because Qi Shiyu was fond of women. After the Central Plains battle, the person he loathed most was Shun Wei, for Shun Wei was not only wicked but also lustful. Yet at this moment, he felt a faint dizziness, as if that instinct to be captivated by beauty and stirred by desire was rising again. Xiao Chiye struggled to restrain his gaze and keenly sensed the conflict between spirit and desire. He did not love this man, yet for the sake of his beauty, he was experiencing a second surge of desire to embrace him, trample him, and tear into him. Are you not coming down? Shun Zichuan, unaware of this, turned around and approached him candidly. Xiao Chiye snarled. Chapter 32. Mountain Lodge. Amidst the misty waters and pitter-patter of rain, Shun Zichuan prepared to immerse himself. As he bent down, Xiao Chiye could clearly see the contour of his waist and hips, which became more pronounced with every movement. He had muscles, firm and toned, but he didn't resemble a martial artist in the slightest, for Xiao Chiye perceived no threat from him. Submerged in the water, Shun Zichuan's feet, chilled by the rain, gradually warmed up. Xiao Chiye entered the pool as well, keeping a respectful distance and leaning against the opposite end. Surprised, Shun Zichuan asked, "Why are you staying so far away?" "I want to," Xiao Chiye replied brusquely. He roughly folded a damp handkerchief and placed it over his eyes, crossing his arms and turning away from Shun Zichuan. After a moment, Xiao Chiye changed his mind, removing the cloth and staring fixedly at Shun Zichuan. To Shun Zichuan, Xiao Er seemed like his sea eagle at this moment, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. "What are you looking at?" Shun Zichuan's expression was warm as spring, his tone coaxing as if trying to lure a child with a sugar cane. "Tell me, and I'll show you." Xiao Chiye bent one knee, subtly adjusting the last bit of fabric covering his waist as he said, "You just touched everything." Shun Zichuan leaned slightly forward, revealing only his eyes to observe him. Xiao Chiye grew more irritable under his gaze and asked, "What are you doing?" Shun Zichuan exposed his chin and said, "You were in a good mood just now. Why did it suddenly change?" "I'm in a decent mood right now too," Xiao Chiye replied. "You can keep quiet while soaking. There's no need to talk. Can you please stop looking up at me like that?" Shun Zichuan slowly lifted himself up. Water droplets trickled down his chest, and his disheveled hair, like ink, spread out like a blooming orchid emerging from the misty water. Xiao Chiye couldn't take it anymore. Why did he think of flowers? He watched with open eyes as Shun Zichuan leaned closer. When Shun Zichuan sat beside him, he could even smell Shun Zichuan's scent. It wasn't fragrant, but light and alluring, making him want to inhale it again and again. Xiao Chiye retracted his arm from the edge and abruptly snatched a garment from the small rack, plunging it into the water and holding it against his waist. Only then did he look at Shun Zichuan calmly and say, "What's wrong? Surprised? I'm just making sure you don't get any ideas about second young master. I appreciate your concern." Shun Zichuan wore an annoyed expression. Only when Xiao Chiye lowered his head did he realize that he had pulled off Shun Zichuan's clothing. "To wash my clothes," Shun Zichuan said, "leaving me to soak here until tomorrow." An awkward silence spread between them as they locked eyes. The wind howled outside, and autumn rain fell mournfully. After a while, Xiao Chiye said, "The clothes won't dry anyway. Call Qiang." He then lifted his head and whistled. The hot spring was silent for a moment. Lang Tao Xuejin and Ming did not appear. Xiao Chiye whistled again. Ming buried its head under its wings outside, ignoring him. With such heavy rain, it had no intention of flying out and getting itself wet. The silence seemed endless. Finally, Shen Zichuan said, "I'll wring it out." Xiao Chiye pushed the clothing back into the water and gritted his teeth at him. "Hold on." The two of them spent the night trapped in the hot spring. By the time their clothes were dry, it was already dawn. Shen Zichuan finally put on his clothes. He could still feel that watchful gaze when he tied his belt, but he pretended not to notice. Xiao Chiye lifted the curtain. It was still pitch black outside. Mist hung in the air, carrying the damp scent after the rain. Descending the mountain would be difficult. The stone steps were covered with a thin layer of ice. They walked one after the other. Camp Field occupies the southwestern part of Maple Mountain. Shen Zichuan observed from a high vantage point. Although it's very close to the palace, it is completely blocked by Maple Mountain. The 8 great bases won't patrol this area. You've picked an excellent location. If there were no Maple Mountain, I wouldn't have chosen this spot, Xiao Chiye said as he brushed aside a maple branch. He turned around and gestured for Shen Zichuan to crawl under his arm. Shen Zichuan went through, and the view before him opened up. All obstructions turned into mist, and he could clearly see the Imperial Guard's training field. There were already soldiers running in formation on the field. During the autumn hunt, the Imperial Guards didn't make a move. Shen Zichuan observed for a moment before continuing. But it's clear they were fully equipped. Now that Hua Xiqian is dead, once the follow-up investigations of the autumn hunt conclude, the Board of Censors will be coming for you. Xiao Chiye's salary clearly couldn't support an army of 20,000 Imperial Guards, and he couldn't divert the funds from the Northern Iron Cavalry either. However, according to the annual budget allocated by the Ministry of Finance before the autumn hunt, the Imperial Guards didn't have the financial means to assemble such a force. Shiguan died in the midst of uncertainty, and now that uncertainty was about to come knocking on Xiao Chiye's door. Xiao Chiye said, "Let them come." He didn't elaborate on where the money had come from, and Shen Zichuan didn't press the matter further. After a while, Xiao Chiye said, "Many of the Ministry of Work's labor-intensive tasks have been assigned to the Imperial Guards since 5 years ago. Every penny spent on dispatching the Imperial Guards has been meticulously recorded in black and white. Even if the Board of Censors investigates, there's nothing else they can find." Because of this, Xiao Chiye had gained a reputation as a relentless debt collector within the Ministry of Finance. People assumed he squandered the money on debauchery, but in reality, he had been quite frugal over the years. The only significant expense he had was on alcohol. Li Jianheng might have been a bit of a rogue, but he was generous with his friends. Whenever he invited Xiao Chiye to East Dragon Street, he footed the bill for the girls and their friends. Li Jianheng was a court official with no formal wife to discipline him. If he needed money, he would ask the palace for it. Emperor Xinda had never been stingy when it came to Li Jianheng's expenses, even dipping into his own coffers to provide for him. As a result, Li Jianheng was never short on cash. Though Xiao Chiye hadn't returned to the north, he had never held a grudge against Li Jianheng. He knew better than anyone that Li Jianheng treated all his friends like true brothers. Recalling this, Xiao Chiye asked, "The Empress Dowager saved you. Naturally she'll use you. Had things remained calm, you might have climbed the ranks in the Imperial Guard. But with the sudden attack by the late Emperor, did the Empress Dowager approach you?" Shen Zichuan met Xiao Chiye's gaze. He couldn't evade, not even for a moment. Xiao Chiye's sense of smell was abnormally keen. If he showed the slightest hint of guilt, Xiao Chiye would surely notice. Shen Zichuan replied with certainty, "No." A cold wind blew, lifting the hems of their clothes. Xiao Chiye slowly exhaled a breath of frosty air and chuckled nonchalantly. "Then you're quite lucky." By the time they returned to Kudu, it was already dawn. Xiao Chiye said from his horse, "I have to attend the morning court. You go back first." Shen Zichuan nodded and watched Xiao Chiye ride away. Qinyang wasn't at the estate when he returned. He must have gone to wait for Xiao Chiye outside the palace gates. Shen Zichuan took out the East Pearl from his sleeve. With his fingertips, he held the pearl up to the dim light to inspect it. However, before he could remove the cloth strip, he paused. When he had undressed earlier, he had placed the east pearl in the right sleeve pocket. Yet now, it had come out from the left sleeve pocket. Shen Zichuan clicked his tongue and furrowed his brow. Xiao Chiye arrived at the palace gates and quickly changed into his official robe inside his own carriage after dismounting. Shen Yang had prepared breakfast. The porridge was still warm, and Xiao Chiye drank a bowl. Last night, I went to the training grounds to look for you, but couldn't find you. Shen Yang said softly as he knelt by the curtain. It hasn't been peaceful lately. You should have someone with you whenever you go out. Xiao Chiye put down his bowl and instructed. Keep an eye on Shen Lanzhao at all times. Shen Yang acknowledged and asked. Our people are already surrounding his residence. If he steps out, there's no way he can escape your notice. But since the Huas have fallen, what good is it for us to keep watching him now? Xiao Chiye did not reply. He lowered his gaze, his expression grim. It was only when Shen Yang mentioned the morning court session that he wiped his hands with a clean handkerchief and said, I feel that this man is unpredictable. Can you see any signs of martial arts skills in him now? Shen Yang replied. He looks even weaker than when he first joined the Imperial Guards. If not for your mention of how he helped during the autumn hunt, I wouldn't have noticed anything. However, perhaps if you ask Zhao Hui to take a look, he might see something. Zhao Hui met him when he came to the capital last time, but he didn't detect anything unusual. Xiao Chiye said. His body. He paused abruptly before continuing. Send a message to Li Bei immediately and invite Master. Shen Yang was startled. Invite. Whatever method he's using to conceal himself, there's no way it'll escape Master's eyes. Xiao Chiye said, turning his ring nonchalantly. Besides, I also have something to discuss with Master. Li Jianheng had postponed the morning court session, still half asleep, when he heard Shuanglu report that Hai Liangyi was kneeling outside. Immediately alert, he realized Mu Ru was still sleeping in his arms, preventing him from moving. He instructed Shuanglu softly. Go and send him away. Not long after Shuanglu left, he returned on his knees, saying, The vizier insists on seeing the emperor. When I mentioned your majesty has yet to rise, the vizier said he would wait kneeling. Li Jianheng panicked. Just as Mu Ru woke up, he hurriedly soothed her. My beloved, quickly dress and go to the Chunming Hall for your meal. I must receive the vizier. Mu Ru's jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her petite figure was enchanting. At that moment, she didn't fuss, but obediently got dressed. After putting on her clothes, she glanced at Li Jianheng with her affectionate eyes, supporting him gently, as if she were his cherished companion. Li Jianheng adored her demeanor, holding her hand lovingly, and wishing he could have her sit on his lap while conducting state affairs. Next time, he kissed her several times. I won't let you retreat anymore. After chatting with her for a while, Shuanglu came in to remind him again. Reluctantly, Li Jianheng allowed Mu Ru to leave. Hai Liangyi entered with a solemn expression, kneeling before the throne. Seated on the dragon chair, Li Jianheng said, Vizier, please rise. Quickly, no need to be so formal. Hai Liangyi remained still, kneeling once more. Li Jianheng, not receiving a response, glanced around, feeling a burning sensation on his face. He coughed twice and said, I've been down with a cold these past 2 days and wanted to sleep in this morning. Hai Liangyi replied, Your Majesty's dedication to nocturnal governance has reached the old minister's ears. However, the petitions presented have not received Your Majesty's attention. After much contemplation, I have come to offer my counsel in person. Your Majesty is now at the height of your power. By working diligently, you can dispel the previous air of lethargy and bring prosperity to the world. Li Jianheng chuckled dryly and said, Well, that's good, that's good. Yet, Your Majesty resides deep within the palace, surrounded by treacherous eunuchs. If unchecked, they will gradually cloud Your Majesty's judgment and distance you from the affairs of state. Hai Liangyi declared resolutely, I've heard that the court attendant Shuang Lu has taken bribes and introduced many unsavory characters into Your Majesty's presence. According to palace rules, anyone who dares to lead outsiders into the palace without an imperial edict should be punished by death. Shuang Lu fell to his knees with a thud, looking fearfully at Li Jianheng and crying out, Your Majesty, Haili Hall is the sacred land of enlightenment for the entire realm. It cannot tolerate the clamor of eunuchs. Hai Liangyi said, turning to Li Jianheng, Your Majesty. Li Jianheng's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the stern Hai Liangi, recalling the perilous night that had passed. His palms grew sweaty, and he furtively wiped them on his dragon robe, too afraid to respond. Outside, the attendants were already dragging Shuang Lu away, who sobbed desperately. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Essence. Li Jianheng looked at Shuang Lu. The crime does not warrant death. Your Majesty, Hai Liangi declared resolutely. Pan Rugi has formed a faction of eunuchs and colluded with Hua Xiqian to stir up trouble both within and outside the capital. Now is the time to nip it in the bud and set an example. Not only that, those who use their charm to deceive Your Majesty in the imperial harem should also be punished by caning. Li Jianheng's heart raced as he responded. I dare not, I dare not. With such virtuous ministers like you, Vizier, constantly reminding me, how could I dare to act recklessly? Please do not take those groundless rumors seriously, Vizier. But Hai Liangi was relentless. Where there's smoke, there's fire, Your Majesty. A beautiful face can lead to disastrous consequences. It must be eliminated. Li Jianheng was genuinely frightened. How could he bear to let Muru die? He hastily stood up, looking distraught. Vizier, I realize my mistake. Shuang Lu has served me for many years. Please, let this slide this time. From now on, I will diligently attend to state affairs. Hai Liangi bowed, ultimately sparing him some dignity. With his hand resting on the table, Li Jianheng listened to the sounds of the cane striking outside, each thud resonating as if it were hitting him personally. A myriad of emotions swirled within him as he gazed at Hai Liangi, feeling both wronged and fearful. When Xiao Chiye entered, he saw someone mopping the floor with water, the bloodstains spreading beneath his feet, a vivid and eerie crimson. The eunuchs of Mingli Hall were kneeling outside, all of them too afraid to lift their heads, maintaining an eerie silence. Xiao Chiye stepped through the door, and Li Jianheng sat motionless on the dragon throne, as if turned to wood. Upon seeing him enter, he froze for a moment before bursting into tears. Amidst his sobs, Li Jianheng smashed objects around him, crying out, "What kind of emperor is this? To allow someone to humiliate me like this," pointing right at my nose. "The entire world belongs to the emperor. What's wrong with my favoring a woman? What's wrong with it?" Chapter 33. Uncle and Nephew. After Li Jianheng threw everything around, he covered his face and sobbed. Xiao Chiye knelt down amidst the broken objects. After a while, when Li Jianheng had calmed down, he said, "Get up. There's no need to kneel like this. We're brothers. Such actions only make things awkward." Xiao Chiye stood up and said, "Prime Minister Hua is merely an upright man." Li Jianheng was gloomy. He covered his face for a long time before saying, "They come every other day asking for payment, and I've always given in. The money flows out like water, but I haven't complained. These days, I'm constantly on edge and have lost my appetite. It's been terrible. Now that Hua Xiqian is dead, Ji Lei will be executed too. Can I just beg for a few more days? Siji, you don't know? They're very dissatisfied with me sitting here. If there were any other options in this world, they would never choose me." When he spoke to this point, he became sad again. But who wants to be an emperor? They were the ones who pushed me here, and now they're the ones cursing at me. The censors from the Board of Discipline keep a close eye on me. Even when I go out to appreciate flowers, they write memorials to criticize me in flowery language. A eunuch can just be killed, but why couldn't Hai Rincher spare me some face? I'm still the emperor of Great Zhou. The angrier Li Jianheng got, the more there was nothing left to smash on the table. So he angrily pounded his thigh. He called Mu Ru a lowly person. But what are they, noble souls? Back when we drank on East Dragon Street, weren't all of them pretending to be righteous? In the end, they were all scoundrels. Mu Ru was originally chosen from an honest family. If it wasn't for Xiao Fuzi, that bastard, getting in the way, how could she have ended up in Pan Zhai's hands? My heart is breaking. Li Jianheng vented all his grievances, and Xiao Chiye listened without a word. By the time he stopped, Li Jianheng's anger had mostly subsided. Should they truly regard me as the emperor and show me respect, I would be diligent in my studies. Brother Jianheng has entrusted this vast realm to me, and I aspire to be a prosperous ruler. Li Jianheng complained. But Hai Rincher simply looks down on me. Xiao Chiye then said, "On the contrary, Lord Hai's stern demeanor stems from the high hopes he has for His Majesty. Your Majesty must not bear a grudge. You must understand that Lord Hai is equally strict with the unpolished gem, Yao Wenyu. Li Jianheng was skeptical yet hopeful. Is that true? Xiao Chiye replied. If not, why would Lord Hai have ordered the execution of Shuang Lu today? Li Jianheng pondered for a moment before saying, that does make sense. If Hai Liangyi didn't value him, why would he seek his opinion on everything? Recalling the days after his ascension, when the Empress Dowager sent him desserts, Li Jianheng remembered how Hai Liangyi had specifically instructed him to use silver spoons and chopsticks. Hai Liangyi was a rigid man who rarely smiled. Unlike Hua Xiqian, he had no disciples. He only had Yao Wenyu as a student. To avoid suspicion, despite Yao Wenyu's remarkable talents, he had yet to enter the civil service. Hai Liangyi never formed factions within the cabinet, and it was only him who risked everything at the southern forest hunt to save Emperor Xianda. He was the kind of loyal official described in books, a towering cliff with no branches, standing tall and solitary. As Li Jianheng reminisced, Xiao Chiye was also deep in thought. Li Jianheng made it clear that if there were any other options in this world, he, Li Jianheng, would not be the one sitting on the dragon throne today. Yet, even Emperor Xianda had no choice. Li Jianheng might very well be the only viable candidate in this universe. Having supported him, they must now guide him. The great Zhou Empire was in dire straits, and though the capital seemed peaceful on the surface, the turmoil had already resurfaced beneath. Faithful officials like Hai Liangyi looked to Li Jianheng. He might appear as a piece of rotten wood in their eyes, but Hai Liangyi raised his hands, supporting Li Jianheng with his aging back, urging him to persevere, to return to the right path, and to become an emperor worthy of remembrance. Xiao Chiye had always clashed with the literati due to their fears of border military power. These people were both the invisible cage that trapped him here and the backbone that kept the great Zhou staggering forward. Warriors were not afraid of death because they could not escape it. Scholars were not afraid of death because they refused to compromise. Li Jianheng, accustomed to fawning and servility, desperately needed a mentor like Hai Liangyi who could criticize the times candidly. Spatial Lady Mu has no official status, so if His Majesty truly cares, it would be better to have a heart-to-heart talk with the Grand Counselor. Xiao Chiye said in conclusion, the great Zhou needs its imperial lineage to continue. As long as His Majesty is sincere, the Grand Counselor will not offer mere platitudes. He added, as for Ji Lei and Pan Rugi, I heard the Board of Punishments hasn't reached a verdict yet. Li Jianheng, preoccupied with Hai Liangyi's virtues, absent-mindedly nodded and said, the accounts don't match, so we need another trial. The pearl was hollow, and by the time Shun Zichuan retrieved the cloth strip, the ink had already blurred from the moisture. He burned it to ashes. Every move Xiao Chiye made the previous night replayed in his mind. Perhaps the man had touched the pearl but could not read its contents. But Xiao Chiye must have harbored suspicions, for Shun Zichuan had answered incorrectly on Maple Mountain. Xiao Chiye had even divulged the origins of the Imperial Guard's accounts, waiting for Shun Zichuan's confession, yet he had denied everything with such conviction. Shun Zichuan boiled the medicine and drank it all at once. The bitter taste lingered in his mouth, a torment that reminded him of the pain he relived each day and night. In the end, he gave a mocking smile, wiped his mouth, and fell asleep. He dreamed again. In the dream, the Teastone pit was still swept by icy winds. This time, he did not lie at the bottom but stood alone on the edge, overlooking the 40,000 soldiers struggling for survival like ants below. Border Sand cavalry circled the pit like a dark tide in the night, engulfing the life force of the central Bohai garrison and turning the place into a slaughterhouse. From amidst the rolling bones emerged a hand, and Ji Mu, like a puppet, stretched out his upper body riddled with arrows, calling to Shun Zichuan through sobs. Brother, it hurts so much. Shun Zichuan was frozen, unable to move or cry out. His breathing quickened, cold sweat poured down like rain, and he gritted his teeth. The leader of the Border Sand cavalry wore a helmet, and his fluttering hair, now crimson in Shun Zichuan's recurring nightmare, rose as he lifted his arm and pointed gently towards the pit. The arrows behind him descended like a swarm of locusts, embedding themselves densely in human flesh, piercing through skin and spurting blood. Even the falling snow turned red. Shun Zichuan watched as Ji Mu sank into the bloody mud, swallowed by the thick red tide. His hands were cold, as was his blood. Xianxia had awakened. He sat up as if nothing had happened, his back against the window's bright light. After a moment of silence with his head bowed, he got out of bed and dressed himself. The guards hiding in the courtyard watched Xianxia leave his room, have a meal, and then head to the bathhouse. Half an hour later, the guard who had been keeping a close eye on him frowned and asked his companion, "Why hasn't he come out yet?" Both of them exchanged worried glances. When the guard rushed into the bathhouse, all he found were neatly arranged clothes. Xianxia had already vanished. Xianxia had booked the entire number 2 pavilion and invited guests for tea. When he needed to use the restroom, he stood up and left the room. As he walked down the corridor, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Xianxia turned around, almost stepping back. Then he exclaimed, How did you sneak up on me like that? Too many things have been happening lately." Xianxia casually poured cold tea over the floor. The third examination at the Board of Censors, Ji Lei and Pan Rugi's delayed verdict. It's because neither Hai Liangyi nor Shui Xiuzhua could extract what they wanted from these two, right? Xianxia looked around cautiously and whispered, "If you plan to kill Ji Lei, how will you do it with everyone watching? The Flower Gang case implicates many, and there are too many people who fear being dragged down by the pair. That's why Hai Liangyi has ordered strict surveillance on them to prevent any sudden deaths. You won't be able to make a move. I won't lay a hand on him." Xianxia smiled mockingly at Xianxia. "But I have a way to make Ji Lei speak." Xianxia studied him for a moment before pouring tea for him and asking, "What method?" Xianxia sipped his tea and replied, "Let me see Ji Lei." Ji Lei had been subjected to continuous torture. Shackled and barefoot, he lay in the prison with disheveled hair. Hearing footsteps approach, followed by the creak of the cell door, a hood was pulled over his head, and he was dragged out. Thrown into a carriage, Ji Lei was later pulled out and unceremoniously dumped on the ground. It was eerily quiet around him, except for the dripping sound of water from a corner. Struggling to his feet, Ji Lei, still hooded, asked, "Who's there?" The droplets splashed loudly, but no one answered. A chill ran down Ji Lei's spine. He propped himself up and ventured, "Minister Hai?" Still, there was no response. Ji Lei's throat convulsed as he crawled forward, bumping into the iron bars. He fumbled to regain his balance and shouted, "Is it Elder Hai or Shui Xiuzhua? What new torment do you have in store for me today? Bring it on. Speak, why aren't you speaking? Who are you? What do you want? Do you think I'll be afraid just because you're not talking? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid." Lowering his head, Ji Lei rubbed against his arm, dislodging the sack. Squinting, he saw Xianxia sitting directly in front of him on a chair. Xianxia was dressed in moon-white robes, leaning against the armrest with an expressionless face, staring intently at Ji Lei. A laugh escaped Ji Lei's throat. Gripping the bars, he contorted his face and whispered sinisterly, "It's you, a stray dog of Zhongbois. What brings a mongrel like you to your uncle? Seeking revenge for Ji Gang, or for yourself?" Silent, Xianxia's expressive eyes lost their amusement, replaced by a heavy, dark gaze. In that stare, Ji Lei couldn't detect any hatred. It felt as if the person seated there wasn't flesh and blood but a ravenous wild dog, ready to devour human flesh. Ji Lei's eyes darkened as he spat out hatefully, "The Ji family has no future, and you're the one who severed Ji Gang's lifeline. Why are you looking at me? Xianxia, it was your Shun family who killed Ji Mu, and also your family who defiled Huapi Tingting. How have you lived with yourself all these years? You're a malevolent spirit beneath thousands of vengeful souls, a continuation of Shun Wei's miserable existence. You deserve to be sliced into 1,000 pieces." Ji Lei laughed softly, verging on madness. "Do you really think I would fear you? A discarded mongrel, clinging to Xiao Heir's legs for a better life? Haha." Xianxia also laughed. Ji Lei's laughter faded, and he spoke coldly. "Amusing, isn't it? The situation I'm in today will be yours tomorrow." Xianxia lowered his leg and leaned back in the chair, contemplating. "I'm so scared." His words carried a subtle, mocking tone from the very start. Evil spirit, mongrel, stray dog, abomination. Xianxia rose and crouched outside the railing, gradually breaking into a mocking laugh at Ji Lei. He said, with madness restrained by reason, "You're right, that's all me. I'm the evil ghost that crawled out of the T-stone pit, the bastard left behind by Shun Wei's self-immolation, the homeless stray, and the creature despised by 1,000. You know me so well, Shifu. I'm overjoyed. Ji Lei trembled uncontrollably. Shen Zichuan gazed at him with a gaze colder and more sinister than before, as if a person had died beneath this captivating facade, leaving behind an unknown beast. 5 years ago, Shen Zichuan leaned closer to the railing, studying Ji Lei's fear, and whispered softly, "It was me kneeling here. What did you say to me on the day you sent me to the Temple of Confession?" Ji Lei's throat constricted. He wanted to answer, but words failed him. "With utmost sincerity, I harbor deep gratitude for each and every one of your kindness," Shen Zichuan said piously. "In every day and every night." Chapter 34. Interrogation. You actually. Ji Lei leaned against the railing, staring at Shen Zichuan's smile, suddenly stepping back. "What do you want?" "I'm asking you," Shen Zichuan said delightfully. "You're asking me?" Shen Zichuan's gaze turned sinister as he arrogantly waved at Ji Lei. Ji Lei didn't budge, leaning against the wall, refusing to come any closer to Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan said, "Prisoners are but livestock awaiting slaughter." "Master Uncle, how dare you ask me that?" Ji Lei replied. "What else can you do? Kill me? How rare it is for us uncle-nephew to meet. There's not enough time for play. How could I kill you so quickly?" Shen Zichuan ran his thumb along the railing, softening his voice. "If you keep silent, you believe there's an opportunity. Holding on to those secrets, no one would dare touch you. Life in prison is more comfortable, with no worries about food or clothing, and your life is safe. With Pan Rugi as company, you'll have plenty of leisurely and carefree days." Cold sweat dripped down Ji Lei's forehead. He pressed himself against the wall, avoiding direct eye contact with Shen Zichuan. But pleasures like these are fleeting. As long as your tongue remains, losing a leg, an arm, or gouging out your eyes, none of it matters much. A few months ago, Master Uncle invited me to enjoy roasted donkey meat, but I didn't get to taste it then. Now, with this long night ahead, it's perfect for sharing a drink. Shen Zichuan slid out a thin blade between his fingers, tapping it against the railing, saying, "Ji Lei, let's have a drink." "Why you're mad?" Ji Lei stretched his neck, enunciating each word. "Shen Zichuan, you're mad." "I've lost my mind," Shen Zichuan replied with certainty, gazing at him. Ji Lei snarled, "How dare you touch me? With the Empress Dowager holding your head on a platter, how dare you lay a finger on me?" Shen Zichuan's mood lifted again as he said with a smile, "Uncle Master, why do you keep saying such hilarious things tonight? Who do you think summoned me here?" Ji Lei was furious. "Don't think you can. Shen Wei is dead." Shen Zichuan swiftly interrupted Ji Lei. "On the day Shen Wei set himself on fire, I heard that the Jinxing Palace in Danzhou was engulfed in flames. He was burnt beyond recognition and dragged out of the ruins by the genie Wei. They hung his body on the city walls of Danzhou to be spat upon. I didn't witness it myself, but I've been trying to imagine it all these years. After much contemplation, I realized something." Ji Lei swallowed, his throat twitching with anticipation. His grand plan to betray his allies has already succeeded. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to switch sides on the battlefield? Duanzhou has already fallen, and he leads his troops to welcome the alliance with the Bianxia cavalry, aiming to capture the capital before the Li Bei Iron Cavalry crosses the frozen river. But he is so afraid to the point of shrinking back and only daring to retreat. Shen Zichuan stood up. He has already succeeded. Moving forward is the only way to survive. Yet he keeps retreating, and even if he is nothing more than a wine bag and a rice bag, he should know that retreating is the path to death. Ji Lei sighed heavily, replying with disdain. Because he dare not. Who among the 12 tribes of Bianxia would take him seriously? He was as good as dead the moment he betrayed his own people. Shen Zichuan tossed a precious East Pearl into the cage. It rolled along the edges before stopping at Ji Lei's feet with a soft clatter. Observing the gradual shift in Ji Lei's expression, Shen Zichuan broke into a smile. Ji Lei's hands trembled violently as he fixated on the Eastern Pearl, struggling to utter, "No, it can't be. Emperor Xianda is no more." Shen Zichuan leaned in, stating solemnly, "And Shen Wei has also met his end." Ji Lei abruptly kicked East Pearl away, declaring, "You cunning scoundrel, don't even think about deceiving me." Shen Zichuan said joyfully, Hua Xiqian also took his own life by biting his tongue. So who's next? You or Pan Rugi? Let's draw lots. Uncle Master, I don't know. I don't know how father died. He fell ill, and because Ji Gang left, his favored son was gone. Ji Lei said, his face twisting with hatred. I was the one who saw him off in the end. Yet he accused me of having rotten roots, treating Ji Gang and Zhuo Qianxiu as his true sons, passing on his martial arts to them. But I'm also a Ji, and I did nothing wrong. How could he treat me like that? Shen Wei killed the crown prince and couldn't sleep at night. He was scared. When we drank together, he told me he sensed someone watching him, even hearing footsteps on the roof late at night. I told him it wasn't us, the Jinyui, but in this capital, what else could it be if not us? I suspected there were traitors within the Jinyui, with members of the 8 great families everywhere. The Huas have already gained power, so we had to be cautious. Shen Wei's insomnia worsened, and he wanted to escape, bribing Pan Rugi with a large sum to leave the capital. At that time, Beijiang was rising, and the Empress Dowager had no other troops except the 8 banners. To guard against the Shaos, Shen Wei was granted the title of Jianxing King and sent to Zhongbois, a crucial province between Beijiang and the capital. The Empress Dowager wanted him to be her watchdog, keeping an eye on both Beijiang and Qidong. Ji Lei's tone became increasingly agitated. No one could have predicted that Shen Wei would conspire with the enemy. He was seeking death. He had correspondence with Qidu, and if those documents fell into the hands of the Linbei Iron Riders, Xiao Jiming wouldn't miss the chance to strike at Qidu. That's why Shen Wei had to set himself on fire. Do you understand? Shen Wei was a traitor, and he refused to be anyone's puppet anymore. With Hua family having an illegitimate son, according to the Empress Dowager's wishes, Zhongbo wouldn't need outsiders to keep an eye on it. Shen Wei had committed so many atrocities for the Hua family in Qidu. If Zhongbo no longer needed him, he would become the Empress Dowager's discarded child. None of us expected him to act out of desperation, letting the Bai Sha cavalry slaughter the city. This was revenge. Revenge against Qidu, the Empress Dowager, and the Great Zhou. With his hands gripping the railing, Ji Lei pleaded. I've said everything. It was the Empress Dowager who forced Shen Wei to his death, just as she did with the Crown Prince. Yongyi Emperor, Xianda Emperor, and Hua Xiqian were all abandoned by her as well. You're working for the Empress Dowager now. Look at me. I didn't tell her that you've pledged allegiance to the Xiao family. That night, you saved Xiao Chiye, didn't you? But the Xiao family won't help you. As long as Xiao Chiye is in Qidu, they can't make a move. They're preoccupied with their own problems, so why would they care about you? Desperate to prove his worth, his fear only grew stronger, causing his defenses to crumble. The more insignificant he felt, the more terrified he became. Through the railing, Shen Zichuan asked his final question. 5 years ago, when Duanzhou fell, my master's wife died. No one knew about this. How do you know so much? Looking into Shen Zichuan's eyes, Ji Lei's sweat trickled down his face amidst the silence. Shi Hongxian had fallen asleep while waiting until something was thrown at him, jolting him awake. He caught the paper, unfolded it in the darkness, and saw the bright red fingerprint at the bottom. He chuckled vaguely and said, You really are something. There was a hint of saltiness on Shen Zichuan's body. After a moment of laughter, he said, Whether this confession will be presented or not depends on how Elder Hai weighs the matter. A favor this significant, Shi Hongxian remarked. Won't go unpaid, right? I want someone from the Imperial Guards, a man named Xiao Tianya. He's skilled with a blade. Shen Zichuan said calmly. I'll see what I can do. Shi Hongxian hesitated for a moment before continuing. I'll discuss it with Yanqing. Thank you for your trouble. Shen Zichuan said. It's late, and I should be going. With that, he opened the door and stepped out first. Rain. Chapter 35. First snow. The wind stirred the sleeves of their garments, sending a chill to the bone. Just then, Shen Zichuan suddenly turned his head and sneezed, disrupting the tense standoff. Drenched from the rain, he waved at Xiao Chiye and mumbled, Do you have a handkerchief? Xiao Chiye stepped forward and handed him a square cloth. Shen Zichuan's nose was reddened by the cold, and his fingertips were also tinted pink. He held the blue handkerchief up to cover his mouth and nose. Only then did Xiao Chiye slowly open his umbrella, not moving aside as he asked, Where did you go? I went to play. Shen Zichuan replied. At the very least, you're my bodyguard. You should inform the Chancery when you leave for leisure. Xiao Chiye said. You vanished without a trace. It was rather worrying. I left my identity token at the bathhouse. Didn't second young master see it? Shen Zichuan inhaled the scent on the handkerchief. It smelled pleasant, not like the usual fragrances used by the noble sons of Qidu, but more like a fierce gale in the scorching sun, the scent that clung to Xiao Chiye's person. It smelled truly delightful. Shen Zichuan lowered his gaze, almost mesmerized by the scent. This was the sunlight he could never reach, the spirit he would never regain in this lifetime. He hesitated to return the handkerchief, so he raised an eyebrow, stealing a glance at Xiao Chiye with a hint of unspoken desire. I didn't see anything, Xiao Chiye said, patting his chest and realizing he had lost what he was looking for. Their eyes met, and he paused, asking, "What have you done to feel so guilty that you're staring at me like that?" "Who knows?" Shen Zichuan replied smugly. "I've done plenty of things I shouldn't have. Tell me one or two." Xiao Chiye suggested. "It's not the time for a late-night chat out here. It's rather chilly." Shen Zichuan coughed, then asked, "Is the bathhouse still open?" "No," Xiao Chiye replied. "If you want to bathe, you'll have to come to my room. With your health in such a state, should I call a physician to examine you?" "That would be excellent," Shen Zichuan parried. "Second young master's intervention will save me the consultation fee. Still recovering from a serious illness and wandering around will only worry people more. From now on, I'll have someone follow you." Xiao Chiye stepped aside gracefully. "Come on, second young master will hold the umbrella for you." Shen Zichuan looked up at Xiao Chiye's taller frame and then back at him, smiling. "I can hold the umbrella on tiptoe too. I'm afraid of the cover." Xiao Chiye's profile was alluring, with a straight nose and handsome contours. He said, "You're just too short." Shen Zichuan joined him in stepping through the entrance, saying, "It's because you're simply too tall. I was shorter than my elder brother by several inches when I was young, and with a name like mine, I was quite anxious about it. So, I practiced martial arts diligently every day and had to drink cow's milk before bed." Xiao Chiye said, striding over a puddle. "Who knew that by the time I was 13 or 14, I shot up like a weed? Isn't that a good thing?" Shen Zichuan replied, "My elder brother is also very tall." The rain lessened, but the snowfall intensified. Xiao Chiye lifted the brim of his umbrella to look at the snow. Another year has passed. Shen Zichuan also gazed at the snow. Another year. The new emperor has ascended the throne, granting amnesty to the world. Xiao Chiye paused. The Empress Dowager's power has waned. You can leave Kudu and go anywhere you please. Then live anonymously, forget the past, and lead an ordinary life. Shen Zichuan said calmly. "Those aren't the words someone who hates me would say. I hate the border sand cavalry." Xiao Chiye said coldly. "And I hate Shen Wei." Shen Zichuan responded. "You should hate me." Xiao Chiye's gaze flickered ever so slightly. Shen Zichuan continued. "I am a man who lives by the fuel of hatred. Snowflakes alight on the stone pavement, melting in an instant." Xiao Chiye said, "You understand the meaning of those words from 5 years ago better than anyone at this moment. Living is more tormenting than death." Shen Zichuan suddenly laughed, exhaling deeply as he spoke to Xiao Chiye. "No, I'm not in pain. Hatred is a slow and torturous execution, like knives carving into flesh day by day, until one eventually becomes numb. There's nothing in this world that can make me feel pain anymore. I find this existence quite comfortable. You've tried to dissuade me repeatedly, but you know best that the decision to stop has never been ours to make. If affection can bring you some relief, I have no qualms about prolonging this game." Shen Zichuan lifted his hand as he spoke, his icy fingers tracing the solid contours of Xiao Chiye's back, as if whispering into his ear. "Some things appear vibrant and enchanting when viewed through the veil of mist, but when you draw near, all that remains is a pile of white bones." Xiao Chiye waited for Shen Zichuan to withdraw his hand before impatiently swaying the umbrella and remarking, "White bones don't touch like that." Shen Zichuan scoffed. Just as he was about to step away, Xiao Chiye abruptly pulled him back by the shoulder. "To dare caress your second young master with such a pungent stench of blood." Xiao Chiye held him tightly. "Your audacity knows no bounds. If a dozen men in the courtyard can't keep an eye on you, why bother returning to the house? You might as well sleep with me." Unprepared, Shen Zichuan heard Xiao Chiye say, "I've been harboring gratitude for the time you saved my life and have given you multiple chances, yet you try to fool me like a fool. Are you amusing yourself? If so, why aren't you laughing? Shenlan's how? Come on. Didn't you say you don't mind playing this game for a long time? As his words faded, Xiao Chiye tossed aside his umbrella, took a step forward, and hoisted Xin Zichuan onto his shoulder. With his head hanging down, Xin Zichuan felt a bout of dizziness. He immediately covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and exclaimed, "Xiao Air." Xiao Chiye replied, "If you dare move, I'll turn the entire capital upside down right now to find out who's collaborating with you to kill people in the dead of night. Go ahead and investigate." The moment Xin Zichuan spoke, Xiao Chiye jolted him violently, almost making him vomit. "You found a hole to escape through in the bathhouse, didn't you? You're quite nimble." Xiao Chiye vaulted over the railing, carried the person across the courtyard with its sparsely distributed red and green plants, and swiftly entered the tunnel. He made a beeline for his own quarters. The spy, crouched on the rooftop, peered out and marveled. Just moments ago, they were laughing in the snow, appearing so courteous and refined. How did they suddenly become so agitated? The young master isn't keen on being with Lord Xin, it seems. The guard, who had been eyeing Xin Zichuan, remarked after sipping his fiery liquor. He must have hurried away yesterday to avoid tonight's forced intimacy. I inquired among the imperial guards this afternoon. Everyone is aware of the situation. Should we report this to Prince Yuan? The one peering out brought out a small notebook, licked the tip of the pen, and pondered. This won't be easy to write down. Straightforwardly carrying someone into the room. Those drinking nearby took a few glances. Xiao Chiye had already slammed the door shut. He pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps we shouldn't. Being fond of men isn't a major issue, but it's not exactly insignificant either. If we get it wrong, it won't be easy to explain ourselves. I think second young master is in for a beating." The other one frowned and sketched a few lines, saying, Let's note it down for now, but don't report it. When the young prince starts accounting, we can say we succumbed to second young master's coercion and didn't dare to falsely report. But how did he manage to escape?" The drinker propped his arms up, still perplexed. Inside the room, a brazier provided warmth. Xiao Chiye didn't release Xin Zichuan. Instead, he looped an arm around the latter's waist and strolled about the room, randomly rummaging through his trunks. "There's plenty of hot water, and you can choose between orchid and bath beans," said Xiao Chiye as he tilted his head and sniffed at Xin Zichuan's waist openly. "You're not that kind of person who insists on using milk, petals, and pearl powder, right?" Xin Zichuan replied. "Put. I'll vomit. Then just vomit." Xiao Chiye pulled out the clothes at the bottom of the trunk, closed it without caring that they were crumpled, and led Xin Zichuan inside. He lifted the curtain to reveal two small partitions separated by a screen. One side had a supply of hot water, while the other was a rack for clothing. Xiao Chiye hung the clothes on the rack before effortlessly sliding the screen aside with one arm. He then placed Xin Zichuan by the pool and dragged a chair over with his foot. "Go ahead and wash," Xiao Chiye said nonchalantly, lifting his chin at Xin Zichuan. "Everything is prepared. I'll watch you run." Xin Zichuan's face paled, and he said in astonishment, "You're going to watch me?" Xiao Chiye stretched out his long legs and folded his arms, saying, "Are you shy? Don't run away." "I'm not the one who's shy," Xin Zichuan retorted. "Then strip," Xiao Chiye said calmly. "Let's see who can't handle it." Without another word, Xin Zichuan undid his belt. Xiao Chiye looked him straight in the eye, showing no intention of averting his gaze. By the time Xin Zichuan had stripped down to his undergarment, his knuckles had turned white. "I may not know if you're in pain," Xiao Chiye taunted, "but you certainly look furious." Before he could finish his sentence, Xin Zichuan had thrown his clothes at his face. Xiao Chiye caught the clothing, chuckled for a moment, and then removed them, only to find that Xin Zichuan had already jumped into the water. Xin Zichuan lay on the other end, not turning around or looking back. His smooth back glistened with droplets of water, like dew-kissed petals of jade. Sitting for a while, Xiao Chiye said, "You've quite a temper. Weren't you always so eloquent before?" Xin Zichuan replied, "I can't compete with second young master." The words held a double meaning, but after repeating them a few times, Xiao Chiye's bashfulness was snuffed out by himself. Therefore, he sat calmly and replied with equal composure, "Of course." After a moment, Xiao Chiye asked again, "Don't you want to tell me where you're going to play tonight?" "You're resourceful," Xin Zichuan said. "Do your research. There aren't many places you can kill someone at this hour." Xiao Chiye said as he took the oriental pearl from Xin Zichuan's clothes and examined it between his fingers. The Empress Dowager is still quite wealthy. Even at this point, she's still concerned about appearances when passing on information. Did you lose your mind over this pearl and decide to follow her blindly? Who doesn't love money? Shen Zichuan said. The emperor favors you now, and you've also been supplying the imperial guards with equipment. You know better than I do the benefits of having wealth. So if she asks you to kill, you'll kill? Xiao Chiye said. Shen Zichuan had soaked long enough and reached for his clothes. However, Xiao Chiye hooked the clothes rack away with his leg and got up, saying, Answer me. Shen Zichuan, bare-chested, said. Yes. Liar. Xiao Chiye said as he grabbed the clean clothes. He then said to Shen Zichuan, That pearl was so waterlogged that night. How could you have possibly seen what the Empress Dowager ordered? The person you killed tonight must be someone you wanted dead yourself. Shen Zichuan said. Xiao Chiye stroked the fabric and said, Ambiguous answers are no answers at all. It was me who wanted them dead. Shen Zichuan reached out. You're right. Jilei? Xiao Chiye asked. Or Pan Rugi? Shen Zichuan's fingertips were already on the clothing. He said, Why can't it be you? The garment rose swiftly, but Xiao Chiye did not give it to him. Your tone changes after just a few words. Second Prince doesn't appreciate being taunted. Whether you killed Jilei or Pan Rugi, the Ministry of Justice won't let it slide tomorrow morning. You saved my life during the autumn hunt, and the Empress Dowager doesn't know yet, but I can tell her. Once she finds out, whether you want to or not, you'll belong to me. So speak properly and don't toy with your second prince. Shen Zichuan reached for the clothes, but Xiao Chiye lifted it higher. After enduring it for a while, Shen Zichuan finally climbed out of the water, grabbed the garment, and said angrily, Speak properly. Do you want me to talk naked? Xiao Chiye leaned in for a closer look and said, That's speaking properly. Why put on this eerie act in front of me? Ghost stories won't scare me. He paused for a moment. I have to touch you back if you touch me. We're not that close yet. Where do you want me to touch? Chapter 36. A distinct flavor. Shen Zichuan suddenly mimicked Xiao Chiye's previous action, splashing water droplets onto his face, and seized the opportunity to snatch the clothes from his hand. Xiao Chiye's eyes were momentarily blinded by the water droplets. He reached out to grab a dry towel and draped it over Shen Zichuan's head, proceeding to rub him haphazardly. Shen Zichuan, still in the midst of dressing, swayed unsteadily under his touch, seething with anger. He kicked Xiao Chiye's chair with his bare foot. The chair beneath Xiao Chiye's buttocks slid backward. He immediately extended his leg, pinning Shen Zichuan tightly against him, dragging him closer to himself. He rubbed Shen Zichuan's head as if he were a puppy. I'll do as I please then. Xiao Chiye growled fiercely. Pielise, you bastard. Shen Zichuan's words were interrupted by Xiao Chiye's towel rubbing against his face. Xiao Chiye removed the towel without another word. With one hand gripping Shen Zichuan's chin, the other traveled down his nape, reaching his waist and hips. Bastard, Xiao Chiye said. You called me a bastard? Shen Zichuan's belt was loosely tied, and he wore one of Xiao Chiye's old garments, which hung loosely on him, exposing his collarbone. The water droplets on his body moistened Xiao Chiye's fingertips as they moved together, blending into a smooth sensation. I didn't say that. Shen Zichuan countered, pressing Xiao Chiye's hand back. People reflect on themselves 3 times a day, second young master. Good reflection. You don't understand. Xiao Chiye said, his nimble fingers intertwining with Shen Zichuan's. The first word I learned was scoundrel. I've always known that second young master is a bastard. There's no need for me to reflect on this matter. Your waist is awfully thin, isn't it? Perhaps you haven't touched enough. Shen Zichuan replied coldly. Indeed. Xiao Chiye pretended not to understand, deliberately steering the conversation in another direction. I haven't had the chance to touch your waist that often. Shen Zichuan was not in the mood to play along. He wrapped his own belt around his waist with one hand and said, Since you've touched it, let's drop the subject. Xiao Chiye released his legs. Shen Zichuan finished tying his belt. After being rubbed by Xiao Chiye's handkerchief, his face had turned red. Feeling hot, Xiao Chiye got up and picked up the East Pearl from the ground. His gaze then fell upon Shen Zichuan's bare legs. He froze for a moment before quickly straightening up. Taking 2 steps back, he then approached Shen Zichuan again and said, Sleep. Shen Zichuan drank a bowl of hot ginger soup and gargled. He sneezed after spitting out the liquid. Xiao Chiye found his sneezing amusing, like a kitten. Xiao Chiye wet a handkerchief with cold water and wiped his face. Stay away from there, Xiao Chiye said as he undressed, pointing at his bed. Sleep in my bed. Xin Zichuan wiped his mouth and said, in that case, I shall take you up on your offer. He didn't bother with formalities and sat on Xiao Chiye's bed. Xiao Chiye moved the table and chairs aside and dragged the small daybed in the room to the newly vacated spot, leaving just enough space for someone to step up onto a stool between him and Xin Zichuan. He rolled onto his side, propping his head up on his arms, and said, Lanzhou, extinguish the lamp. Xin Zichuan blew out the lamp and turned over to lie down with his back to Xiao Chiye. Snow still fell outside, while the room was warm and quiet. Xiao Chiye closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. The sensation of touching Xin Zichuan lingered on his fingertips, growing clearer in the darkness. Xiao Chiye opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, and began to think of the northern sky. Only by wanting nothing can one become a saint. His master taught him how to wield a bow during the season when the grasses in Libei were lush and green. He sat on the fence at the edge of the horse field, leaning against it as he gazed at the blue sky. Zhuo Qianxiu asked, What are you thinking? Xiao Chiye wore a bone ring around his neck. He swung his legs and said, I want an eagle, master. I want to soar. Zhuo Qianxiu watched him from the side, patting the back of his head and saying, You're also a lad full of desires. But only by wanting nothing can one become a saint. Many things become cages once you have a desire for them. Xiao Chiye couldn't sit still. He clutched the railing and suddenly flipped upside down, his face smudged with grass and dirt from the hem of his robe. He said, It's only natural to want things. Wanting is the start of both joy and pain. Zhuo Qianxiu said as he held his large bow, meticulously wiping it clean. If you acknowledge that you're an ordinary person full of desires, you'll be plagued by anxiety over gains and losses. If you want something, you must have it. That's the kind of little wolf you are. But there will always be things in life that you desire but can never obtain. What will you do then? Xiao Chiye landed on the grass, grabbed the hem of his robe, and caught a large grasshopper. Pinching the struggling insect, he said with a distracted mind, Dad said that where there's a will, there's a way. There's nothing one can't get. Zhuo Qianxiu sighed, feeling that Xiao Chiye was still too young. Helplessly pointing at the sky, he said, Fine then. If you want to fly, can you really do it? Xiao Chiye released the grasshopper and looked up at Zhuo Qianxiu seriously. I can learn falconry from someone else. If I tame an eagle, its wings will belong to me, and the skies it soars through will be the skies I've flown through. Master, people need to be adaptable. Zhuo Qianxiu stared at him for a moment before saying, You're stronger than me. I'm just a foolish man who refuses to adapt. Xiao Chiye imitated an eagle, spreading his arms and running a few steps against the wind across the grass. I also want to tame horses. Hawks and horses are both strong-willed creatures. Zhuo Qianxiu said as he followed Xiao Chiye. Seems like our eye likes people who are untamed and hard to control. To tame. Xiao Chiye said, I enjoy this process. Xiao Chiye pondered. He didn't merely enjoy the process. He was captivated by it. It was like taming an eagle, keeping it awake for 7 days without allowing it to sleep and withholding food for 4 days, dangling its survival before it until its feathers stood on end, its eyes shriveled like sesame seeds, and it submitted to commands, ready to be taken out for hunting. Now, Lust was his newly acquired eagle. Xiao Chiye tilted his head slightly and gazed at Xin Zichuan's back. The clothing had slid off to reveal the nape of Xin Zichuan's neck, which in the dim light resembled a piece of exquisite, unpolished jade. Xiao Chiye hardened again. He did not move or look away. He refused to believe that such shallow desire could control him, nor would he admit to being enslaved by such brutish instinct. The next morning, before dawn, both men sat up as if they had finally endured enough. The guards who had lain on the roof all night blew warm air and watched as the maidservants filed in. Nothing happened last night. The one drinking wine said. It didn't work, then. The one holding a pen asked doubtfully. How do you know? The drinker shifted his body and saw Xin Zichuan leave the room. Look how he's behaving as usual today, except for the dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he got some rest. Both men turned their heads in unison to watch Xiao Chiye leave through the back door. The one holding the pen commented. Second master doesn't seem very pleased. The one drinking replied. Looks like he's not satisfied. Chen Yang draped a cloak over Xiao Chiye noticing his somber expression, asked, "Governor, has he done something wrong?" Xiao Chiye answered, You could say that." Xianyang was alarmed. Last night. He's quite skilled at pretending to be asleep," Xiao Chiye said as he buckled on his wolf rampage saber and descended the steps into the snow. "Let's head to the Maple Mountain training grounds." Xianyang caught up and said, "It's not your shift today, and it's snowing." "Governor." Xiao Chiye vaulted onto his horse and said in a grave tone, "I'll check out the new equipment. Tell Gu Jin and Ding Tao to keep a close eye on him." Xianyang nodded. Xiao Chiye looked up and shouted at the two figures on the roof, "If you lose him again, you can both get lost." The two heads poking out from the rooftop nodded in unison before they retreated back inside. Ding Tao carefully placed the pen and notebook back into his bosom and said, "Now we've got it sorted. From being the second young master's guards to being his personal guards." Gu Jin swayed with the little wine he had left and commented, "I think he could take on 8 men by himself. Just keep an eye on him." "Keep an eye on him." Ding Tao prepared himself, placing his hands neatly on his knees. After a moment, he asked, "But where is he?" The two exchanged glances and stood up simultaneously, exclaiming, "Oh no." As Shun Zichuan bit into a steamed bun, he opened the back door of the Temple of Repentance. Ji Gang was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, he wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and asked, "Why are you here now?" Shun Zichuan replied, "I'll be busy in a few days, so it's convenient for me today." Grand Tutor Qi was snoring loudly amidst a pile of papers. Shun Zichuan and Ji Gang did not enter the room, but sat under the eaves, chatting. Ji Gang wiped his face and asked, "Have you been slacking off lately?" Shun Zichuan lifted his sleeve, revealing the bruise from his sparring match with Xiao Chiye the other day. He said, "I fought Xiao Air." Ji Gang was stunned, then flew into a rage. "He dared to hit you. I think he wanted to see my internal martial arts," Shun Zichuan said, lowering his sleeve. "Master, he's truly blessed with exceptional physique, even more so than the king of Libei. I used the Ji family's fist techniques against him, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. I couldn't budge him at all." Back then, Zhuo Qianxiu left the capital for Sky Lock Pass and met Feng Yixing, who was in charge there. Ji Gang said, Feng Yixing took Zhuo Qianxiu as his adopted son and taught him the Feng family's sword techniques. By the time it reached Xiao Air, it has probably developed into its own style, different from ours. But the Ji family has its strengths, and if you two can really engage in a sword fight, you'll be able to tell the difference. The wolf-bite saber was forged by a renowned craftsman under Commander Qi. It can cut through iron like butter. Ordinary blades would be useless against it. Shun Zichuan mused. Feng family swordsmiths specialize in crafting generals' swords for battles on the battlefield. Look at Xiao Air's wolf-bite saber. If it could be used on the battlefield, it could split open a person's bones with a single slash, tailored entirely to that boy's strength. Ji Gang said, stamping the snow off his shoes. "As for us, we might not be accustomed to using them even if we had the chance. But there's no rush for your saber. Master has already found one for you." "My saber?" Shun Zichuan was slightly taken aback. "Imperial Bodyguard is a good place." Ji Gang smiled at him. "You've only been here for a short while, but you'll understand later that this is where great talents hide. Qi Juin has famous craftsmen, and we in the Imperial Bodyguard don't lack them either. I've been thinking about Ji Lei's saber. Once Master gets that saber for you and has it reforged by an old friend, it won't be any worse than Xiao Air's wolf-bite saber. Isn't Ji Lei's sword the embroidered spring sword? He usually carries that, but he also hid my father's blade." Ji Gang said with a snort. "Why isn't he dead yet? The Ministry of Justice should sentence him soon so the sword can be sealed away in storage. Once it's stored, my master will have a way to deal with it. He's endured much punishment." Shun Zichuan said gently, "He won't last much longer. Did you find the person I asked you to look for before the autumn hunt?" Ji Gang remembered and hurriedly inquired. "I found them." Shun Zichuan smiled. "I'm just waiting for them to be released." Xiao Chiye did not return for dinner, so Shun Zichuan rested in his own room. In the middle of the night, he heard hurried footsteps outside followed by someone knocking on his door. Shun Zichuan tried to pretend he didn't hear anything, but then he heard a noise at the window as Xiao Chiye propped it open with his scabbard and whistled at him. Xiao Chiye landed deftly on the windowsill, tilting his head to look inside. "We agreed to sleep together," Xiao Chiye said unhappily. "Why did you come back?" Shin Zichuan threw his pillow out the window, and Xiao Chiye caught it. Shin Zichuan had no choice but to get up, wrap himself in his blanket, and open the door. Xiao Chiye held the pillow to his chest and suddenly took a sniff, asking, "Did you apply any perfume?" Shin Zichuan replied, "I smear 10 pounds of powder on my face each day." Xiao Chiye chuckled. Shin Zichuan walked ahead, while Xiao Chiye stood behind him, shielding even the evening breeze from touching Shin Zichuan. Feeling a chill on the back of his neck, he swiftly turned around. Xiao Chiye flicked Shin Zichuan's neck with his finger and then sniffed his own hand, looking puzzled. "What's that smell on you?" Xiao Chiye said. "It's a scent of..." Shin Zichuan threw his blanket over Xiao Chiye's head, speaking calmly. "That's the gunpowder smell from your own body." Xiao Chiye stood for a moment before swiftly lifting the edge of the blanket to envelop Shin Zichuan as well. Ding Tao, whose head was peeping out from the eaves, hastily took out a small notebook and exclaimed excitedly, "Second young master is amazing." He caught him. Chapter 37. Matchlock Guns. Shin Zichuan's vision darkened as Xiao Chiye drew closer. He heard Xiao Chiye say, "It is indeed the smell from my body. It's rather pungent." Shin Zichuan changed the subject. "You've added matchlock guns to the Imperial Guard's arsenal?" "It's a copper matchlock." Xiao Chiye brought his finger to Shin Zichuan's nose, asking him to sniff. "With your scent mixed in, I couldn't tell at first. There's no smell on me." Shin Zichuan's nose twitched slightly. "Did you raid the 8 Banners armories?" Firearms, restricted by the Imperial Court, evolved from initial bamboo tubes to copper barrels and became the armament of the Chengquan camp among the 8 great encampments. Though lethal, they were not easy to handle, with limited range and requiring time to reload. Due to the 8 great encampments' responsibility of guarding the capital, where battles often took place in narrow streets, firearms proved ineffective and even burdensome. Hence, they were not widely adopted but kept in storage, only to be utilized during annual field drills. The 8 great camps may not be suitable, but they are indeed well matched for the Iron Cavalry of Li Bei. The Iron Cavalry is a force of heavy cavalry, with infantry and light cavalry making up only a minority. They are wont to favor ferocious, wave-like charges in straight lines. In earlier years, during the reign of Great Zhou, a cavalry garrison was established at Luoxiao Pass specifically to counter the lightning-fast speed of the borderland horsemen. The court spared no expense in purchasing horses, with the aim of establishing its own cavalry stud farms. However, the horses supplied by the border tribes were often second-rate specimens from their herds. Their steeds were genuine war horses born of interbreeding between those dwelling beneath the Hongyan Mountains and wild wolves. Paired with curved sabers and robust warriors, they proved invincible wherever they charged. It was due to this that Xiao Fengshu established the ironclad steelhoof Lihua cavalry, forming an indomitable steel barrier in the northwest, repelling the fierce storms of invading border cavalry. To the northwest lay boundless prairies, and if the northern iron cavalry were equipped with firearms, their long-range charges would turn into a decisive advantage against the border sand cavalry. The charges would provide ample time to reload the firearms, and by the time the cavalry closed in, they would be within the effective range of the guns. This is like adding wings to a tiger for Li Bei, making him even more formidable. The 8 Banners have captured Xiguan, but there's still the 8 Banners. Xiao Chiye stepped closer, propelling Shin Zichuan forward with his chest. There's no such thing as raiding an arsenal. It's just changing masters. Don't take it to heart. I'm only doing this for fun. Shin Zichuan walked a few steps as if he truly didn't care. Can you lift the blanket while walking? Night is too long. Why not enjoy yourself with a candle? Xiao Chiye smiled. Do you want to come play with me? Since it wasn't obtained legitimately, it's safer to keep it hidden. Shin Zichuan said as he lifted the blanket and slithered out. Walking through the capital reeking of gunpowder is fortunate to happen at night. There's nothing to worry about during the day either. Xiao Chiye said, holding a pillow under his arm as he lifted one hand to support the blanket and scan the eaves. Who doesn't know that Xiao Suan loves to play? Using a firearm is just for shooting birds. He emphasized the word birds, causing Ding Tao and Gu Jin, who were hiding above, to shiver in unison. After entering the room, Xiao Chiye threw the blanket and pillow onto his bed, kicked off his boots in 2 or 3 movements, and was about to step on the fur rug to take a bath. Halfway through undressing, he stuck half his body out from behind the screen. Have you bathed? Shen Zichuan rinsed his mouth and replied, I have. Xiao Chiye then bathed himself. He was quick, and when he came out, he wiped the water from his neck. Seeing that Shen Zichuan had turned away to lie down, Xiao Chiye glanced at the well-covered back of his neck, hastily dried his hair, and extinguished the lamp. Shen Zichuan heard him sit on the bed and rummage through a box. Xiao Chiye closed the box and said, Lancao, have you slept? Shen Zichuan answered emotionlessly, I have. Tai Temple summoned quite a few doctors today, but didn't dare to disturb the Imperial Medical Institute. Xiao Chiye said, What did you do to Jilei? Shen Zichuan said, Do you want to hear ghost stories in the middle of the night? I'll be inspecting the prison guards tomorrow morning. Xiao Chiye said, It was just for show. Shen Zichuan didn't know if Hai Liangyi could tolerate such things, but he knew that Xue Xiuzhua definitely could. Xue Xiuzhua had already obtained the confession he wanted. Jilei was now useless. Shen Zichuan was the one who had made the mess, but he had no intention of cleaning it up because Xue Xiuzhua and Xianxia had to come and tidy it all up. Thinking up to this point, Shen Zichuan said, If I'm so well behaved, the investigation will. Xiao Chiye lay down and then sat up again. Dry my hair. Shen Zichuan closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Xiao Chiye said, Don't pretend. Hurry up. Xiao Chiye called out. Lanzhou. He repeated. Shen Lancao. The bed suddenly sank, and Shen Zichuan startled awake as the blanket was pulled away. Xiao Chiye squeezed in behind him, pressing his wet head against Shen Zichuan's back, instantly soaking the area. Shen Zichuan tugged at the quilt and said, Xiao Air, you're 3 years old. Not far off. Xiao Chiye said lazily. Didn't you say you were sleeping? Keep sleeping. The more Shen Zichuan slept, the wetter he became. The cool moisture clung to his body, accompanied by the same scent Xiao Chiye had left on the handkerchief the previous night. With his eyes open, Shen Zichuan said, My clothes are wet. No one replied. Shen Zichuan said, Don't pretend to be asleep. Shen Zichuan continued. Xiao Air. He propped himself up on his elbows and spoke in the dimness. Xiao Suan, you're a scoundrel. The scoundrel obligingly handed him a dry cloth and turned away, waiting patiently. Ding Tao huddled on the roof, saying, Even with snow falling, it's bitterly cold. This winter will be a tough one. Gu Jin handed him the wineskin and rubbed his hands together. We've kept watch for 2 nights. It's time for someone else to take over tomorrow morning. Ding Tao took a sip of wine, feeling a slight warmth spread through him. Crossing his arms, he lay down and gazed at the starry sky. There hasn't been any activity tonight either. Long journey, heavy responsibility. Gu Jin muttered, suddenly perking up as he covered the wineskin. With a swift movement, he flipped onto his stomach, his gaze sweeping across the vast darkness like an eagle's. A faint sound of footsteps in the snow carried on the wind. Gu Jin acted decisively, throwing a flying dagger while whispering. Northwest corner. Ding Tao sprang up abruptly, leaping across rooftops and striking out at the night sky with a swift slash. In the darkness, a figure clad in black robes dodged like a wave, vanishing into the shadows as if a ghost. Ding Tao's body was as supple as boneless, hanging upside down from the eaves. To his surprise, 3 steel needles greeted him head-on. With a crackle, he deflected them with his writing brush, only to find that the figure had already fled. Landing silently, Ding Tao's exceptional lightness of foot left no trace on the thin layer of snow. Gu Jin observed from the rooftop. Impressive skills to evade my eyes. Tao, did you catch a glimpse of who it was? Ding Tao picked up the steel needles from the veranda, examining them between his fingertips. In a brief moment, he gleaned much information. Fine as a strand of hair, coated with snake venom. Not from Qidu, but likely an exotic trinket from Yongquan Harbor in Jueshi's 13 cities. Decent agility, remarkable breath control, and though not carrying a sword, there's a high chance it was a member of the Imperial Guard. He meticulously stowed the steel needle back into his bamboo tube, then effortlessly mounted onto the rooftop. The embroidered uniform guard has removed quite a few officials from their posts, leaving only a sparse handful of capable men below the 4th rank. Gu Jin remarked, Who on earth would come to our prince's residence to snoop around at this time? It's hard to say, Ding Tao said, still feeling the aftershocks, as he touched his chest. It almost pierced my little notebook. Gu Jin sipped his wine thoughtfully. Ding Tao sat cross-legged and began to whisper. This notebook has been with me for many years, a gift from the Crown Princess. I've never had it snatched before, even when I went to fight the Sand Turks. It was so close, too close. There are many things written inside. Do you know, my father's notebook was stolen right when he was being beheaded. Oh, my mother, it was filled with important matters. I nearly died trying to retrieve it back then. Jingu, let me tell you, people should keep a record, because memory fades with age. Like you, with all that drinking, you might forget how much silver you've stashed away by the time you're 40. If you tell me, I can help you remember. Gu Jin stuffed cotton into his ears and began to meditate. The next morning, Shinzichuan woke up first. He hadn't slept at all. Xiao Chiye had squeezed in behind him, and the two of them had fought over the blanket throughout the night. Besides, with such a large person beside him, Shinzichuan couldn't fall asleep. Xiao Chiye was deeply asleep, hugging his pillow without moving a muscle. Shinzichuan waited for him to wake up, but something else happened instead. That hardened part pressed against his buttocks, full of energy, hot and obvious. The warmth on the bed increased, and Xiao Chiye either woke up from the heat or because of his arousal. In any case, he cursed softly and sat up abruptly. Xiao Chiye threw aside his pillow, glanced at Shinzichuan, and saw that Shinzichuan was looking back at him. He grabbed a handful of hair, reached out to cover Shinzichuan with the blanket, not allowing him to look. Then, he got out of bed without putting on his shoes and went straight into the bath. Qinyang was waiting outside, listening to the sounds. When Shinzichuan came out, the two of them faced each other, and Qinyang didn't know what to say. Shinzichuan, however, was quite natural. He pointed in the direction of the bathing hall and walked away. By the time Xiao Chiye emerged, he was fully awake. He had some breakfast and listened as Qinyang told him that someone had visited the previous night. Jingyue? Xiao Chiye thought for a moment and said, They weren't looking for me. They were probably keeping an eye on Shenlan's Hao. That's one of the Empress Dowager's men. Qinyang said, But with manpower scarce, the Imperial Guards wouldn't have such skilled warriors. Dealing with the Imperial Guards is a treacherous affair. Xiao Chiye stood up. I'll attend court and discuss this further when I return. After the court session, Li Jianheng held on to his warm hand warmer as he sat in the Hall of Reason, watching as everyone took their places on either side of him. With unease, he asked, So that's it then? Xiuzhua knelt down and replied, Your Majesty, Ji Lei confessed to plotting rebellion at the Southern Forest hunting grounds. Now that there's solid evidence, the Procuratorate worked through the night to compile the confession, which has already been presented to Your Majesty by the Grand Secretariat. The case against the Flower Party, which lasted half a month, was repeatedly reviewed by the 3 judicial organs. The 2 assistant commanders and 4 chief captains of the Imperial Guards under Ji Lei's command were all sentenced to immediate execution. The supervisors below them, along with all the 1,000 households from the Southern Forest hunting grounds, were sentenced to death, but will be imprisoned pending further orders. That's good, Li Jianheng said. The Grand Secretariat has worked hard and shouldn't stand for too long. Someone, bring a chair. After Hai Liangyi sat down, Li Jianheng continued. The Flower Party colluding with eunuchs and the Imperial Guards to plot rebellion is truly detestable. As the head eunuch of the Office of Ceremonial, Pan Rugi abused his power and amassed wealth. His crimes are unforgivable. He cannot be sentenced to death, but imprisonment pending further orders. He deserves immediate execution. What the Grand Secretariat said to me last time has kept me tossing and turning, and after much thought, I've decided to strive harder from now on. Hai Liangyi immediately got up to kowtow. Li Jianheng hurriedly raised his hand and said, Grand Secretary, please sit. There are many matters where I need your guidance, and it's only right for me to address you as master. I hope that in the future, everyone can work together to assist me. Speak frankly here if you have anything to say. Xiuzhua looked up in surprise, but he didn't show it. He bowed with the other officials, offering their praises. Li Jianheng eagerly signaled for everyone to rise and, after some more conversation, dismissed them, except for Grand Censor Hai, whom he invited to stay for the meal. Xiao Chiye emerged from the palace with Xiuzhua. Xiuzhua commented, I wonder what the governor discussed with His Majesty that made him so willing to show respect to scholars. His Majesty is young and vigorous, just the right time to make his mark. He would have done this even without my suggestion. Xiao Chiye said, The Ministry of Justice has been busy these days. Minister Yanqing has worked hard. It's only right to fulfill one's duties in one's position. Shui Xiuzhuo replied, glancing at Xiao Chiye with a smile. I've heard that the governor has been visiting Feng Mountain frequently lately. Is there something interesting there? Xiao Chiye smiled back. The first snow on Feng Mountain is a unique sight in the world. Recently, a few deer have appeared. I'm thinking of hunting them for fun. If you're free, would you like to come along? Shui Xiuzhuo waved his hand gently. I'm just a weak scholar. How could I possibly hunt? I wouldn't want to dampen the governor's enthusiasm. The two parted ways at the palace gate. As Xiao Chiye watched him leave, the smile on his face faded. Qinyang was waiting by the carriage. When Xiao Chiye approached, he lifted the curtain and said, Governor, Master has already set off for Kudu. Xiao Chiye nodded. Qinyang hesitated for a moment before continuing. The spy from the Ministry of Justice reported that Ji Lei is dead. Xiao Chiye asked, How did he die? Qinyang raised his hand in a gesture and said in a solemn voice, He was mutilated until he was barely human. He couldn't hold on any longer last night, but Shui Xiuzhuo insisted on keeping him alive long enough to present his confession before the emperor before he finally breathed his last. Xiao Chiye fell silent and sat down. Qinyang continued. 5 years ago, Ji Lei interrogated Sun Zichuan in the imperial prison and had Feng Quan humiliate him publicly with donkey roasted meat. Now, he has returned the favor by turning Ji Lei into. This shows just how vengeful his nature is. Governor, we also have a grudge against him. It's too dangerous to keep him by our side now. Xiao Chiye twirled the bone ring on his thumb, but did not respond. Chapter 38. Military Discipline. With snow falling for 3 or 4 days in a row, Xiao Chiye became even more indolent and visited the training ground less frequently. Recently, he had made friends with a few Lanyu merchants and acquired some valuable items, such as pearls from Yongquan Harbor and jade from Hezhou, all exquisite trinkets. Li Jianheng was now diligent, attending court every day regardless of the cold weather. He would ask Hai Liangyi to tutor him daily. Seeing Xiao Chiye's negligence in his duties, he would also offer a word or two of advice, as if he had genuinely changed his ways. Xiao Chiye was pleased with this development. He hunted 2 deer on Fengshan and presented them to the palace. After the last incident with the roasted donkey, Li Jianheng was wary of wild game and instead gave the deer to Hai Liangyi. As the new year approached, rituals and feasts for the officials were major events. The 6 ministries and the 24 imperial departments were swamped with work. With vacancies at the Office of Ceremonies, many matters were uncertain, and they had to consult Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng himself was perplexed by these issues and had to trouble Hai Liangyi and the Ministry of Rites to make decisions. Prefecture became busy, and seeing that Xiao Chiye had nothing to do, Li Jianheng entrusted him with an important task, reviewing the rosters of the 8 great camps. As a result, the security of Prefecture was entirely in Xiao Chiye's hands. Xiao Chiye could not decline and was forced to plunge into a whirlwind of activity. Following Xiao Chiye around, Sun Zichuan inevitably encountered the imperial guards. One day, after completing his patrol, Tan Taihu had yet to remove his sword when he returned to the guard office and saw Sun Zichuan standing outside. Rubbing his frozen, scarred face, he strode over. Sun Zichuan turned his head, watching as Tan Taihu approached with a menacing air. Tan Taihu. The man paused and addressed Sun Zichuan with a cold tone. Is Shunwei your father? Sun Zichuan replied. Are you looking for my father or me? Of course, I'm here to see you. Shunwei has long been reduced to ashes. Tan Taihu circled around Sun Zichuan, remarking, Life in Chudu is indeed comfortable. Just look at that figure. It could rival the courtesans on East Dragon Street, all pampered and indulged. Sun Zichuan sensed from the tone that the visitor had ill intentions. Qinyang remained silent beside him, while the palace guards in the courtyard peered curiously. Tan Taihu continued, With that pert bottom, slender waist, peach blossom cheeks, and fox-like eyes, you'd be a top-class courtesan in Xiangyun's brothel. Why would you choose a life of hardship, following our governor through wind and snow? Tan Taihu stood firm, his gaze sharp as a knife as he continued. 5 years ago, Shunwei licked the hooves of the iron riders of Li Bei to prevent Zhongbua's 6 provinces from becoming a manure pit for the bordering San's 12 tribes. Now, you're following in your father's footsteps, ready to lick which part of our governor? Courtesans in those pleasure houses hide behind their curtains, each skilled in their own specialty. What abilities do you possess to stand alongside battle-hardened soldiers today? Shen Zichuan chuckled and replied, I am unworthy. Does assistant magistrate wish to revoke my badge and expel me from the premises? Why bother with such trouble? Tan Taihu said, You're just a dog guarding our imperial army's gate. A kick from anyone is already an honor for you. Grandfather is speaking to you today out of respect for the governor. Since you've become someone's possession, you should have the self-awareness of not being human. I wear the badge of the Imperial Guards by the Emperor's command, serving the public interest, not belonging to anyone's possession. Shen Zichuan countered. If I'm a dog at the army gate, then soldiers are not much different. We all receive the Emperor's provisions and move about in Qidu. Our realization of self-worth should be shared among us all. Tan Taihu grasped his twin blades, his eyes widening in anger. You dare compare yourself to us? Impudent dog Shun. Back then, I was the commanding officer of Zhongguo's Dengzhou garrison. He took a menacing step forward, his voice filled with resentment. When the Teastone River battle was lost, my own flesh and blood were in that Teastone pit. Do you understand the horror? People were impaled alive like hedgehogs. For 1,000 souls buried in a... The screen door of the signing room was lifted at that moment, and Yang Zongji, the Minister of War, watched in horror as the knife flew towards him. Qin Yang immediately raised his arm to catch the hilt, but Xiao Chiye was faster. Swinging the scabbard, he knocked the blade into the snow. The steel knife pierced the ground with such force that it made all the palace guards in the courtyard kneel, shouting in unison. Please forgive us, Governor. Xiao Chiye paid no heed to them. He hung the saber back and lifted the curtains for Yang Zongji, apologetic in his smile. I failed to discipline my subordinates properly, causing Minister Yang to be startled. How could Yang Zongji dare to linger? He awkwardly echoed a few words and quickly left the courtyard, boarding his carriage without waiting for anyone to escort him. He made a hasty departure. After seeing off the visitor, Xiao Chiye turned to look at the people kneeling in the yard. Knowing he was at fault, Qin Yang hurriedly said, Governor, it was my negligence in supervising them. I didn't. You've watched too many dramas. Xiao Chiye interrupted, landing a firm grip on his shoulder. As he fed some white meat to the sea eagle, he merely stated, Xiao Hui wouldn't do something like that. Qin Yang's face turned ashen. Xiao Chiye did not reprimand Qin Yang in front of others, for Qin Yang was the captain of his guards and a trusted confidant. He could not humiliate Qin Yang openly, lest the latter lose face before his peers and see his authority diminished. Yet, these words of his were the most devastating to Qin Yang's heart. Both Qin Yang and Zhao Hui were carefully selected talents by Xiao Fangxiu. Zhao Hui, with his composed demeanor, had accumulated an impressive array of battle achievements under the tutelage of Xiao Jiming, rendering him a deputy general in Kudu whom few dared to slight. Qin Yang, on the other hand, had long remained at the Li Bei princely estate, eventually joining forces with Xiao Chiye 5 years ago. Known for his cautious approach, he was particularly wary of being deemed inferior to Zhao Hui, this rivalry being an inherent part of their fraternal dynamic. Today, Xiao Chiye's words served not only as a wake-up call, but also brought him immense shame. 5 years ago, when I took charge as the governor, everyone said the Imperial Guards were a bunch of incorrigible ruffians, with the worst discipline and least regard for their superiors. Xiao Chiye stroked his beard as he spoke. I can't handle such soldiers. If you want to stay in the Imperial Guards, you either shape up and become a model soldier, or pack your bags and leave immediately. Tan Taihu's chest heaved with indignation as he said, Governor, you're right. We've always followed your lead, but who is he? Does he even count as a soldier? I'm a commander, several ranks higher than him. Is it wrong for me to scold him a bit? I earn my living this way, but I won't count out as someone who sells their posterior. Xiao Chiye looked down at him and asked, Do you think you were in the right? Tan Taihu stiffened his neck and declared, Yes, I was. Then why take any nonsense? Xiao Chiye said, Let's go. Tan Taihu shot up, disbelief etched on his face. The governor is going to dismiss me for this man. I have no personal vendettas in the Imperial Guards. Stop trying to matchmake for me. I don't do this for anyone. Xiao Chiye growled. I'm in charge of the Imperial Guards. If you can make your own decisions, then why address me as governor? Strip off that armor, put away those swords, and settle any deep-seated grudges you have. If you can defeat him in 3 moves, I, Xiao Suan, will bow and apologize to you immediately. But as long as you wear that armor and bear the title of an imperial guard, you'll only listen to me. You all enjoyed the show today, leaping about on my face with such spirit and bravery. What's the point of military discipline then? Why not all go be bandit chieftains and live happily ever after? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to say more. They glared fiercely at the pair. Xiao Chiye said, "You usually love to call me a lascivious fool, right? Well, I'll do just that today. I'll strip Tan Taihu of his badge and send him out." The Imperial Guards chorused. "Governor, please calm down." Tan Taihu refused to admit his mistake. With trembling hands, he pulled off his badge and said, "I've been brothers with the governor for 5 years, benefiting from his kindness. I would even give my life for him. But what mistake did I make today? If the governor wants to hurt my feelings for the sake of beauty and dismiss me, fine. I, Tan Taihu, accept it." He set down his waist badge and helmet on the ground, then bowed thrice to Xiao Chiye with a loud thud. Rising to his feet, he stripped off his armor and, clad only in his undergarments, turned to look at Shen Zichuan. "I serve others with my looks. Let's see how long you can survive. I'll avenge my father's death from that bastard by Sha someday, but you won't escape either." Tan Taihu wiped his eyes and saluted the surrounding men with fists clenched. "Farewell, brothers." He set off, truly leaving. Chapter 39. Qiang was overwhelmed with regret as he lowered his head and said, "I've wronged you, my lord. Straighten yourself out before you come back to your duties." Xiao Chiye suddenly said coldly, "In the meantime, Gu Jin will be accompanying me for the next few days." Qiang knelt there, stunned, watching Xiao Chiye leave through the curtains. Shen Zichuan had finally managed to get some sleep last night. Now, he stood by the carriage, exhaling warm air while gazing at the sea eagles soaring in the snowy sky. Xiao Chiye got into the carriage, and Gu Jin took the reins, looking at Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan ignored him and noticed Xiao Chiye's subtle gesture from behind the half-open curtain. He felt as if needles were pricking his back, knowing that the Imperial Guards who had been standing outside all night were watching him. He smiled at Xiao Chiye and actually got into the carriage. Gu Jin took the reins, and the carriage began to sway. Xiao Chiye passed a hot water bottle to Shen Zichuan. As Shen Zichuan accepted it, Xiao Chiye placed the back of his hand against Shen Zichuan's. "So cold," Xiao Chiye remarked. Shen Zichuan pushed Xiao Chiye's hand away and leaned against the wall, cradling his hot water bottle. Xiao Chiye observed, "You don't seem too pleased." Shen Zichuan warmed his hands and replied, "I am." He looked at Xiao Chiye and added with a smile, "I'm happy that second young master stood up for me." Xiao Chiye corrected him. "Second young master didn't do it for anyone." "True as that may be," Shen Zichuan said, "your power is already established. When will you extend your favor? My days as a bodyguard are numbered, so if you plan to use me, you'd better act quickly." Xiao Chiye stared at him in silence. Shen Zichuan slightly lifted his chin, a posture resembling relaxation. He exhaled and paused for a moment before saying, "In terms of managing people, I can't hold a candle to you. Shen Lanzhao makes an excellent target. He can serve as both a shield and a deterrent, and perhaps even warm your bed. It's rare to find something that achieves 3 benefits at once." "Well done, Xiao Heir. You're quite impressive." Amidst the clamor outside the carriage, the atmosphere inside grew tense. Although they were only inches apart, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm separated them. When they arrived at their destination, Gu Jin wisely kept quiet and did not disturb them. Shen Zichuan, now with warm hands, placed the hot water bottle back on the small table and said, "It's just a shame." Xiao Chiye asked, "What?" "Everyone assumes you're enjoying yourself every night." Shen Zichuan licked the tip of his teeth and said to him in a soft tone, "Who would have guessed that Xiao Heir is such a devoted and chaste man? Forget about having sex with you. They haven't even let their saliva touch you." With that, he was about to lift the curtain and step down from the carriage, but Xiao Chiye suddenly hooked his waistband. "All right then." Xiao Chiye chuckled playfully. "If you're so eager for a contest in bed, I'll give in to you." Shen Zichuan replied, "I don't want anyone with such fierce eyes." The curtain swayed, and the person had already descended. Xiao Chiye's fingertips were left empty, still yearning for more. After the incident with Tan Taihu, the Imperial Guards became more discreet, behaving as they did before the autumn hunt. Qiang became even more cautious, no longer daring to ignore or tolerate any nonsense. He had injured his foot in Libei before, and in the frigid capital, it would ache slightly every day when on duty. One evening after dinner, Xiao Chiye tossed Qianyang a few tubes of ointment. Upon returning home and opening them, Qianyang discovered that they were valuable ointments that Xiao Jiming had obtained from Master Guy a few years ago. This stirred another wave of self-reproach within him, and he vowed to be even more diligent in his duties. Over at Tan Taihu's residence, he found himself in a predicament within days. His family was gone, but he had taken in 3 orphaned children who now relied on his salary for sustenance. Unmarried, without a wife to manage the household, his monthly earnings were depleted entirely, and with the upcoming new year, food supplies were running low. A veteran of Dengzhou, he had siblings in Chudu, yet he was always the one providing support. Now, it was his turn to struggle, but swallowing his pride to borrow money wasn't an option. Tightening his belt to feed the children could only be a temporary solution. Just as Tan Taihu was contemplating earning money through illicit means, Qianyang paid him a visit. "It's almost New Year," Qianyang said, placing some silver on the table. "The governor still remembers that you have 3 children." Tan Taihu turned away and sat in his chair. "Since I'm no longer serving in the Imperial Guard, I don't have any right to accept their pay anymore. From what I see, you're truly a tiger," Qianyang said solemnly. "Why are you still holding a grudge against the governor? With so many people watching that day, you dared to act out. Do you not respect the governor at all? Military discipline is crucial, and as an associate magistrate for so long, surely you understand this?" Tan Taihu said, "What can I do? Whenever I see Shenba, I'm reminded of my parents." Qianyang sighed and replied, "But you shouldn't have insulted him so openly, dragging the governor into it too. You've been with the governor for years. How could you still speak without thinking?" Tan Taihu raked his fingers through his hair. Qianyang continued, "I was at fault too, knowing your impetuous nature yet not stopping you. Admitting our mistakes and accepting punishment is the way of a true man. Is quitting in a huff the only mark of a real hero? That's not the point. I already handed in my identity token." Tan Taihu's voice trembled with injustice and sorrow. "I've served the governor for 5 years, risking my life during the autumn hunt. It wasn't easy to rise through the ranks of the Imperial Guards. Seeing that fox spirit coming and going every day, I was scared too. With his appearance, I genuinely feared he might jeopardize the governor's future. I was anxious. I hated him so much. Ding Tao insists he did nothing wrong. Yes, we all know that reasoning. But who could endure such a situation? I lost my parents and brothers, not just some stray dog on the street." Qianyang remained silent. Tan Taihu stomped his foot heavily and wiped his face roughly. The scarred man was on the verge of tears as he choked out. Hating someone makes one uncomfortable when they're around. How much more so with such a deep grudge? When Zhongguo's army was defeated, Qianyang, those who survived were left with shattered homes and had narrowly escaped death. Who pitied us? Look at my 3 children. They can barely read, yet they've become orphans. They scraped by under the hooves of border sand cavalry soldiers. We're all just lowly beings." Qianyang patted him on the shoulder, waiting for him to calm down before saying, "But now you're in the Imperial Guard, and the governor is like heaven. Huzi, 5 years ago, when the governor cleaned up the Imperial Guard, he wanted to enroll you outsiders. The Ministry of War didn't agree. Do you remember what the governor said?" Tan Taihu's shoulders trembled slightly. Qianyang continued, "If you still want to be a soldier today, isn't it because of what the governor said back then? The family feud remains unresolved, and national humiliation has not been avenged? One day, the Imperial Guard will ride out of the gates, and at that time, personally slaying your enemies will be more satisfying than blaming others today, won't it? Why have you forgotten after all this time?" Tan Taihu replied, "How could I forget? Not for a single day have I forgotten. I give my life to the governor's service for that very day. That's settled then." Qianyang got up and pushed the silver towards Tan Taihu. "There's no lasting hatred between blood brothers. The governor treats us like brothers, and this silver comes from him. After the new year, return to your original unit, wear your flag badge, and fulfill your duties well." Tan Taihu was overwhelmed with emotions, seeing Qianyang off at the door. When Qianyang returned, he met Shen Zichuan. The two of them exchanged greetings in the corridor. As Qianyang entered, Shen Zichuan knew that the matter was resolved. Shen Zichuan watched the snow fall, feeling utterly bored. Such a formidable figure could truly masquerade as false and turn the false into reality. One could hardly discern whether the expression he revealed was joy or anger, nor could they tell if his emotions were genuine or feigned. Qin Yang emerged again shortly. He lifted the curtain and nodded to Sun Zichuan, saying, "The governor is awaiting your company for the meal." Sun Zichuan turned around and caught sight of Xiao Chiye staring at him. Chapter 40. Biting. In the winter, fresh vegetables were scarce, and in Kudu, they were sold at high prices. Thanks to Li Jinheng's favor, Xiao Chiye had crisp shredded cucumbers on his dinner table that night. Side dishes to whet the appetite and clear the muddiness. Xiao Chiye said as he scooped up a bowl of hot soup and pushed it towards Sun Zichuan. "You've been standing outside for so long. Warm yourself up with this and have a light meal before resting." As the saying goes, Sun Zichuan wiped his hands and sat down. Excessive flattery suggests ulterior motives. What does Zhuo Qianxiu's hair turned white from grief, and he never fully recovered. His accomplishments were secured, but his loved one was gone. Zhuo Qianxiu could no longer set foot on the battlefield. The hands that once achieved unparalleled feats in capturing Heavenly Consort Pavilion could no longer wield a bow with ease. As a child, Xiao Chiye had followed Zhuo Qianxiu and asked, "Why did you shoot your wife?" Zhuo Qianxiu drew back the bowstring and asked, "Do you truly aspire to become a general?" Xiao Chiye nodded. Zhuo Qianxiu continued, "Then don't get married. Generals often die in battle, but that isn't what's terrifying. What's truly frightening is the decisions that generals have to make. The things you desire and the responsibilities you bear are two different matters." Zhuo Qianxiu gazed at the bow with a forlorn expression. The wind from the grasslands tousled his white hair as he murmured, "I hope you never find yourself in such a desperate situation. Once a person reaches that point, no matter which choice they make, they will still die. You saved tens of thousands of lives in Heavenly Empress Pavilion." Xiao Chiye said, leaning against the railing. "Why didn't you accept an honorary title?" Zhuo Qianxiu chuckled. "Because I died in battle." It took Xiao Chiye until he was in his teens to understand Zhuo Qianxiu's words. In the Battle of Heavenly Empress Pavilion, Zhuo Qianxiu's beloved wife had been captured. He could only choose between surrendering with the gates open or fighting to the death with the gates closed. Zhuo Qianxiu made neither choice. Instead, he rode out of the city alone, drew his bow, and shot his wife dead. Legend had it that that arrow was the most precise shot of his life. Among millions, he hit the vital spot. That night, rain poured down heavily, and no one knew if he had cried out in anguish. No one knew when his hair had turned white either. When dawn broke and the troops retreated, Zhuo Qianxiu stood amidst the bone-white remains and buried his wife. From then on, the name Lycan Yute Zhuo Qianxiu rose to prominence. Those who revered him also secretly cursed him behind his back. For someone to be so heartless, ordinary people saw him as a savage beast, assuming that generals were naturally cold and ruthless by nature. Xiao Chiye cherished this ring deeply, but he also feared it greatly. He was afraid that one day, he too would be trapped in a dilemma, so he never spoke of his affection lightly. Qin Yang had followed him for so long, but still did not know his preferences. What wine he enjoyed, what dishes he favored, what clothes suited him. Truth and fiction were intertwined, leaving no one able to distinguish them. Liubi, Liubi. It seemed as though only these two words were his Achilles' heel that he could not conceal. He had already tasted the bitterness of being constrained by his desires. How could he possibly court more trouble for himself? Xiao Chiye silently sat up and looked at Sun Zichuan. He raised his hand. Just a little more effort, and he could smother this desire. Sun Zichuan was trapped in a nightmare, his brows knitted with cold sweat trickling down the sides of his face. His back was already damp. Xiao Chiye leaned over to look at him and saw a side of Sun Zichuan he had never seen before. Sun Zichuan was submerged in a blood tide, drenched from head to toe. When he wiped his hand, it was stained with blood. This dream repeated itself every day, and he felt like he was on the verge of going mad. Sun Zichuan suddenly trembled slightly. His tightly pursed lips gradually relaxed, murmuring something incoherent amidst the cold sweat. He was so utterly helpless. Xiao Chiye seemed to have just awoken from a dream, gaining something new amidst his profound fear. He studied Sun Zichuan as a massive beast would its prey. Sun Zichuan was not invulnerable either. Beyond their inexplicable probing and mutual distrust, they shared an indescribable sense of camaraderie in their misfortune. Xianxia felt exhausted. He no longer cried in his dreams or desperately clung onto corpses. He had accepted the nightmare. He knew Ji Mu was gone. Hurry up. Xianxia was like an indifferent bystander. Let it end quickly, he urged impatiently, even wishing for the blood to flow more fiercely and the snow to fall heavier. How else could this nightmare be displayed? He was fearless now. His flesh and bones had been soaked through. He was a wild dog feasting on carrion, with filth and hatred serving as proof of his existence. Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes and placed a hand against Xiao Chiye's chest. In the brief moment, he spoke calmly with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Can't sleep? Xiao Chiye's chest burned hot. Through the thin fabric, he could feel the chill of Xianxia's palm. He replied, I ate too much. Xianxia said, if you're scared easily, seeing someone in the middle of the night would probably give you a heart attack. I heard you calling me. Xiao Chiye said with a calm expression. I have to make sure you weren't cursing me. I wouldn't curse you in my dreams. Xianxia replied, his fingertips burning from Xiao Chiye's warmth as he tried to withdraw his hand. To his surprise, Xiao Chiye pressed his hand back down and asked, Are you cold? With damp temples, Xianxia smiled slightly and answered, Yes, I'm freezing. He transformed back into the alluring Xianxia, not caring whether or not Xiao Chiye was tempted. He was innately skilled at this sort of thing, a wicked man through and through. Xiao Chiye held his hand, pressing it against the headboard. In the dim light, he inhaled Xianxia's scent and said, You know what I think about every night when you're in my bed? You call me impressive, Xianxia, but the impressive one is you. Oh, what now? Xianxia's voice was still somewhat hoarse as he spoke nonchalantly. I didn't do anything. I want to. Xiao Chiye lowered his head, gazing intently at him. I really want to. Find another way to kill me. Xianxia allowed Xiao Chiye to hold his wrists. Dying in bed is too undignified. I've changed my mind. Xiao Chiye said as he used his free hand to smooth back Xianxia's damp hair, as if inspecting a precious gem he had just acquired. I don't want you to die, Xianxia said. I advise you not to bite this neck. Lanzhou, Xiao Chiye called out to him with a sigh, jesting. Would you let me go if I didn't bite? Xianxia looked at him. Xiao Chiye continued. Are you amusing yourself at my expense? Pleasure. Xianxia replied as he felt Xiao Chiye drawing closer. It brings me great joy to see a little wolf at a loss and helpless. Well, we can be even more joyful. Xiao Chiye suggested. The Empress Dowager is holding back for now. What did she promise you? Discard it, Lanzhou, and I'll give you more. Xianxia chuckled. I doubt freedom is included in what you're offering. Xiao Heir, how come you never realize that your desires are written all over your eyes? Do you want to lock me up right now? I was thinking of a golden chain. Xiao Chiye said. It would be a waste not to have something adorning this neck. Dog collars were initially made to restrain wolves. Xianxia whispered, their noses almost touching. I also wanted to make a golden chain to put around your neck, so I could tug on it every time you speak. Don't even think about it. Xiao Chiye raised an eyebrow. Your meager salary wouldn't cover the cost. Their noses almost touched, with Xiao Chiye's ring finger pressing against Xianxia's wrist, leaving it red from the grip. Xiao Chiye began. Since you already. Xianxia lifted his head and kissed Xiao Chiye's lips. The soft contact carried a mocking chill. Are you willing to go crazy? Xianxia's gaze was frenzied as he whispered. Do you dare? Try tearing me apart, Xiao Heir. I don't give a damn. The tension within Xiao Chiye snapped like a tight string. The pent-up emotions surged forth in a violent wave. Amidst the mocking provocation, he pressed down hard on Xianxia, kissing him back as if he were biting into him. Lust intertwined with murderous intent, hatred entangled with compassion. Who between the two was more despicable, and who was more pitiful? Their tongues intertwined in a wet kiss. Xiao Chiye kissed Xianxia, who responded with all he had. A sultry slurping sound echoed between their lips and teeth, as desire consumed these two abnormal beings. Suddenly, Xiao Chiye released Xianxia's wrist, lifting him up by the back to press their bodies intimately together. They hated each other so bitterly. They stained one another with their own filthy taint, making hatred an unbreakable bond. Life was too painful this way, with only oneself hearing the roars in the darkness. Better to cling together, tearing at each other until they bled, relying on each other amidst the bloodshed. This life is already wretched enough. Chapter 41. His clothes were pushed up, revealing skin as cool as moonlight. There was no tender touch, only rough tearing. Amidst the dense night, a pool of spring water seemed to have been stirred, and Xiao Chiye cupped it in his hands. He struggled to sit up amidst the passion, catching sight of Shun Zichuan's eyes between gasps for air. There was not a trace of surrender in those eyes. They even reflected his absurd actions at this moment. Xiao Chiye felt a blade-like pleasure, as if he was cutting through ice. He warmed Shun Zichuan up, stirring the water within him. He held Shun Zichuan, who seemed to be floating on a cloud, in his arms, pressing down heavily and kissing and biting recklessly. He bit into Shun Zichuan's nape, as if savoring a bewitching potion. The night grew damp, drenched by sweat. Their intertwined limbs writhed on the bed, and Xiao Chiye gradually discovered pleasure amidst the hasty collision. His progress was swift. He lost himself in the softness, only to rise again. Silently, he thrust against Shun Zichuan's vulnerable spot, making it difficult for him to swallow, exposing his throat unreservedly. Xiao Chiye kissed that throat and lifted Shun Zichuan's knees. He was no longer the chaste hypocrite. He was an ordinary man, bold and unapologetic in the darkness. He made Shun Zichuan forget the abyss of despair during tea time, yet also ensured he could never forget this intense union. What followed needed no words. Neither had a lifeline. This night was their liberation from suffering, a burning pleasure akin to flames engulfing their bodies. Shun Zichuan reached for the bedside, but Xiao Chiye pulled him back, trapping him in his embrace. "Come, let loose," Xiao Chiye whispered. "You want me to lose control, so why do you run? Didn't you want to see who's more ruthless? I'm not afraid." With his face buried in the bedding, Shun Zichuan breathed heavily with his eyes closed. The expression of pain and vulnerability on his face was alluring. How had he grown into such a figure? Xiao Chiye pinched his chin, kissing him without allowing any respite or rest. Amidst the numbness in his lower back, he saturated Shun Zichuan completely. In the lingering aftermath of passion, Shun Zichuan was still trembling. Xiao Chiye did not pause, flipping him over and entering once more. The howling cold wind outside the window never ceased, while suppressed gasps intermingled in the darkness. Xiao Chiye kissed Shun Zichuan again and again, drenched in sweat. He refused to admit defeat, but she had already been conquered. Xiao Chiye fell asleep. His ferocity and anger dissipated into his furrowed brows, turning into an annoyed expression with a hint of recklessness. He held Shun Zichuan's wrist, making them appear as if they were cuddling in the winter night, transforming that brutal kiss into a scorching furnace. The snow fell outside all night, light as willow catkins, without a sound of wind. As dawn approached, Shun Zichuan pulled away his wrist. Xiao Chiye's fingers followed, moving gently between the covers. Qiang, standing outside the door, saw Shun Zichuan emerge. "Training ground," Shun Zichuan said succinctly. Qiang nodded, about to step aside when he noticed the injury on Shun Zichuan's lip. He hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Shun Zichuan glanced at him, perceiving his thoughts effortlessly. The recent reorganization of the Imperial Guards should be announced soon. In these past days, I've been in your debt. Qiang replied. A few days ago. Let's not dwell on the incident with the page. Shun Zichuan said, inexplicably distant today. In the future, as we all move around the capital, we're bound to cross paths. I'll be cautious, and I advise my fellow Imperial Guards to do the same. Qiang paused, but Shun Zichuan smiled, saying, the Imperial Guard's current good fortune didn't come easily. However, fortune is fickle. Who knows what the future holds? Without waiting for Qiang's response, Shun Zichuan lifted his robe and left. Ding Tao brushed snow off his shoulder, then leaned back, suspended mid-air, swinging gently while holding a pen and gazing at Shun Zichuan's departing figure with a furrowed brow. Seeing this, Qiang asked, "What's wrong?" Ding Tao responded, "Don't you think he seemed a bit down today?" Qiang turned his head and caught sight of Shun Zichuan's robe corner. "Is that so? He seems fine to me, even smiling." Ding Tao pulled out a small notebook from his chest and scribbled a few lines while hanging upside down. He sighed. Perhaps it's because he had a fight with second young master last night. I heard quite a ruckus. Qiang felt a bit awkward, and looked up. Gu Jin, haven't you taught him anything about the world? He's 16 now. In Liu Bei, he should be getting married by now. Gu Jin didn't respond. Qianyang asked, didn't you hear me? Duct taped. Ding Tao stuffed the notebook back into his chest, flipped around, plucked out the cotton from one of Gu Jin's ears, and shouted, Brother Jin, Qianyang is calling you. Gu Jin jolted, almost sliding down. He pushed Ding Tao's face away, frowned, and poked his head out. What? Qianyang pointed at Ding Tao and said, get rid of him, sell him to add to your monthly drinking money. Gu Jin put his hands around Ding Tao's neck. He wouldn't fetch much, even if weighed on a scale. Sounds came from inside, and the three fell silent. After a moment, Xiao Chiye emerged, dressed in his clothes. His eyes swept around and landed on Ding Tao. In a few days, eldest brother will be entering the capital. Xiao Chiye said, his lips stinging slightly. He pressed his tongue against them before quickly giving up. Don't report anything trivial. Ding Tao nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Xiao Chiye paused for a moment before asking, why are you still here? Confused, Ding Tao scratched the back of his head. He looked at Qianyang, then Gu Jin, and finally back at Xiao Chiye. Young master, I'm on duty today. Xiao Chiye replied. Who were you supposed to be watching? Ding Tao said. They've left. Xiao Chiye remained silent. When Qianyang led the horse over, he mounted it. Just as he was about to leave, he pointed at Ding Tao. Get rid of him. Before Ding Tao could climb onto the horse, he was lifted up by Qianyang and Gu Jin without any chance to react. Panicked, he clutched his small notebook and cried, No, young master, I haven't done anything wrong recently. He had already been thrown out. After Qianyang finished throwing him out, he stepped forward and said, Master, your tutor should be arriving today. Without a word, Xiao Chiye rode out of the city. Shinzichuan did not go to the Maple Mountain training ground, but returned to the Temple of Light and Repentance in the snow. It had been a while since Ji Gang had seen him. After letting Shinzichuan in, he rushed off to buy roast chicken. It had also been some time since the Grand Tutor Qi had seen him. With his eyes squinted, he was writing with a pen when he noticed Shinzichuan enter. He hastily put down his pen and greeted him. Lanzhou. Shinzichuan lifted his robe and sat opposite Grand Tutor Qi. Grand Tutor Qi said, the transfer order from the Imperial Guards Bureau should be coming soon. Where do you want to go? Shinzichuan replied. The Palanquin Bureau, to be close to the Emperor. Grand Tutor Qi nodded. Noticing the injury on Shinzichuan's lips, he asked, has anything happened outside recently? After a moment of silence, Shinzichuan said, with Hai Liangyi as the Emperor's protector, even Rottenwood can now serve as pillars. When I saved Xiao Air back then, it was clear that the Emperor's ascension was inevitable. Killing him would only have disrupted the game. Disrupting the game is one thing. Losing your composure is another. Grand Tutor Qi looked at him. Did you gain any new insights during your time with Xiao Air? Shinzichuan wiped the ink from his fingers and pondered for a while before saying, it's such a pity that he was born after Xiao Jiming. If he can suppress him in this life, then that's fine. But if he cannot, Shinzichuan turned his gaze to Qi Taifu, choosing not to continue his statement. Unexpectedly, Qi Taifu replied, Lanzhou, you still don't understand. A slight startle flickered across Shinzichuan's face. Qi Taifu rose from his seat and paced a few steps. Gazing at the snow in the courtyard, he suddenly let out a long sigh. You killed Jilei. Shinzichuan paused in his act of wiping. Venerable Master Qi was unusually solemn as he said, Lanzhou, we're trapped here, surviving on hatred, but we must not let it consume us. 5 years ago, you wouldn't have been capable of such ruthlessness, but now, you've grown into an independent figure, executing your actions decisively. I taught you literature and poetry, not for you to be ruled by hatred. Taking lives doesn't make one virtuous. Falling too deep means there's no turning back. If you don't rid yourself of this inner demon, you'll be forever trapped in a nightmare. Jilei deserved to die, and a single blade ended his life. Think back to the days in Duanzhou. I don't wish for you to walk a path devoid of emotions. You say it's a pity Xiao Chiye was born after Xiao Jiming, but what I want to tell you is the exact opposite. Imagine if today, Ji Mu were the heir of Li Bei. If he left you behind in Kudu, would there be nothing else besides helplessness? Swords are tempered through adversity, and Xiao Chiye is that sword, though he himself may not realize it. His elder brother has held high expectations for him for years, and Li Bei has never hesitated to lavish praise upon him. If he were a disinherited prince, indulging him would have been the easier choice for his happiness. But Xiao Jiming not only took him to battle, he also allowed him to lead troops. Since there was nowhere else to retreat, did he really hand over his younger brother just to cause him pain? 5 years ago, Xiao Chiye didn't know how to rein in his arrogance in Li Bei, but now he has learned self-restraint. Lessons taught verbally or through example might only scratch the surface, but true mastery comes from personal experience through hardship. Xiao Jiming is a good older brother, and it's precisely because Xiao Chiye was born after Xiao Jiming that he shouldn't be pitted the most. Lanzhou, this is a bond you should understand the best, yet now it's the one you comprehend the least. Venerable Master Qi paused for a long while, looking melancholic. He turned to Shun Zichuan again, knelt down, and gently patted Shun Zichuan's head with his withered palm. The master taught you literature and gave you the style name Lanzhou. Orchids bloom calmly on jade steppes. Boats navigate the sea of suffering tirelessly, embracing vast rivers and expanding horizons. You're a good child. Killing is as simple as nodding, but hatred shouldn't change your heart. Lanzhou, aren't there still your master and I? Why push yourself into such a predicament? It might do you good to speak about the unhappiness of these past 5 years. Shun Zichuan stared blankly at Qi Taifu. 25 years ago, when His Highness the Crown Prince left, I waited every day and cursed every night. I wished I could take that sword for him, wished I could slay our enemy with my own hands. I simmered in resentment until I became this person. I became your teacher, and I. Qi Taifu's voice choked with emotion. Wanted you to avenge our old foe, but I couldn't bear for you to become a sword that forgets who it is. You're a human being, Lanzhou. Don't forget those days of freedom in Duanzhou. Jimu may be dead, but not because of you. It was fate, and destinies cannot be reversed. You emerged from the T-stone pit not to carry guilt, but to live on for his sake, for the lives of 40,000 soldiers. Foolish child, even with Ji Gang's caution, how did you still end up losing yourself, blaming the wrong person? Shun Zichuan closed his eyes. He heard Jimu's call and remembered Xiao Chiye's scent. In that moment, he finally understood why he had been so enamored with that smell. It was the clarity of the sun, the light that allowed him to escape the T-stone pit. Even if only for a fleeting moment, he wanted to forget the blood-tide and rain of arrows, the cold and corpses. He could no longer recall the days in Duanzhou. They were too distant, like memories from a past life. He could barely remember Ji Mu's smiling face. He had sunk into a nightmare, torturing himself at all times. Ji Mu was dead. Why wasn't it him who died that day? His master's lack of blame was the harshest condemnation. He would bear a lifetime of guilt that he could never escape. He couldn't confess to Qi Taifu that day by day. He had finally killed himself. Xiao Chiye was a reflection of another world, possessing everything he lacked. He observed Xiao Chiye, clumsily trying to mimic him, to make himself seem more human. He couldn't tell anyone that the Shun Zichuan inside this body was a monstrous assassin. He was already standing on the edge of an abyss. Beneath the palm of Qi Taifu, Shun Zichuan lowered his gaze like a child listening to a lesson. He obediently absorbed the words, but, in that instant, realized he could no longer shed tears. His throat twitched slightly as he finally consoled. Sir, you're right. 3 days later, an order was issued to transfer the personnel of the Imperial Guards. Han Sheng, who had been in charge of one of the original 8 banners, was appointed as the commander of the Imperial Guards. The members of the 12 divisions were rearranged, sending Shun Zichuan from the Elephant Taming Division to the Palanquin Bureau, while Gu Qingqing was promoted from a captain to a supervisor. On Shun Zichuan's new identification card were the words accompanying the emperor. The Palanquin Bureau was an excellent posting, close to the emperor and the easiest place to gain imperial favor. Xiao Chiye, originally the commander-in-chief of the palace guards, now concurrently held the position of supreme commander of the 8 banners, solidifying his authority over the defense of the capital. Ever since that night, when he welcomed Xianxia, Xiao Chiye had been living at the Maple Mountain training grounds. Even after Shun Zichuan left the palace guard residence, the two had not crossed paths. Master, Xinyang served by his side, whispering to Xiao Chiye. It was originally planned for him to join the horse-taming bureau, But the order came down, and he ended up in the palanquin bureau. Xiao Chiye was disentangling a 9-link chain puzzle, his movements slowing as he replied. Then it's something he doesn't value. Xianyang continued. But isn't it more dangerous for him to be in the emperor's presence? Lord Hai was the one who initially advised the late emperor to have him killed. On the edge of a blade, his heart is no longer on serving the law. Xiao Chiye tossed aside the puzzle and said, Ji Lei is dead, and Han Cheng was transferred from the 8 banners. The imperial guards are now leaderless. What do you think he intends to do by taking this post now? Xianyang pondered for a moment before saying, If he succeeds. Xiao Chiye looked towards the training grounds. He'll have his own allies. Xianyang did not speak rashly. After a moment, Xiao Chiye said, The Jinyui is the Ji family's domain. With Ji Gang as his shield and old sentiments as his weapon, it would be effortless for him to climb up the ranks. Though we cannot infiltrate his circle, we can still curb his opportunities. There must always be a reason for promotions and wealth. If there's no chaos in the imperial court, he will be restricted from making any moves. Since the imperial guards already have the responsibility of patrolling, why bother involving the Jinyui? Xianyang replied. This subordinate understands. Xiao Chiye sipped some water and pondered for a while before saying, Find a discreet location and set up a feast. I'll confront him, but I'll also host a meal for him. He pursed his lips around the spot that had been bitten. In the end, we were fellow disciples. Chapter 42. Xiao Chiye scheduled the banquet ahead of the official's feast. Xianyang delivered the invitation, but it was Gu Qingqing who received it. Lotus Boat has been occupied with royal duties recently and has no spare time. I shall take his place in accepting this, Gu Qingqing said as he took the invitation. After exchanging pleasantries with Xianyang, he continued. The imperial guards have been enjoying great prestige lately. I imagine Deputy Commander Chun is just as busy. I am merely serving under the governor, who is always buried in paperwork. There's no such thing as being too busy for us. Xianyang replied after sipping his tea. Brother Gu has truly turned misfortune into fortune by being promoted to a commander. Your future prospects are boundless. That's the real glory. Both parties engaged in polite conversation, trying their best not to make things awkward. Recently, there had been conflicts between the imperial guards and the Jinyui, causing tension between them. After the tea was refilled, Xianyang rose to bid farewell. As Gu Qingqing saw him out, Shen Zichuan emerged from inside. What bad timing for this invitation, Gu Qingqing said, passing the letter to him. Are you really going? Why wouldn't I? Shen Zichuan unfolded the letter, recognizing Xiao Chiye's bold and vigorous handwriting. Xiao Heir has recently shown signs of suppressing the Jinyui. Our missions have been hijacked one by the imperial guards. Furthermore, he is currently basking in the emperor's favor. If he were to do something now, Gu Qingqing trailed off. What he wants to do is quite evident. Shen Zichuan commented, closing the letter. He aims to suppress the Jinyui, turning Qidu into a domain where he alone can control the skies. The emperor would then have to rely solely on his imperial guards. As expected, he will likely deal another blow to the Jinyui. Indeed, it would be too risky to bring Uncle Ji along to the banquet at this moment. Gu Qingqing commented. Shen Zichuan casually tossed the invitation onto the table. Since it concerns Xianxia, he wouldn't set a trap through this. Gu Qingqing still couldn't quite put her mind at ease. The wound on Shen Zichuan's lip had already healed. He draped a cloak over himself and announced, I'll be out for a while. Shen Zichuan ventured out into the snow. Although the snowfall was light that day, the wind was strong. He arrived at East Dragon Street and entered the Orchid Flower Tower, located diagonally across from Xiangyun's shop. Recently, Xianxia had composed some lyrics, which were then set to music for the girls on East Dragon Street to sing. To his surprise, it had become quite a sensation. The most ingenious part was that he had hollowed out the floor beneath the stage in the Orchid Flower Tower and filled it with open-mouthed copper vats. A layer of wooden planks was placed on top, and after purchasing a batch of new talents from Jueshi, he trained them to wear bells around their ankles. When they danced on the stage wearing their wooden clogs, their footsteps chimed in harmony with the copper vats, creating a captivating, ethereal melody. At that very moment, one of his songs was still being performed on stage. Holding a folding fan, Xianxia leaned back on a rattan chair on the third floor with his eyes closed, listening. The maid, wearing plain stockings, stepped noiselessly on the luxurious carpet as she knelt outside the beaded curtain and whispered softly, "Second master, we have a guest." Xianxia didn't open his eyes, but simply closed his fan. The maid rose to her feet and drew back the curtain for Shen Zichuan. Upon entering, Shen Zichuan noticed another girl kneeling beside Xianxia, massaging his legs. "Please, Mr. Shen, take a seat," Xianxia said, still gently tapping his rhythm as he focused on singing. The kneeling girl crawled over to remove Shen Zichuan's shoes. Shen Zichuan raised his hand to stop her and sat down in the chair. Xianxia waited until the song ended before rising. As he sipped his tea, he playfully tapped the girl with his fan and commented, "She's new. She's not unclean." Shen Zichuan didn't look. Instead, Xianxia chuckled and gazed at him, saying, "Surely you're not actually following Xiao. Are you preserving your virtue for him?" With ink-black hair, Shen Zichuan's features appeared faint and ethereal in the warm room, as if he were detached from the world. He replied, "Less talk, more action, please." Xianxia opened his folding fan and squeezed his ample frame into the wicker chair. "We're brothers. I see how you suffer by Xiao's side, so I've invited you here today for some relief. Speaking of pitiful, it's really your brother Shen Lanzhao who's the unfortunate one. He was once kicked by Xiao and has since been plagued with an illness. Now, he has to pretend to be on good terms with Xiao. He truly is your nemesis." "Yes, that's true," Shen Zichuan admitted without avoiding the topic, as if resigned to his fate. "He's just that kind of scoundrel. But I don't think he plans to give the Imperial Guards any leeway." Xianxia continued, "Lanzhao, even pillow talk hasn't influenced him. You're a hopeless romantic," Shen Zichuan said, taking the hot towel offered by the girl to wipe his hands. With a smile, the coldness he had displayed upon entering vanished, replaced by the expression he typically wore. "You've been pining for your sister-in-law for years, cherishing her after just one night together. But my relationship with Xiao is nothing more than a fleeting dalliance. How can it be considered love?" "So it seems." Xianxia picked up his chopsticks. "You two are just playing around? There's a method to our play," Shen Zichuan replied. "When we share a bed, each has their own desires fulfilled, and once satisfied, we move on. But if one were to dwell on it daily, wouldn't that taint the purity of our relationship?" Xianxia clapped his hands in laughter. "Excellent. Such a wise Lanzhao. I was worried you'd be captivated by him, forgetting that we're on the same boat. Come, try this dish. It's wild vegetables hastily delivered from Qingzhou, something even the imperial kitchen doesn't have." The two enjoyed some of the dishes. Xianxia continued, "As for Xiao, he's a ruthless character. We didn't pay attention before, but he revealed his prowess during the autumn hunt. Now that he can no longer hide, he's challenging others head-on. He took charge of the 8 great camps, but assigned key positions to his loyalists. None of the 8 families hold real power, and his public image is impeccable, making it impossible for anyone to find leverage against him. Isn't he infuriating? Annoying?" Shen Zichuan noticed cucumbers on the table, untouched. In the southern forest hunting ground, Xiao staked everything on the emperor remembering their bond and letting him go. But that hope was in vain. He ended up under close scrutiny from the 6 ministries. Now unable to return, he must secure tangible military power in Qidu. The Imperial Guards, compared to the 8 great camps, are like fireflies to the full moon. Useful, but not as effective. Having finally gained an advantage, he won't let the opportunity slip. In the past, with Pan Rugi and the 24 offices, the East Factory could at least curb Xiao Suan's ambitions. But now with Pan's death, the East Factory has waned too. Well then, in this vast Qidu, there truly isn't anyone capable of opposing Xiao Suan. Xianxia tasted another dish before adding, "I've also lost some favor recently. The emperor now listens more to Hai Liangyi, determined to be a great and enlightened ruler. He's less inclined to indulge in my games." Shen Zichuan finished his meal leisurely. A person, after living for over 2 decades, has their character set. If mere words could prompt a complete change, then nothing in this world would be difficult. Xianxia paused his chopsticks. "You mean, Hao Yu Hai is the epitome of a gentleman." Shen Zichuan put down his chopsticks. "He's water as clear as glass. Meeting the current emperor is like oil meeting water. It will eventually boil over. Shui Xiuzhua has already reached this position. Why wouldn't he strive for more?" As for the cabinet, he's certainly qualified. Right now, the heart of the administration lacks talented individuals. Xianxia remained silent in contemplation. Sun Zichuan spoke. With enemies at our doorstep, how can the 8 great families continue to be fragmented and act independently? You've already taken charge of the Shi family. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Opportunity is knocking. Are you going to let it slip away? Xianxia put down his chopsticks. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and looked at Sun Zichuan. You want me to unite the 8 great families to confront Xiao together? Sun Zichuan replied. Xiao is just one part of the problem. Currently, scholarly officials are in favor, and even the Imperial Academy is thriving. Within a few years, many commoners and illegitimate sons will enter the government. What will happen then to the noble-born children who have grown accustomed to their privileged lives? If the commoners gain power and new aristocrats rise, the 8 great families might no longer be 8. Xianxia said. Even so, it's too complicated. Putting aside other factors, Yao Wenyu would never agree. He's Hai Liangyi's personal disciple and has traveled extensively throughout the country, befriending countless talented scholars. He would never ally with us. Sun Zichuan chuckled. When we talk about the 8 great families, it doesn't necessarily mean these specific 8. If the Yaos won't cooperate, we'll find another family. Xianxia stopped eating. Pushing back his chair, he began pacing around the room. After a moment, he turned to Sun Zichuan. But how do you plan to stop Xiao from taking action? He has to protect the emperor, so he can't ignore this situation. If it were just him, I wouldn't be afraid, but he has the Northern Iron Cavalry behind him. With Xiao Jiming around, Xiao Suin can't be touched or harmed. It's too difficult to deal with. Xiao Jiming is indeed formidable, but his influence lies on the frontier. Sun Zichuan said, leaning back, his eyes hidden in the shadows. He threw Xianxia a final spark of inspiration. This is your territory, after all. The saying goes that a strong dragon can't overcome a local snake. There are numerous ways to keep Xiao preoccupied. Lost in thought, Xianxia didn't notice that Sun Zichuan had said your instead of our. He asked, what methods do you suggest? Sun Zichuan smiled silently. Xiao power relies entirely on the emperor's trust. They're brothers who have spent joyful days drinking together, and there's the debt of saving each other's lives. For now, there seems to be no immediate solution. But relationships, like autumn dew on branches, can evaporate under the sun's warmth. Xianxia gazed at Sun Zichuan, memories of that rainy night, with Ji Lei resurfacing. The mountain delicacies he had just consumed churned in his stomach. He managed to keep his composure, smiling as he said, since you seem so confident, go ahead and speak. After Sun Zichuan left, Xianxia reclined back into his rattan chair, instructing for the table to be removed. Struggling to turn over, he needed assistance, and suddenly felt suffocated, prompting him to ask for the window to be opened. Shui Xiuzhua emerged from the adjacent room, Xianxia remarking, you heard that too? It's fortunate he was born as Shun Wei's son. If he were to gain power, he might be even more difficult to deal with than Xiao. Using people requires the right approach. Shui Xiuzhua poured tea. No one in this world is without desires or weaknesses. Even Shin Lanzhao has vulnerabilities. Once we grasp them, there's nothing to fear from the most vicious dog. But we haven't found them yet. Xianxia tapped his forehead with his fan. I see how cold he is to Xiao after their encounter. He's clearly a different person once they're done. Such a creature, neither humiliation nor flattery will work on him. You can't even threaten him. Shui Xiuzhua sipped his tea, also smiling gently. Why rush? Follow his instructions. Whether it succeeds or fails, it'll be Xiao trouble. In due time, he'll reveal his true intentions. Descending the stairs, Sun Zichuan didn't leave hastily. The madam greeted him, aware he was an esteemed guest of Shi Hongshuan's, cooing. What is Lord looking for? Seeing is never as satisfying as experiencing firsthand. Scanning the alluring courtesans, Sun Zichuan asked, are there any younger officials here? The madam turned, instructing her staff. Escort Lord upstairs and bring a few fresh, clean ones to attend to him. In his room, Sun Zichuan sat for a moment before 3 young officials entered. With a swift glance, he noted they were all well-groomed. The brothel madam was astute and knew that she couldn't find anyone more captivating than Sun Zichuan. so she chose slender and delicate young men instead. One of the attendants attempted to remove Shun Zichuan's shoes, but when he slightly shifted his foot, they knelt down and dared not move further. Looking out the window, Shun Zichuan spoke after a moment. Undress. The three of them obediently stripped their clothes, but halfway through, Shun Zichuan observed their fair shoulders without any stirring of desire. He then gazed at their hands, which were delicate like those of young maidens, seemingly untouched by spring water. Their hands were uncalloused, and they didn't wear ring protectors. Shun Zichuan sighed softly, got up, and left without even acknowledging them, leaving the three attendants staring at each other in bewilderment. Ding Tao followed Shun Zichuan and carefully recorded every step he took on his wrinkled notebook as he finally exited the Lotus Flower Pavilion. But by the time Ding Tao finished jotting down notes, Shun Zichuan had already disappeared into the crowd. Not wanting to underestimate the situation, Ding Tao hastily caught up, maintaining a safe distance behind him. Shun Zichuan strolled at a leisurely pace, yet in an instant, he vanished from sight. Ding Tao called out, "Hey!" and hastened forward, only to be blocked by a tall and sturdy man wearing a straw hat. The moment he brushed against the man, he sensed some martial arts prowess. Surrounded by people, Ding Tao didn't wish to cause harm, so he restrained himself from reacting, allowing Shun Zichuan to slip away once again. As he threw a punch, he faintly recognized a familiar sensation from the robust man he had just encountered. As night fell, the snowfall intensified. The burly man walked with his hood pulled low, but upon turning a corner, he found himself in a dead end. Behind him, Shun Zichuan stood, casting him a sidelong glance. "You've been tailing me for half a month. What's the matter?" The robust man lowered his hood, chuckling. "Sharp as ever, you noticed it so soon? You're quite skilled at concealing your presence." Shun Zichuan remarked. "Didn't you also teach me a few tricks? Disappearing right after leaving the prison, making them chase you out of Qidu? You must have put in quite some effort." The man lifted his hood, revealing a stubbled face. Xiao Chiye brushed aside a strand of hair from his forehead and said, "You could have led me to an inn instead of standing here to talk. Rabbits aren't easy to catch." Shun Zichuan observed him for a moment before replying. "Should I call you Xiao Chiye or Songhua? Your choice." Xiao Chiye replied, "If you call me Xiao Chiye, we share some history. If you call me Songhua, then you become my master. You're quite capable, yet you submit to my teacher." Shun Zichuan inquired. "I have no choice." Xiao Chiye chuckled at himself. "I owe the grand tutor my life, so I must repay him with a lifetime of service." That night at the hunting ground went smoothly. Shun Zichuan said, "It was because of your help. I'm tagging along with you, watching your every move." Xiao Chiye explained. "That night, you intended to kill Prince Chu, but didn't expect Xiao Heir to be so reckless, pushing him right into the hands of the Imperial Guards. But you're sharp-witted, managing to use the situation to your advantage by pulling Xiao Heir in as well. That's all I've got," Shun Zichuan admitted. Xiao Chiye brushed snow off his shoulder and said, "From now on, I'll be following you, master. If there's meat on the table, don't forget to give me a bowl of soup. I'm easier to feed than Xiao Heir and his guards." Ding Tao is still young. Shun Zichuan casually tossed the purse to him. Chen Yang and Gu Jin are the real tough nuts to crack. Xiao Chiye accepted the money and said, "You've thoroughly investigated Xiao Heir, yet he's still grateful for saving his life." Shun Zichuan smiled. "You seem eager to work for him. I'm an unwavering loyal bodyguard." Xiao Chiye raised his hands innocently. "If Xiao Heir were willing to pay a fortune for me, I'd naturally be willing to go through fire and water for him." Shun Zichuan replied, "Unfortunately, his entourage is already overflowing. There's no room for you, my little master." Xiao Chiye tilted his head and squinted with one eye. "Your words are truly venomous." Shun Zichuan feigned admiration. "But that statement," Xiao Chiye grinned, "applies to both of us." 8 days later, Shun Zichuan and Ji Gang arrived as promised. Ding Tao had clearly reported the matter, for Gu Jin was sober today and stood at the entrance, noticing Xiao Chiye following behind Shun Zichuan from afar. Ding Tao immediately tiptoed and whispered, "Brother Jin, it's him, it's really him." Shun Zichuan and Ji Gang were being led in by Qin Yang, so naturally, Xiao Chiye had to stay outside. However, he didn't realize this, and his stepping forward was blocked by Gu Jin. "I heard that you obstructed this kid's way a few days ago. Gu Jin said with a sharp gaze on the straw hat. What kind of hero bullies children? Ding Tao huffed indignantly, mimicking the words. What kind of hero? Xiao Tianya laughed heartily, then turned around to remove his hat, saying with a playful grin, Didn't we come here to eat tonight? Why do we need to fight? It's my first time meeting this young friend. Brother, you must have mistaken me. Ding Tao exclaimed. And retorted angrily. How can you say that? I would never mistake someone. Gu Jin stopped Ding Tao and faced Xiao Tianya. The two men, nearly the same height, stood face to face, almost colliding. Gu Jin declared, It's not suitable today. Let's make a date for later. I'm quite occupied. Xiao Tianya tugged at the lock of hair before his forehead, giving Gu Jin a provocative smile. After all, my master has only me, so how could I have the leisure to dote on a younger brother? Gu Jin spat contemptuously and replied, Introduce yourself. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Xiao Tianya, with his fingers pressed together, tapped Ding Tao's forehead and said, My name is Xiao Chiye, or Little Song Song. Chen Yang led Shen Zichuan and Ji Gang deeper into the courtyard. With its winding corridors and arched gateways, they found themselves surrounded by blooming red plum blossoms, creating an elegant scene. Xiao Chiye stood beneath a tree, waiting. As Shen Zichuan entered, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, but before any deeper connection could be made, both looked away. Xiao Chiye greeted Ji Gang with a smile. Uncle Master braved the snow to visit. I apologize for not meeting you sooner. The wine and food are prepared, and my master has been expecting you inside. Ji Gang looked at Xiao Chiye and stopped him from bowing, saying, Your master left the Ji family over 20 years ago, and now you have your own sect. We are no longer fellow disciples, so there's no need for such formalities. Xiao Chiye countered. We share the same lineage, which makes us fellow disciples. Today, I've learned from various schools, thanks to the foundation laid by the Ji family's martial arts. I've long admired Uncle Master's reputation, so this bow is necessary. Xiao Chiye bowed respectfully and led Ji Gang inside, turning his head to address Shen Zichuan. It's been quite some time since I last saw Orchid Boat. Shen Zichuan stepped through the door, smiling. Senior brother now wields great power and must be busy. We're fellow disciples. Xiao Chiye said nonchalantly. No matter how busy I am, I'll always make time for you. That wouldn't do. Shen Zichuan replied. I've been taking on trivial tasks lately, all thanks to senior brother's favor. Very well. Xiao Chiye lifted the curtain. If you ever need to be occupied, just come find me. My door is always open. Upon hearing the word door, Shen Zichuan felt a sting at the back of his neck, as if the place where he had been bitten still burned with intensity, dimming even his smile. Zhuo Qianxiu wore a loose-sleeved robe with a slanted collar, his white hair tied up in a bun. He didn't resemble either a refined scholar or a renowned general. Despite being a few years older than Ji Gang, he looked younger. If one were to describe him, he exuded a hint of ethereal aura. The rumors that he had become a monk might not be entirely unfounded. Zhuo Qianxiu turned around and saw Ji Gang. Ji Gang was dressed in simple clothes today, topped with an unadorned cloak. His face was disfigured, yet standing there, gazing into each other's eyes, memories from the past surged forth. The laughter of their youth seemed to echo close by, but before them stood two men with white hair. Xiao Chiye broke the silence. Our masters are dining inside. Lanzhou and I will wait outside. Chuaner, button up your cloak properly. Ji Gang said, turning away with a tinge of sadness. If it gets too cold, come in. Shen Zichuan nodded. Zhuo Qianxiu said, take good care of your junior brother. Xiao Chiye chuckled in response, and the two of them retreated out. Outside was chilly, but it was a rare clear night. Shen Zichuan descended the steps and saw that the grove of red plum blossoms was deep and contained a bridge connecting the paths. The elegance of the courtyard did not seem like Xiao Chiye's style. This courtyard was bought from the Yao family with money. Xiao Chiye seemed to know what Shen Zichuan was thinking. Standing behind him, he reached up to part the red plum blossoms, revealing the clear stream surrounding them. Beautiful, but expensive. You're willing to spend that much. Shen Zichuan said without turning back. Xiao Chiye gently bumped his chest against Shen Zichuan's back. He raised his hand to cover Shen Zichuan's head and whispered mischievously into his ear. Red plum blossoms covered in snow, a fragrant boat, a smile worth 1,000 gold pieces. Even your pants must be mortgaged by now. Shen Zichuan actually chuckled slowly. It did cost quite a bit, but yeah, when you sold it for a bargain. Xiao Chiye paused and said, You ran pretty fast. You must have put in a lot of effort to avoid me too. It's not that I was avoiding you. Shen Zichuan lifted a finger to brush off Xiao Chiye's hand. Is there something important we need to discuss in person? Xiao Chiye chuckled, a hint of ruthlessness in his tone. After betting your second son, wouldn't it be proper to make you feel some pain? Shen Zichuan took a few steps forward, leaving Xiao Chiye's chest. He turned to study Xiao Chiye without saying a word. In the starry night, surrounded by plum blossoms, both men finally realized something. Xiao Chiye discovered that the grip he had on Shen Zichuan that night was like water. It flowed away and truly vanished. Shen Zichuan showed no trace of nostalgia. After the frenzied biting, the lingering heat was buried beneath the night, and in Shen Zichuan's blissful state of intoxication, he did not remember Xiao Sun at all. Xiao Chiye realized once again that he was the only one who had succumbed to desire that night. I warned you, Shen Zichuan said, pressing down on a plum branch with his finger and looking at Xiao Chiye with a bewitching gaze. It's best not to bite this nape. Bedroom pleasures. Xiao Chiye replied with a mischievous smile. It's not something I can do alone. The biggest difference between us is desire. Shen Zichuan continued. You're overflowing with it, desperately trying to hide your ambitions. A simple bite on the nape is just a small obstacle for you. You clung to me, wanting to resist it, to conquer it, but in the end, you still fell to it. But soon, Shen Zichuan plucked a plum blossom, tore off its petals, and popped it into his mouth. I don't even have desire. How can you compete with me? Xiao Chiye stepped closer, grabbed Shen Zichuan's hand that held the flower, leaned in, and spoke casually. What's one time? If it wasn't satisfying, let's do it a few more times. You can't use the courtesans at Lotus Flower Pavilion, and you haven't dared to touch officials. You pretend to be an abstinent and noble saint, but that night, it wasn't me who was panting softly. Xiao Chiye pressed Shen Zichuan's hand to his lips in a perilous gesture and scoffed. I admit I succumbed to desire. But if you're so resolute, why provoke this dalliance with me? Shen Lanzhao, aren't you more afraid of losing to desire than I am? Chapter 43. The Album. In the room, after 3 rounds of drinking, the estrangement between them had lessened significantly. Although they were still not intimate, they could now converse while enjoying their wine. Ji Gang took off the collar around his neck and sipped his drink. Zhuo Qianxiu noticed the burns on his exposed neck and couldn't help but ask. When the border sand cavalry invaded Duanzhou, how did you end up like this? Ji Gang swirled his wine cup and chuckled. Shen Wei retreated too quickly, so Duanzhou didn't last even a day. The border sand cavalry's horses were too fast. My legs and feet aren't as agile as before, so how could I have escaped? At that time, I was already prepared to die. Speaking up to this point, he recalled Huaping Ting and couldn't help feeling a lump in his throat. He turned away, rubbed his face, and didn't continue. Zhuo Qianxiu finished his cup and declared, Shen Wei should be killed. Not only Shen Wei deserves to die, Ji Gang said with resentment. The defeat at Zhongbo was so suspicious, yet it was all blamed on him. They must have been certain he wouldn't survive. Zhuo Qianxiu asked, You've been away from Kudu for a long time. How can you be so sure that Shen Wei was a scapegoat? 5 years ago, Chuaner entered the capital and was ambushed in the imperial prison. Ji Gang explained. At that time, Shen Wei was already dead, but someone still wanted to eliminate any trace of him. Why? Wasn't it to silence any possible witnesses? Zhuo Qianxiu drank silently. After a moment, he said, Now that both are dead, it won't be easy to thoroughly investigate the case of the Zhongbo defeat. Does your disciple want to avenge Shen Wei? Ji Gang's alcohol had already taken effect. He had been abstaining from it for 5 years, but tonight he broke his vow for Zhuo Qianxiu's sake. Leaning on the table edge, he sneered. Revenge? Why should Chuaner avenge Shen Wei? Zhuo Qianxiu, you're just as narrow-minded as they are. Are all those surnamed Shen guilty? Chuaner has grown up and can distinguish right from wrong. His relationship with Shen Wei was merely a coincidence of fate, father and son in name only. There is no connection beyond their shared blood. Why are you forcing him? Shen Wei is already dead. Shouldn't the so-called Zhongbo blood feud be avenged on the Border Sands cavalry? Ji Gang abruptly smashed his cup, his chest heaving. I investigated the Zhongbo defeat not for anyone else. but to understand why he had to endure such suffering. You're also a military commander, can't you see? If someone could make Zhongbo fall 5 years ago, they could do the same to another region 5 years later. With the border Sands cavalry in hot pursuit, how could they have succeeded without an inside man or maps? Xianxia sighed and said, Brother Ji, calm down. When Jiming arrived in Zhongbo, his first act was to cut off communication between Zhongbo and Dan City to investigate the source of the border Sands information. But the situation was dire. You know how difficult it was. All evidence pointed to Xin Wei, yet he set himself ablaze, leaving behind only an unloved bastard son. How could that not raise suspicion? Ji Gang fell silent for a moment before saying, Your disciple's kick nearly took his life. Xianxia drained his cup and said, I won't defend myself, but listen to me. Brother Ji, we each have our own perspectives and goals. Ji Gang sneered and said, Is that all? Just talking it out solves everything? Xianxia didn't elaborate. Turning over his empty cup, he called out, I. The door immediately opened, and Xianxia poured more wine with one hand while throwing the cup with the other. Apologize to your uncle and junior brother. Ji Gang crossed his chopsticks, balancing the cup on the tip. Back then, we were outmatched. Chuaner, you offer this toast. As the voice faded, the wine cup miraculously turned towards Xiao Chiye intercepted it in midair and said, Lanzhou, there's no need to compete with your senior brother, is there? Xiao tapped Xiao Chiye's arm with his foot, causing the cup to sway and fall. He said, I can't defy master's orders. Senior brother, let me have this. Their palms clashed, and Xiao Chiye pushed back Xiao's arm. The cup was about to hit the ground when Xiao lifted his leg, catching it once more. Amidst their exchange, a breeze seemed to stir as the wine cup rose and fell without spilling a single drop. Ji Gang held onto his chopsticks and took a few bites of cold dishes before commenting. That movement technique isn't from the Ji family. Xianxia observed the two of them and said, That's the Xiao family's skill. It's like a predator seizing its prey. Once caught, it's difficult to break free. Lanzhou, focus on his lower body and disrupt his balance. Xianxia immediately withdrew his hand and took a step back before launching a sudden kick. Xiao Chiye dodged slightly, wanting to say something to Xianxia, but ultimately holding back in front of their masters. As he blocked, he grasped Xianxia's ankle. Using his body for cover, he traced the curve of Xianxia's calf, pulling him closer gently. You're too ruthless, Xiao Chiye said calmly, kicking me without giving me a chance to defend myself. Xianxia's balance was affected by Xiao Chiye's touch, yet he still tried to catch the wine cup. Xiao Chiye wasn't in a rush either. Once Xianxia secured the cup, he suddenly threw a punch directly at Xianxia's face. Ji family's fist. Ji Gang paused with his chopsticks in hand. After a moment's hesitation, he added, No wonder Chuaner speaks so highly of him. This body was simply too suitable, so much so that Ji Gang couldn't find any fault with the punch. Xianxia held his wine cup in one hand. Unable to parry it head-on, he suddenly leaned back. As the punch grazed past his temple, before he could stand up, Xiao Chiye stepped closer and, following the momentum of his punch, lowered his fist to touch Xianxia's collar, pinching the half-eaten plum blossom that Xianxia had just bitten. You're hit, Xiao Chiye said with a mischievous glint in his eye, then put the half-blossom into his mouth. When Xianxia tried to rise, Xiao Chiye blocked him, quickly lifting his head to say, The wine has spilled. Xianxia froze, looking up. Xiao Chiye grabbed his wrist, his thumb sliding upward along the inside of Xianxia's wrist. Using Xianxia's hand, he drained the cup in one gulp. Many thanks for the wine, junior brother. Xiao Chiye immediately retreated, saying like an upright gentleman, It leaves a delightful aftertaste on the palate. Xianxia still felt the warmth where Xiao Chiye had caressed the inside of his wrist. He got up, waved his sleeves, bowed, and placed the wine cup back on the table. Unaware of the undercurrents between them, Ji Gang commented, It's challenging to integrate diverse teachings, but you've taught well. Xianxia replied, He's still far from it. Lanzhou specializes in your family's mental discipline techniques. His composure is truly remarkable. They refilled their cups, and Xiao Chiye and Xianxia retreated once more. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Chiye pulled Xianxia aside and said, We won't finish this wine tonight. It's cold outside. Let's sit in our room. Beyond the corridor lies the original study of the Yao family, with subterranean heating channels beneath to keep the books dry and preserved. The shelves, still filled with antique calligraphy and paintings, are open on all 4 levels. Xiao Chiye removed his cloak and sat at the desk, propping his legs up as he flipped through the books. This courtyard was initially built by old Master Yao, who stored many valuable items here. Yao Wenyu had no interest in these, so they've remained untouched. After wiping his hands clean, Shun Zichuan gingerly touched the books on the shelves. The Yao family cherished their books, and old Master Yao had meticulously categorized and arranged them. Despite the passage of time, the pages were still spotless, undoubtedly due to Xiao Chiye's attentiveness after taking over, ensuring not a speck of dust settled upon them. Both men occupied opposite sides, neither speaking further. With keen observation, Shun Zichuan noticed a volume of illustrated chronicles of the wind and scenery among the books. He opened it, and, as expected, found a map detailing the topography of the Hongyan Mountain. The Hongyan Mountains branch into eastern and western ridges. The western range extends to the Luoxia Pass, linking it with Quanqing, effectively separating Huai Prefecture. It once served as the border defense line of the Great Zhou dynasty. Subsequently, Xiao Fengshu expanded the realm, pushing the frontier all the way to the eastern mountains, thereby shaping present-day Beidajian of Lixia. Flipping through the pages, Shun Zichuan came across an elaborate description of the northeast grain and horse route. The capital city, Chengdu, orchestrated the distribution of grain from granaries across the land. Most military provisions were transported from Jushi province in the west, with shipments heading north and east having to rely on specially constructed roads for grains and horses, as water routes were not feasible. The situation was more intricate in Qidong. The northeastern grain and horse route from there to the north was distinctly outlined. Grain was transported from Jushi to Guani Harbor, then from Guani to Chengdu. From Chengdu, it was conveyed to Quanqing, wherefrom one could directly ride along the northeastern grain and horse road to reach the Great Northern Prefecture. The northeast grain and horse route was a vital supply line for Beibei, guarded layer upon layer by the Beibei Iron Riders. Not even the emperor himself could pass without Xiao Jiming's authorization. Despite fierce battles along the borders, the defense of the northeast grain and horse route had always been impregnable, never allowing the border sans cavalry to draw near. In truth, 5 years ago, Xiao Jiming's rapid deployment of troops southward after Zhongbua's defeat was only possible because the northeast grain and horse route happened to run across the northwest of Qizhou, giving him the confidence to act swiftly. Northeast grain and horse route. Xiao Chiye had approached at some point. He followed Shun Zichuan's gaze and said, "You're interested in military strategy?" "No." Shun Zichuan replied without hesitation. "That's fine. Second young master will teach you," Xiao Chiye said as he held Shun Zichuan's wrist, guiding his finger to the easternmost T-Stone River. "You should recognize this. The T-Stone River of Zhongbua is the easternmost line of defense in the Great Zhou. Beyond it lies the border sand desert. It's rather amusing that the border sand has only dared to attack the border prefectures." Shun Zichuan followed the direction of the finger to the southeastern corner of Heavenly Fairy Pavilion, where the border prefecture lay adjacent to the desert, like the only gap in the Great Zhou's defenses. Due to its strategic location, the frontier province is sandwiched between the Heavenly Empress Pavilion to the north and the Skylocking Pass to the south. It's the only vulnerable spot in the southeast of the Great Zhou that cannot rely on natural defenses, Xiao Chiye explained, leaning closer to the map with intense focus. "The Lus are stationed here. Do you know Lu Guangbai's title? The reason he's called Sandswept Beacon is that the Lu family guards the beacon towers across thousands of miles of desert. The frontier sand cavalry are cunning and favor night raids. Every time they engage in battle, Lu Guangbai must light the beacons. The frontier province garrison is the best night-striking infantry in the Great Zhou. They excel at ambushing." Xiao Chiye seemed pleased as he spoke. He took Shun Zichuan's fingers and pointed at the frontier province on the map. "Among the 4 generals, my master is the most adept at defense due to the terrain of the Heavenly Empress Pavilion, which doesn't require aggressive military campaigns. Don't underestimate the frontier province. It's actually Lu Guangbai who is the master of attrition warfare. even more so than elder brother and Commander Qi. Frontier province has no cavalry, Shen Zichuan said, glancing at him slightly. Xiao Chiye laughed, appearing particularly relaxed. Lu Guangbai doesn't need one. His troops are the bane of all cavalry. The Lu family has guarded the desert for generations. The harsh climate makes it impossible to cultivate land, leaving them genuinely poor and unable to afford horses. But without horses, battles still had to be fought, so the Lus developed a specialized formation specifically designed to resist cavalry. You find it intriguing. Shen Zichuan observed the map. Are you referring to the unusual assault by the Border Sand Cavalry on the T-Stone River defense 5 years ago? Indeed. Xiao Chiye had the habit of spinning his ring when in deep thought, but with Shen Zichuan's hand in his, he absent-mindedly squeezed it instead. There's something you need to understand first. The 12 tribes of the Border Sand are a collective title. Originally, there were more than 12 tribes in the desert. The Huiyin tribe, which trades with the northern frontier, was a minor tribe expelled from the fertile pastures by other Border Sand tribes. They sought refuge under the Great Zhou to survive. In short, the current 12 tribes of the Border Sand also have their strengths and weaknesses. They've never had a fixed paramount chief, so they've always been at odds with us, resorting only to conflict. Actually, every battle is a significant blow to the Border Sand. Their strongest tribe to the north is the Hama tribe, specialized in countering the northern frontier's iron cavalry, while the fastest is the Gauche tribe, designed to tackle the border garrisons. These are established patterns formed through long-term confrontation. Yet, 5 years ago, both the Hanma and Gauche tribes converged in the center without any prior notice and launched a brutal attack on the T-Stone River defenses. Xiao Chiye paused. There can only be one explanation for this situation. They were confident. Shen Zichuan commented. They were certain that Zhongbo couldn't stop them, and neither could the northern frontier nor the border counties come to the rescue in time. So there were rumors of Shun Wei's betrayal. Xiao Chiye said, a direct charge is a risky move. It won't be easy for them to sustain their campaign in an unfamiliar environment. They're accustomed to riding across the desert, so urban warfare would be like fighting with their hands tied. The closer they get to Qidu, the more obvious their intentions become. Attacking Qidu isn't a wise choice. It's the heart of the Great Zhou. The longer they stay, the more likely they'll fall into the encirclement of the Libei Iron Riders, the Qidong 5 prefectures garrison, and the 8 encampments. Shen Zichuan lowered his gaze. I never thought that the Border Sand Cavalry would target this place. You're too clever. Xiao Chiye praised as he guided Shen Zichuan's fingers across the map, stopping at the westernmost point, Jueshi. I think they're headed there. Jueshi borders the sea, with 2 major ports and 3 grain-producing states. All the troops from Libei, Qidu, and Qidong rely on supplies from here. Once they enter Jueshi, they won't even need to conquer the cities to strangle the lifelines of the 3 regions. It would be a pipe dream without an inside man. Shen Zichuan mused. Zhongbo lies directly west of Jueshi. Crossing Zhongbo would be the shortest route. Shun Wei has opened the gates for them, giving them the courage and provisions to push further. If not for the northeast grain and horse route, Big Brother would have been delayed by at least 7 days before he could march out. In 7 days, if the 8 encampments can't hold, the Border Sand Cavalry will reach Guani Port. Xiao Chiye continued. This is one reason why Li Bei is enraged. There's no room for compromise under the iron hooves. We could forgive Xin Wei for his defeat, but we'd never forgive the stab in the back. Shen Zichuan abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with Xiao Chiye in a near embrace. What's the matter? Xiao Chiye had no intention of letting go. Xin Wei is in league with the enemy. Shen Zichuan said with an odd smile. Xin Wei is in league with the enemy. The 12 tribes of Biansha are planning to attack Jushi. Where did Shun Wei get his hands on Jueshi's military maps? The military ministry has them. Xiao Chiye replied. Money makes the world go round. They can be bought with a generous bribe. In that case, Shen Zichuan continued. Anyone other than Shun Wei could have done it. Chapter 44. Nighttime discussion. So be it. Xiao Chiye lowered his eyes. But the one who directly influences the frontline's success or failure is Shun Wei. With his eyes downcast like that, his gaze appeared especially affectionate. The light from before had not faded and shimmered in his eyes, like fireflies in the depths of the night. Shen Zichuan gazed at him for a moment before saying, The Military Affairs Ministry hasn't had any personnel changes these past few years. If you want to investigate, go ahead. Xiao Chiye said. I won't stop you. Of course not. Shen Zichuan shifted his gaze back to the book. Because you want to investigate too. The Huas are the most suspicious, but Shun Wei is already a tainted knife. There are countless simpler ways to deal with him. Making such a big fuss could only make it easier to leave traces behind. You killed Jilei. Xiao Chiye chuckled. He must have told you quite a bit. It's no fun keeping it all to yourself. Let's guess together. I know what you're talking about, but what I say only I know. Shen Zichuan slowly withdrew his hand. That's a different weight. Xiao Chiye thought for a moment before saying, how about this? We'll exchange one piece of information for another. Sounds good. Shen Zichuan said. Let me go first. Xiao Chiye, leveraging his height, cornered Shen Zichuan by the bookshelf, casually flipping through the pages as he spoke. You don't know the rules. Secrets should be whispered. Shen Zichuan leaned forward. Whispering doesn't mean speaking with our faces close together. What if there are ears on the other side of the wall? Xiao Chiye placed the book back and propped himself up, grinning at him. After all, this courtyard is new to me. I haven't gotten familiar with it yet. It's better to be cautious. Xiao Air. Shen Zichuan looked at the book. You truly are a scoundrel. Yes, indeed. Xiao Chiye replied. So what? I'm about to start. Shen Zichuan waited for a moment, but heard no response. Turning his head, he found that the other person was still gazing at him. Their breaths intermingled before Xiao Chiye spoke. Shen Wei did not commit self-immolation. The fire at the Jinxing Palace was set by the embroidered uniform guard. The one who led the order and went there personally was none other than Jilei. You know this too, don't you? I know. Shen Zichuan said calmly. It's no secret. Do you know the real reason behind the fall of Duanzhou? Xiao Chiye inquired. Shen Zichuan found himself unable to avert his gaze, nor could he afford to ponder slowly, for should he fail to keep up with Xiao Chiye's train of thought, he would easily fall into the other's trap. Shen Zichuan said, when the T-Stone River was attacked, Shen Wei ordered the troops from Jindo to retreat and left Prince Heir Shen Zhouji to reinforce the T-Stone River. Shen Zhouji is just like his father, abandoning the soldiers at T-Stone River and fleeing with his personal guards. He was dragged to death on the official road by the Biancha cavalry that day. Once Shen Zhouji died, the morale of the T-Stone River soldiers crumbled. After they were buried alive, there were no more troops in front of Jindo. Very true, Xiao Chiye said. But there's one thing you don't know. Before Shen Zhouji died, he and Shun Wei strangled Tan Tailong, the commander of the Jindo garrison. Tan Tailong, Tan Taihu. No wonder Tan Taihu had said his own brother was in the T-Stone pit. A frown creased Shen Zichuan's brow as he asked. Strangled him? Because Tan Tailong insisted on going out to fight the enemy and repeatedly contradicted Shen Wei in public, Shen Wei issued an order to retreat, but Tan Tailong refused to comply. Shen Wei pretended to apologize with wine, then killed Tan Tailong with Shen Zhouji in a drunken stupor. Xiao Chiye paused here. Tiger doesn't know this. He thinks Tan Tailong died in battle. That's my first point. Now it's your turn. Shen Zichuan quickly sorted through his thoughts and said, Shen Wei was involved in the struggle for the throne and killed someone on the Empress Dowager's orders. Afterward, he was closely monitored by her. Sensing danger, he bribed Pan Rugi and fled to Zhongbois. A watchdog can't be moved so easily. Xiao Chiye said. Under normal circumstances, the Hua family wouldn't have chosen such a risky method to deal with Shen Wei. It would do no good for the Empress Dowager, who was running the state affairs of Dezhou. The silver needed after the war exceeded the treasury's reserves. For the Empress Dowager to become an Empress Dowager regent would only weaken herself. Shen Wei isn't worth that price. Shen Zichuan nodded slightly and said, so Jilei might not be entirely right, because he's just a pawn too. To investigate this matter, we should start with the military ministry. There could be clues both above and below. Xiao Chiye said, I'll check above, you check below. Intertwined, inseparable. Shen Zichuan said, only to realize that Xiao Chiye was teasing him. He flipped the pages of the book, pretending not to know. Xiao Chiye seemed to smile and moved aside, saying, sit down. The room was warm, and Xiao Chiye was dressed in a bright red lion-embroidered court robe, denoting his position as the true second-rank general overseeing both armies in Qidu. Since he had just come from the palace, he had not had time to change clothes. Now seated in the chair, his sharp features were accentuated devoid of any frivolity. Opposite each other across the table, Xiao Chiye watched Sun Zichuan read. He no longer hid his interest. It was blatant, circling Sun Zichuan's neck before lingering on his hand. He was no longer confined to one spot. He wanted to see every inch of Sun Zichuan. As Sun Zichuan reached out to turn the page, his fingers would curl slightly. This reminded Xiao Chiye of another moment when Sun Zichuan's fingers would grip the bedding in the same manner, damp with sweat and quivering with tremors. Sun Zichuan felt as if his fingers were still being held and toyed with, causing an inexplicable irritation to rise within him. He closed the book and met Xiao Chiye's gaze directly. Xiao Chiye asked, Sun Zichuan's fingers interlaced slightly. He curved his lips and said, "The Imperial Guards have been burdened with missions lately. I doubt there's time to investigate other matters." Xiao Chiye spun his ring and replied, "Busyness is temporary. If the Imperial Guards have spare time, they can alleviate our worries and troubles. I'm just a mere warrior, without rank or favor from the Emperor. How could I influence the actions of the Imperial Guards?" Sun Zichuan leaned back slightly against the chair backrest. The Imperial Guards must oversee both Chidu's patrols and the Emperor's personal cases. Caution is paramount in all matters. It's not easy for the governor to bear such responsibilities. Xiao Chiye had suppressed the Imperial Guards, and he was indeed busy now. He understood the veiled warning in Sun Zichuan's words, so he interlaced his fingers and placed them across from Sun Zichuan's, affirming, "You're looking for trouble. Tit for tat." Sun Zichuan said amiably, "You've intercepted my patrol duties, giving me free time. I naturally have to thank you properly. There are many ways to express gratitude. Why not choose one that pleases us both?" Xiao Chiye suggested. "It seems you do have friends in the 6 ministries. It's better to have friends in court than wealth at home. My friend shared some information with me that I think might interest you as well," Sun Zichuan said. Xiao Chiye gazed at him and replied, "I'm all ears." Yet, Sun Zichuan looked around the study and said, "It's rather regrettable that I have yet to meet this untouched jade, unpolished gem, Yao Wenyu. Your relationship is quite amicable, isn't it?" Xiao Chiye remarked. "An acquaintance by a mere nod is nothing compared to you. The Yao family's influence has dwindled, yet they still stand among the 8 great households. It's inevitable that some would feel discontent." Sun Zichuan explained. "Yao Wenyu inherited Lord Hai's legacy, but chose not to enter the official ranks. This is akin to discarding one's weapon and offering oneself up for others to exploit." Xiao Chiye remarked. "Though the Yao family may appear to have lost their influence, the residual power from serving 3 consecutive dynasties still lingers. Though Yao Wenyu is as pure as the moon and the wind, he is by no means foolish. Who would dare to provoke the Yao family?" Sun Zichuan wore a contemplative expression as he replied, "How would I know about that?" Xiao Chiye fell silent, but he reacted swiftly. "That's not like you. You're usually not so generous to give me information. It makes me uneasy, Lanzhou. I'll do my part in the investigation." Sun Zichuan replied, "I only recalled this matter today when I saw your close relationship with the Yao family. The 8 great families have been around for a long time. Given your soaring popularity now, it's only expected that they would try something, isn't it? If the Yao family refuses to join forces with them, they will inevitably become a target for everyone." Xiao Chiye had seized control of the 8 great bases, disrupting the military authority of the 8 great families. The 8 great bases had always been their lifeline around Kudu. Losing an official position was one thing. They could still have their family members take over. But losing the 8 great bases meant being truly at the mercy of others. It was one thing for them to keep each other in check, but quite another to be controlled by Xiao Chiye. As the saying went, unity was inevitable after a long period of division, and division after a long period of unity. Now, Xiao Chiye was the common enemy that united the 8 great families once more. Sun Zichuan spoke the truth, but Xiao Chiye sensed something unusual beneath his seemingly candid words. Xiao Chiye remained calm. "I haven't threatened them to that extent yet. Prevention is better than cure. Your brilliance was already on display during the autumn hunt. Trying to pretend nothing happened would just be burying your head in the sand." Sun Zichuan said. Xiao Chiye suddenly asked, "Who are your friends?" Sun Zichuan smiled at him. "If I were to tell you the truth, would you dare to believe it?" Xiao Chiye stared at Sun Zichuan intently. He didn't believe him. Sun Zichuan was adept at manipulation. Even his every word spoken while sober held a blend of truth and deception. This man was too difficult to deal with. Xiao Chiye felt that he was even more compliant in bed. I'll find out. Xiao Chiye leaned closer. As long as you leave a trace, you won't escape my eyes. You'll have your hands full. Shen Zichuan said merrily. You should focus on getting through this safely first. How could you be so heartless? Xiao Chiye suddenly changed his solemn tone. A night as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. You're too ruthless, Lanzhou. Shen Zichuan mimicked his words. Yes, what can I do about it? Xiao Chiye sat back and propped his legs up again, leaning against the backrest as he pondered for a moment. This matter is easy to resolve. It's not a big deal. For reminding me tonight, I need to thank you properly. How can I accept that? Shen Zichuan said. 100 taels is its worth, after all. I have no money. Xiao Chiye drawled. An official of the second rank earns only 150 taels a year. But if I don't have money, I can offer something else. The second young master can warm your bed. Then I'll decline. Shen Zichuan smiled politely. I'm used to sleeping alone, so I don't need anyone to warm my bed. Habits can be changed. Xiao Chiye lifted his finger to his nose and sniffed, teasing with a sidelong glance. You still find my handkerchief familiar, right? Unaware, Shen Zichuan pinched his fingertip until it turned red. Xiao Chiye studied the beauty under the lamp, observing his attempt at composure and the reddening tip of his finger. Finally, he pointed at the base of his own ear and said in a mischievous tone, Lanzhou, the flush has risen. Chapter 45. A New Blade. A Crimson Tide. Shen Zichuan, who was usually calm as a tranquil pond, found himself stirred by these two words. The handkerchief belonging to Xiao Chiye was nestled in his sleeve like a smoldering flame, igniting an inexplicable obedience to Xiao Chiye's command that spread to the tips of his ears. He knew full well that this dash of red would be particularly glaring against the snowy white background. Even if he were to refute, it would carry no weight. It felt as though Xiao Chiye had trapped him within a predicament, surrounded by transparent mirrors that reflected his true self, forcing him to shed his armor and defenses. Shen Zichuan moistened his lips, dispelling the dryness. He curled his fingers, denying Xiao Chiye any further glimpses and ignoring the provocations. I should sleep, Shen Zichuan said. Go and send for someone. Xiao Chiye interpreted Shen Zichuan's ignore you response as a teasing nudge, one that only fueled his desire to press on. However, victory couldn't be rushed. Haste often led to traps. Thus, he held back for now, saying, The masters have their plans. There's no need to worry. If you wish to sleep, the eastern annex is already empty. Shen Zichuan stood up decisively. Ji Gang and Xianxia were deeply drunk, remaining inebriated until the following day. Shen Zichuan lifted Ji Gang onto the carriage and took him back. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Xiao Chiye instructed Qinyang. Keep a close eye on the 8 great families' movements over the next 2 days. See who's on the move. Qinyang nodded in compliance. With his eyes closed, Shen Zichuan leaned back in the carriage, swaying along with its motion. After a detour, they switched to an inconspicuous smaller carriage before finally arriving at the Temple of Confession. Xiao Tianya carried Ji Gang on his back and followed Shen Zichuan into the courtyard. Gu Qingqing, who had been waiting for them, hurried out to greet them. Nothing serious. Shen Zichuan reassured her. Your master is just drunk. Qi Taifu stood beneath the eaves and instructed. Qingqing, help Ji Gang inside and let him sleep it off. Gu Qingqing then took Ji Gang from Xiao Tianya's back and carried him into the house. Xiao Tianya stepped forward, knelt in the snow, and asked, How has Taifu been recently? I'm doing well now that I've seen you. Qi Taifu replied with his hands clasped behind his back. Since you have changed your name to Xiao Tianya, that indenture contract is no longer valid. Yet, you choose to stay here out of loyalty, and for that, I thank you. What was a simple act for Taifu was a life-saving grace for me. Xiao Tianya said, his playful demeanor gone. During Emperor Yongyi's reign, Lord Cheng executed corrupt officials. My father and elder brother were falsely accused, and if not for Taifu's keen insight and timely intervention, the 20 lives of the Qiao family would have been unjustly lost at the gate of supreme harmony. Master Qi stated, Your father and elder brother are both upright and honest loyal officials. Their injustice is only temporary. Without me, they would still have been safe. Xiao Tianya paused for a long while before responding. The Qiao family cannot repay the favor of Master Qi's generosity. During Emperor Yongyi's reign, Xiao Tianya's father still served in the military ministry. Emperor Guangxing was stringent against corruption, and Xiao's father was reported by someone for owning suspiciously acquired lands and properties. When he was unable to defend himself, Qi Hualien revisited the case, exonerating Xiao's father and several others from the military ministry. Because of this incident, Qi Hualien promised his daughter to the eldest son of the Qiao family. However, this was not the end. A few years later, when the East Palace was implicated in a scandal, Qi Hualien was demoted from master to a commoner. When the crown prince retreated to the Zhaozue temple, Xiao's father switched allegiance to the Empress Dowager. With the East Palace's fall, Empress Dowager Hua used Pan Rugi's authority to review and punish those connected to the crown prince in Emperor Guangxing's name. Consequently, Xiao's father was imprisoned again. This time, without Master Qi's protection, both Xiao's father and his eldest son were executed, and the remaining Qiao family members were exiled to the Skylocking Pass. Qi Hualien's daughter died on the journey. She was Xiao Tianya's eldest sister-in-law. Let's not dwell on the past. Master Qi tugged at his white hair, continuing. Escaping your lowly status was no easy feat now. You must consider this carefully. Once you follow Lan Zhou, you will be bound for life. Your fate will no longer be in your own hands. Xiao Tianya's hair danced in the wind, his smile untamed as he said, Tutor, I have no home to return to. Having received your and eldest sister-in-law's grace time and again, I am unable to repay you. It is a debt of karma. Now that I am needed, my life shall be devoted to my master. Xiao Songyue perished alongside eldest sister-in-law in Song County. Today, I, Xiao Tianya, am a blade. A blade knows neither life nor freedom. Since the sky is overcast and the path ahead is treacherous, draw this blade and make use of it freely. Qi Taifu stepped forward slowly, leaning on a pillar as he gazed at Shun Zichuan, saying, Lance Hao, another year is about to pass. Your coming-of-age ceremony, Master has yet to bestow it upon you. Shun Zichuan's sleeves billowed in the wind, and he seemed to sense something. Qi Taifu continued, Now that you can stand on your own, the journey ahead is still long. Avenging old foes, dissolving the 8 gates, revisiting old cases, pacifying Zhongbua. Each task is no easy feat. Ji Gang intends to give you a blade, and so do I. Accept it. Fine snowflakes descended upon the courtyard, and Shun Zichuan lowered his head, allowing Qi Taifu's cold hand to rest atop his head. Ji Gang finally stirred awake during the evening meal. After having a light serving of porridge, he summoned Shun Zichuan into his chambers. I mentioned a sword to you before. It was delivered last night, and I've been thinking about it ever since. Ji Gang moved a cabinet aside, revealing a sword rack behind it. At first sight of the blade, Shun Zichuan was captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. Ji Lei cannot wield this, Ji Gang said, wiping the edge of the sword with a clean cloth. But it suits you perfectly. I had the scabbard reforged. The old name no longer fits. You'll have to give it a new one. Shun Zichuan remained entranced by the sword's luster, studying it with rapt attention. Its nearly 3.5 feet of straight blade proclaims the necessity of a swift draw, while its width of 2 fingers ensures an effortless thrust. The hilt is freshly crafted, fashioned from sandalwood, unadorned by any engravings, save for a touch of gold at the pommel, encasing a single white pearl within. This is a fine blade, tempered by human hands through countless refinements. After being stored away for so long, it still exudes an aura of deadly elegance, akin to serene autumn waters. Not only is it spotlessly clean, it carries an air of proud solitude and detachment. Master has been pondering over a matter lately, Ji Gang said, setting down his handkerchief. And it was only last night, upon seeing Xiao Air, that he suddenly realized I've been too rigid in my teaching, inadvertently restricting your movements to some extent. Shun Zichuan grasped the hilt of the knife and lifted it upward. Let's give it a name. Ji Gang stepped back a few paces. Ji Gang laughed heartily and replied, Master doesn't practice martial arts with a saber. He prefers boxing. If I don't give this to you, it would be a waste. Shun Zichuan pondered for a moment before saying, Let's rename it Yangtseng Snow. That evening, Qi Taifu sat opposite Shun Zichuan on his knees, jotting down the surnames of the 8 great families on a piece of paper. Tomorrow is the banquet for all officials, and the 4 generals will reunite once more. Local officials from all the provinces will also return, Chi Taifu said, displaying the paper. With the new emperor's ascension, there will surely be a supreme inspector next year. This is crucial for the stability of Xianyang's political landscape. As everyone gathers for the banquet and annual leave, it's the perfect time for the Empress Dowager to reassess the situation. She won't miss this opportunity if she plans to regain her power. After Hua Xiqian's death, the Empress Dowager was restricted within the palace and hasn't appeared in public. With all the Hua family members exiled, she can only rely on external help if she wants to make a move now. Shen Zichuan frowned. But with the precedent of Shi Guanan, who would dare to easily align with the Empress Dowager? Timid rats can't accomplish great feats. Those who conspire together do so for their own interests. As long as the Empress Dowager still holds leverage, why worry about finding new allies? Chi Taifu added a few strokes under the Hua family's name and continued. Besides, her son wasn't capable to begin with. Xiao Chiye urged his horse forward and asked, "What is it?" Before Lu Guangbai could answer, Qi Zhuin, who had caught up from behind, slapped him on the back. "General," Lu Guangbai cried in pain. Rarely did Qi Zhuin show displeasure. She leaned on her sword and asked Xiao Chiye, "When did the rumors start spreading in Kudu?" Xiao Chiye was even more confused. Through gritted teeth, Qi Zhuin said, "Someone wants to become my concubine." Xiao Chiye was taken aback. "Marshal Qi is planning to take a new concubine?" "Concubine," Qi Zhuin said with a hint of self-mockery. "Rumors have it that he's going to remarry. Huasan wants to be my stepmother. Does she even qualify?" Chapter 46. Hua Xiangyi was indeed younger than Qi Zhuin by 2 years. During her time in the imperial palace, she had become much thinner. Upon seeing Qi Shiyu's portrait before the Empress Dowager, she understood everything. The Empress Dowager held her hand for a while before saying, "In a marriage between an older man and a younger woman, Qi Shiyu will still know how to cherish you." Dressed in a purple imperial robe, Hua Xiangyi bowed her head and laid on the Empress Dowager's lap. The Empress Dowager stroked her long hair and said, "There's no need to feel aggrieved. The women of the Hua family have always married this way. After a few years, you will be the real lady of the 5 eastern districts of Qi." Lu Xiang, the aunt, silently signaled the maidservants and eunuchs to leave the hall. Hua Xiangyi smiled and said, "I'll miss my aunt. Song County is so far away. It might take a year for me to see you again. The aunt also misses you." The Empress Dowager hugged her gently. She leaned against her as she did when she was young, listening to the Empress Dowager say, "When I married Emperor Guanqing, I was only 15. That year, when I left D City, what I missed most was the swing in our home garden. My mother comforted me, saying that once I came to the silent capital's royal palace, if I wished, the emperor would build me a swing that looked exactly like the one we had." Hua Xiangyi remained quiet. The Empress Dowager had been the favored one during Emperor Guanqing's reign, but what he gave her was not what she truly wanted. When she stepped into the silent capital, she realized that her husband's affection was like fleeting clouds. She had to constantly compete with countless other women in the harem for those brief moments of happiness. In the silent capital, love was the least valuable thing. The Empress Dowager patted Hua Xiangyi's head and said, "It has been 37 years since I arrived in Qidu. Now, my dear Nuan is about to be married, and I truly am old. In Qidu, I have seen that the world values men, for they can achieve success through the civil service examination and wield swords on horseback. Girls are confined to their chambers, taught virtue and discipline, no matter how intelligent or eager they may be. Eventually, they must marry." In the Empress Dowager's eyes, there was a tranquil determination. "My father taught me that the emperor was the sky above me. How ridiculous that sounds. As an empress, I shared the world with the emperor. Who could be the sky above me? No one. My brothers at home are all incompetent, so the Hua family relies on marrying our daughters to maintain our noble status. Generation after generation, we cannot even voice our complaints. What kind of flesh and blood relatives are they? If the world judges by strength and weakness, then I can also triumph." The Empress Dowager stroked Hua Xiangyi's hair. "Remember, this time, it is not Qi Shiyu who chose you, but you who chose him. Perhaps someday I might fail, but not now. When my Nuan goes to Qidong, It will not be out of necessity, but as a preparation for action. Whatever happens in the future, you may sigh, but never wallow in self-pity. In this game of the world, there can be no regret over one's moves. Since there are wolves circling with nowhere to escape, then we shall fight to the death. The bamboo tubes within the hall swayed gently, and Hua Xiangyi slowly clasped the Empress Dowager's hand. Aunt's teachings, I will never forget. The officials' banquet took place during the first full moon of the year, with local officials arriving in the capital one after another. This year, many private banquets were cancelled, as everyone knew that Hai Liangyi was keeping a close watch. Any gathering could be seen as evidence of forming factions. Li Jianheng had just ascended the throne, and at this banquet, everyone wished to observe this new ruler. The winds in Qidu were still uncertain, so all were cautious with their words and actions. Yet, the rumors surrounding Hua San grew louder, leaving Qi Juin with no outlet for her displeasure. Xiao Chiye had been secretly investigating the 8 great families' affairs recently, but had also taken an interest in this matter. Just as Xiao Jiming arrived in the capital, the two brothers engaged in casual conversation in their residence. Xiao Chiye flipped through the Northern Iron Cavalry's expenditure records for the year and commented, "The Huas want to make a comeback. No matter how licentious Marshal Qi is, he can't possibly agree to this marriage." Xiao Jiming sat at the table, looking through military affairs. Xiao Chiye lifted his gaze and asked, "What benefits would this bring to Qidong?" Xiao Jiming signed off on a document and replied, "You were in Qidu and took over the 8 banners. Didn't you check their accounts?" Xiao Chiye answered, "The censorate showed me the books when they were being cleaned up. The extra silver and provisions from the 8 banners were used to supplement the Imperial Guards this year. What's wrong?" Xiao Jiming pondered over the documents for a moment before saying, "When Hua Xiqian was still around, the annual salaries of the 8 banners were several times more than those of the border regions. Where could the unclear accounts that Shi Guanan couldn't account for have gone? If Hua Xiqian could keep 2 sets of books, why couldn't the Empress Dowager keep one? With flowing silver, there must be fixed audits. As long as the auditing officials are switched to her own people and placed under the noses of the 8 banners, she can write whatever she wants in the annual accounts. The Hua family might have been toppled, but who would dare touch the Empress Dowager's private treasury? That money is now Hua Xiangyi's dowry, so Qi Shiyu should be tempted, whether it's for public or personal reasons." Xiao Chiye's expression darkened. Now, the commander-in-chief of the 5 provinces of Qidong is Qi Juin. She won't agree to this. Xiao Jiming finally looked at Xiao Chiye and said, "Even if she doesn't agree, she won't be able to stop it." Xiao Chiye lay down and thought for a while before remarking, "The Qis have had a close relationship with us all these years. If Qi Shiyu really marries Hua San, Li Bei will no longer be Qidong's brother. It doesn't matter. When the 12 tribes of Beishan invade, we'll still have to fight side by side." Xiao Jiming said, "With Hua San, the garrison troops of Qidong will have the funds they need. Haley can buy our horses from now on." Xiao Chiye's eyes were cold and resolute. The Empress Dowager's private treasury can only sustain an army of 200,000 for so long. It's not the same as feeding 20 dogs. The military expenses are staggering, and no one person can shoulder that burden alone. The deadlock in Qidu can be broken if the Empress Dowager has the Qi family as her support. Xiao Jiming continued, "Once power is regained, money can be replenished." Xiao Chiye sat up again. "This marriage cannot go through. There is still a way," Xiao Jiming said. Xiao Chiye looked at him. "Killing Hua San would be the easiest solution." Xiao Jiming looked at him in surprise. "You're already a thorn in everyone's side. The 8 great families are eagerly waiting for you to make your move." Xiao Chiye replied, "Rumors are already spreading wildly. If we wait until after the new year, it'll be too late to stop it." Xiao Jiming fell silent for a moment before he spoke. For the Empress Dowager to broker this marriage, she needs to make an appearance. The imperial banquet is the only opportunity. This matter is crucial, and Hai Liangyi might not be willing to cooperate. There will inevitably be a heated debate. There was a daughter from the Hua family who married into Qidong 3 generations ago. If we look into it seriously, Hua San might really be Qi Shiyu's distant relative. Xiao Chiye put down the book and suddenly laughed. "No, I'll make Hua San become Qi Shiyu's distant relative. This marriage mustn't happen." Xiao Chiye rose and called out to Zhao Hui, who was standing by the door. "It's New Year's," Xiao Chiye said, "and you haven't met your sister yet. Zhao Hui glanced at Xiao Jiming, who gave a faint smile in response. Zhao Hui understood the unspoken message and replied, "I'll pay her a visit early tomorrow morning." Han Sheng, the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guards, was the third legitimate son of one of the 8 great families. He had previously served as a commander in one of the 8 banners. When the incident occurred at the Southern Forest hunting ground, he happened to be on leave and did not follow Shichi and or comply with the Empress Dowager's orders. It was rumored that he was still asleep when the Imperial Guards came knocking, thus escaping the purging of the flower party. But Shen Zichuan knew that this man was actually planted by Shui Xiuzhua. The night before the banquet for the 100 officials, the Imperial Guards were on duty. As planned, Shen Zichuan had to remain by the Emperor's side, so he wasn't surprised to receive his pass. Han Sheng personally handed the pass to Shen Zichuan in the inner chamber of the Imperial Guard's office. He said, "Everything is set except for the final touch. I'll be there as well. Whatever happens, you mustn't harm His Majesty." Of course. Shen Zichuan hung the pass around his waist and smiled. "This time, I'll be relying on Commander Han." Han Sheng felt uneasy but couldn't show it, so he repeated, "If this plan fails, both of us will face the death penalty. But if it succeeds, the Imperial Guards will get a share of power from the palace troops, and our days of luxury will begin." "Sir, rest assured," Shen Zichuan said solemnly. "With our unity, nothing can go wrong." Seeing Shen Zichuan's confidence, Han Sheng felt slightly relieved. The snowfall outside grew heavier, lasting until dawn. Before the banquet for all officials, there was a grand sacrificial ceremony. The palace troops were on high alert early in the morning. Xiao Chiye was dressed in his formal court attire when he entered the palace gates and crossed paths with Han Sheng. They exchanged pleasantries when Xiao Chiye noticed Shen Zichuan. The left guard is responsible for protecting the emperor. Xiao Chiye pretended not to recognize Shen Zichuan and asked Han Sheng, "Why assign officers below the rank of 100 households from the Imperial Guards? Given the recent restructuring of the Imperial Guards, many positions are vacant." Han Sheng explained while turning around. "The ones chosen today are all top-notch experts. Most of them are frustrated because their promotion years haven't arrived yet, hence their low-ranking positions." Upon seeing Shen Zichuan, Xiao Chiye became wary, but even though he had authority over the Imperial Guards, he didn't have the power to directly order a change in personnel. For no matter how suppressed the Imperial Guards were, they, along with the Eastern Factory, answered directly to the Emperor. Unless Li Jianheng gave the order, anyone else attempting to intervene would be overstepping their bounds. Shen Zichuan seemed to sense Xiao Chiye's thoughts and met his gaze, conveying an indiscernible meaning through his eyes. The elephant trainers had already led the beasts out, and Li Jianheng was about to exit the palace hall. Xiao Chiye couldn't linger any longer, so he stepped away. It was the first time Li Jianheng held the sacrificial great sword, and its weight almost made it impossible for him to lift. Before he even stepped out of the palace gates, the strain of wearing the crown caused his neck to ache. The regalia made him seem as if he bore the sun and moon on his shoulders and the stars on his back, finally revealing a solemn and majestic demeanor beneath his usual playful nature. Sweat formed in Li Jianheng's palms, and he adjusted the sword again before stepping out. The ceremonial elephants were adorned with red velvet and golden saddles, standing on either side. The officials knelt in unison, shouting "Long live the Emperor" in a deafening chorus. Standing on the steps, Li Jianheng saw the eastern sky obscured by clouds and the snow-covered world stretching out before him. He seemed to tower above the clouds. The cries of "Long live the Emperor" ringing in his ears were overwhelming, and Li Jianheng's heart raced. A look of pleasant surprise spread across his face as he gazed down at Hai Liangyi, Xiao Jiming, and then the rest of the world kneeling before him, recognizing his supreme authority. This was the feeling of being an emperor. Unable to resist, Li Jianheng tightened his grip on the great sword, sensing the courage to challenge the heavens within the kneeling masses. This was a stark contrast to his usual experience in the imperial court. It stirred the excitement he felt when receiving obeisance for the first time in the hunting grounds. Moving forward, Li Jianheng walked down the long steps toward the altar. He moved slowly, basking in the glory of the journey. In a sea of thousands, only Shen Zichuan lifted his head slowly. Looking past Li Jianheng's figure, through the falling snow, and from the high platform, he too saw the gloomy, overcast sky. As the banquet began, the Ministry of Rites started serving the dishes, followed by the Imperial Wine Bureau rushing to pour drinks. Li Jianheng had a sweet tooth, so the Confectionery Bureau prepared many silk threads and tiger-eyed candies. Seated on the dragon throne, Li Jianheng was followed by the Empress Dowager and Hua Xiangyi, then Mu Ru, who had just been promoted to a concubine. Shen Zichuan and Han Sheng stood below the steps, with the imperial guards opposite them. A eunuch from the board of cereals knelt behind Shen Zichuan's right side, tasting every dish before it was served to Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng was in high spirits that night, frequently urging others to drink. As he became tipsy, his words started to flow freely. Since ascending the throne, I've been fortunate to have capable advisors, like Minister Hai as my guiding light. Not for a moment have I forgotten to reflect upon myself. When he was drunk, he tended to speak without restraint. I am deeply grateful to Minister Hai and would like to honor him as the father of the court. This is a unique distinction that no previous minister has received. Now, Minister Hai, father of the court, how could he say such a thing? These words made Hai Liangyi's expression change. He was about to kneel to object when Li Jianheng hiccuped and waved his hand. Minister, there's no need to be alarmed. You deserve. I believe this is not appropriate. The Empress Dowager said, looking at Hai Liangyi. After a brief pause, as if she had seen through Hai Liangyi's shock, she turned to Li Jianheng and spoke softly. Minister Hai is revered by scholars across the land for his integrity and courage to speak the truth. Since entering public service, he has been incorruptible. If your majesty were to address him as the father of the court, while it would show favor, it would also undermine his commitment to criticize the shortcomings of the times for the greater good. Seeing the Empress Dowager's gentle demeanor, Li Jianheng smiled and said, in the past, King Xiang valued loyalty and respected Fanzong as his second father. Now, I also appreciate Lord Chancellor's assistance, so I address him as second father. It conveys both intimacy and a reminder for self-reflection. Lord Chancellor, what do you think of this? Hai Liangyi had already prostrated himself, saying, under no circumstances must this be allowed. Li Jianheng felt as though a splash of cold water had been thrown upon his face, transforming his surging enthusiasm into discomfiture at the resounding impermissible that echoed before him. His countenance shifted several times, and with visible effort, he managed a strained smile, saying, the intimacy between your majesty and this senior official is but expressed through a mere form of address. It bears no true consequence. Hai Liangyi remarked, His Majesty, as the supreme ruler of the 9-5 supremacy, is vastly different from a mere regional overlord. This old minister comes from the humble hills of Hezhou, merely a coarse and unrefined individual. How could I dare to share the title of father with the divine and virtuous Emperor Guanqing? Li Jianheng's initial intention was to win Hai Liangyi's favor, as well as the hearts of the scholarly world, thus proving that he was not an ignorant brute who disrespected talent. But with his limited reading, how could he have known that a mere title would provoke such resistance from Hai Liangyi? Now, finding himself in a difficult position, the alcohol in his system had somewhat worn off. Li Jianheng couldn't bear to lose face tonight, so he attempted to divert the conversation, saying, if the Prime Minister is unwilling, then let it be. Humble servant believes. Hai Liangyi replied, when the ruler has a preference, those below will follow suit. If His Majesty sets this precedent tonight, there will surely be others who try to mimic it in the future. Then, factions might form and hinder the governance of the court, posing a threat to the dynasty's stability. It has been no more than a month since the resolution of the Flower Sect case. We should learn from the past to avoid repeating mistakes. His Majesty's excessive drinking tonight is indeed inappropriate. Li Jianheng clenched his wine cup, scanning the bowed officials below. Their submission slightly calmed his anger. He couldn't vent at Hai Liangyi, but he wasn't willing to admit fault today either. Having tasted the sweetness of universal obedience, how could he willingly endure being criticized? He was the emperor. With bloodshot eyes, Li Jianheng took a final sip of wine before stating, let this matter rest. Assist the Prime Minister back to his seat. Hai Liangyi was well aware that this was not the time to offer advice, but his straightforward nature couldn't be suppressed. This old minister still has something to say. Li Jianheng's lips were taut, and he remained silent. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Hai Liangyi remained kneeling, unacknowledged. The situation had become tense, and no one dared to touch their chopsticks. Even the music had ceased. Suddenly, there was a sharp slap. Xiao Chiye placed down his chopsticks at his seat, burst into laughter, and said, "Seeing the emperor and the grand counselor like this brings me great joy. This is precisely what it means for a monarch to be virtuous and his ministers wise. As it was said in ancient times, harmony and dissent. With such a sage ruler and righteous ministers in the great Zhou, a prosperous era is just around the corner. His Majesty's willingness to listen to differing opinions and accept frank criticism is a blessing to all officials." Shui Xiuzhua raised his cup. "It's the beginning of spring tonight. Why not toast to this blessed scene?" The courtiers lifted their cups in unison, offering their congratulations. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Li Jianheng's expression softened. He noticed Hai Liangyi still kneeling and couldn't help but say, "Grand Counselor, please rise." The crisis dissipated without a trace. The Empress Dowager glanced at Xiao Chiye for a moment before she spoke. "They say that establishing a family is every man's lifelong aspiration. Has Chaoan found someone to betroth himself to?" Xin Zichuan's gaze flickered, and he turned to look at Xiao Chiye as well. Xiao Chiye laughed brazenly and replied, "Your Majesty, with my current appearance, how could any maiden from Qidu's noble families be willing to marry me? Besides, marriage and establishing a family are not my aspirations." The Empress Dowager said, "Governor, you are being too modest. There are few new nobles in Qidu these days. With your looks, you would have ladies throwing themselves at you even if you just crossed the East Street Bridge. Prince, if you don't hurry up, you might miss your chance." Xiao Jiming also chuckled. "My father thinks he's still unpredictable and worries about delaying the life of some young maiden." The Empress Dowager turned her head again and smiled at Li Jianheng. "I see that none of them are in a rush. When I was their age, the Northern King had already been married for 3 or 4 years." Li Jianheng was still reeling from the previous incident and was not in the mood. However, he dared not ignore the Empress Dowager, so he glanced at Xiao Chiye and said, "Mother, you don't know that Qian is impulsive. The average noble maiden in Qidu really can't handle him. The matter shouldn't be put that way. It would unnecessarily delay his marriage." The Empress Dowager said, "There's no need to be fixated on noble maidens from Qidu. I think Princess Zhao Yu, the daughter of Duke Heliang, is around Qian's age and would be a suitable match." Duke Heliang was Duke Danqing, one of the 8 great families, the Feis. The Empress Dowager's suggestion was indeed a well-matched pair. Duke Heliang, Fei Kuan, hurriedly raised his cup in a toast, his gaze landing on Xiao Jiming. Xiao Chiye had expected the Empress Dowager to bring up Hua Xiangyi's marriage during the banquet, but he never imagined that she would propose one for him. He could not reject her outright, nor could he agree blindly. Li Jianheng was caught off guard as well. After a moment of confusion, he looked at Xiao Chiye and said, "I, Princess Zhao Yu." Then, he came up with an excuse. "The national mourning period has yet to end. It wouldn't be appropriate to arrange a marriage now. An arranged marriage is one thing, but the actual wedding is another. As far as I can see, there aren't any favorable dates coming up soon, so we might as well make the match now and wait for a propitious day in the summer to hold the wedding." The Empress Dowager said kindly, "Changyue and Xiangyi are close friends, so it would be perfect for them to marry at the same time." She didn't mention who Hua Xiangyi was meant to marry, only pushing Princess Changyue towards Xiao Chiye. This made it clear that she considered Xiao Chiye's marriage a matter of state, while Hua Xiangyi's was a private affair. Qi Zhuin's expression was grave, and she didn't say a word. Lu Guangbai realized something was wrong and guessed that Qi Shiyu had already agreed, which was why he'd told Qi Zhuin to remain silent. However, it was completely out of the question to marry Princess Changyue. If this marriage were to be finalized, once the Empress Dowager promoted her to a princess, Xiao Chiye would become a prince consort. The title held no real power in the Great Zhou. It was merely an empty honor that would strip Xiao Chiye of the military authority he currently wielded in Qidu. The wine in Xiao Chiye's throat felt like raging fire. He had already risen to his feet when he saw the Empress Dowager smile again. The Crown Prince married the daughter of Lord Lu from the frontier district of Bianxia. "Your son must be about 4 years old by now, right?" Xiao Jiming replied. "My son is 4. The heir is already 4, but General Lu is still unmarried." The Empress Dowager turned to Lu Guangbai. Xianxia is a barren land, and it's not easy for the general to maintain stability there. Settling down would put Lord Xianxia's mind at ease. I noticed that General Liu is around the same age as the Crown Prince. Is founding a family and establishing a career not your ambition? Lu Guangbai was momentarily speechless before he said, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager continued. Changwei has a lively and playful personality. To be honest, Suen rushed things too much. You, General, seem more composed. But what do you think, Suen? Xiao Chiye would not wed Princess Zhao Yu. Thus, it would fall to Lu Guangbai. This dilemma hung in the air, forcing him into an impossible situation. Xiao Chiye had already instructed Zhao Hui to deal with the Ministry of Rights. He was waiting for the Empress Dowager to speak tonight and acknowledge Hua Xiangyi as Qi Shiyu's distant relative by blood, thus using the rules of propriety and their difference in rank to halt the marriage. However, the Empress Dowager did not give him a chance to retaliate. Who could have foreseen that what was at stake tonight would be Xiao Suen's entire life? In that fleeting moment, Xiao Chiye caught sight of Shun Zechuan's gaze. Amidst the pressing issue, the two men exchanged a brief, unspoken understanding under the watchful eyes of everyone. Xiao Chiye took a step forward and said, Your Majesty. A eunuch from the Office of Imperial Supplies was serving dessert. He bowed his head respectfully, picked out the dishes he wanted to taste, and lifted his chopsticks, looking at Li Jianheng, who was just an arm's length away. Li Jianheng was indecisive, listening intently to their exchange with a furrowed brow. When he noticed that the eunuch had not moved, he turned his head and asked, Why are you? Before he could finish, the eunuch clutched his gilded chopsticks and lunged them at Li Jianheng's neck. The sudden attack caught Li Jianheng off guard. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp tip of the chopstick approached him. His entire body froze in terror, and he was unable to move even his fingers. In the split second when everyone's faces paled, Shun Zechuan had already drawn his Yinshan snow. The blade's cold sheen flashed by in an instant. Li Jianheng's throat constricted, and he let out a piercing scream with all his might. As soon as he screamed, the hot blood splattered onto his collar and robe. He shouted hoarsely, Protect the Emperor. The eunuch's head rolled forward, landing on Li Jianheng's body. Li Jianheng pushed against the arms of the dragon throne with all his might, watching in the midst of the overpowering scent of blood as the headless corpse was dragged away from him. Shun Zechuan discarded the corpse and coldly commanded, Protect the Emperor. Gu Qingqing immediately drew her sword, its blade flashing like snow. The Imperial Guard stood firm like a city fortified with gold and water, forming the first line of defense for Li Jianheng. Through the ranks of the Imperial Guards, Xiao Chiye had to look up to see Shun Zechuan's face. Their long-standing balance of power was finally broken at this moment. Shun Zechuan looked down at him from his elevated position, offering a meaningful smile. His gaze seemed tangible, pressing down on Xiao Chiye's chest. Chapter 47. Struggle for Power. Li Jianheng, trembling with fear, kicked the severed head aside, now caring little about his royal demeanor. He could only hear a roaring in his ears as he watched the blood soak through his robes, feeling as if someone had clamped their hand around his throat, preventing him from uttering a single word. Shun Zechuan knelt on one knee, his expression solemn as he said, Your Majesty, there is no need to be afraid. The assassin has been dealt with. This humble servant arrived too late to save you, and I deserve death 1,000 times over. Li Jianheng's limbs felt numb, and with great effort, he gripped the armrests of his throne. His gaze shifted from the corpse to Shun Zechuan's face. On the verge of tears, he grabbed Shun Zechuan's sleeve and said, Not too late. Not too late. You, Lanzhou did well. I almost. Fetch the imperial physicians. The Empress Dowager quickly approached, disregarding the bloody body, and took Li Jianheng's hand, calling out gently, Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Still gripped by fear, Li Jianheng struggled to swallow, hastily pulling his hand from the Empress Dowager's grasp. Clutching Shun Zechuan's sleeve, he pleaded, Stay here, stay with the Imperial Guards to protect me. Imperial Guards were always meant to be Your Majesty's protectors. Shun Zechuan's expression remained composed. For Your Majesty, we would willingly plunge into the depths of fire and water. This humble servant will immediately escort Your Majesty back to the Mingli Hall. All the guests were still shaken, and Xue Xiuzhua stepped forward, his voice sharp. Arrest all those from the palace kitchen, board of rites, confectionery, and imperial cellars. For an assassin to hide among the emperor's attendants, both the eunuch's arrangements and the guard's negligence are to blame. The official responsible for tonight's patrol, who was it? The Empress Dowager asked. The room fell silent. Xiao Chiye bowed and replied. In response to the Empress Dowager, it was this subject. The Empress Dowager did not confront the eunuch, but turned to Li Jianheng instead, and the other officials followed suit. To hold a position in the imperial kitchen, this eunuch must have a clean background and a clear origin. His entry into the palace, his past duties in one of the 24 departments, and his relationships with other eunuchs all needed to be investigated. Not only that, but those he had come into contact with should also be scrutinized. Xiao Chiye was responsible for the imperial guard, so it was his duty to have verified all these details before the grand banquet. Since the intruder had slipped through his layers of defense, he could not escape responsibility. Li Jianheng's forehead glistened with sweat as he said through gritted teeth, "Arrest all the eunuchs from the various departments." Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Li Jianheng lay unconscious, surrounded by a throng of imperial physicians, while the Empress Dowager listened to their diagnoses behind her screen once more. Hai Liangyi waited by her side, as she had instructed. Han Cheng led the imperial guards, standing sword in hand beneath the eaves, while the kneeling officials outside shivered in the freezing cold of the first night of spring. Many of the older ministers were trembling from the chill, relying solely on their willpower to stay upright. The entire palace was eerily quiet, exuding an especially grim atmosphere. Xiao Chiye was not among them. He was busy apprehending the eunuchs with the assistance of the Ministry of Justice and the Board of Censors. The imperial guards who had been responsible for inspecting the personnel that night had their badges revoked and were thrown into prison alongside the eunuchs. Inside the hall, there were no braziers to provide warmth. Only lamps illuminated the room. Xiao Chiye sat below the Minister of Justice, Kong Qiu, with Xinyu, the left censor of the Board of Censors, on his left and Fu Linya, the right censor, on his right. In the past, Xiao Chiye had the authority to sit alongside the Minister of Justice for joint trials. However, he had to avoid suspicion now and was seated below, leaving the oversight to the two top officials of the Board of Censors. This year had been fraught with turmoil, one crisis following another. The three judicial organs had never held consecutive joint trials as they were doing now, all involving major cases that directly concerned the emperor's life. Kong Qiu sipped his cold tea in silence while waiting for the summons. In fact, since they had taken their seats, no one had engaged in small talk. Everyone knew this was no time for jesting. All wore grim expressions. Seated, Xiao Chiye turned his ring in silence, deep in thought. This case seemed well prepared, much like the incident involving Xiao Fuzi. From the moment it unfolded, it became shrouded in mystery, revealing hidden motives beyond its initial facade. It was as if it was being pulled by countless threads, concealing an even deeper cause. The eunuchs from the Office of Imperial Supplies tasted food for the emperor. Each of them, from top to bottom, had undergone thorough investigations into their family backgrounds. Turning such individuals into assassins would be difficult, but equally simple. Firstly, the perpetrator had to be someone who could come into contact with the eunuchs, or a eunuch hiding within the palace walls, but secretly serving external forces. Only these two types of people could intimidate or entice the eunuch into attempting the assassination. At this point, Xiao Chiye suddenly recalled something. He paused his spinning ring, coinciding with the arrival of the prisoner, the inspector of the imperial guards. Kong Qiu wasted no time and got straight to the point. You're the inspector of the imperial guards. Tonight, you were responsible for inspecting the armed guards before the emperor and the eunuchs who tasted the food from the Office of Imperial Supplies. How much do you know about this eunuch? The inspector's name was Meng Rue, a military household promoted by Xiao Chiye in the 6th year of Xianda. He had previously served as a supervisor in the imperial guards and was known for his caution. With his gaze fixed straight ahead, he replied calmly. The eunuch who attempted the assassination is called Guixing. He's 26 years old and hails from Chun City. His father was a commoner on by Shui Street in Chun City and passed away due to illness in the 6th year of Xianda. As an only son, he entered the palace in Yongyi year and has been here for 12 years. He joined the imperial kitchen in the first year of Xinda and started taste-testing food for the late emperor since the fourth year. He doesn't have any particular hobbies and keeps a small circle of friends. After some thought, Kong Qiu asked, "Who was responsible for tasting the food with him tonight?" Meng Rue answered, "A female official from the imperial kitchen, Fuling." Kong Qiu first looked at the people from the board of censors, then at Xiao Chiye, nodding his head. The weapon used was the imperial golden chopsticks, which the imperial guards couldn't find during their search. In that case, Inspector Meng, please wait a moment and summon Fuling from the imperial kitchen. Meng Rue stepped aside, never once making eye contact with Xiao Chiye throughout the entire exchange. In reality, Xiao Chiye wasn't as nervous as others might have expected. He knew that this assassination attempt wouldn't strip him of his military power. Perhaps he would be punished or demoted later, but those were mere trifles. He was too far away at the time of the incident to have saved the emperor, and no one could blame him for that. Besides, Shen Zichuan drew his sword so swiftly that it seemed to have returned to its sheath, and the head had hit the ground in the blink of an eye. It was completely different from the speed he displayed during that rainy night, and even if Xiao Chiye had been standing right beside him, he might not have been faster. However, what concerned Xiao Chiye the most was what would happen after this assassination attempt. He needed to prepare in advance and prevent any possible fallout implicating him. Xiao Chiye recalled Shen Zichuan's final gaze. The usual practice of the imperial guards was a promotion every 8 years. They were first divided into 12 divisions based on their registered households, and then promotions were granted according to their performance. Exceptions were rare. Shen Zichuan's background was unique, and despite being pardoned, he still didn't hold a military rank. To lead the imperial guards, he would need to find a way to advance in his position. Xiao Chiye had been suppressing the imperial guards these past few months, partly to solidify his absolute authority over the imperial guards, and partly to guard against Shen Zichuan's rise to power. The situation in Kudu was chaotic yet distinct, with everyone familiar with each other. They united for profit and fought for it as well. However, Shen Zichuan was an unpredictable variable. No matter how much Xiao Chiye probed, he couldn't figure out Shen Zichuan's true intentions. Without understanding someone's purpose, cooperation couldn't be done with ease. Xiao Chiye wished Shen Zichuan would remain quietly below, but this assassination attempt was Shen Zichuan's response. Impossible. He is a blade that belongs to none but himself, forging his own path with relentless determination. He would never willingly submit to the whims of others. He yearns to devour, not obey. What can a night of passionate intimacy truly change? It was a roar of pent-up fury in the depths of night, intertwined with the gasps of two entwined desires. Born from the collision of their bodies, it bred a shared sense of empathy, yet this emotion was not potent enough to deter their impending choices. Xiao Chiye would never relinquish the power he had gained. It was the blade that sustained his existence. If he could not return to Li Bei, he must hold on to this weapon with all his might. Shen Zichuan would also not tolerate being trampled upon indefinitely, having his fate decided by others. He wanted to rise, and he had to do so. Xiao Chiye suddenly clenched his fists. Since Shen Zichuan had been involved in planning this case, who were his accomplices? Li Jianheng had yet to regain consciousness, so Shen Zichuan was relieved of his duties temporarily to rest. As he wiped his hands in the signing room, he heard the door behind him open, and someone entered. According to your plan, it's time for Han Sheng to step forward and save the emperor tonight. Xue Xiuzhua rolled up his sleeves slightly, washing his hands in a basin of cool water with a smile. We've all been played by Lord Shen. In such a critical situation, Shen Zichuan didn't turn around. If Han Sheng has the ability, there's no harm in letting him save the day. But if he's too slow, what then? You can't get rid of Xiao Heir without implicating him in neglect of duty at best. On the other hand, you've exposed yourself to him this time. Even if you succeed, you won't have an easy time afterward. I'm sharing a boat with Lord Shi Cheng through this crisis. Shen Zichuan turned back, smiling. If I'm not comfortable, how could you be? I've heard that there are mad dogs who will even bite their own kind when they're frenzied. Xue Xiuzhua held out his palms to dry them, looking at Shen Zichuan. Using people so bluntly as stepping stones, being on the same boat would only make others fear you more. How so? Shen Zichuan asked. Those gaining power tonight are my brothers. Isn't it me who's placed in front of Xiao Heir? In the future, I'll be the thorn in his flesh, both emotionally and logically. He should hate me to the core. The emperor's bond with Xiao Chiye runs deep, especially due to the life-saving favor at the southern forest hunting ground. Even if you take the lead this time, you might not be able to replace Xiao Chiye. All things are hardest at the beginning. Xin Zichuan scoffed. If the emperor truly appreciates Xiao Chiye's life-saving deed, he wouldn't have kept him confined in Kudu. Human gratitude is just that shallow. Shui Xiuzhuo wiped his hands and laughed for a moment before saying, though there was a slight deviation tonight, we ultimately succeeded. Lord Commander, please look out for me in the future. The office of the inspectorate was a fifth-rank official position. Shui Xiuzhuo was hinting at how much reward Xin Zichuan could expect in the days to come. Xin Zichuan wasn't overly surprised. He said, the people from the imperial kitchen are to be interrogated. Minister of Justice Kang Qiu is an incorruptible and righteous official. You two shouldn't fall into his trap. Shui Xiuzhuo straightened his sleeves and replied politely, since we dared to do it, we're not afraid of their investigation. I hope that in this new year, we can continue to work together and achieve our wishes sooner rather than later. Gentleman Xin's care is much appreciated. Xin Zichuan gazed at him warmly and replied, I will certainly fulfill my long-held aspirations. Chapter 48. Playing along. Li Jianheng had a nightmare. He dreamed of that rainy night at the southern forest hunting grounds. Branches lashed against his face, and he scrambled to shield himself. The horse beneath him galloped forward, and Li Jianheng, gripped by fear, tried to hold onto the reins, only to be yanked off by Xiao Chiye, who had suddenly turned around and lifted him by the collar. Zhen, save me. Li Jianheng cried out as he landed on the ground, kneeling and begging. Zhen, we're brothers, don't leave me here. Xiao Chiye's expression was grim amidst the flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder. He coldly said to Li Jianheng, knock him out and carry him away. Tears streaming down his face, Li Jianheng watched Qinyang approach and involuntarily scooted back, waving his hand in a fierce rebuke. I am the emperor. How can you treat me like this? Li Jianheng's body bumped into someone as he moved back. He turned to look behind him and saw Xian the emperor hunched over, holding his wrist. He immediately called out, Imperial brother, save me. Xian the emperor's fingers dug into Li Jianheng's flesh, and with a bloody cough, he said in a cold voice, the one who saves you today can kill you tomorrow. Do you understand that? Li Jianheng struggled in pain, but couldn't free his arm. The rain from the sky suddenly transformed into sticky droplets. When he wiped it away, his hands were covered in blood. He looked up and saw a head rolled down with a thud in the darkness. With an unseen surge of strength, Li Jianheng managed to break free from Xian the emperor's grasp, pushing and kicking his way out. Gasping for air, he climbed up from the muddy ground, shivering as he kicked away a severed head. He cried out to the surrounding shadows. I am the emperor. I am the son of heaven. Who dares to kill me? Your Majesty. A voice called softly. Your Majesty. Li Jianheng's eyes snapped open, his gaze vacantly fixated on the golden roof as he muttered. Who wants to kill me? Who wants to kill me? The Empress Dowager wiped Li Jianheng's sweat with a handkerchief, bending down to say, Jianheng, your mother is here. Jianheng. A wave of sorrow washed over Li Jianheng. His mother had passed away long ago, and Emperor Guangxing had never given him a second glance. Amidst all the hedonistic indulgences of recent years, no one had ever called him Jianheng. Mother. Li Jianheng choked, crying out, Mom. The Empress Dowager turned her head slightly, as if wiping away tears, and said, You were unconscious for an entire night, and I was so worried. Does any part of you still hurt? Tell me, dear. Looking at the Empress Dowager, Li Jianheng noticed she was still in the same formal attire from the previous night, implying she must have stayed by his side all through the night. He immediately propped himself up and saw that strands of white hair had intertwined with hers, and her eyes were slightly red, revealing her exhaustion. Li Jianheng felt a surge of tenderness. He wiped his eyes, took hold of the Empress Dowager's arm, and said, I've worried my mother. It's all right, I'm fine. Hai Liangyi knelt outside, having also spent the night in vigil. Hearing voices within, he knew Li Jianheng had awoken and was relieved. Moments later, the palace maids entered softly to attend to Li Jianheng's grooming. The Empress Dowager personally carried a bowl of medicine, sampling it first before feeding it to Li Jianheng. After Li Jianheng finished the medicine, His complexion remained pale, but had improved significantly from the previous night. Seeing Hai Liangyi still kneeling, he was deeply moved. Approaching him, he helped Hai Liangyi up and said, "Prime Minister, there is nothing to worry about. I am well." Almost unable to stand, Li Jianheng dismissed Hai Liangyi from his duty and urged all the kneeling ministers outside to leave as well, retaining only Kong Qiu, Xin Yu, and Fu Linya, who had investigated throughout the night. "Have you uncovered anything?" Li Jianheng asked eagerly. "Minister Kong, please share with me." Kong Qiu bowed and reported. "Last night, the Ministry of Justice conducted an urgent investigation. They have identified the attempted assassin as Guisheng, a eunuch acting on the orders of Lady Fengling, an official in the imperial kitchen." "An official lady?" Li Jianheng exclaimed in surprise. "Why would this official lady attempt to harm me?" Kong Qiu replied. "The motive remains unclear." Growing anxious, Li Jianheng asked, "You've been investigating all night, and you can't find out?" Kong Qiu exchanged glances with the other two officials before falling silent for a moment. He then said, "Your Majesty, Lady Fengling, realizing she could not evade justice, has already taken a drug to render herself mute, submitting to any punishment that may come." Li Jianheng suddenly understood something. He said, "What would a palace official do such a thing for? She must have been afraid that she'd reveal something under torture, so she drugged herself to be mute. There must be someone behind this." Kong Qiu continued, "Your Majesty is wise. This humble minister and my two colleagues from the Board of Censors also share this thought. Hence, we investigated this woman further last night and found out that she has an elderly mother living in a side alley on East Dragon Street. Though her house is small, it's not something a mere imperial concubine could afford." This humble minister dug deeper and discovered that the house was indeed not purchased by her, but was specially leased to her by the real estate agency on East Dragon Street. Li Jianheng was very familiar with East Dragon Street and immediately sensed something amiss. He said, "Since her family consists only of a widow and an orphan, they probably don't have anything valuable to use as collateral for a house." Kong Qiu replied, "That's right. This humble minister also found it suspicious, so I summoned the agency's staff for questioning. It turns out that the reason they leased the house to her was all because of the face of the imperial guards." A thud echoed in Li Jianheng's heart. Restless, he paused for a moment before asking, "What does this have to do with the imperial guards?" Kong Qiu explained, "It was 6th-rank censor Yuan Lu from the imperial guards court who went to the agency to make arrangements. Although Yuan Lu and Fuling aren't officially engaged, there have been rumors of their secret affair." Li Jianheng abruptly stood up. "Does Governor Xiao know about this?" Knowing Li Jianheng's good relationship with Xiao Chiye, Kong Qiu couldn't tell if he intended to protect Xiao Chiye or not. All he could do was answer truthfully. "The governor claims to be unaware." Li Jianheng remained standing where he was, his expression changing several times. Eventually, he said, "There are many soldiers in the Imperial Guards, so it's understandable that he wouldn't know. Don't spread this around for now. You may leave. Summon Minister Han Cheng and Shen Zichuan. I want to reward them." Xiao Chiye trudged through the hard snow, kicking open the prison door. The guards inside had already received word and hurriedly let him in. Fuling was imprisoned within. At only 23 years old, her hair was disheveled from the torture as she sat motionless on the weeds. Upon entering the cell, Chen Yang removed Xiao Chiye's cloak. He was too tall and imposing. His mere entrance made Fuling tremble with fear. In truth, Xiao Chiye was very handsome. He exuded a complex mix of nonchalance and ruthlessness, allowing him to effortlessly switch between being a wayward noble and a cold-blooded Azura king. When he put on a new mask, even his demeanor would become appropriate for the role. At this moment, he was merely a passing nobleman. Xiao Chiye surveyed the cell first, leaning slightly to peer through the narrow window. Seeing nothing but the high walls of the prison outside, he lost interest and straightened up. Turning his head, he lowered his gaze to look at Fuling on the ground. Fuling leaned against the wall, sensing an innate disdain in that gaze. "A female officer from the palace kitchen," Xiao Chiye said. Fuling did not lift her head, only staring at his boots. Chen Yang fetched a chair, which Xiao Chiye took a seat on. Leaning on one knee, he gazed at the roots of Fuling's hair and said, "Yuan Lu has a wife and concubines, yet he risked losing his identity tablet to arrange a residence for you. What kind of breathtaking beauty are you that you could charm him into disregarding his own life? Look up, let me see. Fuling huddled up, ignoring him. Xiao Chiye leaned back and said, He's old enough to be your father, yet you're still willing? Being a female official is different from being a palace maid. Once you're released, you could marry a decent man. Yuan Lu is just a lowly 6th-rank military officer, a rogue at that. He has neither money nor power. Are you blind or just hopelessly in love? Silence fell upon the cell. Forget about Yuan Lu for now. What could you have offered Gao Sheng to convince him to assassinate someone? You don't have any money, so it must have been someone else who incited him. Your voice was silenced because you were meant to be a scapegoat. Your master is cunning, using people like you only to discard them when done. Whether you live or die doesn't concern me, but now you're implicating Xiao Suan. Do you think you can just die like that? Xiao Chiye smiled and continued. I don't think so, miss. Qinyang turned around and nodded at the prison guard behind him. With a clattering of chains, the filthy Yuan Lu was dragged out. Yuan Lu stumbled towards Fuling, yelling fiercely, Bitch! How dare you do this to me? Fuling trembled and scurried away, pressing herself against the wall. Yuan Lu grabbed her ankle and wailed, What do I have to do with you? I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me. Tears streaming down her face, Fuling kicked at Yuan Lu as she croaked out a cry. Yuan Lu held onto her and said, Your mother was gravely ill, and it was me who carried her to see a doctor. I gave you whatever you wanted, and you deceived me, dragging my entire family down with you. You wicked woman. With a rattle of chains, Qinyang pulled Yuan Lu under control. Still reaching out with his arm, his face twisted in fury, he vowed, I won't let you off. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I won't let you off. From his seat, Xiao Chiye could indeed see a sliver of the sky through the small window. There was no snow that day. Only a layer of pale, towering clouds filled the heavens. He paid no heed to the conflicts before him. Yuan Lu knelt on the ground and wailed in despair. He crawled towards Xiao Chiye and kowtowed, begging, Governor, Governor, spare me this once. Please, I was possessed by evil spirits. I'm willing to be a cow or a horse to repay you. Xiao Chiye looked at him and said, The one holding your life isn't me. Go beg that person. Kneel a few times for your family, as repayment for the pleasure you enjoyed behind your wife and children's backs. Yuan Lu shifted towards Fuling and began kowtowing as he pleaded. Let me go? Please let me go. This has nothing to do with me. I beg of you. I beg of you. My entire family consists of 8 people. I don't want them all to die here. Fuling wept, but refused to look at him. Yuan Lu's tears rained down in a deluge. He was genuinely terrified and kowtowed until his head bled. Fuling, a night as husband and wife warrants 100 days of kindness. Although we never became husband and wife, our affection over the years still remains. I beg you, don't implicate me. In my next life, I'll be your son, your grandson. Let me go? I wanted to honor your elderly mother with that house. How could you? His sobs choked him, and he struggled to continue. How could you use it to demand the lives of my entire family? Do you have any conscience at all? Fuling spoke in a pained, hoarse voice. She also kowtowed to Yuan Lu, her lips moving in an apology. Yuan Lu crawled forward and held onto Fuling's body. Blood from his forehead trickled down as he cried bitterly. I don't want you to kowtow. I want you to clarify what happened. I don't want to die. Fuling, don't harm me. Seeing this, Xiao Chiye said, Planning an assassination will never end in beheading. If you want to die, so be it. It's a pity for your mother, who is already of such an age, to endure cruel torture. Don't you know what the imperial prison is like? If she falls into the hands of the Jinyui, they can skin and flay her. Fuling wept with her face turned upward. Xiao Chiye said, Didn't your master tell you? I intend to drag this case out so it won't be resolved quickly. The longer it drags on, the more punishment everyone will endure. You, he, and your mother will all suffer until I'm satisfied. Then we'll bid farewell. Fuling glared at him through her tears. Xiao Chiye remained still, only looking at her as he said, Isn't it said that when you beat a dog, you have to consider its owner? Since you've bitten Xiao Suan, we'll all suffer together. I'll beat you until your skin is ripped open and life is worse than death, and we'll see who can withstand it the longest. Qinyang, bring her mother here. Qinyang responded and retreated towards the prison door. Fuling suddenly cried out. Her voice was already ruined. sounding like a desperate beast's wail as she charged at Xiao Chiye and fell to the ground, scribbling words with her fingers. Xiao Chiye bent down and looked for a moment before saying, "Give her paper and pen. I want it in black and white." Chen Yang took Fuling away to sign the confession, leaving Xiao Chiye and Yuan Lu alone in the cell. When Yuan Lu saw that Xiao Chiye was about to leave, he immediately grabbed the corner of Xiao Chiye's robe. "Governor, Governor," Yuan Lu said, "is everything? Can I?" Xiao Chiye put on his cloak and turned back. "When did you take on the role of judge?" Yuan Lu hastily gestured with his fingers, replying, "The 3rd year after the governor took office." Xiao Chiye said, "So you were with me then?" Yuan Lu hurriedly nodded and said, "I'm the governor's man." Xiao Chiye had not slept all night and was now somewhat annoyed. He held his sword and used the scabbard to push away Yuan Lu's hand, saying, "My people don't have that much face to get the Eastern Dragon Tooth Trading Company to defer payment. All properties added to the Imperial Guards must be reported. You didn't report this house, and you still have fields outside the city. You're doing pretty well as a 6th-rank magistrate. Don't you know who's been supporting you?" Tears and snot flowed down Yuan Lu's face. He wailed, "I was misled and shouldn't have lusted after those things. Governor, Governor, but I didn't betray the Imperial Guards." Xiao Chiye slightly tilted his aching neck and did not look at him again. He said, "How old is your son?" 4 years old. "I'll raise him for you." Xiao Chiye said expressionlessly, "After this case ends, take your own life." As soon as the prison door slammed shut, Yuan Lu slumped to the ground. Xiao Chiye walked through the dim and damp prison corridors, listening to the sobs behind him. He took the confession from Chen Yang. Just as he stepped out of the execution yard, Gu Jin strode over. "My lord," Gu Jin said, "Fuling's mother has passed away." Chen Yang frowned and replied, "Fortunately, our master didn't enter the palace this morning. Otherwise, Fuling would have had no qualms, and we wouldn't have been able to obtain this confession." Xiao Chiye flipped through the confession in the dim light. A sheet of paper. Fuling hasn't even seen the face of his opponent. No one can be implicated based on this alone. Chen Yang said, "At least we've cleared the Imperial Guards. Should we present it to the Emperor, my lord?" Xiao Chiye glanced at him and asked instead, "Why should we clear the Imperial Guards?" Chen Yang and Gu Jin were both taken aback. Xiao Chiye sneered and said, "If they're cornered beasts, they must appear to be surrounded. If they're in such a hurry to throw mud at us, that's not enough. Not only will I bear their dirt, but I'll also roll around in the mire until I'm as black as possible. The dirtier I am, the better. Let them build their iron wall with my taint. Let them bask in their supposed omnipotence, believing they can trample even the commander of the Imperial Guards underfoot. By the time the Emperor realizes, he'll grow suspicious and fearful. Now that the flower party is over, whoever tries to form a new faction is courting death." Chapter 49. Frosty Flash. Before Xiao Chiye entered the palace, Shen Zichuan first met Li Jianheng at Mingli Hall and was granted the title of a 5th-rank Jin Jiu. His identity badge was changed to a lacquered golden copper plate embossed with a qilin in swirling clouds. One side reading guard, the other escort. Hanqing only received some rewards this time, feeling disgruntled. He knew he had been used as a stepping stone by Shen Zichuan, but he also knew that Shen Zichuan was currently favored by the emperor and must not be made an enemy. When he returned to his office, his colleagues came to congratulate him, and Shen Zichuan responded to each one. When most people had left, Hanqing said, "It's your first time wearing a gold badge. There are some things you might not know yet." Shen Zichuan adopted a humble attitude and replied, "Please enlighten me, Commander." Hanqing relished the respect and continued, "When on duty, the guard's gold badge should be worn on your waist, but it cannot be displayed during your days off. You'll still work in the 12th Bureau when escorting the Emperor, but you can't behave as you did before. Be more cautious with your words. Although you've completed missions before, things are different now. If there's an arrest warrant, don't rush to apprehend the suspect. You must first go to the criminal department and get the signature of the criminal department censor. If it's a local order, you'll have to leave the capital to investigate. Before leaving, visit the criminal department and the board of censors for their approval." Shen Zichuan listened attentively, seemingly hearing all this for the first time. Seeing his respectful attitude, no different from before his promotion, Hanqing felt a fondness for this capable subordinate and continued, "In the past, the Eastern Factory loomed over us. We had to bow and scrape whenever we saw their eunuchs. But now, with 24 offices empty, the Eastern factory is powerless. They should be the ones bowing to us. However, you must remember that although the genie way serves the emperor, we still have to interact with the 3 judicial bodies. When going on field assignments outside the capital, we often work alongside censors from the Board of Censors. Though our jurisdictions seem separate, we still rely on each other. So, when on duty, maintain good relations with officials from the 3 judicial bodies. Don't hold grudges against them. If you create friction, future missions will become difficult. Shen Zichuan knew all these rules by heart, but he listened attentively as if they were new to him. Finally, Han Sheng gave him a favor, saying, "If you want to build a new team, go to the dispatch office and choose from the register." Shen Zichuan expressed his gratitude and left the room, strolling down the corridor without rushing to the office for assignments. As he stepped out of the palace gates, Xiao Chiye was already waiting in his carriage. Shen Zichuan paused and turned around. Xiao Chiye, with the carriage curtains half raised, said leisurely, "With your promotion comes an increase in salary. Surely you won't begrudge treating me to a drink?" Spotting Ding Tao and Gu Jin standing guard on either side, Shen Zichuan let out a breath of frosty air and answered calmly, "Of course not. I was actually looking for you." The two of them headed to the residence where Xiao Chiye had entertained his master. The furniture had been cleared away, replaced by carved small screens dividing the space into 4 quadrants. In the center sat a dragon-tooth table with upturned ends, simple yet tasteful, a perfect spot for drinking and conversation. Warmth filled the room, prompting both men to shed their overcoats. Xiao Chiye crossed his legs and settled comfortably, while Shen Zichuan maintained his formal kneeling posture. Chuckling, Xiao Chiye remarked, "In terms of manners, you seem more like someone from a noble family. Did Master Ji Gang teach you these?" These were all lessons learned through the pain of a tutor's ruler, but Shen Zichuan didn't respond. Instead, he asked, "Why were you waiting for me at the palace gate today? What's the matter?" Xiao Chiye watched as the servants served wine and dishes, waiting until the door was closed before he replied, "Aren't you the one who was looking for me? You go first. I noticed that you didn't enter the palace to pay respects to the emperor last night. Given how busy you were throughout the night, it's likely you were in the prison," Shen Zichuan said after sipping some warm tea to warm himself. "Fooling shouldn't be difficult to investigate, right?" "Yes." Xiao Chiye poured himself a drink. "She doesn't seem like the kind of person you'd use. She has an elderly mother and is easily swayed by sentiment. She's both the easiest to manipulate and the most likely to change her mind." Shen Zichuan smiled. "You're right. If it were me, I wouldn't use someone like that. But Shenlan's how?" Xiao Chiye drank his wine, gazing at him. After moistening his throat for a moment, he said, "I wouldn't be surprised if you used anyone. I am human, after all." Shen Zichuan took the wine flask from Xiao Chiye. "I do have some emotions, but none of those emotions are for me," Xiao Chiye said with regret. Shen Zichuan slowly filled his cup. "You haven't been much different either. I've reached out to you many times." Xiao Chiye looked at him kindly. "Yet you've ignored me every time, determined to compete against me? If revealing insignificant information is considered reaching out." Shen Zichuan put down the flask, looking at him. "Then this alliance would be too cheap. So you turn to Xianxia instead." Xiao Chiye said, "What kind of character is he, better than your second young master?" "Second young master was more formidable when he was suppressing me," Shen Zichuan said. "The capable rise to the top. It's not anyone else's fault. I wouldn't dare blame you," Xiao Chiye said through the steam rising from the pot. "You must be regretting not stepping on me last night, right?" "No," Shen Zichuan smiled. "Sometimes your gaze can really be vicious." Xiao Chiye continued before Shen Zichuan could reply. "Of course, it adds a certain flavor when it's a bit harsh." After a moment of endurance, Shen Zichuan replied, "Then your preferences are quite unique. You're not bad either," Xiao Chiye said with a double meaning. "I've never met someone who enjoys being bitten before. Let's get back to the matter at hand," Shen Zichuan said. "Why did you look for me?" "To drink." Xiao Chiye finished his cup of wine. "And have a chat. The Donglong Tooth Trading Company has a patron, but they've always kept their distance from me, so we've coexisted peacefully. But now that they've framed me, I need to investigate who's backing them." Shen Zichuan fished vegetables out of the pot. Xiao Chiye continued, "All I've found is Xianxia. It's strange. Last time we were here, you specifically told me that the 8 great families were going to gang up against me. Yet, you ended up joining forces with them to kick me down. I thought about it and couldn't figure out what you meant. But when I reversed the sequence, I understood your motive. Shen Zichuan ate fish like a cat, cleanly and elegantly. Without lifting his head, he acknowledged with an to show he was listening. Xiao Chiye twirled the wine cup on the table and said, I should have placed the trample me plan before the 8 great families unite. That way, it would make sense. Your goal was never me. You incited Xianxia to act and prompted him to seek alliances with others. Yet, you leaked the news to me so that I would react and use my actual power in the 8 banners to lure the other families away from Xianxia. What do you call this? The art of diplomacy and manipulation? It's trivial to sow discord among the 8 great families with mere words. What you truly aim for is creating a rift that marks the beginning of something major. Shen Zichuan glanced at him and said, You came up with all this just because you discovered that Xianxia was involved in the Eastern Dragon Tooth Company? A trail of clues. Xiao Chiye replied, You can't wipe them clean. When Shi Guan was in prison, Xianxia sold his life for a promotion. I suspect it was your idea. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have followed your every word. Shen Zichuan wiped his hands with a handkerchief. After a moment of thought, he said, The person who has such control over him isn't me. I initially thought you rushed up here just to facilitate your investigation into the defeat of Zhongbu's troops. Xiao Chiye poured more wine and continued, But who knew your ambition was so great? What benefits do you gain from dividing the 8 great families? You know that the 8 cities surrounding Kudu are older than the Li clan. Just look at Huasiqian. Even with the large-scale rebellion in the hunting grounds, the Empress Dowager remains unscathed. How dare you harbor the delusion of splitting them apart with one person's strength? Peel away the veil of Kudu's mist and take a good look. They've already entwined their roots underground and stood firm for centuries. Shen Zichuan completely stopped eating. His composed demeanor while sitting upright indicated he was about to engage in a serious conversation. He wasn't angry. He was even very calm. He said, I only have one question for you. Xiao Chiye paused and said, Please ask. Shen Zichuan said, The Huas and Xiaos have been hindering each other for a long time. The South Forest hunting grounds left the Huas in a state of decline, giving the Xiaos the upper hand. But have you won? Xiao Chiye gripped the wine cup tightly. It was already dark outside, and the room was still unlit. Shen Zichuan's silhouette, seated by the window, looked thin. He said, You'll soon realize that you're not just dealing with the Hua family. Perhaps at first, you could console yourself, believing they only wanted the 8 banners. But when you consider Zhongbu's 6 provinces, you'll understand that what they desire is far more than that. The investigation into the central Bohai defeat is still ongoing. Xiao Chiye remained silent in the shadows for a moment before asking, And you're so sure it was them? This is a convoluted matter. Shen Zichuan said, We've been scrutinizing the central Bohai defeat, trying to pinpoint who's at fault, but this wasn't something that could be controlled by just one person. And there's something about the defeat that people still can't figure out to this day. Why? Xiao Chiye asked. Indeed, why? Shen Zichuan said. When the border sand invaded, everyone suffered tremendous losses. The loss of tens of thousands in central Bohai was only a temporary issue. The bigger problem was the taxes from the 6 states of central Bohai that would remain empty for years. How were they to repopulate? How were they to redistribute the land? How were they to rebuild the towns that had been slaughtered? The treasury couldn't afford it, and central Bohai became a black hole in the nation. The most challenging task was rebuilding the defense army. Without sufficient troops, central Bohai would fall again. How long could the reinforcements from northern Li and eastern Qi last? That directly concerned the safety of Qidu. Did no one think about these issues before the central Bohai defeat, or did they deliberately cause it knowing these problems would arise? The 8 great families might not have been the masterminds, but such a thing couldn't have happened without their power. The Zhou dynasty's every upheaval has been intertwined with them. 25 years ago, when Emperor Guangxing was on the throne, that was the turning point for the Huas. The Empress Dowager killed the virtuous crown prince to consolidate her power. 80 years ago, during Emperor Yong'an's reign, it was the Yao family's court, with 3 of their members in high positions, and the cabinet was known as the Yao Hall. 100 years ago, the Juesi family opened the Yong'e harbor, making them the key to the Zhou dynasty's granaries. They then took control of the salt fields along the coast of Shilin Sea, becoming the wealthiest family in the world, so wealthy that even the Li aristocrats had to borrow from them for weddings. None of these things happened due to personal vendettas. They alternated in power during the transitions of emperors, and none of them truly fell. Humble origins produce no noble sons. There aren't many illustrious ministers in the Zhou dynasty who came from humble backgrounds. How many years does it take to produce a Qi Hualien? How many years for a Hailiangi? They are like fleeting strokes, barely noticed even if they make it through. If we must name someone who could stand firm in the ironclad web of the prominent families, that person is someone you know all too well. Xin Zichuan looked at Xiao Chiye, his words clear. The king of northern Li, Xiao Fangxiu, rose from nothing, born at the foot of Hongyanshan. At 15, he joined the military at Lixiao Pass. At 20, he was promoted to its defense commander. At 23, he suffered defeat at Hongyanshan. At 26, he established the Lixiao Horse Ranch. At 28, he formed the Lixiao Cavalry. At 30, he fought the Border Sandviper clan again. At 32, he crossed Hongyanshan. At 35, he traversed the entire Hongyanshan range. After that, the Lixiao Cavalry was disbanded, becoming the Northern Li Iron Riders. He was no longer the defense commander of Lixiao Pass. He received 3 commendations and became the king of Northern Li, an ennobled king in the Zhou dynasty. The scale of the Northern Li province was set in stone, and the Zhou dynasty occupied the entire Hongyanshan range. It's not just a struggle for power between your Xiao family and the 8 great families. It's also a battle between the noble and common classes. The one who broke through that barrier and reached the pinnacle is Xiao Fangxiu, and you've been at odds with the 8 great families for a long time. Xin Zichuan lowered his eyes slightly, arranging the bowls and chopsticks before him meticulously. He said, to form an alliance, one must show sincerity like mine, not just hint at something trivial about the Imperial Guard's accounts. That holds no value to me. In the dimness, separated by a small screen, the 2 men sat opposite each other, each with their own demeanor. A faint light from the window illuminated their profiles, the snow's glow vaguely outlining the harshness of the dark night. The wolfish blade and Mount Snow faced each other, unsheathed but still radiating a chilling blade aura within the room. Chapter 50. On the same boat. Probe is but a stepping stone. Xiao Chiye's gaze was cold. Honesty is like undressing layer by layer. We progressed gradually to reach today's heartfelt conversation. You're right. After the southern forest hunt, I thought Hai Liangyi's cabinet would change, but he still relied on Xue Xiuzhua, who came from one of the 8 great families. This shows that even in a position where one can oversee the situation, they must still yield to the power of the aristocratic families. Under such circumstances, the Xiao family stands alone. How would you describe them? Xin Zichuan pondered. When there's no common enemy, they become their own adversaries. Keeping the balance so the water bowl doesn't tip over is a far more difficult task than dealing with any one person. Before the Xiao family appeared, the 8 great families only experienced internal shifts. But after the Xiao family emerged, they started to weed out the weak. The Hua family's defeat was temporary. The court cleansed the remaining Hua faction, but no one held the Empress Dowager accountable, not even Hai Liangyi. Now, with the marriage alliance between the Hua and Qi families, it preserves the use of the Hua family and wears down the potential allies the Xiao family could seek. Some things may not seem significant on their own, but when connected, they send chills down one's spine. Are you referring to the defeat at Zhongbua and the Huaqi marriage alliance? Xiao Chiye asked. A strategy of distant alliances and nearby attacks, Xin Zichuan said, extending his finger to draw a circle on the table. By defeating Zhongbua, the defenses in the northwest and southwest were left open. Xizhou borders the northeast grain and horse route, which is the lifeline of Lubei. Without Zhongbua's defense, it has become the territory of the 8 great families in Qidu. By marrying into the Qi family of Qidong, you've placed yourselves in a situation where you're backed by Hongyanshan, bordered by the Bianxia tribe to the east, and face double enemies to the south. 5 years have passed. How could anyone guarantee Hua Xiqian's rebellion or my timely rescue? Xiao Chiye frowned slowly. There had to be a purpose behind the defeat at Zhongbua, Xin Zichuan said after a moment's silence. It's not difficult to control the situation, but controlling its direction is challenging. If I'm right, there's someone among the 8 great families capable of manipulating the tide of events. If there truly is such a person, Xiao Chiye said, it means everyone is a pawn on the board, and every move is within his calculations. This isn't mere genius. It's a god who controls the Zhou dynasty. How do you plan to compete against him? Sowing discord won't work against the decades-long marital alliances among the 8 great families. In the face of a common enemy, they will remain unbreakable. Turbulent waters are better than calm seas. Only when the water is muddied can they fail to distinguish friend from foe. In truth, their unity is not unshakable. Shen Zichuan withdrew his finger. Why did Xiao Fengshu manage to break through the aristocratic defenses? If this web was truly tight, how did Qi Huilian and Hai Liangyi, officials from humble backgrounds, rise to prominence? Your father could establish the precursor to the Liu Bei Iron Cavalry, the Luhua Cavalry, because the Eastern Palace officials led by the Crown Prince implemented the Yellow Register to conscript troops from the borders, granting military households to soldiers so they could be subject to the military jurisdiction of the capital, separating the command of the aristocratic children stationed outside the capital and allowing the Prince of Liu Bei to consolidate military authority without interference from local civilian officials. Not only that, the strength of Liu Bei's army today also owes much to the Tang farming system implemented by the Zhou dynasty. You understand better than me just how crucial military farms are. Why is Lu Guangbai suffering more than Xiao Jiming? Due to the inability to implement military colonization in the border regions, where sandy wastelands yielded no crops, Lu Guangbai relied solely on the military subsidies from Qidu. Although the 7 soldiers to cultivate, 3 to guard policy might not make the border troops entirely self-sufficient, it significantly alleviated their food supply pressures, something crucial for these frontier forces. Grand Tutor Qi chose to feign madness rather than give up his life, driven by both lingering resentment and the unwillingness to abandon the opening he had worked so hard to create. The dozens of East Palace officials were all chosen by the Crown Prince from humble backgrounds, and Qi Huilian had dedicated his entire knowledge to aid the prince. When he cried out 5 years ago that the state of the world was settled, every word was a sob of frustration. You've been stepping into my domain incrementally, tolerating my probing of your limits, all for this night, all to stand with me in the same boat. Xiao Chiye leaned forward slowly, his gaze chilling. But if I hadn't uncovered Xianxia tonight or discerned your intentions, would you truly have trampled on me as a stepping stone? You're a wolf with an acute sense of smell. Shen Zichuan said. Why portray yourself as so pitiful? If I weren't who I am, you wouldn't have given me the chance to step in. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's just who we are. Instead of questioning me, why not ask yourself first? Xiao Chiye replied. You're the real bastard. Shen Zichuan responded. It's hard to find a like-minded bastard. Xiao Chiye didn't bother with further games, getting straight to the point. Now, it's you who wants to leverage my power, but an alliance requires some form of collateral. We share the same fate. Shen Zichuan said. Your Yao family is about to be pushed out of the game. Aren't you anxious, second young master? I don't need Yao Wenyu. Xiao Chiye said. You misunderstand. The Yao family isn't allying with me for power struggles. It's simply because of Yao Wenyu himself. You'll understand when you meet him. He doesn't enter politics not because Hai Liangyi can't bear to part with him, but because he has no desire for it. The Yao family has a history of high-ranking officials, but they fell during his father's time. Yet, his grandfather's influence still lingers, revered among scholars, and with a reputation in the bureaucracy far surpassing that of Hua Xiqian. If he wanted to rise again, it wouldn't be difficult, but he prefers the life of a carefree wanderer. If Shi Hongxian really ousts the Yao family, he'll be even freer. Did the Yao family once marry into the Fei family? Is he the cousin of Princess Qiaoyu? Shen Zichuan suddenly asked. Indeed. Xiao Chiye picked up his chopsticks and said, Qiyu probably wants to marry him, but Duke Helian is a coward who obeys the Empress Dowager blindly. You might end up as relatives, then. The marriage didn't go through, did it? Xiao Chiye said. You disrupted my wedding, causing me to lose a beauty. You owe me compensation for that, don't you? Shen Zichuan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Chiye swirled his chopsticks in the cold tea, lifted his gaze, and said, Do you know that rowing a boat together and sleeping in the same bed only differ by two characters? I think it's no big deal if we mix them up in conversation. It wouldn't matter if we mixed them up in reality either. Shen Zichuan felt a bit dizzy from the warmth inside the room. Without responding, he turned to open the window. Xiao Chiye, however, didn't touch the food. Instead, he said, "I brought you here to eat my food and drink my wine. Yet you didn't suspect anything?" Shen Zichuan looked at Xiao Chiye. The cool breeze made him finally aware of the heat, causing a light sheen of sweat to form on his skin. The tight collar of his garment outlined his fair neck, complementing the black hair and the red plum blossoms peering in from the window. It was an enchanting sight. Outside, snowflakes like grains of salt drifted in and landed on Shen Zichuan's hand, melting into a tiny pool of water. This small chill heightened the warmth within his body. In a moment of distraction, Shen Zichuan genuinely entertained another thought. He wanted to unfasten his buttons. "I don't recall such a clause in our pact," Shen Zichuan said. "I haven't been lacking in bed warmers lately." Xiao Chiye propped himself up on his long legs and said, "You don't seem like someone who lacks anything now. Official matters are official matters, and private matters are private matters. We've finished with official business, so we can slowly sort out the personal matters. Was the person from Lotus Fragrance Pavilion sent by Xianxia? I heard he only likes women. When did his taste change? Male companionship is no longer rare." Shen Zichuan replied, "I don't know if he's changed, but has second young master changed? I'm fickle." Xiao Chiye picked up Shen Zichuan's hair, which had fallen in front of his knees. "It's always been a matter of mood." Shen Zichuan lifted his finger to retrieve his hair. He was already perspiring. Some people talk as if they're sophisticated and composed, but in reality, they're just ravenous and inexperienced, aren't they? Xiao Chiye pushed away the small table and firmly held on to Shen Zichuan's wrist, which was trying to withdraw. Some people look pitiful when they're drenched in sweat. Shen Zichuan's ardor remained undiminished, and the part of his body that Xiao Chiye held was scorching hot. He propped himself up on one arm before his knees and said to Xiao Chiye, "What drug did you use?" Xiao Chiye took Shen Zichuan's wrist and changed the subject. "Ji Gang couldn't have taught you these things. Who is your master? Or should I say your tutor?" The corners of Shen Zichuan's eyes reddened slightly. He whispered softly, "I won't tell you." Xiao Chiye leaned in slightly and sniffed. Suddenly, he said, "You smell so good." Shen Zichuan's breath quickened as he said, "Have you resorted to using the beauty ploy too?" Xiao Chiye remarked, "I have no association with the term beauty. Why are you getting flustered just from talking?" Sweat drenched his inner garment, and the heat was enticed by this inexplicable intimacy, becoming stickier and more humid. Shen Zichuan furrowed his brow and asked, "What did you put in it?" Xiao Chiye chuckled and said recklessly, "I was just teasing you. It's just medicated wine." Shen Zichuan found Xiao Chiye's gaze perilous. He couldn't help but close his eyes and gather his composure, saying, "Xiao air." Xiao Chiye downed the cold wine in one go. At the sound of Shen Zichuan's voice, he suddenly lowered his head and sealed Shen Zichuan's lips. Shen Zichuan was pushed against the window, causing the plum branches to sway. He leaned back slightly, feeling as if his waist was about to snap. Snow had fallen from the back of Xiao Chiye's neck, but he paid no attention to it. Half his body pressed against Shen Zichuan, and he forced their fingers together in an assertive grip. Ever since that glance at the banquet of officials, Xiao Chiye had wanted to kiss him. It was even more so tonight. He had endured through the entire night. Seeing how ruthless and heartless Shen Zichuan was, and how skillfully he navigated the situation, Xiao Chiye couldn't figure out how he felt. All he wanted was to pin him down and kiss him until his face was flushed and his eyes were filled with desire. Shen Zichuan's chest rose and fell rapidly, and the wind blew through his sweat, making him shiver. The wine Xiao Chiye fed him slipped past his teeth, choking him as it slid down his throat. But Xiao Chiye bit down on the tip of his tongue, preventing him from coughing. All Shen Zichuan could do was endure with tears welling up in his eyes. Even if the heavens and earth crumbled, Xiao Chiye wouldn't let him go. There was a sudden crash from above, followed by someone tumbling down. Ding Tao fell into the snowdrift and quickly popped his head up, rubbing his arms vigorously against the cold. Just as he was about to curse, he looked up and saw the window, his eyes widening in shock, his soul seemingly leaving his body. Shen Zichuan immediately kicked Xiao Chiye away and leaned against the window to cough. His ears burned red, and his mouth was filled with the scent of wine. Xiao Chiye's breathing quickened, and he shot a gloomy gaze outside the window. Ding Tao's teeth chattered. Trembling, he extended his index finger and pointed slowly upwards, whispering, "IGMS sorry, master." Xiao Tianya and Gu Jin maintained their composure above, wisely pretending not to be present. Before Xiao Chiye could speak, Ding Tao leaped up and ran, nimble-handed and quick-footed, climbing the tree with agility. In a flash, he darted back onto the roof.